Sword God Chapter 460 to Chapter 510. The white sword light carried an amazing power, and the surrounding ripples were surging, and the roaring sound was getting sharper and sharper. It was like a 10,000-ton water falling from a height of 10,000 meters, and it was like a comet bombarding from the sky. In the eyes of everyone, this was an extremely powerful sword. It was the interpretation of Xianxia's full strength and realm. It could be said to be the ultimate interpretation. But in the eyes of Qianzong, there were many flaws in this sword. This was the suppression of the realm. Waving his hand and sword. It seemed like a sword, but in fact, in an instant, he had already stabbed dozens of times, hitting the white sword light like a torrent. At the same time, the majestic sword light also bombarded Qianzong. In the crowd's exclamation, the white sword light seemed to be illusory, like smoke rushing through Qianzong's body, but it did not cause the slightest damage. This is impossible. What happened? They were all surprised, especially the disciples of the Jinghong sword sect, who were even more confused. The Jinghong sword was a powerful skill, but it failed. Could it be that this boy's swordsmanship has reached? Tianhong's eyes narrowed slightly, but he was not sure, because it was too amazing. Even the most outstanding disciple of the Jinghong sword sect did not reach that level. The Jinghong sword was broken, and Qianzong's sword fell on Yangfan's neck. If it was a battle of life and death, Yangfan would have died. There was no doubt that Qianzong won, and he won very beautifully. Qini suddenly found that he still couldn't see through Qianzong's swordsmanship, but he was sure that it was higher than his own. Such a feeling of shame was even more obvious. Before, he even wanted to teach Qianzong, but now he thought it was ridiculous. Immediately, Qini's heart gave birth to a trace of fighting spirit. Fighting with a master will undoubtedly be more helpful to oneself. Traceless sword Yi Jingfeng stared at Qianzong with a trace of surprise and a trace of fighting spirit. Qianzong realized that after he won, the light curtain had a power that instantly replenished the energy he had consumed. At the end of the first round, number 2 Qini, number 3 Yi Jingfeng, number 6 Tang Yen, number 7 Li Qinglu, and number 10 Qianzong each won 1 point, while the other 5 lost and got 0 points. After a short rest, the second round began. Number 1 Long Chongyun versus number 3 Yi Jingfeng. Long Chongyun is going to lose again. Yi Jingfeng will definitely win. Just as everyone had said, Long Chongyun tried his best to attack, but even though his attacks were fierce and powerful, they all dissipated under Yi Jingfeng's sword, like smoke being blown by a breeze. The contrast between fierceness and gentleness was very strong. Yi Jingfeng's sword was traceless. Not only did it disintegrate all of Long Chongyun's attacks, but it also counterattacked. Long Chongyun was only able to defend himself. Long Chongyun was defeated. After losing 2 rounds in a row, Long Chongyun's face turned ugly. Yi Jingfeng, on the other hand, was calm. In his opinion, his victory was inevitable. In the second round of the second round, number 2 Qini against number 4 Li Shiyun. Kill! Li Shiyun shouted in a low voice. His black longsword transformed into a black thunderbolt, carrying the ferocious aura of 10,000 elephants. The sword light was overbearing and violent, incomparably tyrannical. Li Shiyun used his full strength to defeat his opponent and obtain a point. Qini's expression did not change. As he waved his long sword, countless sword lights and qi surrounded him, turning into a hurricane of sword light that broke through the air. In the last round, Li Shiyun was ranked below Qini. The chaotic sword technique was performed. The sword light seemed chaotic, but it was sharp and unparalleled. It cut through everything, cutting Li Shiyun's sword light into pieces. However, the gap between the two was not that big. They were evenly matched. The sword light swept across the arena, leaving white scratches on the ground and then dissipating. When it hit the light curtain, it rippled slightly and then calmed down. 10,000 elephants thunder. Li Shiyun used his ultimate move. His sword struck out, but it was as if thousands of thunderbolts had struck down. It was so terrifying that it could destroy the world. Chaotic sword. Return to 1/. The ultimate moves collided. Countless thunderbolts were shattered. The sharp sword light with extreme sharpness rushed toward Li Shiyun and sent him flying again. At the same time, several thunderbolt-like sword lights bombarded Qini's body and sent him flying. It seemed that both sides were injured, but Li Shiyun staggered and could not fight. Qini took a breath and attacked again. The sharp sword light broke through the air and sent Li Shiyun flying again. Qini won, and Li Shiyun lost twice. In the third round of the second round, it was number 5 against number 7. Number 5 Long Xuanwu and number 7 Li Qinglu. As soon as she got on the arena, Long Xuanwu grabbed the fiery red long sword from the last battle and made a move. It turned into a red dragon sword light and rose into the air. It danced in the air and then struck down. It seemed that it was a little more brilliant than the last battle. Li Qinglu still stood in the same place and made a move. The highly condensed sword light broke through the air like a strand of hair. The Eternal Heavenly Sword Sect's Eternal Heavenly Sword technique was focused on condensing one's strength to a high degree. The true power that was cultivated from the matching technique also pursued the condensation of strength. Under the activation of this technique, the might of the Eternal Heavenly Sword technique would be even stronger. Under the sword light, it seemed that even the void was cut open. Li Qinglu showed amazing sharpness and cut through all of Long Xuanwu's sword moves. Kill, 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 the Eternal Sky Sword technique was endless. Long Xuanwu was wrapped in the fiery red sword light. It was like a dragon protecting her body and resisting Li Qinglu's attack. Long Xuanwu was defeated with one sword slash. Long Xuanwu was indescribably depressed. She lost the first round, and now she lost the second round. The fourth round of the second round was number 6 against number 9. Number 6 was Tang Yan, and number 9 was Yang Fan. Both of them were disciples of the Jinghong Sword sect and knew each other. "Senior sister, please don't show mercy," Yang Fan begged. "Okay." Tang Yan's reply was even more direct. Originally, Tang Yan had planned to hold back and let Yang Fan suffer a better defeat on account of the fact that they were fellow apprentices. Both of them cultivated the Jinghong Sword technique, but their styles were different. Once Tang Yan used her full strength, the green sword light filled the sky like a rainbow and attacked Yang Fan from all directions. Yang Fan could only wave his sword to defend, unable to counterattack. After 10 swords, Yang Fan was defeated by Tang Yan. "Thank you, senior sister." In the end, Yang Fan cupped his hands to Tang Yan. The fifth round of the second round was number 8 against number 10. Number 8 was Long Xuani, and number 10 was Chen Zong. In this matchless sword battle, I feel that the biggest highlight is Li Qinglu and Chen Zong. That's right. Both of them were unknown before, but after this matchless sword battle, their names will spread throughout the Jinghong house, and even to other houses. Dragon Roar style. Long Xuani held his giant sword and slashed at Chen Zong. The giant sword light was accompanied by a soul-stirring roar that turned into sound waves. Dragon head splitting mountain. Immediately after, Long Xuani used his second move, body and sword as one. The golden dragon head followed the previous golden sound wave sword light and slashed towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong swung his sword, smashing the first sword light through the opening, then followed up with a second. After several failures, Long Xuani's figure leapt up. Falling dragon strike. He suddenly swung the giant sword downwards, gathering all the strength in his body and falling down from the sky. It was like a golden meteor, violently blazing, smashing towards Chen Zong. With a loud bang, the entire arena shook violently as countless ripples spread out from Long Xuani's body. If it weren't for the protection of his transcendent realm strength, the entire arena would have already been torn apart. Long Xuani didn't stop there. Holding the giant sword with both hands, he suddenly spun it like a hurricane, creating a storm of golden blades that filled the whole ring. He had seen the battle between Chen Zong and Yang Fan and guessed that Chen Zong was very good at finding openings, so he used this kind of large-scale attack that was even more difficult to resist. Chen Zong leapt into the air, avoiding Long Xuani's large-scale attack. "Good!" Long Xuani roared, his eyes blazing with a golden light. He raised his head and locked onto Chen Zong, who was dozens of meters in the air. His muscles and bones trembled, and his violent true qi burst out once again. Rising Dragon Void Slash. Big Brother is using his final move. Long Xuanwu's eyes lit up. Long Xuani was called the Rising Dragon Sword because of this sword. Body and sword as one, Long Xuani's whole body seemed to have merged into the giant sword. The giant golden dragon head soared into the sky, and his body was like a golden flame tail. Boom! Boom! The air trembled as countless ripples spread out in all directions. Every ripple was filled with a powerful explosive power, causing the surrounding air to tremble endlessly like a raging river or an overturning sea. A powerful sword, a sword that bet on victory. Long Xuanyi didn't hold back at all. Rising Dragon Void Slash, this sword was not only domineering and violent, but it also had a special characteristic, which was that it was difficult to dodge, or even impossible to dodge. Chen Zong felt that he was locked onto, as if he was facing an ancient dragon. That kind of terrifying aura almost made him breathless. In an instant, Chen Zong judged that with his limited cultivation, it would be difficult to dodge. However, under the divine profound realm, there was no need to dodge. Long Xuanyi thought that Chen Zong's ability to see through the flaws was due to a special technique, but he didn't know that it was due to the difference in realms. The flaws on the golden dragon's head were very obvious in his eyes. Sword, unhindered sword technique, looking down on heaven and earth. Every sword was the perfect combination of strength and speed. Every sword was pushed by the unhindered true power, and it became even more domineering, directly attacking the flaws of the rising dragon Void Slash. The golden dragon head paused slightly under Chen Zong's sword light, as if it was frozen in midair. Then, with a bang, it exploded like a cloud of dust or a firework, turning into countless golden streams that spread out. They drew a beautiful trajectory in midair and landed on the stage. It was like a blooming golden flower, and Chen Zong and his sword were like the center of the flower. Long Xuanyi was dumbfounded, Long Xuanwu was dumbfounded, and the three extreme mortal realm fighters from the Pure Grace House were also dumbfounded. Marquis Longjing's face didn't change, but his eyes were filled with astonishment. He was well aware of the Dragon Whirlwind's abilities, and he had even praised the rising Dragon Empyrean Slash before. Such a powerful strike was actually broken so easily. Furthermore, it was broken through by following the flaw. The profoundness behind it was worth investigating. Li Qingliu's sword can cut through all attacks, while Chen Zong seems to be able to find the flaws in other people's swordsmanship and defeat them. I wonder who would win if the two of them were to fight each other. It's hard to say, but they will fight sooner or later. In the midst of the discussion, the third round of the final battle began. The first round was between number 1 and number 10. Long Chongyun clenched his sword, but he didn't attack with his swordsmanship as before. After watching Chen Zong's two fights, he was quite afraid of Chen Zong's ability to find flaws. Although he was confident, he wasn't so conceited that his swordsmanship was flawless. Once he attacked, his opponent would probably find his flaws and defeat him. It had to be said that Long Chongyun was under a lot of pressure even before the battle began. He didn't even realize that he had become a little timid. Long Chongyun didn't attack because he didn't want Chen Zong to find his flaws, but Chen Zong could take the initiative to attack him. With his keen eyesight and experience, Chen Zong could see Long Chongyun's state at a glance. However, he didn't intend to remind Long Chongyun, because even if he did, it wouldn't change the result. He waved his long sword, and the sword light broke through the air. Long Chongyun's eyes were filled with a flash of silver sword light. It was so dazzling that he couldn't look at it directly. When he consciously waved his sword to defend himself, he felt that his glabella was gently touched. A piercing coldness penetrated his brain, and his whole brain seemed to be frozen. In an instant, he was in a trance and his consciousness seemed to fall into a dark abyss. Number 10 wins. The voice came from the sky and floated in the air. Only then did Long Chongyun come to his senses. He touched his glabella and seemed to feel a tingling pain. He was defeated. It was too clean. A sense of frustration arose spontaneously and was written all over his face. Long Chongyun felt very miserable because he had been defeated 3 times in a row. That's too fast. He won so easily. It seems that it's not advisable to deal with Chen Zong in a passive way. For a moment, the other champions all looked dignified because they would have to fight with Chen Zong sooner or later, and the outcome would be unpredictable. The second round of the third round, number 2 against number 9. Qini waved his long sword, and countless sharp sword lights surrounded his body and turned into a destructive hurricane. Immediately, the next sword directly cut down dozens of sword lights in a straight line, continuous. Yang Fan also used the Jinghong sword art. The white sword light flew out like a flying swan. Both sides attacked each other, and their swords clashed. But in the end of the day, Qini defeated Yang Fan and accumulated 3 points. As for Yang Fan, he lost 3 rounds in a row and didn't get any points. The third round of the third round of the third round. Number 3, Yi Jingfeng, Yi, Long Xuani of number 8. The gap of 13 swords, of the defeated to defeat to the fourth match of the third round was between number 4 and number 6. Number 4, number 6 Li of Tang. Li of Li Qingliu's. To be. Of Jinjinghao to be to win. And the. Is. Long Xuani used her unique skill, but she was defeated by Li Qingliu's sword. Li Qinglu accumulated 3 points, but Long Xuani still had 0 points. So far, Yi Jingfeng, Qin Yi, Tang Yan, Li Qinglu, and Chen Zong have won in a row, each accumulating 3 points, and the other 5 still have 0 points. This almost means that the top 5 will be born from Yi Jingfeng and the others. The fourth round of the final battle began soon. At the end of this round of 5, Yi Jingfeng, Qin Yi, Tang Yan, Li Qinglu, and Chen Zong each accumulated 4 points, and the other 5 still had 0 points. The first round of the fifth round, Long Chongyun against Tang Yan. After a fierce battle, he was defeated by Tang Yan. The second round of the fifth round, Qin Yi against Chen Zong. We've finally matched. Someone's winning streak is going to be broken. In my opinion, it's Qin Yi. Yes, Chen Zong's swordsmanship is too strong, and Qin Yi is inferior. Chen Zong is not Brother Qin's opponent. Lin Fu was not convinced. She retorted loudly. Brother Chen, you hit it so well. Facing Chen Zong, Qin Yi's face showed a trace of a bitter smile. You didn't ask. Chen Zong smiled faintly. Well, then Brother Chen, please advise me. Qin Yi said, the bitter smile on his face disappeared, and his face became serious. His eyes were shining with astonishing sharpness, and there was an extremely sharp sword chi around his body. Please. Chen Zong saluted with his fist and then pointed his sword at Qin Yi. Immediately, Qin Yi's face changed slightly, and he felt that he was being penetrated. Chaotic sword. 1,000 blades. As soon as he made his move, Qin Yi used one of the unique skills of the chaotic sword technique, and he pushed his sword to the extreme. Thousands of extremely sharp sword chi broke through the air and slashed toward Chen Zong, as if they were endless. Chaotic sword. Return to one cut. Qin Yi knew that the 1,000 blades alone was not enough to defeat Chen Zong. After the 1,000 blades, he once again gathered his strength and used a more powerful unique skill, return to one cut. The condensed sword chi was highly compressed and turned into a dazzling brilliance with endless sharpness. It was as if the ring was divided into 2. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yi changed to holding the sword with both hands. The long sword was in front of him, and his eyes flashed with green light. His long hair was blowing without wind, like a flame burning fiercely. Every strand of hair seemed to become a sword chi, exuding an amazing sharpness. The sharpness of the whole body poured into the long sword in his hand, and the unsharpened long sword burst out with an incomparable sharpness in an instant. Chaotic sword. Edgeless cut. Brother Qin, come on. Lin Fu was so excited that her face was red. Edgeless cut, the last unique skill of the chaotic sword technique, the most tyrannical sword. Qin Yi had already practiced and understood the essence of it. All the true chi of the whole body poured into this sword, and the sharpness of the whole body was not reserved. It was the strongest sword strike, a sword strike that condensed all of his spirit and faith. It was truly an indestructible sword strike that could break through anything. When this sword was used, Qin Yi suddenly had a feeling of sublimation, as if the realm of his swordsmanship had been improved. But Qin Yi, who was single-minded, did not have the mind to care about other things. With this sword, he defeated Chen Zong. After Chen Zong broke the 1,000 blades and a return to one cut, facing the edgeless cut, his eyes flashed a trace of light. Very strong sword. Chen Zong could not help but secretly think that there were originally 5 flaws in this sword, but suddenly reduced to 3. But a flaw is a flaw, even if there is only one, it can be broken. In an instant, 100 swords broke through the air, and the speed was even more amazing. Each sword pointed at the same flaw of the edgeless cut. The power of the 100 swords was unparalleled, and directly defeated the edgeless cut. Qin Yi, who had used all his strength to perform the edgeless cut, had a short blank period, and was unable to resist. "Brother Chen, you are really good." Qin Yi's face once again showed a trace of a bitter smile. "You let me win." Chen Zong smiled slightly. "I was right, Qin Yi is really not Chen Zong's opponent. Chen Zong is too strong. I don't know what level his swordsmanship has reached. I think it is at least the second level of the Lingwu realm." Lin Fu's face was pale. Qin Yi's defeat shattered the last trace of luck in her heart. When she thought of her previous contempt for Chen Zong, she felt a sense of extreme shame. Yi Jingfeng looked at Chen Zong, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. The third round of the fifth round was between Yi Jingfeng and Li Qinglu. This was another exciting point, because until now, Yi Jingfeng had maintained a complete victory, and Li Qinglu had also maintained a complete victory, and both of them gave the feeling that they had not used their full strength. This time, we should be able to see their full strength. I don't know who is stronger. Even though his opponent was Li Qinglu, Yi Jingfeng was still as calm as ever. It was as if nothing could faze him. Li Qinglu, on the other hand, was a bit dignified. His opponent was Yi Jingfeng. As a disciple of the Eternal Sky Sword clan, Li Qinglu knew a lot about the strong disciples of the Jinghong Sword clan, and Yi Jingfeng was one of them. "Please enlighten me." This was the first time Li Qinglu had taken the initiative to speak since the start of the battle. Yi Jingfeng just nodded slightly, and then he drew his sword. The sword was traceless, and it disappeared without a trace. Li Qingliu's face was dignified, and his eyes flashed. His sword broke through the air, and in an instant, it split into dozens of swords. Each sword was a sharp silk thread that cut the air, and quickly spread out. Even someone as strong as Li Qinglu could not detect Yi Jingfeng's sword marks. He could only use this method to defend himself. It had to be said that Li Qinglu was indeed very strong when he used his full strength. He blocked Yi Jingfeng's first sword strike, but then Yi Jingfeng used the second and third sword strikes. One sword strike after another, as if there was no end to it. However, Li Qinglu could not see the sword marks. He could only feel a trace of sharpness. Li Qingliu's body flashed, and for the first time, he used his movement technique. His movement technique was as sharp as his sword art. He turned into a line and quickly retreated. At the same time, hundreds of sword light threads shot out, blocking Yi Jingfeng's sword once again. Facing Yi Jingfeng, Li Qinglu could only defend himself continuously. It was hard for him to form an effective counterattack. In the end, Li Qinglu was defeated after a few more strikes. What an amazing traceless sword. Chen Zong squinted his eyes, thinking about the mysteries behind it. The fourth battle of the fifth round began, and then the fifth battle of the fifth round began. At the end of the fifth round, Yi Jingfeng, Chen Zong, and Tang Yan each had 5 points. Qin Yi and Li Qinglu had 4 points. Li Shiyun and Long Xuanyi had 1 point each. Long Xuanwu, Yang Fan, and Long Chongyun still had 0 points. Then, the sixth round began. Qin Yi vs Yi Jingfeng. Qin Yi's swordsmanship was at the first level of the second stage of the body and sword union. However, Yi Jingfeng's swordsmanship was at the second level of the body and sword union. The swordsmanship that they practiced was of the same level. If they had the same level of cultivation, Yi Jingfeng would undoubtedly be stronger. Facing Yi Jingfeng's traceless sword, Qin Yi had a hard time defending himself. In the end, he was unavoidably defeated. Then, there was the battle between Tang Yan and Li Qinglu. Jinghong sword art versus Changtian sword art. Li Qingliu's sword was extremely sharp. His sword broke through the air and gradually suppressed Tang Yan. Then, he defeated Tang Yan. At the end of the sixth round, Yi Jingfeng and Chen Zong were still undefeated, with 6 points each. Li Qinglu and Tang Yan still had 5 points. Qin Yi had 4 points. Li Shiyun and Long Xuanyi had 2 points each, and the other 3 still had 0 points. I think the first and second place will be between Yi Jingfeng and Chen Zong. That's not necessarily true. Li Qinglu is not weak at all. Chen Zong may not be able to defeat him. The seventh round had begun. There needed to be an answer as to who was stronger between Chen Zong and Li Qinglu. Facing Qinzong, Li Qingliu's expression turned serious. He took a step forward and his body was like a sword piercing through the air, rushing straight at Qinzong. His body and sword became one as he slashed out. The sword light that was condensed to the extreme was like a straight line cutting through the air, instantly spreading towards Qinzong and filling his eyes. Qinzong raised his hand and waved his sword. He broke Li Qingliu's sword light with one strike. Then, the second, third, and fourth sword light pierced through the air. One after another, it was endless. It was like silk covering the entire arena. Qinzong did not fight back. Instead, he kept moving around and waving his sword to defend against Li Qingliu's long sky sword technique. This time, Qinzong can't do it. It looks like his winning streak is going to be broken. Qinzong's reaction made everyone talk about it. It was different from the previous 6 battles. It was a sign that he was completely suppressed by Li Qingliu. What they didn't know was that Qinzong was actually experiencing the mysteries of Li Qingliu's sword technique. Qinzong was very interested in this kind of extremely condensed technique. He just watched from the side. It was not clear enough. He had to experience it himself. Li Qingliu showed his full strength. He used all of his long sky sword technique. Each strike was sharper than the last. The feeling of attacking with all his strength made him feel carefree. Although Qinzong had been defending passively, he didn't feel much pressure. He was constantly learning the skills and changes of each sword. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged thousands of moves, but there was still no clear winner. Li Qingliu was still attacking, and every move of his sword was extremely sharp. The white sword light was like hair in all directions, forming a big net between the crisscrossing swords, and Qinzong was in the center of the big net. "It's about time," Qinzong muttered to himself. He swung his sword to shatter the oncoming sword radiance and launched a counterattack. It was fine if he didn't counterattack, but the moment he did, Li Qingliu's offense was instantly stopped. He felt that no matter how he attacked, his opponent would always point out his flaws. He had no choice but to change his moves, but his flaws were still pointed out. A huge contrast appeared, and Li Qingliu immediately fell into a passive position. "It ends here." After muttering to himself, Qinzong attacked with his sword. The sword radiance seemed to be more condensed than before, and there was no way to dodge it. Li Qingliu could only take it head-on. Under the sound of metal clashing, Li Qingliu felt the sword vibrate, and it almost flew out of his hand. The hand holding the sword was numb, and the numbness quickly spread to his entire arm, and he seemed to have lost all feeling. His whole body couldn't withstand the terrifying power, and he kept retreating. Qinzong won. The contrast is too big. Everyone was shocked. Originally, Qinzong was at a disadvantage, but in the end, Li Qingliu was defeated. One thing is for sure, the first and second place will definitely be between Yi Jingfeng and Qinzong. The 7th round of the competition ended quickly, and both sides had their wins and losses. The two who maintained their winning streaks were still Yi Jingfeng and Qinzong. Then, the 8th round of the competition began. The biggest highlight of the 8th round of the competition was the battle between Yi Jingfeng and Qinzong. "Among all the contestants, you're the only one I can't see through." Yi Jingfeng spoke for the first time. His voice was light like a breeze, and it was as traceless as his sword. "Please." Qinzong was also interested in Yi Jingfeng's traceless sword. However, Yi Jingfeng's swordsmanship was at the 2nd level of the 2nd stage of the body sword union, and there was a clear gap between them. Qinzong wouldn't treat him as a strong opponent. After all, whether it was the power of true force, physical strength, or the level of swordsmanship, both sides were about the same. The key to victory was in the realm of swordsmanship. "Take my sword first." Yi Jingfeng's voice fell, and his sword was already out. However, the blade was nowhere to be seen, and there was no sword radiance or shadow. It seemed to have merged into the air, and there was no trace of it. Qinzong's eyes focused, and he swung his sword. He directly slashed the air, but there was a sound of metal clashing, and sparks flew. He blocked it. How is that possible? The spectators were all shocked, and those who had fought with Yi Jingfeng before were also stunned. Their method of blocking Yi Jingfeng was to wildly swing their swords, and use numbers to block it. It was completely different from Qinzong, who blocked it with only one strike. Is it luck or? Yi Jingfeng was also secretly surprised, and then his eyes focused. Let's try again and we'll know. The second strike was out, and there was still no trace of it. However, Chen Zong swung his sword again, and blocked Yi Jingfeng's sword again. The third strike was blocked again. The fourth strike was blocked again. Blocking one strike might be luck, blocking two strikes might be luck, but blocking 3 or 4 strikes was not something that could be explained by luck. It only meant one thing, and that was that Chen Zong could see Yi Jingfeng's sword marks. Yi Jingfeng was known as the Traceless Sword because he once had a fortuitous encounter. This fortuitous encounter allowed him to walk a unique path in the cultivation of the graceful sword art, and his sword was traceless. Others might think that his sword was traceless, but that was not necessarily the case. For example, a Transcendent Realm Master could capture the trajectory and traces of Yi Jingfeng's sword, and then intercept it. Even if the Transcendent Realm Master's sword skills were not as good as Yi Jingfeng's, the difference in cultivation was too big. It was like the difference between a baby and a strong adult. As for Chen Zong, he could also capture the trajectory of Yi Jingfeng's sword, and that was because Chen Zong's sword skills were far superior to Yi Jingfeng's. When Yi Jingfeng swung his sword, his arm disappeared, and the sword in his hand seemed to disappear into the depths of the air, hiding, and attacking from the depths of the air. But under Chen Zong's careful research and personal experience, he confirmed that this was a special kind of force and sword technique. The combination of the two caused light to refract, making it impossible for others to capture. After more than a dozen strikes, all of them were accurately blocked by Chen Zong, and Yi Jingfeng could no longer maintain his calm appearance. His eyes widened, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Traceless sword is indeed very powerful. If one's sword skills are not as good as yours or on par with yours, without a special ability, they will not be able to capture the traces of your sword. Chen Zong said neither too fast nor too slow. Even if one's sword skills are slightly better than yours, they will not necessarily be able to deal with your traceless sword. Yi Jingfeng knew that what Chen Zong said was true, but he did not feel proud at all. He was only shocked, and even more shocked. If he thought deeper, it meant that Chen Zong either had a special ability, or his sword skills were far superior to his own. If it was the latter, what level would it be? The third level of the Linggu realm. Yi Jingfeng could not help but think of the person with the highest level of sword skills in the Jinghong sword sect, who was also the champion of the last matchless sword competition. He was at the third level of the Linggu realm, and Yi Jingfeng had not won a single battle with him. But he felt that even that person would not be able to block all of his strikes so easily. Could it be? Yi Jingfeng did not dare to think further, because it would make him feel that it was ridiculous. I will strike again. If you can withstand it, then it will be my loss. Yi Jingfeng opened his mouth and said word by word. Please. Chen Zong was also curious as to what kind of strike Yi Jingfeng would use. Yi Jingfeng took a deep breath. His face was cold and serious, and he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, it was as if an invisible light was tearing the sky apart. Yi Jingfeng's true qi surged, and he channeled it all into the long sword in his hand. The long sword vibrated slightly, and it emitted a dense buzzing sound. As it vibrated, the sword seemed to merge with the air, and it slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Witnessing the process of the sword disappearing with their own eyes was undeniably a novel experience for the crowd. The sword disappeared, followed by the palm, and finally the arm. It continued to spread to Yi Jingfeng's entire body, and his entire person disappeared. It seemed slow, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. Traceless body. Traceless sword. A light voice seemed to come from the sky. Take my traceless silent sword. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Jingfeng, who had disappeared in the air, struck out with his sword. This was a strike that gathered all the strength in his body, and it was the strongest strike. In the eyes of many people, they could not see anything, but they could only hear the sharp whistling of the sword. It was like a demon's voice, and it continuously attacked their spiritual will, causing them to feel dizzy and as if their heads were about to explode. However, Chen Zong's expression did not change. His eyes were fixed on a spot in front of him. From the moment Yi Jingfeng's sword and figure disappeared, Chen Zong had been able to catch traces of him. It was not a true disappearance, but a special technique that allowed him to blend into the air. Chen Zong himself could feel it. Because of the floating dust particles, Chen Zong's every move was clearly under his perception. In an instant, Yi Jingfeng was in front of him with his sword. This sword would eventually pierce the edge of his left shoulder blade, and Chen Zong knew it very well. He drew his sword and attacked the air in front of him. A sword in all directions, looking down on the world. Unsurprisingly, Yi Jingfeng's sword was hit and blocked. Yi Jingfeng's body also appeared. His face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Yi Jingfeng had never thought that his final trump card would be blocked so easily. Unbelievable. Even the person with the highest level of swordsmanship in the Jinghong sword sect would not be able to block his sword. You won. Yi Jingfeng regained his senses, exhaled, and said. Chen Zong only smiled and did not say anything else. It was normal for him to win. If he had fought with all his strength, he might not have been able to defeat Yi Jingfeng. After all, Yi Jingfeng was older than him, and he was an important core disciple of the Jinghong sword sect. His combat power might be very high. However, in this situation where one's strength was limited and they could only use their swordsmanship to determine who was better, the second level of the Zhaoxian realm was not something that Yi Jingfeng could compare to. Without a doubt, the champion of this year's matchless sword battle is Chen Zong. Unbelievable. Big dark horse, a super dark horse. After Yi Jingfeng lost, all sorts of discussions arose one after another. None of them tried to hide it, but the disciples of the Jinghong sword house had ugly expressions on their faces. In the past matchless sword battles, the champion had always been a disciple of the Jinghong sword sect. As for the second place, sometimes it was a disciple of the Jinghong house, but most of the time, it was the disciples of the Jinghong house. The third place was usually a disciple of the Jinghong sword sect. It could be said that in the top 10, at least 4 or more disciples of the Jinghong sword sect were in the top 10. But this time, there was an exception. Chen Zong defeated Yi Jingfeng. In the eyes of the crowd, Chen Zong was undoubtedly the champion, because no one else could be compared to Chen Zong. The 9th round of battles began in the midst of the crowd's discussions. Chen Zong's opponent was defeated in one strike, while Yi Jingfeng defeated his opponent. After one battle after another, the matchless sword battle came to an end. It ended with an ordinary battle. It was clear who was the champion, the runner-up, and the runner-up. This year's matchless sword battle has come to an end. Now, I will announce the ranking. An elder of the Jinghong sword sect announced loudly. All the discussions quieted down. Even though the crowd already knew the ranking, it was more direct to hear it from an extreme mortal realm warrior. 10th place, Yang Fan of the Jinghong sword sect. Everyone's gaze landed on Yang Fan's face. However, Yang Fan's face was expressionless. Although Xianxia was ranked in the top 10 among the thousands of people, he, who was ranked 10th, had been defeated consecutively. He had not won a single battle in the entire competition. The 10th place was the most embarrassing. It felt like he had given it away. Of course, Yang Fan was not happy, nor did he have any sense of honor. He had lost 9 battles in a row. There was nothing to be happy about. 9th place, Long Changyan of the Jinghong house. Long Changyan's face was bitter. He had defeated Yang Fan with great difficulty. That was his only victory, which was only slightly better than Yang Fan's. There was nothing to be proud of. 8th place, Long Xianwu of the Jinghong house. Compared to the previous competition, the dragon swirling dance had improved by 1 rank. 7th place, Li Shiyun from the Wanluo sect. Compared to the previous year, Li Shiyun was still in the same place. However, Li Shiyun was still brooding over the fact that he was defeated by Chen Zong. This was because a disciple of the Wanluo sect was severely injured by Chen Zong. Chen Zong, you're really good at swordsmanship, but after we leave here. Li Shiyun glanced at Chen Zong with a hint of killing intent. 6th place, Pure Grace Mansion's Long Xuani. Long Xuani's face was not looking too good. In the last matchless sword competition, he was ranked 5th, but this time, he was ranked 6th. 5th place, Graceful Sword Sect's Tang Yan. Tang Yan didn't look too good either because she had taken a step back. The 4th is Qini of the Xuanzhen Palace. There was a smile on Qini's face. He was the 7th in the last session, and this session he was directly promoted to the 4th. the progress is not small. Third place, Li Qinglu of the Eternal Sky Sword Sect. Li Qingliu's face was calm. This was his first time participating in the matchless sword competition, and he was not famous before. Now, he was ranked third, and from then on, he was famous in the graceful sword competition. Second place, Yi Jingfeng of the Graceful Sword Sect. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Jingfeng's face. Without a doubt, Yi Jingfeng had improved by 1 rank compared to the previous competition. However, Yi Jingfeng was not happy at all because at the beginning, he was determined to get first place, but in the end, he only got second place. First place, Chenzong of the Unhindered Sword Sect. When he said the last name, the elder of the Graceful Sword Sect was also a bit emotional. For the first time, the first place of the matchless sword competition was won by someone outside the Graceful Sword Sect. If it was won by someone from the Graceful Sword Sect, it would be reasonable. After all, the Graceful Sword Sect was also very powerful. However, the first place was won by a disciple from one of the 4 lower-ranked sects of the Tianjiang Prefecture, the Unhindered Sword Sect. The Unhindered Sword Sect was one of the weakest-ranked sects in the Tianjiang Prefecture. However, the truth was the truth. Chenzong's sword skills did not rely on any tricks. He defeated his opponents one by one, and even defeated Yi Jingfeng. With his outstanding skills, he took first place. The top 10 will all receive rewards. The rewards for the 4th to the 10th place are the same. Other than receiving one-on-one guidance from any of the 10 extreme mortal stage warriors, they will also receive a 2nd-level pseudo-spiritual sword and 3 real elixir pills. This kind of reward was neither good nor bad, depending on the person. If it was for the top 10, this kind of reward was really nothing. It was just icing on the cake. Only the one-on-one guidance from the extreme mortal stage warriors was more useful. However, for the rest of the people, whether it was the 2nd-level pseudo-spiritual sword or the 3 real elixir pills, they were all very attractive. As for the one-on-one guidance from the extreme mortal stage warriors, it was even more tempting. The reward for the 3rd place is a 2nd-level pseudo-spiritual sword and 10 real elixir pills. In addition, you can become the disciple of any of the 10 extreme mortal stage warriors. A 2nd-level pseudo-spiritual sword was nothing, but 10 real elixir pills were very tempting. However, when the last sentence was said, everyone was stunned. Become the disciple of an extreme mortal stage warrior. One had to know that the extreme mortal stage warriors were warriors who surpassed the extraordinary mortal stage. They would not easily accept disciples. To be accepted as a disciple by an extreme mortal stage warrior meant that they would be able to receive guidance frequently. It was more than 10 times better than just receiving guidance once. Li Qinglu, are you willing to become the disciple of any of the 10 extreme mortal stage warriors? The elder of the Jinghong Sword Sect stared at Li Qinglu and asked. This was not as simple as becoming the disciple of an extreme mortal stage warrior. One had to know that of the 10 extreme mortal stage warriors present, 7 of them were elders of the Jinghong Sword Sect, and 3 of them were from the Jinghong House. Behind them were the Jinghong Sword Sect and the royal family. Becoming their disciple was equivalent to joining them. The protection they would receive would be completely different. Everyone's gaze fell on Li Qingliu's face, waiting for his decision. What path to take? At that moment, Li Qinglu hesitated. After becoming their disciple, there was no doubt that he would have to leave the Eternal Sky Sword Sect and become a disciple of the Jinghong Sword Sect. That would bring him a better cultivation environment, but he would have to leave the Eternal Sky Sword Sect that had helped him cultivate. One was related to his own development, while the other was related to his relationship with the sect. In the end, Li Qingliu's eyes showed a trace of determination. Everyone knew that he had made a decision. I am willing to become the disciple of the 3rd elder. Li Qinglu said with a determined tone. The 3rd elder of the Jinghong Sword Sect was the one who had spoken earlier. Good. After the unparalleled sword battle ends, you can follow me back to the sect for the ceremony. The 3rd elder nodded with satisfaction, his face full of smiles. Without a doubt, Li Qinglu was a very outstanding martial artist. He had a great talent in the sword, and was not inferior to Yi Jingfeng. On the contrary, when they heard Li Qingliu's words, the Eternal Sky Sword Sect disciples' faces darkened. Some of them were even furious. However, it was inevitable that people would want to climb higher. The strength of the Jinghong Sword Sect was not something that the Eternal Sky Sword Sect could compare to. Since Li Qinglu had made his choice, there was no turning back. Yi Jingfeng, your reward is a second-level pseudo-spiritual sword and 10 true alchemy pills. In addition, you will receive guidance from Patriarch Tianhong 3 times. The crowd was even more shocked. Forefather Tianhong was a master of the earthly spirit realm. It was already a dream to be taught by him once, let alone 3 times. This was even more shocking than being accepted as a disciple by a master of the extreme mortal realm. The reason for this reward was because Yi Jingfeng was already a disciple of the Fleeting Sword Sect, and he had a master of the extreme mortal realm. Lastly, the focus was on Chenzong. First place. The rewards for the third and second place were already so shocking. What about the first place? Chenzong was also looking forward to it. What kind of reward would he get? Would he also get 10 true alchemy pills? Chenzong had taken the true alchemy pills before, and the effects were very obvious. It increased his cultivation by a lot. At that time, the founding elder Yuan Lingzi seemed to have spent a lot of effort to get it. However, it was used as a reward in the unparalleled sword battle. It was enough to show that the Jinghong Sword Sect and the imperial family were very powerful. Chenzong, congratulations on getting first place in the unparalleled sword battle. The third elder of the Jinghong Sword Sect said with a complicated tone, your first reward is also a level 2 pseudo-spiritual sword, and your second reward is also 10 true alchemy pills. These 2 rewards were the same as Yi Jingfeng and Li Qingliu's. The level 2 pseudo-spiritual sword did not matter to Chenzong, but the 10 true alchemy pills could increase his cultivation. Other than these 2 rewards, there should be other rewards that were better than Li Qingliu's and Yi Jingfeng's. Everyone's eyes were focused on the third elder of the Jinghong Sword Sect, waiting for him to speak. However, the third elder did not speak, which shocked everyone. Could it be that there were no more rewards? This did not make sense. Chenzong. At this moment, Patriarch Tianhong opened his mouth, and everyone's eyes shifted to him. Are you willing to be my disciple? As Patriarch Tianhong's words fell, it was as if a bolt from the blue had struck their heads. Everyone was stunned. An earthly spirit realm master actually took the initiative to accept a disciple. Unbelievable, Yi Jingfeng's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of shock. As one of the most important disciples of the Jinghong Sword Sect, he knew very well that the 2 earthly spirit realm ancestors had not accepted a disciple for hundreds of years, because there were not many who could catch their eye. Even the current number 1 disciple of the Jinghong Sword Sect was not qualified. For a moment, countless shocked gazes fell on Chenzong's face. To be honest, it was impossible for Chenzong not to be moved. Senior, if I become your disciple, will I have to leave the unparalleled sword sect? Chenzong's rationality suppressed his impulse, and he asked. Of course. Without waiting for Patriarch Tianhong's reply, the third elder of the Jinghong Sword Sect directly replied, the Jinghong Sword Sect is many times better than the unparalleled sword sect in terms of resources and heritage. If you become our disciple, you will receive the most important training in the Jinghong Sword Sect. Hearing this, Chenzong fell silent. Leave the unparalleled sword sect? When Chenzong opened his mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. What he meant was that he was rejecting Forefather Tianhong's invitation to take him as a disciple. Immediately, many people wanted to personally break open Chenzong's head and dig out his brain to see what he was thinking. Especially Li Qinglu, his eyes shot out a cold light that was like a sharp sword that wanted to tear Chenzong apart. He made the choice to leave the sect for his future. In a sense, he didn't care about friendship and was a bit ungrateful. However, this wasn't a special case in the world of cultivators. Many people would make the same choice and it was a common occurrence. However, Chenzong's choice was the opposite. Especially when Chenzong rejected the invitation of an earth spirit realm expert to take him as a disciple. This difference made Li Qinglu feel ashamed for a moment and a wisp of killing intent grew in his heart. Because Chenzong's actions undoubtedly showed that he valued friendship and righteousness. This kind of person was often more likable. Your thinking is a bit off. Forefather Tianhong actually spoke again with a smile on his face. This was very shocking. One had to know that Forefather Tianhong was an earth spirit realm expert. It was already very unusual for him to take the initiative to take Chenzong as a disciple. After being rejected, he actually spoke again. Just how much did he value Qianzong? The startling sword sect is stronger than the reigning sword sect. If you become a disciple of the startling sword sect and become my disciple, you will be able to cultivate better and become stronger. In the future, you will be able to help the reigning sword sect with your strength and repay the favor. One had to admit that Forefather Tianhong's words made sense and everyone agreed with him. Once again, I would like to thank you for your appreciation and kindness. What you said is also very reasonable. However, my father has taught me the principle of repaying favors since I was young. If I leave the reigning sword sect just like this, I won't be happy. Qianzong said tactfully at first, then his tone became incomparably firm. I believe that practicing the sword is like training the heart. If the heart is not happy, the sword will not be straight. The second rejection, under the circumstances that Forefather Tianhong took the initiative to explain, struck everyone's minds like thunder. If the heart is not happy, the sword will not be straight. Forefather Tianhong muttered in a low voice. After a smile flashed across his face, he didn't speak again. It was true that he valued Qianzong very much. That was why he took the initiative to take him in as a disciple. He wasn't angry after being rejected, he admired Qianzong because he valued friendship. Such a disciple was even better. That was why ancestor Tianhong explained once more and was even more determined to take Qianzong as his disciple. However, Qianzong's reply made Patriarch Tianhong fall silent. He could feel the determination in Qianzong's reply. It was an unshakable determination. Practicing the sword was like refining the heart. If the heart was not in order, the sword would not be straight. Was this something a true martial realm martial artist could say? In his heart, he was even more eager to take Qianzong in as a disciple. However, Forefather Tianhong didn't like to force others to do things. He didn't hate Qianzong because of this and wanted to take revenge on Qianzong. He only felt that it was a pity. Speaking of which, Forefather Tianhong had lived for hundreds of years and was an earth spirit realm expert. He was knowledgeable and experienced. He wasn't narrow-minded and wouldn't hate a junior because of this. Qianzong, since you're unwilling to leave the unhindered sword sect because of old ties, then you can take me as your master. There's no need to leave the unhindered sword sect. Suddenly, Marquis Longjing spoke with a smile on his face. Everyone was dumbfounded again. Forefather Tianhong had taken the initiative to take Qianzong in as a disciple. After Qianzong had refused twice, everyone thought it would anger Forefather Tianhong. They didn't expect that. Forefather Tianhong wouldn't care at all. They all thought that the matter was over and were secretly laughing at Qianzong's stupidity when Marquis Longjing suddenly spoke. Marquis Longjing's intention was the same as Forefather Tianhong's. He also wanted to take Qianzong as a disciple. It was inconceivable. Just what kind of charm did Qianzong have to make two Earth Spirit Realm cultivators take the initiative to take him as a disciple? One had to know that these two Earth Spirit Realm cultivators weren't loners, and had extremely high statuses. There were countless benefits to being taken as a disciple. Moreover, Qianzong's reason for rejecting Forefather Tianhong's offer was that he didn't want to leave the unhindered sword sect. It was understandable that he valued relationships. However, Marquis Longjing didn't need to leave the unhindered sword sect if he wanted to take a disciple. It was obviously more suitable for Qianzong. Then how should Qianzong respond? He should agree. Everyone's gaze fell on Qianzong's face, waiting for his response. Qianzong himself was also very surprised. He didn't need to leave the unhindered sword sect and could take an Earth Spirit Realm expert as his master. It was undoubtedly excellent. He was also very moved. It was certain that he had talent, but if he could receive guidance from stronger experts and enjoy better resources, it would undoubtedly shorten his growth time and catch up with more people, or even surpass them. Cultivation was a race against time. There was a huge difference between being a step earlier and a step later. Senior, if I take you as my master, do I need to change my surname? Qianzong didn't agree impulsively, but asked instead. You must. Marquis Longjing's answer was resolute and decisive. If you changed your surname to Long, you would become a collateral disciple of the imperial family. You would be branded as a member of the imperial family and serve the imperial family. Otherwise, why would they train you? It was a very simple principle. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. However, my body, hair, and hands are my parents', so is my surname. Chenzong rejected again. If he wanted to change his surname to Long, Chenzong wouldn't have become a disciple of the Unhindered Sword sect. Instead, he would have chosen to join the imperial family. After all, the imperial family was an upper-ranked sect. Its foundation was many times stronger than the Unhindered Sword sect. Being rejected by Chenzong, everyone was stunned once again. First, he didn't leave the Unhindered Sword sect, then he didn't change his surname. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. They were crazy with jealousy. Marquis Longjing's face froze when he heard this. He immediately smiled and didn't say anything. However, the imperial family disciples looked at Chenzong with hidden anger. They felt that this person was very tactless. The town monarch didn't speak. Although he could see that Chenzong's sword technique had reached the divine profound realm, this wasn't enough to attract his attention. Experts of the profound heaven realm were usually not young. It was normal for them to be more than 1,000 years old. The town monarch had lived for more than 1,000 years. He was very experienced. Chenzong, since you have rejected me twice, I will give you another reward. Ancestor Tianhong spoke again. His words shocked everyone. Chenzong was the same. He thought that the reward was gone. What reward do you want? This was Chenzong's request. They were all crazy with jealousy. The disciples of the Unhindered Sword sect were even more shocked. They couldn't understand why the ancestor would do this. May I ask? However, Chenzong was also a little hesitant. This was because the reason he had participated in the unparalleled sword battle was not only to spar with different sword art experts, but also for the rewards. There was also a very important point. I wonder if I can comprehend the fleeting sword wall once. As soon as Chenzong spoke, the disciples of the fleeting sword sect exploded. The 7 elders of the extreme mortal realm were also shocked. Even the grand ancestor Tianhong was shocked. Unparalleled sword wall. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to comprehend the unparalleled sword wall? The disciples of the Jinghong sword sect were all cursing and scolding Chenzong. Yi Jingfeng was also furious. Although the extreme mortal realm elders didn't say anything, they were definitely unhappy. Do you know what the unparalleled sword wall means to the unparalleled sword sect? Ancestor Tianhong asked. I don't know. Chenzong answered honestly. I only heard that the unparalleled sword wall is full of mysteries of the way of the sword. I am determined to cultivate the way of the sword, so I wanted to take a look. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. The unparalleled sword wall is our sect's treasure. Those who don't have great contributions or great opportunities are not allowed to comprehend it. Ancestor Tianhong spoke again. Forgive me for my rudeness, Chenzong said with relief. It was good to be able to comprehend the unparalleled sword wall, but since the unparalleled sword wall was so important, and Chenzong wasn't a disciple of the unparalleled sword sect, he couldn't make this an example. Moreover, Chenzong had rejected Ancestor Tianhong's invitation twice. Ancestor Tianhong didn't say that as long as Chenzong was willing to be his disciple, he could comprehend the unparalleled sword wall. In the end, Chenzong's reward was a level 2 pseudo-spiritual sword and a bottle of qi refining elixir. This reward was much worse than Yi Jingfeng and Li Qingliu's, but it couldn't be helped. Chenzong had rejected it himself. This rejection made Chenzong's name widely known. Most people remembered him, but most of them mocked him and thought he was stupid. After the unparalleled sword battle ended, the pseudo-spiritual sword and qi refining elixir were distributed. The Zhen King left first, followed by Ancestor Tianhong and Marquis Longjing. Then, the 10 extreme mortal stage fighters left. After these powerhouses left, Chenzong became the target of public criticism all at once. The Zongjing sword son, huh? Very good, very bold. A disciple of the unparalleled sword house sneered at Chenzong. If your heart isn't happy, your sword won't be straight. If you can't even hold a sword, how can you talk about your heart being happy? A disciple of the unparalleled sword sect said in a threatening tone. You actually want to comprehend the unparalleled sword wall. Who do you think you are? In an instant, all kinds of words and threats were directed at Chenzong. Murderous intent shuttled back and forth. Chen Zong's expression didn't change. No matter how many people mocked and threatened him, he didn't waver. He also didn't plan to stay. Instead, he quickly turned and left. He used his movement technique and quickly followed the chain to the top of the Flying Goose Mountain. Then, he quickly went down the mountain. Senior brother, if I don't teach him a lesson, I won't be able to calm down. A disciple of the unparalleled sword sect, Ling Feihui, said sternly. Then go. Yi Jingfeng's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. The unparalleled sword battle limited one's cultivation base, so Ling Feihui wasn't Chen Zong's opponent. But after all the restrictions were removed, the sword technique realm wasn't the only standard to determine one's strength. Instead, it was a combination of all aspects. This meant that Ling Feihui's combat strength was as high as the peak of the 3-star level. On the other side, a few disciples of the unparalleled sword house were also getting restless. Chen Zong actually dared to reject the house master's invitation to take him in as a disciple. His reason was that he didn't want to change his surname. Was he looking down on the surname Long? Bitter 6 paths, last night at the class reunion drinking, today he had a fever. Chen Zong also knew that when he rejected the invitation of Grandmaster Tianhong and the master of Jinghong Mansion, it would cause him some trouble. It was within his expectations. He also knew that when he failed to comprehend the Jinghong sword wall, it would also bring him some trouble. No normal person was willing to take the initiative to cause trouble. Chen Zong was also unwilling. However, sometimes it was not enough to cause trouble. He had to do it. If he did, it would cause trouble. You are not my opponent, Chen Zong looked at Ling Fei Arc who was blocking in front of him and said calmly. Do you think that you are stronger than me just because you defeated me in the unparalleled sword battle? Ling Fei Arc was stunned at first, then he sneered, I will make you pay for your rudeness. As soon as his voice fell, the cold sword light pierced through the air, like a white shadow, and stabbed in the blink of an eye. Ling Fei Arc's cultivation was not restricted in any way, and the sword was also his best second-stage pseudo-spiritual weapon, so Ling Fei Arc's strength was fully displayed. No one stood up for Chen Zong. They all felt that Chen Zong was too stupid. He did not know how to grasp the opportunity and ended up in this situation. Instead, they looked like they were watching a show. No, it could not be said that no one wanted to stand up for Chen Zong. Qini was about to rush out, but his arm was pulled by Lin Fu. Brother Qin, you can't go, Lin Fu said hurriedly. Sister Fu, let go. Qini's expression was a bit cold. Qini, you better not move. The cold words came into his ears, with a bit of threat. At the same time, an invisible blade fell on Qini's body, locking him. It was Yi Jingfeng. Qini was a disciple of the Xianxia Palace. His combat power was not low at all. If he made a move, he could provide Chen Zong with a lot of help. Yi Jingfeng, don't go too far. Qini said coldly. His eyes contained a fierce sharpness, and a tyrannical aura rose from his body. It was like an extremely sharp sword hanging in the air, ready to chop down. Yi Jingfeng also exuded a tyrannical qi. It was very sharp, but like his sword, it was traceless and hard to grasp. The moment the two of them confronted each other, the outcome of the battle between Ling Arc and Chen Zong was decided. Even though a 3-star battle prowess was strong, it was still a far cry from a 4-star advanced stage. Chen Zong didn't even draw his sword. With a flash, he dodged Ling Fei Arc's sword, and then the tip of his sword struck Ling Fei Arc's abdomen. A powerful force rushed into Ling Fei Arc's body, causing Ling Fei Arc's face to distort and turn pale. He felt as if his internal organs were being bombarded by a powerful force, instantly collapsing into a ball, and his strength dissipated. He fell to the ground without any resistance, curling up like a shrimp. Chen Zong didn't kill Ling Fei Arc either. He just made him lose his ability to fight for a while. Otherwise, if he killed Ling Feihe here, it would be tantamount to falling out with the startling sword sect, which would be extremely disadvantageous for him. The moment Flying Arc fell to the ground, Qini was stunned. Yi Jingfeng was also stunned. The other people who were watching the fun were all stunned. Unbelievable, one move, without even drawing his sword, defeated Ling Fei Arc. This was definitely a 4-star battle prowess. You have some skills. Yi Jingfeng's eyes flashed, but he didn't plan to do it himself. Chen Zong wasn't stupid. After knocking Ling Fei Arc to the ground, he immediately used his movement technique and rushed down the mountain. He used the sweeping all directions movement technique to the extreme, and even activated the power of the pseudo-spiritual combat shoes, which increased his speed by a lot. He was as fast as lightning, shockingly fast. Chase. The moment Ling Fei Arc was knocked down, everyone was surprised and slowed down for a moment. This gave Chen Zong the opportunity to react quickly, and one by one, they chased after him. There were disciples of the Startling Sword sect, disciples of the Startling Sword House, and onlookers. Chen Zong's battle prowess was at the late 4-star level, but his speed wasn't slow at all. In fact, he was even faster than most of the late 4-star level. With the support of the pseudo-spiritual combat shoes, he was able to surpass the peak 4-star level. Yi Jingfeng and Qini were also surprised by Chen Zong's speed. This speed was not much different from their full speed. Yi Jingfeng didn't care about the confrontation. His body flashed, and like a traceless wind, he quickly chased after Chen Zong. Qini's arm swayed, and he left Lin Fu's palm. He also quickly chased after Chen Zong. Brother Qin. Lin Fu stomped her foot and quickly chased after Qini. In the true force realm, 5-star level was relatively rare, especially among the younger generation. Even Yi Jingfeng and Qini couldn't reach the 5-star level. Chen Zong's speed was comparable to most of the peak 4-star level. It was impossible to catch up with him in a short time. Not long after, Chen Zong rushed down the Feihong mountain. He didn't stop at all and quickly went far away. First, he left this place and got away safely. Then, he would find a place to refine the 10 true alchemy pills and further improve his cultivation. While he was thinking, a murderous aura quickly swept over. The cold sword light pierced through the air and stabbed from the left. It was different from Ling Fei's sword. It was merciless. The dust in the air emitted a cold murderous aura. As it floated, it rushed toward the left side of Chen Zong's head. Chen Zong clearly felt a cold sword tip piercing toward the center of his left head. In the next breath, it would break through and pierce into his brain. The cold aura of the sword would mince his brain and scatter his soul. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong instinctively knew how to deal with the cold murderous intent the moment he felt it. In an instant, Chen Zong's body turned nimbly. Not only did he avoid the opponent's sword, but he also unsheathed the sword in his right hand and counterattacked. It was decisive, swift, and unexpected. Not only did the attacker's sword miss, but he also had to face Chen Zong's counterattack. The pressure contained in the sword made him feel like he couldn't dodge or move. It was as if thousands of invisible sword auras were attacking his body from all directions, riddling him with holes. This sword couldn't be dodged, let alone blocked. At this critical moment, another cold sword light suddenly shot down from the sky. It carried a shocking aura as it surged through the sky like a myriad of thunderbolts. It emitted waves of terrifying rumbles, like a mountain flood bursting through a dam, like the stampede of a myriad of elephants. Without looking with his eyes, Chen Zong was sure who had attacked from the aura of the sword technique. The Wanxiang sword, Li Shiyun, then, the other person was most likely a disciple of the Wanluo sect. Thinking about it, a figure appeared in Chen Zong's mind. It was the Wanluo sect disciple who was injured by him in the unparalleled sword battle. It turned out that these two people had come down the mountain to ambush him. Without the restriction of strength in the arena, Li Shiyun's strength was undoubtedly very strong. He had reached the late 4-star level. The sword that shot down from the sky brought a lot of pressure to Chen Zong. He felt his scalp go numb, as if his entire body was going to be destroyed from the head down. The sword in his left hand that was hidden in the scabbard was unsheathed. The sword broke through the air and shot upward. It was as if the two of them had attacked at the same time. The sword in his right hand didn't stop at all. The violent and ear-piercing sound of metal clashing caused countless sound waves to spread in all directions. Wherever the sound waves passed, the air was as heavy as water. A layer of the ground was scraped up, and sword marks quickly spread out. The sword in his right hand pierced through the throat of the Wanluo sect disciple without any surprise. The terrifying sword aura surged and directly destroyed the opponent's brain, causing his soul to scatter. Chen Zong usually wouldn't show mercy to people who wanted to kill him. Moreover, this place was quite far from the Wanluo sect. How dare you kill a disciple of my sect? Dying 10 times won't be enough for you. Li Shiyun was furious. His murderous intent was like a tidal wave. He shot out one sword after another. The Wanxiang sword broke through the air and bombarded. It was like a huge destructive thunderbolt that could destroy heaven and earth. Chen Zong didn't dodge at all. He crossed his two swords and faced the thousands of thunderbolt sword lights that shot down from the sky. The 35th move of the horizontal sword technique, kill, the stronger the opponent, the stronger Chen Zong was. Without the suppression of the unparalleled sword battle arena, he was able to fully unleash his tyrannical strength. The pure, sharp, and tyrannical true power of the horizontal sword technique and the physical strength of 90,000 pounds. There was no one in sight, but countless sword lights collided in the air, bursting out countless sparks. The sword aura surged in the sky and wreaked havoc in all directions. Once he attacked, Chen Zong didn't hold back at all. No matter if it was his physical strength or the realm of his sword art, he used everything to the extreme. He was able to find the flaws in his opponent's sword art and break down Li Shiyun's sword art again and again. Without giving his opponent any chance, Chen Zong immediately put his sword back into the scabbard. A star sword appeared in his right hand. His power was activated. His sword finger sliced across the body of the other sword, and all of his power was poured into it. A dot of cold light condensed at the tip of the sword. Secret sword. Point star, Wanxiang sword. Li Shiyun was one of the most important core disciples of the Wanluo sect. His battling power was as high as late stage 4 star. He might have some life-saving trump cards. If Chen Zong let him use them, it wouldn't do him any good. Chen Zong didn't want to let him escape. Once the point star secret sword was performed, all of Li Shiyun's hair stood up. He felt like he was being pierced through. Life and death were only a split second. His battling power was similar to Chen Zong's, but there was a huge gap between their sword art realms. Under the suppression of the realms, his power couldn't be fully utilized. The last sword attack was like a dark blue star that sliced across the sky. That was the last thing Li Shiyun saw. This sword attack was too sudden, too fast, too fierce, too unstoppable. It was not that Li Shiyun was weak, but that Chen Zong was too powerful. His forehead was pierced through by this sword attack. His soul was scattered, and his body fell from the sky. Chen Zong quickly took out the pure chi pellet and consumed it to recover his true power. Then, he skillfully collected the mustard seed pouches of Li Shiyun and the other Wanluo sect disciple into his void ring. Using his movement technique, he quickly left. Just as Chen Zong performed his body art to leave, 2 figures also arrived like an invisible wind. They were Yi Jingfeng and Qi Ni. Both of them had witnessed the process of Chen Zong killing the 2 disciples of the Wanluo sect. Both of them were a bit shocked. From this point, they could see that Chen Zong was a decisive person. It was best not to be enemies with this kind of person. After all, his sword art realm was very high. His cultivation was only at the late stage of the 8th level of the true martial realm, but his battling power was at the 4-star level. His future achievements would be amazing. Yi Jingfeng, if you don't want to provoke an enemy that you can't fight against in the future, it's better to stop now. Qi Ni said bluntly. Yi Jingfeng snorted coldly. He didn't refute, but he didn't chase after Chen Zong either. Instead, he stopped the other disciples of the Jinghong sword sect and gave up just like that. It was very confusing, but Yi Jingfeng didn't explain anything. Go after him. We can't let him escape. How dare he look down on the imperial family? We can't let him go. The disciples of the House of Pure Grace gave chase one by one. However, they were not as strong as Chen Zong, and their speed was much slower than Chen Zong's. The more they chased, the further Chen Zong went. In the end, they failed to catch up. Chen Zong's endurance was amazing. The pursuers had to stop to rest when they exhausted their strength, but he didn't need to. After half a day, Chen Zong was already far away from the Feihong mountain. In order to prevent his tracks from being exposed, Chen Zong directly broke into a mountain and used the complicated terrain of the mountain to cover his tracks. After going hundreds of miles deep into the mountain, Chen Zong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he felt his hair stand on end. His hands landed on the hilts of the 2 swords at his waist as fast as he could. His eyes narrowed, and a terrifying cold light condensed in them. Just dozens of meters ahead, on the branch of a small tree that was only a few meters tall, stood a figure in a purple robe. This person had his hands behind his back, and his back was facing Qianzong. His body was as light as a feather. When the wind blew, the branches swayed up and down, and his whole body seemed to have merged with a small tree. He turned around and landed lightly on the ground, just like a leaf being blown away by the wind. It was so natural, like moving clouds and flowing water. This was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a warm smile on his face, and the crow's feet at the corner of his eyes were very obvious. The eyes of the middle-aged man in purple were deep and calm, like an unfathomable abyss. They fell on Qianzong, as if he wanted to see through Qianzong. However, the more he looked, the more surprised he became. "Young friend, don't be nervous. I don't mean any harm." Suppressing the surprise in his heart, the middle-aged man in purple withdrew his gaze. The smile on his face became more obvious, and he spoke in a gentle tone. "Then what can I do for you?" Qianzong did not let down his guard because of this. Who knew if the other party did this on purpose to make him relax? "I really don't mean any harm." The purple-robed middle-aged man naturally noticed Qianzong's vigilance, but he didn't think it was too much. It was normal. If he wasn't vigilant enough, he might have died already. "My name is Zishan. I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a rogue cultivator. I'm just curious about you." A rogue cultivator? Qianzong couldn't help but be a little surprised. It could be seen that Zishan was still in the true martial realm, but he was able to make him feel threatened. This meant that Zishan's combat power was very strong, maybe even surpassing the 4-star level. This middle-aged man was probably not young. He should be in his 40s or 50s. Some martial artists had fortuitous encounters, and their battle prowess would rise to a very high level. However, their potential would be exhausted, and it would be very difficult for them to grow any further. "Since you're still worried, I won't disturb you any further. Let's talk again next time." While speaking, Zishan cupped his hands at Qianzong. His body lightly jumped up, and the tip of his foot touched the branch. The branch seemed to be full of tenacity and amazing elasticity. It pressed down and then bounced up again. It flew up into the sky and turned into a purple light. In the blink of an eye, it was far away from Qianzong. When the figure turned into a small dot, there was a shocking roar in the sky, and invisible ripples spread out. Qianzong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party had really left. If Zishan wanted to deal with him, it would be very troublesome, and he would have to use the Red Thunder Sword. Thinking of this, Qianzong increasingly felt that his strength was not enough, and he had too few trump cards. However, there was nothing he could do. Compared to other geniuses, his background, time, and resources were not small. "Let's find a place to refine 10 true refining pills." Qianzong's eyes flashed, and he once again used his movement technique to move forward. He didn't know how much 10 true refining pills would increase his cultivation level. The mountain area was vast, and Qianzong only stopped after 1,000 li. He directly killed an 8th-level monster overlord and occupied the lair. After cleaning up a little and getting rid of the unpleasant stench inside, Qianzong sealed the entrance of the lair and began a short period of closed-door cultivation. While Qianzong was in closed-door cultivation, the outside world was abuzz because of him. The Peerless Sword competition was a grand event that happened once every 3 years in the House of Pure Grace. Therefore, those who performed amazingly in the Peerless Sword competition would often become the center of discussion for a period of time. Qianzong had surpassed all the previous competitions. Not only was it because he was the first person to win first place in the Peerless Sword competition outside of the House of Pure Grace, breaking the previous record, but it was also because he had twice rejected the invitation of the House of Pure Grace's Earth Spirit Realm expert, Forefather Tianhong, as well as the invitation of the Imperial family's Earth Spirit Realm expert, Marquis Longjing. Other than that, there were other things. For example, he had overestimated himself and asked to comprehend the Pure Grace Sword Wall. For example, he had killed 2 disciples of the House of Wanluo, and one of them was Li Shiyun. No matter which one it was enough to push Qianzong into the limelight. For a time, Qianzong's name spread throughout the House of Pure Grace and House of Wanluo. Even the Xuanzhen house had heard of him. The evil Luo list has been updated. Chen Zong from the House of Unhindered Sword has been added to the evil Luo list. He is ranked 12th, and his battle strength is between the late and peak of the 4-star realm. He might be able to increase his battle strength in a short period of time. It is recommended that he is at least at the peak of the 4-star realm. It is best if he is at the 5-star realm. 800. If it weren't for my lack of strength, I would definitely hunt him down. The evil Luo list was a list of criminals led by the House of Wan Luo. It recorded the people who had caused losses to the House of Wan Luo, and almost every one of them was extremely vicious. Chen Zong had killed 2 disciples of the House of Wan Luo, but it was not a big deal. The problem was Li Shiyun, the House of Wan Luo. Li Shiyun was very talented, and he was one of the best among the core disciples of the House of Wan Luo. In addition, his status was not low either. He was the personal disciple of an extreme mortal realm elder in the House of Wan Luo. The elder of the House of Wan Luo was grieving over the death of his disciple. At the same time, he was filled with killing intent toward Chen Zong. However, due to some reasons, he could not leave the sect to hunt down Chen Zong personally. Therefore, he added Chen Zong to the evil Luo list and asked the stronger disciples in the sect to hunt him down. If the disciples in the sect were unable to kill Chen Zong, he would have to do it himself. Of course, even if he had to do it himself, he could not do it openly. He had to do it secretly, because the Longtu dynasty had already included the protection of geniuses in the law. In the House of Wan Luo, many disciples were envious of the 800 sect contribution points. It was not easy to obtain the sect contribution points in the House of Wan Luo. 800 was a relatively large number. It was enough to exchange for a complete heaven-level martial art. Not to mention the normal core disciples, even the top 5 core disciples were very tempted. Chen Zong. In a pitch-black cave, 2 red lights suddenly lit up. They were like meteors streaking across the darkness. Shortly after, a figure rushed out of the pitch-black cave and appeared outside the cave. It was the Underworld Raven. The Underworld Raven stared ahead. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the void. He did not hide his gloomy and cold aura at all. His killing intent was even stronger than before. Late 4-star to peak 4-star battle strength. This ant has grown quite fast. 800 sect contribution points. I just happen to need it. After saying that, the Underworld Raven stretched its body in the air and flew down the mountain like a black crow of death that had flown out from hell. However, the number 1 and number 2 core disciples of the 10,000 sifting sect did not make a move because they were not in the 10,000 sifting sect right now. Otherwise, they would probably be tempted by the 800 contribution points and make a move. First place in the matchless sword battle. Unexpected, unexpected. In the House of Unhindered Sword, the House of Unhindered Sword was very excited. The 4 elders were also very excited. They had lived for tens or hundreds of years. Naturally, they knew the meaning of the matchless sword battle. In the past, the House of Jinghong had always been the champion. They did not expect that this time, the first place would be taken by someone else. It was the disciple of the House of Unhindered Sword, Chen Zong. It could be said that the matchless sword battle had made Chen Zong famous in the House of Jinghong. It had also strengthened the reputation of the House of Unhindered Sword. It was very obvious that the reputation of the House of Unhindered Sword had completely suppressed the other 3 sects in the Tianjiang house. As long as one walked out of the Tianjiang house, one would hear discussions about Chen Zong and the House of Unhindered Sword. The House of Unhindered Sword was naturally very happy and excited. It could be said that Lin Yuya was the most prestigious disciple in the House of Unhindered Sword. But now, it was Chen Zong. Because what Chen Zong had done was something that Lin Yuya could not do. First place in the matchless sword battle, suspected to be a late-stage 4-star. Chen Zong, Chen Shidi, I won't lose to you. Lin Yuya thought to himself. He went into seclusion to cultivate the 37th level of the Unhindered Sword battle. His cultivation had reached the limit of LV9 true martial realm, and his combat strength had reached the mid-stage 4-star. Under normal circumstances, there was no room for further improvement unless he broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. However, the Unhindered Sword true force that Chen Zong had given to the sect gave Lin Yuya hope to continue to improve. Since the unhindered sword true force was so precious, of course, the news would not be leaked. However, Lin Yuya was Lin Yuya's son and the eldest disciple of the sect. His loyalty and contribution to the House of Unhindered Sword was obvious to all. Naturally, he was qualified to know and cultivate this technique. The unhindered sword true force had 4 levels, and Lin Yuya had only been taught the 37th level. However, the 37th level was much more profound than the 36th level. With Lin Yuya's talent, he had been cultivating it for more than a month, but he still had not completely mastered it. However, with the initial mastery, his unhindered sword true force had become purer and more powerful. After all, the first 36 levels of the unhindered sword art were heaven grade, but the last 4 levels were heaven grade. There was a considerable gap between the two. When I master the 37th level of the unhindered sword art and the 37th level of the unhindered sword art, my combat strength might even approach the late stage 4-star. Lin Yuya thought to himself. He was full of expectations. Tianjiang Prefecture. Truyang Sect. Truyang Hall. With a fiery red color as the main theme, the hall was made from red flame steel stones mined near volcanoes and emitted waves of heat. Normal cultivators would feel uncomfortable in such a place, but for the Truyang sect cultivators, it was a form of enjoyment. It could imperceptibly influence their strength and make it purer. Of course, the effect was minimal. Within the Truyang Hall, the head of the Truyang sect sat at the head of the table, while the elders sat on either side of him with serious expressions. The atmosphere within the hall was tense and solemn. This was because they'd all heard a piece of news regarding Chen Zong. Because of Chen Zong, Gu Yaoyang had fallen from genius to mediocrity and was shrouded in shadows, making it difficult for him to improve. To the Truyang sect, Chen Zong could be considered an enemy. Gu Zhiyang didn't tell the sect master and elders that Chen Zong had been killed by his minor Truyang exploding bomb. Otherwise, the sect master and elders would have been even more shocked. Late 4th-star battle strength. Chen Zong's growth is too fast. If this continues, it'll affect our Truyang sect too much. The 3rd elder said gravely. Let's do it. The 4th elder was even more direct. I agree. The 2nd elder also said. The 3 elders' gazes all fell on the 1st elder. Sect head, let's do it and prevent future trouble. The 1st elder opened his tightly shut eyes, flames burning within them. Do it. The head of the Truyang sect finally said. However, they wouldn't do it themselves. It would be too obvious and directly violate the laws of the dynasty. It would be very disadvantageous. However, they'd cultivated a few people in the dark. Apart from a few within the sect, no one else would know of their existence. Moreover, these people were all wandering cultivators and wouldn't be implicated in the Truyang sect's affairs. Gu Jiang was flabbergasted when he heard the news. Wasn't Chen Zong supposed to have died from the explosion of the minor Truyang bomb? How could he participate in the peerless sword battle of the Pure Grace House and win first place? Gu Jiang was even more shocked and envious that 2 Earth Spirit Realm cultivators had taken the initiative to accept him as a disciple. It's good that you refused. Gu Jiang's eyes blazed with red light. You were lucky enough to escape death last time. Next time, you will definitely die. Chen Zong didn't know that he had attracted the attention of so many parties. He was refining the true qi pill in the beast's lair. The medicinal power of the refined Zhendan was boundless and pure, which was of great benefit to the cultivation of a true martial realm martial artist. However, Chen Zong's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 8th level of the true martial realm, and his true power was much purer than that of an ordinary peak 9th level of the true martial realm, so the effect of each refined Zhendan was very limited. Pure and unrestrained true power surged within his body, causing his 8th true meridian to become wider and stronger. A tyrannical aura surrounded his entire body. It was like a formless sword qi slicing through the surroundings, giving off a sharp and domineering sound. The spacious beast's lair was filled with a tyrannical pressure. This pressure was enough to make an ordinary 8th level beast crawl on the ground. Then, the aura suddenly contracted and expanded. The instant it exploded, it charged out like a formless storm of sword qi. As it sliced through the hard ground, it left behind sword marks. Chen Zong's surroundings were repelled into a vacuum. Then, countless streams of air flowed backwards, filling up the vacuum around him like a whirlpool. The tyrannical aura was also restrained. Shenzong opened his eyes. A dazzling light flashed through his eyes. The aura he exhaled was as sharp as a sword qi, blasting a hole the size of a human head into the wall in front of him. This was a terrifying power that was enough to kill a 7th-level beast. "I've finally reached the peak of the 8th level," Shenzong said to himself softly. Cultivation was currently the shortcoming that limited his strength. Every time he advanced a small level, after mastering it completely, his combat strength would increase significantly. Shenzong consumed 5 true elixirs to improve his cultivation from the late stage of the 8th level of the true martial realm to the peak of the 8th level of the true martial realm and stabilize it. Even his art of traversing also improved from the 35th level to the 36th level. Getting up, Shenzong pulled out his sword and began to practice the traversing sword art. Soon, he displayed the 36th move of the traversing sword art. A more tyrannical and sharp sword light broke through the air and cut open the hard ground. It spread infinitely through the cave walls and ceiling, spreading directly to the entrance of the cave. It was as if this lair of the overlord of the 8th-level beasts was divided into 2. Such power, however, was only displayed casually by Shenzong. He did not use his full strength. After mastering the 36th move of the traversing sword art, Shenzong returned to his original place and sat down again to continue practicing. There are 5 true elixirs left. I wonder if they can help me break through to the 9th level of the true martial realm. Thinking to himself, Shenzong took out the last 5 true elixirs and swallowed them all in one go. The efficacy of the true elixirs was pure and majestic. Normal warriors in the true martial realm would take them one by one during their practice. Even warriors in the 9th level of the true martial realm did so. Shenzong had done so before. However, as his cultivation improved, so did his body refining cultivation. Shenzong had tried to take 2 true elixirs together during his practice. After that, he could take 3 true elixirs together. It was more than enough. Moreover, the effect was better than taking 1 true elixir alone. Now, he directly took 5 true elixirs together to see if he could use this majestic power to improve his cultivation from the peak of the 8th level to the early stage of the 9th level. Within his tyrannical body, the pure and overbearing efficacy of the true elixir crazily attacked. Wherever it passed, there was a feeling of destruction. If Shenzong's body was not tyrannical, his body would have already exploded. Even so, Shenzong still felt the pressure. It was a kind of pressure that made his body feel like it was about to explode. In other words, taking 5 true elixirs at the same time was the limit of what he could bear. The 36th level of the traversing sword art was activated to the extreme. The tyrannical traversing true force operated and quickly refined the majestic efficacy of the true elixirs. Shenzong's body trembled unconsciously. Waves of tyrannical aura spread out along with the operation of the cultivation method. The air was like waves of water, and the terrible power even scraped up a layer of the ground around him. Time flew. Gradually, the tyrannical aura on Shenzong's body weakened. When the aura completely calmed down, Shenzong opened his eyes at the right time. However, there was a bit of regret in his eyes. Just a little bit more, and his cultivation could have broken through to the early stage of LV9 genuine martial realm. The gap between the first 36 levels of the traversing sword art and the last 4 levels is more obvious, but it is also more difficult to improve. However, if I can master it, my strength will increase significantly. Shenzong estimated that when his cultivation reached the peak of LV8 genuine martial realm and mastered the 36th level of the traversing sword art, his combat strength should reach the peak of the 4-star level. However, when his cultivation reached the peak of LV8 genuine martial realm, the increase in his combat strength was not so obvious. Therefore, his combat strength could not reach the peak of the 4-star level. Let's go into seclusion for a few more days and see if I can break through the bottleneck. Shenzong closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Shenzong's cultivation still did not break through. Although Shenzong could feel that there was only a thin membrane between the peak of LV8 genuine martial realm and the early stage of LV9 genuine martial realm, this membrane was extremely hard and difficult to break. This also meant that breaking through this layer of membrane would bring him even greater benefits. Zhong also had a feeling that even if he continued to cultivate, it would not be so easy to break through the bottleneck. It would probably take a long time. Maybe, I can use another method. Zhong thought to himself. The fierce light in his eyes seemed to pierce through the seal of the cave. With a light point of his sword finger, a silver sword light broke through the air and hit the boulder blocking the entrance of the cave in an instant, then cracked it. A figure instantly flew out of the broken cave and went deep into the mountain. There were many demonic beasts in the mountain, including LV6, LV7, and LV8. There were even LV9 demonic beasts. Zhong would not provoke a LV9 demonic beast. That would be suicide. This is the place where Zhong last disappeared. With a flash, a middle-aged man in a gray robe, who looked travel-worn, appeared at the foot of the mountain. A smile appeared on his ordinary face. I did not find you anywhere else. Then, you should still be in this mountain. Fine, I will spend more time to find you. I will let you die under my scorching sunday. While his voice was still floating in the air, the middle-aged man's figure had already disappeared. He escaped into the mountain and quickly went deep into the mountain. At this moment, in the mountain, a black and red shadow was moving quickly. It was silent, but it emitted a shocking chill. It was like a death crow from hell. It was the third core disciple of the Wanluo sect, Underworld Crow. Underworld Crow, who had a 5-star battle power, chased after Zhong after he came out of seclusion. First, he got the accurate information of Zhong's whereabouts. Then, he escaped into the mountain alone and chased after Zhong. After a while, Underworld Crow's figure stopped in front of a pile of rocks. He glanced at the rocks on the ground and looked into the pitch-black demonic beast lair. His figure flashed and directly entered the demonic beast lair. Not long after, his figure appeared again. You have already left for a while. Let's see where you can escape to. A cruel smile appeared on Underworld Crow's face. The murderous aura around him became even more violent. It was as if it was real, and the ground around him was torn apart. His body rumbled as a hole was blasted open beneath his feet. As dust and dirt flew into the air, the underworld raven charged forward with an even more shocking speed. It went deep into the mountain, and the path it took seemed to be almost identical to the path Zhong had taken. The sword light was like an aurora. It spread from the distant horizon and disappeared in an instant. It was like an illusion. In front of him, a demonic beast that was the size of a small hill and covered in heavy armor stopped moving. Then, it collapsed like a landslide. The loud rumbling sounds were continuous, and the ground shook. Behind the demonic beast that was the size of a small hill and covered in heavy armor was Zhong's figure. This level 8 demonic beast is only equivalent to a 4-star battle power. It is not enough. It is far from enough. It cannot give me any pressure. Zhong said secretly. If he continued to cultivate in seclusion, he could break through to LV9 of the true martial realm. However, what Zhong wanted was not only a breakthrough in his cultivation, but also a breakthrough in his martial arts. Only by combining the two would he be able to bring more benefits and make himself stronger. The sky was clear and the clouds were white, illuminating the earth. In the depths of the mountains, the roars of beasts were heard, and the air was like water, with endless waves. The sword light and the sun reflected each other, shuttling through the mountains, shooting out in a straight line, crossing the sky and spreading infinitely. Wherever the sword light passed, a rain of blood fell. One after another, powerful monster beasts were killed by the sword light, falling into pools of blood. The thick smell of blood filled the air. Without stopping, Zhong left with his 2 swords. Fight, 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 fight until his blood boiled, fight until he was satisfied. The tyrannical true qi in his body was surging endlessly, and under the constant impact, there was a faint sign that he was about to open his 9th true meridian. This surprised Zhong. He originally wanted to find a powerful monster beast to help him break through, but he didn't expect that the continuous fighting would affect him. Since this was the case, Zhong naturally wouldn't let go of such a rare opportunity. He continued to search for monster beasts. As a result, the monster beasts in the mountains suffered. As long as they were encountered by Zhong, they would be killed by his 2 swords. Zhong's battle strength was as high as the peak of the 4-star realm, and his superb swordsmanship, his strength was terrifying. Even if he faced a peak 4-star realm, he would be invincible. There were many monster beasts in the mountains, and there were even level 9 monster beasts at the Transcendent Realm, but they were rare and rarely appeared. As for level 8 monster beast overlords, there weren't many either. It was even more difficult to find one that could match Chenzong. Time flew by, and Chenzong continued to move forward, constantly encountering monster beasts, and constantly killing them with his sword. The true chi in his body was quickly replenished, and under Chenzong's deliberate control, it was always in a relatively balanced state, and constantly attacked the 9th true meridian. Gradually, the 9th true meridian showed signs of loosening. The sword light pierced through the air, and the last bloodthirsty ash wolf fell into a pool of blood. Almost there. Chenzong frowned slightly. Suddenly, a wild, majestic, and sharp cry resounded through the clouds. It was filled with anger and violent, bloodthirsty killing intent. In an instant, Chenzong's blood boiled, and he almost lost control of his true power. Immediately afterwards, a streak of blood-red light shot over from afar. It carried an extremely violent killing intent as it mercilessly attacked Chenzong. Chenzong felt as if he had sunk into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He felt irritated as a violent killing intent grew from the bottom of his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill everything he could see that could move. With a shiver, Chenzong instantly came to his senses and broke away from the influence of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. With a solemn face and a cold expression, his 2 swords pierced through the air toward the bloody flowing light. An extremely ferocious force came crashing down, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Chenzong only felt his 2 swords vibrating incessantly. Subsequently, his arms were impacted, and then his entire body was impacted. The formless vibrating force carried an extremely brutal force as it crazily attacked, as if it wanted to crush Chenzong's body. With the naked eye, one could clearly see that Chenzong's robe was vibrating with the ripples, almost turning into powder. Like a shooting star, Chenzong flew back 1,000 meters in an instant. His arms were trembling slightly, and the bloody light appeared. It was a wolf, a ferocious-looking, blood-red wolf. The wolf bared its teeth, and its eyes were bloodshot. It stared at Chenzong from 1,000 meters away. Its monstrous killing intent was like an endless wave, about to drown Chenzong. Bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King. Chenzong's eyes focused, as if a sword light was about to shoot out. He had just killed hundreds of bloodthirsty ash wolves, which were Class 8 monsters. Hundreds of them were enough to bring him a lot of pressure, but it was not enough for him to break through. What surprised Chenzong was that the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King had appeared. As the king of a pack of Class 8 monsters, although the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King was not a Class 9 monster, it was still a very tyrannical Class 8 monster overlord. The momentum and the attack just now showed that the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King's strength was very tyrannical. It was not inferior to Chenzong, or even stronger. Just right. His blood and chi vibrated, and the true power circulated. The discomfort from the strong bombardment disappeared in an instant. Without any hesitation, Chenzong took the initiative to attack. His 2 swords broke through the air, and he attacked the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King. The fact that the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King was able to exert such pressure on him meant that the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King was not any weaker than him. In fact, it might even be stronger than him. In that case, it would serve as his whetstone and aid in his breakthrough. With a bloodthirsty howl, the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King once again pounced on Chenzong, directly turning into a bloody light. It was as if 2 meteors had collided head-on. The terrifying silver-colored ripples carried an extremely terrifying power as they blasted out. The mountain rocks were shattered, and then turned into powder under the layers of ripples, drifting in the air. The horizontal sword art was about sweeping across the heaven and earth in all directions. It required a strong will, looking down on the 4 extremes of heaven and earth, and not the slightest retreat. If there was the slightest retreat, the power of the horizontal sword art would be difficult to explain, like a treasure sword covered in dust. With every collision, Chenzong felt as if his body had been hit by 10,000 tons of force. His blood and chi were surging, his muscles and bones were trembling, and his organs were surging. His whole body felt like it was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, Chenzong's body was very strong, so he was able to withstand the impact and not be defeated in the battle. With every collision, his blood and chi surged, and his true power flourished, causing the ninth true meridian to fluctuate more and more. The bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King's fur was extremely tough, and Chenzong's two swords could not break it. In the midst of the fierce battle, the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King suddenly opened its mouth, and a swirling blood light, like a bloody flame, with the power to destroy everything, blasted towards Chenzong. It was too fast, unbelievably fast, but Chenzong's reaction was also very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he slashed out with his two swords. There was a huge explosion, and the blood light splashed, like a wave, covering all directions. Everywhere it passed, the mountain rocks and dust were submerged. Chenzong was also thrown back a few thousand meters. His sword robe was completely torn, revealing his inner armor. When the bloody flame on the ground dissipated, a huge hole was burned in the ground, and the surface of the hole was covered with a layer of red crystals. The terrifying power of the bloody flame continued to surge into his body, trying to cause more damage. Chenzong hurriedly mobilized all of his true power and chi to resist the bloody flame, expelling it. The bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King was quite intelligent, and immediately launched an attack. It once again spat out a swirling blood light, blasting towards Chenzong, and then turned into a beam of light. At that moment, Chenzong switched to his Star Scar sword, and activated its power. After slashing out 3 times, he slightly squatted down, and the sword fingers of his left hand brushed across the spine of the sword, and the deep blue color became even deeper. Secret Sword Point, the sword, which contained all of Chenzong's power, suddenly pierced through the air. The deep blue color was like a meteor streaking across the sky, dazzling beyond compare. The Star Scar broke through the air, and the sword directly pierced through the shattered blood light, stabbing towards the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King. With his high realm, the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King's trajectory was clearly grasped by Chenzong. This sword was undodgeable, and even more unblockable. From between the eyebrows, the hard skull was directly pierced through, and the horrifying power twisted the brain into pieces. The bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King directly fell to the ground, its 4 limbs twitching as it struggled for the last time. Chenzong twitched his Star Scar sword and quickly retreated dozens of meters. He quickly took out the Zhen returning pellet, Yuan replenishing pellet, and soul restoring pellet. In the blink of an eye, he had recovered 30% of his power. Then, he sat down with his legs crossed, placed the Star Scar sword on his knees, and fully operated his traversing martial art to recover his true power, expelling the power of the bloody flame. The bloody flame was extremely violent, and its destructive power was shocking. Fortunately, only a small part of it had invaded his body, and Chenzong's power was gradually expelling it. Then, his true power started to attack the loosened ninth true meridian with a shocking power. He had found the opportunity to break through, but if he missed it, the ninth true meridian would be stabilized again, and it would be even more difficult to break through. Controlling the powerful traversing true power, Chenzong attacked the ninth true meridian again and again. Under the attack, the loosening intensified, and it started to collapse. With every attack, Chenzong's body would leak out a wave of powerful chi. That chi was as sharp as sword chi, cutting open the air and the ground, leaving clear marks. Chenzong did not keep track of time, and did not know how long it had been. Finally, the 100th attack was like a flood breaking through a dam, unstoppable. A violent explosion was heard, as if it was going to make Chenzong's ears ring. The shocking sound of thunder reverberated in his body, and the ninth true meridian was instantly pierced through. The powerful traversing true power rushed into the ninth true meridian, and then flowed to the other parts of his body, completing a full cycle. The moment the ninth true meridian was opened, Chenzong felt an indescribable comfort, and after the true power completed a full cycle, the comfort became even more intense. Finally, Chenzong was secretly overjoyed, but he did not get carried away. It was only a breakthrough in cultivation, but not in the traversing art. Chenzong had perfected the 37th to 40th level of the traversing art by comprehending the ancient Xian monument. In the space of the ancient Xian monument, Chenzong had already practiced it, which meant that he had completely grasped the mysteries of the traversing art. In the space of the ancient Xian monument, with the support of the ancient Xian monument, there were no bottlenecks, and he could easily practice it. But in the real world, it was impossible, and there was a process. The gap between the first 36 levels of the traversing art and the last 4 levels was equivalent to the gap between a heaven-level skill and a heaven-level skill. It was not that simple. Chen Zong was still sitting cross-legged in the same place, operating his traversing true power to transform into the great traversing true power. Chen Zong's cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm. Not only had the purity of the traversing true power increased, but the quantity of the true power had also increased. But as the traversing true power slowly transformed into the great traversing true power, the purity continued to increase, but the quantity rapidly decreased. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Rumbling sounds were like thunder as a powerful and vast aura burst out from Chen Zong's vigorous body like a storm of destruction. It swept out in all directions, causing sand and rocks to fly in the air. They seemed to have been struck and sliced by invisible sword qi and were all turned into powder. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, the invisible but tyrannical aura covered and cut, like a dangerous place. Ordinary warriors in the real martial arts realm would be crazily cut into pieces if they entered. After 10 breaths, the invisible but tyrannical aura flowed into Chen Zong's body like rivers returning to the stream. Then, it returned to silence. In the next breath, Chen Zong opened his eyes. 2 sword lights, which seemed to be made of metal, shot out, piercing the air and shooting dozens of meters away. It was extremely frightening. His lips parted slightly as he exhaled. Like a stream of white sword qi, it pierced through the air and streaked across the hard ground, leaving behind a sword mark that was several tens of meters long. It even shattered a fist-sized rock several tens of meters away. On his calm face, there was a trace of ecstasy that could not be concealed. Breakthrough, finally, a real breakthrough. Not only a breakthrough in cultivation, but also a breakthrough in cultivation method. The former was the small part, while the latter was the big part. It was the key point that allowed his combat strength to increase significantly. Even if there was no suitable opponent to test it, Chen Zong was sure that his combat strength would not be inferior to the early stage of the 5-star level. There was a big gap between the 4-star level and the 5-star level. Thinking about the 5 most outstanding geniuses in the entire Tianjiang prefecture, their combat strength was only at the early stage of the 4-star level. After the Tianyun secret realm, their combat strength increased to the middle stage of the 4-star level. However, there was still a big gap between them and the 5-star level. Squinting his eyes, he could clearly feel the surging great true power in his body. That kind of extremely pure and tyrannical feeling was like a sharp sword piercing through his body. It was as if it could be released, and it could pierce through and tear apart everything in the world. It was very strong. Compared to the previous true force, it was obviously much stronger. That kind of sharpness was pushed to the extreme. Putting his fingers together like a sword, he gently drew a line in front of him. A wisp of pure white and silver sword light flashed past, as if slicing through everything in front of him. It left a straight sword mark on the ground that extended for several hundred meters. Now that I've made a breakthrough, it's time to leave and head to the Imperial City. Standing up, Chen Zong did not continue onward. Instead, he turned back. Going to the Imperial City with the combat power of a 5-star beginner shouldn't be too weak. All of a sudden, Chen Zong sensed something was about to happen. He raised his head and focused his eyes in front of him. He saw a streak of black and red light flying toward him at an amazing speed. At first glance, it was still 10,000 meters away. At the second glance, it was already very close. At the third glance, it was already right in front of him. Yes, kill, an extremely sharp killing intent, as if he had returned from hell, brought death and slaughter. This caused Chen Zong's expression to turn serious. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp light locked onto the black-red figure. The aura was very familiar. It was the third core disciple of the Wanluo sect, Underworld Raven. Underworld Raven. Is he coming for me? Then. Chen Zong's eyes shot out an extremely sharp light. He looked at Underworld Raven's cold eyes that were filled with killing intent. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushed toward him. It was as if he could see corpses floating up and down. However, unlike before, Chen Zong was not afraid. He opened his hands and 2 level 2 pseudo-spiritual swords appeared in his hands. He drew a line in the air. Two extremely sharp sword light broke through the air and directly attacked Underworld Raven, who was filled with killing intent. Seeing Chenzong take the initiative to attack, Underworld Raven smiled. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. His killing intent became even more intense. On the Evil Luo ranking, Chenzong's battle power was between late and peak 4-star. It suggested that one must at least have the battle power of a peak 4-star to deal with him. Underworld Raven's battle power was 5-star, which was much stronger than 4-star. However, he still pulled out the blood-slaughtering blade from his waist. As the blade vibrated, it turned into a ray of blood light that broke through the air. The moment the blade and sword clashed, Underworld Raven's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Chenzong's battle power was not just between late and peak 4-star. It was even stronger. Chenzong was also a bit surprised. This Underworld Raven's strength seemed to be a bit stronger than when he was in the ancient tomb. This was a strong enemy. Without any hesitation, Chenzong retreated and changed to the Star Scar dual swords at the same time. Level 3 pseudo-spiritual swords were more powerful than level 2 pseudo-spiritual swords. It could also allow him to display his full strength. Seeing the Star Scar dual swords, Underworld Raven's eyes lit up. As long as he killed Chenzong, this pair of swords would be his spoils of war. Underworld Raven immediately performed the blood-slaughtering blade arts, while Chenzong naturally performed the 37th style of the horizontal sword arts. The last 4 layers of the horizontal sword arts were created by Chenzong himself after studying the ancient mystic steels. It was the most suitable for him, and he could use his power to the fullest. When he performed the 37th style, with the help of the horizontal true force, it released an extremely terrifying power. The silver-white sword light pierced through the air, breaking through everything and destroying everything. It directly shattered Underworld Raven's blood-colored blade light. Without any mercy, Underworld Raven's hair stood on end. What a terrifying sword, what a terrifying sword art, fight, fight. Fight, fight to your heart's content, kill, 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 kill to the point of madness. The sword light shot out, and the blade chi spread out. Everything in all directions was cut into pieces, and nothing could block it. The more they fought, the more surprised Underworld Raven was. This Chenzong's battle power had also reached early 5-star. This kind of increase was too fast and unbelievable. Chenzong also confirmed that Underworld Raven's battle power was at the early 5-star level, close to the middle 5-star level. Fortunately, his cultivation level was higher than his opponent's, so he was able to resist. While Underworld Raven was shocked, his killing intent rose sharply. This Chenzong was a disaster. If he was not eliminated as soon as possible, his growth would be too fast, and there would be endless troubles in the future. Because Underworld Raven could clearly feel Chenzong's cultivation level, early stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm. He was only at the early stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm, but he already had the battle power of an early 5-star level. If his cultivation level reached the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, then his battle power would surpass the middle 5-star level. This kind of talent really surpassed Underworld Raven's, and was comparable to the second and first in the sect. Underworld Raven was jealous, and he felt jealous from the bottom of his heart. Underworld Raven had racked his brains to improve himself, and unceasingly killed people in order to achieve a breakthrough in the blood-slaughtering blade arts, all in order to become stronger. Now, there was another person whose talent was better than his, and who had the potential to surpass him in a short period of time. Moreover, this person was an enemy, so he could not tolerate it. Underworld Raven's killing intent became even more intense, and the blood-slaughtering blade's blade light became even more tyrannical. Underworld Raven's killing intent grew, and the blood-slaughtering blade arts was pushed to the extreme. Over 1,000 scarlet blade lights with extreme killing intent revolved around his body, and then, following Underworld Raven's blade, they all rushed towards Chenzong. Chenzong recognized this blade. It was the tyrannical blade that he had used to deal with the Blood Corpse General in the ancient tomb, and it seemed to be one of Underworld Raven's ultimate moves. There was no change, and it was still the same 37th move of the unhindered sword arts. However, the sword light was even more dazzling, sharper, and more powerful. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, unhindered. Kill. Within the sword, there were various changes of power, and it shattered the scarlet blade lights one after another, and it pierced through the air towards Underworld Raven. The two of them fought fiercely, and everything within a radius of a few thousand meters was affected and shattered. Countless blade and sword scars were everywhere, and it was a ghastly sight. Underworld Raven's battle power was very, very strong, but Chenzong was not weak either. Both of them were evenly matched, and they had already exchanged hundreds of moves, but there was still no winner or loser. Attacking with all of their power consumed a lot of true power, and their recovery speed could not keep up. After hundreds of moves, both of them had used up more than half of their true power. Chenzong was getting more and more excited as he fought, and his attacks were getting more and more precise. The power of the 37th move of the unhindered sword arts continued to increase, while Underworld Raven was getting more and more shocked, and he did not feel good. Skynet Explosion. With a low roar, Underworld Raven performed one of the secret arts of the Wanluo martial school without any warning, and his battle power instantly increased. He threw out a blade attack, and its power directly reached the middle stage of 5-star. After shattering the sword light, he wanted to cut Chenzong in half. The two swords crossed in front of each other, blocking the attack of the Scarlet Blade light. The extremely frightening power shook both swords and arms, and Chenzong was blown away. The frightening power kept invading his body, and Chenzong immediately used the unhindered true power to expel the power that was invading his body. However, that kind of power was extremely frightening and destructive. When it was expelled by Chenzong's unhindered true power, it had already caused obvious damage to Chenzong's body. With the combination of the powerful self-healing power and the boundless life force of the 1,000-year tree heart, Chenzong's injuries were immediately healed, and the whole process was very short. Underworld Raven was not surprised that the first blade attack did not injure Chenzong heavily. He threw out the second blade attack, and it was still the Skynet Explosion. The Skynet Explosion was a secret art that focused on instant explosiveness. It was very powerful, and not easy to train. However, if it was trained to completion, it would be able to explode without any warning. It was an extremely good secret art to instantly kill a strong enemy. Of course, this kind of secret art usually had a huge burden. If it were not for Underworld Raven's strong body, he would not be able to handle it. Even so, after 3 consecutive explosions, Underworld Raven did not dare to use it for the 4th time. That would affect his body to the limit. 3 explosions. The first time, Chenzong was injured. The second time, he was prepared. However, the Skynet Explosion did not have any warning signs, and it still injured Chenzong again. The third time, Chenzong was already able to sense it, and he reacted in advance. Half dodging and half defending, his chi and blood surged, and his true power shook, but he was not injured. Letting his opponent use the secret art 3 times in a row, Chenzong was also waiting for a chance to counterattack. The 2 secret arts, Star Touch and Dragon Sparrow Dance, had not been used yet. To deal with a strong enemy like Underworld Raven, he had to find the best opportunity to kill him in one strike. In the end, he had used up all the trump cards that the sect had given him, and this Underworld Raven might still have another trump card that the sect had given him. To him, this was not a good thing. Therefore, he had to find the best opportunity to use his secret art to kill Underworld Raven and not give him a chance to counterattack. The most outstanding secret arts of the Unhindered Sword sect were the 2 secret arts. Compared to the other sects, each of them had their own specialties. Just as the battle between Chenzong and Underworld Raven reached its climax, a figure quickly approached and stopped at the top of a 100-meter-tall tree. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the battle. Chenzong, the other one is, the Underworld Raven of the Thousand Sift sect. Rumor has it that Underworld Raven has an early-stage 5-star battle power. This Chenzong is actually able to fight him to a draw. Could it be that his battle power has also increased to early-stage 5-star? Kill. End of chapter. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Scarlet Blade light was like a thread, surrounding him layer by layer. It was as if it was weaving a scarlet killing net, trying to trap Chenzong. Chenzong was trapped in the scarlet killing net. He seemed to be constantly struggling, but he was like a fish being slowly pulled into the net, waiting for the final moment to be pulled up. It had to be said that the Underworld Raven was not only strong, but also very skilled in battle. Chenzong did not seem to notice, not knowing that he was being led step by step into the Underworld Raven's killing net. The Underworld Raven secretly sneered. By the time the opponent noticed, it would already be too late, and there would be no turning back. In the beginning, Chen Zong's control of the 37th layer of the unhindered true power and the 37th style of the unhindered sword technique was only at the surface level. Although he had grasped the essence, he was still lacking something. However, after the life and death battle with the Underworld Raven, he continued to accumulate, becoming more and more exquisite. It was as if he was gradually washing away the dust on a dusty sword, gradually revealing its sharpness. Every sword attack seemed to be endless, cutting through everything, tearing everything. The pressure it brought to the Underworld Raven became more and more obvious. Blood Slaughter Guide. Blood Slaughter Absolute Killing Blade. With a low chant, suddenly, the scarlet blade light that seemed to be scattered like silk shot out an extremely shocking light. This light was like the scorching sun, making it difficult to look at it directly. However, it brought with it an extremely gloomy coldness, as if it could freeze everything. This was a killing move, the final killing move of the Blood Slaughter Blade arts. It was also a killing move that the Underworld Raven had perfected with the help of the ancient Xian monument's power. It had also activated the power of the Blood Slaughter Blade itself. Since it was created, Chen Zong was the first person to use it. It was fine if it did not use, but once it was used, it could kill a strong enemy without them knowing. It was a killing move. Once this blade was used, the scarlet blade light that was like silk shot out from all directions, forcefully binding Chen Zong's limbs and bones, reducing Chen Zong's range of movement. This kind of blade light was extremely sharp, and could easily cut through refined steel, as if it was indestructible. As the Underworld Raven's blade fell, a stunning red light filled Chen Zong's eyes. It was as if the sky had been split open and death had arrived. This strike was indeed out of Chen Zong's expectation, but it was also within Chen Zong's control. Of course, Chen Zong was not so godly as to know the Underworld Raven's final move in advance. He just kept fighting and gradually felt the restraints from the surroundings. He guessed the Underworld Raven's plan, but he did not point it out in advance. Instead, he went with the flow and found the best opportunity to kill the Underworld Raven. This was a game of life and death. One had to have sufficient confidence and strength. Otherwise, one would be courting death. To practice the sword, one must have an indomitable spirit to cut through all obstacles. The fatal blow made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. His qi and blood seemed to have been frozen, and even his powerful true power seemed to have slowed down. With a low chant, the two swords lightly vibrated. The sword made a melodious sword sound. His body and sword became one. His qi engine power also fluctuated. Then, he withdrew his sword. His left hand sword finger rested on the spine of the sword and quickly drew across it. The dark blue spine of the sword suddenly lit up, shining with a dazzling light. The power of the Star Scar sword was stimulated. Chen Zong's own power was also concentrated on the sword. The power penetrated through the tip of the sword, shooting out a cold light that made people unable to look at it directly. Even the sun in the sky was eclipsed. Secret Art. Point Star, the sword that gathered all of his power could shatter a star. The two secret arts of the unhindered sword martial school were still useful even if one's battle power was increased to the pseudo-transcendent realm. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. After the 17th level, there was a metamorphosis. The great true force was even more tyrannical and shocking. The power of the Point Star secret sword was even more tyrannical than before, giving Chen Zong a feeling that he could really shatter the stars. The collision of the ace attacks was the most powerful attack. The scarlet blade light covered the sky and fell down mercilessly. The Point Star sword broke through the air and attacked with an unstoppable momentum. The scarlet saber light was struck directly, and it was unable to resist. A hole was directly opened, and a terrifying power burst forth, tearing apart the saber light. It shattered like a mirror, turning into countless saber light fragments, and continued to attack mercilessly. The Star Scar sword was continuously waved out, one sword after another, leaving deep blue sword scars in the air. It was like a meteor shower that was compressed into a small area. It was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Every dazzling sword mark would shatter a piece of scarlet broken saber light. After they were shattered, they turned into countless scarlet light balls that floated in the air like thousands of red fireflies floating around. It was a magnificent sight. While waving his sword to shatter the blade light, Chenzong also took out a Zhen pellet and consumed it, recovering his Zhen power in a short period of time. Then, he opened his left hand's 5 fingers and tapped lightly on the body of the sword, letting out waves of pleasant sword sounds. It was like a peerless melody, filled with a unique charm. The power of the Star Scar sword was once again activated. The spine of the sword emitted an even brighter deep blue light, spreading out. As Chenzong waved his right hand, the deep blue light of the sword seemed to be filled with a kind of mist, as if it was a dream. Secret art. Dragon sparrow dance, vaguely, the green and red light mixed with the deep blue light spread out. It was like a graceful bird opening its beautiful tail, blooming with a soul-stirring beauty, making people lose themselves in it. A trace of confusion flashed through Underworld Raven's eyes that were filled with killing intent. In the depth of his pupils, the most beautiful scene of his life seemed to have appeared. Underworld Raven had trained the blood-slaughtering blade art. Killing was his second nature, and his will was extremely firm. He soon escaped from this illusion, but it was already too late. In a battle between powerful warriors, life and death was only a thin line away. Chenzong and Underworld Raven's battling power were not too different. That moment of distraction was enough to determine the outcome of the battle, or even life and death. At the crucial moment, Underworld Raven relied on his instincts to dodge, avoiding the vital part of his heart. However, Chenzong's sword pierced through his collarbone and his shoulder. A shocking sword chi burst out from the wound, crazily attacking, causing even deeper damage. Underworld Raven was extremely vicious. His blood-slaughtering blade also directly attacked Chenzong, exchanging a life for a life. This kind of opportunity was extremely hard to come by. Once missed, it would be hard to come by again. Chenzong was also ruthless. He directly activated the power of the third-level pseudo-spiritual armor. A layer of formless light enveloped his entire body, completely covering him. Combined with the strength and true power, his defensive power became even more tyrannical. He forcefully resisted the opponent's blade attack, and his sword pierced towards Underworld Raven's throat. The blood-slaughtering blade directly broke through the protective true power and the third-level pseudo-spiritual armor's defensive power. The blade slashed onto Chenzong's shoulder. The extremely terrifying blade cut open Chenzong's tough skin, then cut open his tough muscles, and directly cut into his bones. It was stuck in the bones that were harder than tempered steel. Underworld Raven's head moved to the side, avoiding Chenzong's attack. The skin on his neck was cut open, and Chenzong's left hand had unknowingly pierced out. The deep blue sword light was like a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving behind a resplendent trace. There was no way to dodge this sword. His throat was pierced through. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Cultivators below the transcendent realm had yet to completely break away from their mortal bodies. All of their characteristics were similar to that of ordinary people, only slightly more tyrannical. The sword chi scattered and raged wildly. Underworld Raven felt his strength leaking out from the wound in his throat, but he still had enough strength to draw his blood-slaughtering blade and fiercely slashed towards Chenzong's neck, wanting to cut off Chenzong's head in one fell swoop. Underworld Raven's blade came to a stop as it was blocked by Chenzong's sword. Underworld Raven's strength was greatly reduced. Casually, Chenzong swung his sword along with the blade. The blade trembled slightly, directly breaking the blade and leaving behind a trail of light in the air, directly cutting through Underworld Raven's neck. A trace of blood appeared on his throat. Underworld Raven felt all the strength in his body drain away, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had been killed. He had actually been killed by someone. After becoming a martial artist, at the same time as killing others, one was also prepared to be killed by others. This was very normal. However, the Underworld Raven had never thought that the ant that had been running for his life not long ago would actually have the strength to fight against him. He had even broken the killing move that he had comprehended from the ancient Xian tablet and injured him before finally killing him. Everything had gone beyond his expectations. His vision turned dark as his consciousness rapidly fell into an abyss. Underworld Raven felt powerless. He wanted to raise his hand to wield his blade, but he found that his arm was unable to move. The world in front of him disappeared and his consciousness came to a complete halt. This was the arrival of death. So, this is the feeling of death. At the last moment, a thought appeared in Underworld Raven's mind. Perhaps those who had died under his blade in the past had also felt this way. An unprecedented enlightenment emerged in that instant. There was great terror between life and death, but there were also great opportunities. Seeing through life and death and comprehending the cycle of reincarnation, one could obtain great benefits. The stronger one was, the more this was the case. Underworld Raven could not be considered a master, but he was very talented. Therefore, he had a feeling of enlightenment. Unfortunately, he would not be able to survive. Death was rapidly approaching, unavoidable and unable to resist. Underworld Raven fell forward, blood flowing all over the ground, dyeing his body red. Seeing that Underworld Raven's aura had completely disappeared and he had turned into a corpse that was gradually turning cold, Qianzong breathed a sigh of relief. This powerful enemy had finally died under his sword. For a moment, he felt a kind of sublimation. Taking out a pill to restore his true qi, Qianzong immediately took off Underworld Raven's blood-slaughtering blade and mustard seed bag. These were his spoils of war and their value was extraordinary. Just as he was about to put them into his void ring, a terrifying aura locked onto him from afar, causing Qianzong's expression to change slightly as cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. This aura was even stronger than Underworld Raven's, and it was not just a little bit stronger, but a great difference in strength. This tyrannical aura also carried a blazing intent, as if the scorching sun had been strengthened by more than 10 times. It burned madly, as if it wanted to burn Qianzong's entire body and turn him into ashes. Pseudo-transcendent realm, Qianzong was 100% certain that this was a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator attacking him. Unlike the Heaven Azure Tower assassin from before, this pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator was very direct and did not have the slightest intention of killing him, clearly intending to kill him head-on. Qianzong's thoughts raced as he tried to think of a way to deal with this pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Obviously, he could not deal with this pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator like he had last time because he no longer had any small thunderbolt sword chi balls. So, how could he deal with this pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator? End of this chapter. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The grey-robed rogue cultivator scorching sun hand floated over from the distance with a blazing killing intent. He locked onto Qianzong from afar, exerting a suffocating pressure. As expected of the most outstanding sword son in the history of the unhindered sword sect. You were able to kill the underworld crow of the Wanluo sect in a head-on confrontation. You're much more outstanding than the 5 heavens prides of Tianjiang Prefecture, Scorching Sun Hand said with a faint smile as he locked onto Qianzong with a tyrannical aura. It sounded like a compliment, but it was also full of killing intent. Qianzong stared at the other party. It was a very ordinary and unfamiliar face. He had never seen him before, but he was sure that he was a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Who are you? Qianzong asked as he tried to think of a way to deal with the other party's pressure. Scorching Sun Hand smiled with an indescribable ferocity. I'm the one who's going to kill you. Don't even think about escaping. This time, you're going to die. Scorching Sun Hand added. His legs trembled slightly as a tyrannical power surged through his legs and bombarded the ground. With a violent explosion, 2 pits appeared on the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Scorching Sun Hand was like a falling meteor. It carried an astonishing momentum and fiercely rushed towards Qianzong. A sharp explosion tore through the clouds. The terrifying pressure was the first to arrive, directly hitting Qianzong's body. Qianzong felt like he was going to be crushed. His bones and tendons trembled, and his internal organs were compressed by the invisible pressure to the point of bursting. In an instant, the scorching sun palm approached Qianzong with a terrifying might. He extended his right hand and clasped his 5 fingers together. He raised his palm with his palm facing Qianzong. A ball of fiery red light spread out from the center of his palm like a vortex. It then covered the entire palm and pressed out with a loud bang. The burning palm seemed to extend infinitely as it approached Qianzong even faster. It completely covered the world in front of him. This was the scorching sun hand, and the origin of his name. It was one thing for him not to make a move, but the moment he made a move, he used a killing move. He was vicious and merciless, not giving Qinzong the slightest chance. Otherwise, if he underestimated Qinzong and allowed Qinzong to escape, it would not be so easy to find him the next time. If more time passed and Qinzong grew stronger, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. Qinzong's expression suddenly changed. His opponent's ruthlessness was beyond his expectations. This attack was unavoidable. With the Star Scar twin swords in his hands, he activated all of his power. The 37th movement of the horizontal sword art was thrown out, turning into two beams of deep blue light. They were wrapped in a bright silver light as they sliced through the air and attacked towards the burning sun hand. If there was no way to dodge, then he would just have to face it head-on. Even if it was the power of a mayfly, he would still have to shake a tree. The will to press forward courageously caused the Zongheng true power and the Zongheng sword technique to become even stronger. The power of this sword was almost at the mid-stage of the 5-star level. The burning sun hand was surprised at first. He was surprised that Qinzong's battling power could be increased again. Although it was only temporary, this kind of talent made him jealous. Then, he sneered. So what if it was temporary? The gap between them was still too big. The palm pressed down, and there was no way to defend against it. The extremely terrifying burning power shattered the two beams of sword light and attacked Qinzong like a hot knife through butter. There was no way to dodge, and no way to defend against it. The powerful protective true power was broken, and the defensive power of the rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon was also as fragile as an eggshell. It was broken in an instant. In the end, that palm strike landed on Qinzong's tyrannical physique. In an instant, Qinzong felt as though his body was about to explode, as though he was being scorched. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. His whole body flew out for more than 1,000 meters, smashing rocks and trees into pieces. His aura was like a candle in the wind, getting weaker and weaker. His body was bleeding profusely, his bones and muscles were torn apart, and his internal organs were shattered. The terrifying burning power inside his body recklessly surged, wanting to burn everything into ashes. Qinzong was on the verge of death. Only the majestic vitality of the 1,000-year tree heart continued to spread out and engulf his body. This was the only thing keeping Qinzong alive. The power of a pseudo-transcendent realm's attack was too strong. Even though it was weakened by the true force protection and the rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon's defensive power, it still contained terrifying power. If not for Qinzong's tyrannical physique, his body would have exploded. Although Qinzong managed to resist, his injuries were extremely serious. It was much more serious than the last time he was bombarded by the minor true young exploding bullet. Even his body's self-healing ability had temporarily disappeared. Fortunately, the power of the 1,000-year tree heart was not affected much, so it was able to keep Qinzong alive. The burning sun hand looked at Qinzong, who was stuck in the mountain wall, and was a little surprised because Qinzong was still alive after taking a direct hit from him. Then let's do it again. The burning sun hand grinned fiercely as he raised his right hand again and pushed forward, his eyes filled with excitement. The feeling of killing a genius was simply too wonderful. He, who no longer had any hope of improving his cultivation, naturally enjoyed doing this kind of thing as it gave him a carefree feeling. Qinzong struggled to open his eyes and could only see a fiery red palm print tearing through the air towards him. A sense of crisis welled up in his heart, but he couldn't move at all. It was as if he was being torn apart and burned. Could it be that he could only die like this? As a cultivator who pursued the path of strength, it was inevitable that they would encounter all kinds of enemies. Killing was a necessity, and being killed was also a matter of course. Qinzong hadn't expected that after killing a strong enemy, he would encounter such a crisis. He was unwilling, truly unwilling, because his opponent's strength was much higher than his own. But even if he was unwilling, what could he do? His injuries were extremely serious and he was unable to resist. Even if he had the Red Thunder Sword as his trump card, he couldn't use it. In the end, his own strength was the most important thing. As death approached, many thoughts emerged in Qinzong's mind. Many of his past experiences flashed through his mind. Then, he calmed down and accepted the arrival of death. Just as the fiery red palm was about to hit Qinzong, a purple light broke through the air. Its speed was even faster, and it arrived in an instant, breaking the fiery red palm. Only then did a shockingly sharp whistle sound, which shook one's soul, resound. Who is it? The almost abnormal excitement in Lai Yangshuo's eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by gloominess and anger. He was just about to kill Chen Zong when he was suddenly interrupted. This made him feel very uncomfortable, but at the same time, he had an ominous premonition. Could it be that today's matter would be interrupted? Lai Yangshuo attacked again, sending another palm print towards Chen Zong. His whole body rushed forward, determined to kill Chen Zong. A purple shadow flashed and a figure appeared in front of Lai Yangshuo. The figure punched out, shattering the palm print, while the other fist emitted a strong purple light. Like a purple scorching sun, it fiercely slammed into Lai Yangshuo. It was as heavy as a mountain, as if it could crush everything. Lai Yangshuo's face was dignified. This newcomer had ill intentions and was very strong. It was a pseudo-transcendent not inferior to him. Hong hong hong. The two people attacked one after another, colliding again and again. Terrifying shockwaves surged out, destroying everything in their path. The intense vibrations caused Chen Zong to become more clear-headed. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The majestic vitality of the thousand-year tree heart gradually took effect, bringing Chen Zong back from the brink of death. His injuries healed at a speed that could be felt. Opening his eyes, Chen Zong saw a purple figure and a fiery red figure crazily attacking each other. Every time they attacked, the shockwaves would wreak havoc, causing great damage to the surroundings. Who is that? Chen Zong, who was still heavily injured, felt that his brain was still a little slow and not as agile as usual. He vaguely felt that the purple figure was a little familiar. The more they fought, the more depressed Lai Yangshuo became. The other party was indeed very strong, not inferior to him at all. In fact, the other party's strength was even higher than his, causing him to be unable to find an opportunity to kill Chen Zong. Since things were not going well, there was no point in continuing the fight. Lai Yangshuo wanted to retreat. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he fiercely glared at Chen Zong. After blocking the purple figure's attack, he quickly retreated. He could only wait for the next opportunity. After Lai Yangshuo retreated, the purple figure did not pursue him. After watching him leave, he turned around and looked at Chen Zong. After this period of time, Chen Zong's injuries had healed a lot. His body moved and landed on the ground. Although he was still struggling, he could already move normally. It's you. Chen Zong stared at the person in front of him in surprise. It was the pseudo-transcendent loose cultivator named Zishan. It's me, Zishan smiled. What can I do for you? Chen Zong became vigilant. He had no choice but to be vigilant. This person had followed him before, which gave him an inexplicable feeling. Now, he had appeared again. Although he had saved his life, Chen Zong felt very strange. A total stranger had appeared in front of him twice. He had no choice but to investigate further. Little friend, you don't have to be wary of me. I really don't mean any harm. Zishan smiled bitterly and explained, I'm a rogue cultivator from Tianjiang Prefecture. A few years ago, I was saved by Senior Yuan Lingzi of the Unhindered Sword Sect. Perhaps that was nothing to Senior Yuan Lingzi, but I've always remembered this kindness in my heart. One day, I'll repay him. However, a master like Senior Yuan Lingzi is not someone I can compare to. I can't help him with his matters. You are the current generation sword son of the Unhindered Sword Sect and are regarded as the sect's hope. Helping you is equivalent to repaying Senior Yuan Lingzi's kindness. Zishan further explained, previously, when you were being chased by someone at Feihong Mountain, I followed you. Seeing that you were fine, I left. After that, I found out some unfavorable news about you and rushed over again. Fortunately, I was not too late. Zishan was very sincere. Chen Zong did not completely believe his explanation, but he did not completely doubt it either. After all, he could not be sure of the truth, but it was a fact that Zishan had saved his life. Many thanks, Senior, Chen Zong cupped his hands. Zishan was a loose cultivator. Being able to cultivate to the pseudo-transcendent realm was enough to show that he was extraordinary and had rich experience. Naturally, he could see that Chen Zong did not completely believe his words. However, Zishan did not feel angry. It was human nature. If Chen Zong completely believed what he said all of a sudden, it would appear that there was something wrong with his brain. You should heal your injuries first. Zishan said, I will guard you and escort you out of here later, in case that person doesn't give up. Chen Zong nodded and took out a pill to consume. With the help of the 1,000-year tree heart's boundless vitality, he recovered from his injuries. As for Zishan's malice towards him, with his strength, he could kill him right now. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Of course, if Zishan really had other intentions, he could only deal with it as it came. End of chapter. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. With his injuries healed and his strength restored to its peak, Chen Zong traveled with Zishan and quickly left the mountain. Of course, Zishan couldn't escort Chen Zong all the way. After a while, Zishan said goodbye to Chen Zong when he didn't find any traces of Scorching Sun Hand. Thank you, Senior. Chen Zong cupped his hands. Regardless of whether Zishan was repaying his kindness or had other motives, it was a fact that he had saved his life and escorted him all the way. Young friend, you must live well. I have faith in you. Zishan smiled. After saying that, he used his movement technique and left quickly. After watching Zishan leave, Chen Zong withdrew his gaze and used his movement technique to go in the opposite direction. It was the direction of the Imperial City. Among the true martial realm in the Imperial City, an early 5-star warrior should be considered quite strong. After leaving, Scorching Sun Hand was furious. He was about to succeed in killing Chen Zong and complete the sect's mission. When the time came, he would be able to receive a generous reward from the sect. However, he didn't expect to be interrupted at the last moment. Of course, Scorching Sun Hand wouldn't give up just like that. After escaping, he didn't really leave. Instead, he waited for an opportunity to continue chasing. Stop here. A purple figure flashed in front of him. At the same time, a deep voice sounded. It's you again. Seeing the person in front of him, Scorching Sun Hand was furious. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. It was this person who suddenly interfered and interrupted him, preventing him from killing Chen Zong as he wished. Now, he actually appeared in front of him again. It almost made Scorching Sun Hand explode. Who are you? What's your relationship with Chen Zong? You've stood up for him time and time again. Aren't you afraid that you'll die a horrible death one day? Scorching Sun Hand's words were full of threats. From what you're saying, it seems like someone asked you to kill Chen Zong. Not only was Zishan not afraid of the other party's threat, he even revealed a pensive expression as he spoke unhurriedly, causing Scorching Sun Hand's expression to abruptly change. The Scorching Sun Hand was the secret weapon of the True Yang sect, and only the upper echelons of the True Yang sect knew about it. The others, including Gu Zhiyang, did not know about it. His identity in the outside world was that of a lone cultivator who had once had a fortuitous encounter. Because of this, he had secretly helped the True Yang sect resolve many small problems. If others were to find out about his relationship with the True Yang sect, the consequences would be very serious. Either the True Yang sect would silence him in order to cut ties, or he would be killed, which would bring a lot of trouble to the True Yang sect. You don't need to know too much, because knowing too much will only bring you big trouble. Scorching Sun Hand was not someone to be trifled with. He was extremely calm, and his threat made Purple Mountain ambiguous. He did not know what was going on. As long as I'm here, don't even think about killing Chen Zong. Zishan did not continue to ask about the other party's identity, because the other party would definitely not tell him. Are you really determined to go against me? Scorching Sun Hand's face immediately darkened. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and anger mixed with killing intent burned in his body like a volcano that was about to erupt. If it were not for the fact that he did not have the confidence to kill Purple Mountain, he would have already attacked. No matter how much Scorching Sun Hand threatened him, Purple Mountain did not move. He just stared at the Scorching Sun Hand and used his actions to show his attitude. Scorching Sun Hand's figure flashed, and he immediately retreated. Then, he transformed into many figures that rushed out from different directions. Most of them rushed in the direction that Chen Zong left, wanting to go around Purple Mountain and chase after Chen Zong. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Purple Mountain's eyes flashed. He opened his arms and waved them continuously. Many palm and fist shadows were thrown out, shattering the scorching sun hand's figures. One of the figures was forced to attack and shatter Purple Mountain's fist shadow, but it was also blocked by Purple Mountain. Shenzong did not know that after Purple Mountain left, the scorching sun hand that was about to chase after him was intercepted, saving him from another life-threatening crisis. Using the sweeping 8 directions body technique, he could cross thousands of meters in one breath. He could do it multiple times, and after crossing tens of thousands of meters, his body technique changed into a buffer before he continued to use the sweeping 8 directions body technique. Along the way, Shenzong did not stop. Since his cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm and his technique had reached the 37th level, not only was his true power purer, its quantity had also increased by a lot. His recovery speed was faster, and every time he used his body technique, he could last longer. Crossing mountains, crossing rivers, and passing through dense forests, Shenzong pressed forward courageously, just like his 2 swords. After killing Underworld Raven, his spirit and willpower had a kind of sublimation. After going through the scorching sun hand and being on the brink of death, Shenzong vaguely had a kind of comprehension between life and death. This kind of comprehension allowed Shenzong's spirit and willpower to sublimate further, but he needed time to comprehend it and accumulate it. Time flew by. While Shenzong was rushing, he would also stop to rest. During the rest time, he would cultivate and comprehend. His spirit and willpower became more and more condensed. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a divine light inside. When Shenzong was rushing to the imperial city, a piece of news was spread out from who knows where, and it immediately caused a great commotion. The current sword son of the unhindered sword sect, Shenzong, had used despicable means to kill the 3rd core disciple of the Wanluo sect, Underworld Raven. When this news was spread out, it immediately caused a great commotion in the Wanluo Prefecture and Tianjiang Prefecture. Even the neighboring Baoshan Prefecture and Pure Grace Prefecture were shocked. Who was Underworld Raven? He was the 3rd core disciple of the Wanluo sect. He had the fighting strength of an early-stage 5-star sect and was a ruthless person who had killed countless people. He was actually killed, and the one who killed him was a disciple from a small lower-rank sect. Many people's first reaction when they heard this news was disbelief. They thought it was fake. After they confirmed it, they even thought that Shenzong had used some underhanded means to kill Underworld Raven. The people of the Wanluo sect thought so too, and they were all furious. Without a doubt, the person who spread the news was the Scorching Sun Hand. He couldn't deal with Shenzong in a short time, so he let the people of the Wanluo sect deal with Shenzong. In front of a colossus like the Wanluo sect, Shenzong was obviously inferior and weak. In the main hall of the Wanluo sect, the atmosphere was cold and gloomy. The murderous aura was almost frozen. Third Elder, I'll leave this matter to you. The sect master of the Wanluo sect had a gloomy expression, and his tone was cold. Yes, sect master. A skinny old man with a gloomy face stood up and responded. His voice was slightly sharp and hoarse, like the cry of an owl. The corner of his mouth was slightly slanted, and the smile on his face could scare ordinary people out of their wits. The 3rd elder was the master of the 1,000 Forms sword, Li Shiyun. The 3rd elder got up and left the Wanluo sect, quickly rushing in the direction of Tianjiang Mansion. Although he was a transcendent, he wasn't omnipotent. He couldn't calculate Shenzong's current location. Moreover, as a transcendent, he couldn't blatantly deal with Shenzong, otherwise, it would be a violation of the laws of the dynasty. Although the sect and the imperial sect were getting along peacefully, as long as there was a chance to weaken the sect's strength, the imperial family wouldn't be lenient. Although he couldn't deal with Shenzong directly, the 3rd elder had a better idea, and that was, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Cut off Shenzong's escape route. Therefore, the Wanluo sect's 3rd elder went directly to Tianjiang Mansion. After entering Tianjiang Mansion, he went straight to the Unhindered Sword sect. An extremely cold and tyrannical aura descended directly outside the Unhindered Sword sect's Unhindered Sword Hall, as if a dark storm was raging. The temperature plummeted, as if hell had descended. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan and the 4 elders who had gathered in the Unhindered Sword Hall after receiving the news trembled. Their faces changed drastically, as they were terrified. The aura was so terrifying that it made them feel as if their blood was being frozen. A master, an extremely terrifying master, had descended. Using all their strength to resist this terrifying pressure, the 5 of them, led by Sect Master Lin Zhonghan, walked out with difficulty, their gazes falling on the Wanluo sect's 3rd elder. The 3rd elder's cold gaze swept across them, causing Lin Zhonghan and the 4 elders to tremble uncontrollably. Waves of coldness invaded their bodies, penetrating into the depths of their minds, as if their minds were about to be frozen. Lin Zhonghan, who was at the 3rd layer of the mortal realm, found it difficult to even open his mouth to ask questions under the 3rd elder's cold gaze and aura. "Who are you? What brings you to my unhindered sword sect?" An old voice rang out, followed by the appearance of a figure. It was the founding elder Yuan Lingzi. The difference between the 4th layer of the mortal realm and the 3rd layer of the mortal realm was obvious, but in the face of the Wanluo sect's 3rd elder's pressure, Yuan Lingzi was still very shocked, as if he couldn't withstand it. The 3rd elder was at least a 6th layer of the mortal realm. Yuan Lingzi's face was solemn, and he was extremely vigilant, as he raised his strength to the maximum. "You are the unhindered sword sect's elder Yuan Lingzi, 4th layer of the mortal realm, heh." The Wanluo sect's 3rd elder smiled coldly, as a dark light flashed in his eyes. He then raised his finger and pointed in the air, as a dark, cold finger energy shot out. Yuan Lingzi saw it, but found that he couldn't dodge it, nor could he react in time, as the cold finger energy hit his chest. His body trembled involuntarily, as an extremely cold energy invaded his body, crushing his strength like a hot knife through butter, and corroding every part of his body. Yuan Lingzi's body trembled uncontrollably, and his face quickly turned pale, then green, as his aura weakened. "You've been hit by my heavenly cold finger, you only have a few years left to live." The Wanluo sect's 3rd elder laughed like an owl, but his words made Lin Zhonghan and the others grit their teeth. "Heavenly cold finger. You're from the Wanluo sect?" Yuan Lingzi said in a trembling voice, as he resisted the cold energy raging in his body. "That's right, I'm the Wanluo sect's 3rd elder. You've raised a good disciple, but you actually used a sneak attack to kill our sect's core disciple. This is unforgivable." The Wanluo sect's 3rd elder didn't plan to beat around the bush, as he said with a gloomy face, "Now is the time for you to make your choice." "No. Impossible." Yuan Lingzi's body was still trembling, and his lips were green, but he still resisted the unbearable pain. "Chenzong. It's impossible for him to sneak attack a Wanluo sect disciple." Yuan Lingzi believed in Chenzong's character. "First, expel Chenzong from the unhindered sword sect." The Wanluo sect's 3rd elder ignored Yuan Lingzi's words and directly stated his conditions. "Second, I'll kill all of you." Hearing the Wanluo sect's 3rd elder's words, Sect Master Lin Zhonghan and the 4 elders, including Yuan Lingzi, all changed expressions, and their bodies trembled even more violently. End of chapter. Outside the Sword Palace, the Wanluo sect's 3rd elder unscrupulously released a powerful aura that was as cold as hell. It completely suppressed Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi, Sect Master Lin Zhonghan, and the 4 elders, making it difficult for them to move. Yuan Lingzi was severely injured by the 3rd elder's finger. His entire body was weak as the cold energy continued to corrode his body and consume his vitality. If this continued, he would die in a year or 2 without any life-replenishing medicine, let alone a few years. If Yuan Lingzi died, then the Zongheng Sword sect would lack a 4th-tier mortal realm fighter. The sect's rank would also drop from the lower tier to the lower tier, and they would no longer be part of the Tianjiang Prefecture's 4 sects. With the way the Heavenly Water sect and True Yang sect acted, the Unhindered Sword sect would suffer a huge loss. Whether it could continue to exist in the end was still unknown. No one had expected such an unforeseen event to occur. And if Yuan Lingzi died, sect leader Lin Zhonghan, and the 4 elders all died, then the Unhindered Sword sect would have no more transcendence. Then, the Unhindered Sword sect would be completely divided and become history. But Chenzong was the Unhindered Sword son. Not only did he not betray the Unhindered Sword sect, but he also made great contributions to the Unhindered Sword sect. What should they do? In an instant, everyone was in a dilemma. One was morality, the other was sect. Especially sect leader Lin Zhonghan, he was in pain. The Wanluo sect's 3rd elder had a sinister smile on his face. His cold aura locked onto everyone, but he did not say anything. Of course, he could see everyone's struggle. How should they choose? Lin Zhonghan closed his eyes in pain. Yuan Lingzi fell to the ground, his whole body trembling. Hurry up and make your choice. Otherwise, the cold energy will act up and you won't feel good. As the Wan Luo sect's third elder's voice fell, Yuan Lingzi's body trembled even more violently. The terrifying cold energy wreaked havoc in his body, as if it was completely corroding his internal organs. The pain went straight to his bones and soul. Seeing Yuan Lingzi in such pain, Lin Zhonghan and the others were also very uncomfortable. Only the Wan Luo sect's third elder had a sinister smile on his face. I know. Expel Chen Zong. Lin Zhonghan opened his eyes, guilt and pain flashing in them, then he said in a calm tone. A wise choice. The third elder of the Wan Luo sect chuckled. Soon after, he opened his palm. There were 3 jet-black medicinal pills in his palm. The smell that they emitted was a little strange. It seemed to be a little fishy. Moreover, it was cold. Here are 3 antidotes. Take one each time the cold demon flares up. With a casual toss, 3 jet-black pills rolled to Yuan Lingzi's side. Remember, announce the expulsion of Chen Zong immediately, or else. The third elder of the Wan Luo sect let out a few threatening sneers and left the unhindered sword sect in a flash. With his strength, destroying the unhindered sword sect was naturally not a difficult task. All he had to do was to kill all the extreme mortal stage cultivators in the unhindered sword sect, and the unhindered sword sect would naturally be destroyed. If it was a few hundred years ago, they would have been able to do so. However, ever since they came under the rule of the royal family of Dragon Diagram, everything had to be done according to the laws set by the royal family of Dragon Diagram. Naturally, the chaos of the past had disappeared and was replaced by order. Even if there was some chaos, it was still controlled within the limits of order. Any transcendent realm cultivator was very rare. To a certain extent, they could be considered as members of the imperial dynasty. It would be best if none of them died. Perhaps 1 or 2 of them dying would not be a big deal, but if there were too many of them, it would anger the royal family of Dragon Diagram. That would be a blatant violation of the law, which was tantamount to slapping the royal family of Dragon Diagram in the face. However, after this incident, the unhindered sword sect also suffered a great blow. First of all, the Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi was hit by the heavenly Yin cold demon finger. His strength was completely destroyed, and even if he could gather his strength again, he could only barely resist the cold demon. Moreover, the news of the unhindered sword sect expelling Chen Zong shocked everyone in the Tianjiang prefecture. The news spread like a storm. Everyone was stunned. Just what kind of thing did Chen Zong do to deserve to be expelled from the unhindered sword sect? Who knows? Those who did not know the truth often came up with countless guesses, especially those who were jealous of Chen Zong. They started rumors and spread all kinds of unfavorable news about Chen Zong. Good, it's a good expulsion. After the people of the True Yang sect heard the news, they were even more excited. They then ordered their disciples to spread unfavorable news about Chen Zong and the unhindered sword sect as much as possible. It didn't matter what the news was, as long as it could ruin the reputation of Chen Zong and the unhindered sword sect. During this period of time, the name Chen Zong was like thunder to the ears, and the unhindered sword sect's reputation soared. It completely overshadowed the heavenly water sect and pushed them to a level that the other 3 sects could not reach. When they were in the limelight, they would naturally attract jealousy. Now that they were weak, they would naturally be attacked head-on, and their reputation would be greatly damaged. In the unhindered sword sect. Junior brother, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Are you coming? Senior brother, wait a moment. I'm leaving too. A group of inner sect disciples packed up their things and carried them on their backs. They were about to leave the unhindered sword sect. Why are you doing this? There were also other disciples who were angry and questioned. Don't you understand? A genius like senior brother Chen Zong was expelled by the sect without a clear explanation. This kind of behavior makes us disappointed. We don't want a sect that doesn't value its disciples and cuts off its future path. One of the inner sect disciples who was about to leave said with a sad face. His words caused everyone to fall silent. That's right. Senior brother Chenzong was the unhindered sword son of this generation, and was also known as the most outstanding person in the history of the unhindered sword sect. He could be said to be unprecedented, and it was difficult to find a successor. The sect did not treat him like a treasure and focused on nurturing him. Instead, they expelled him without a reasonable explanation. If senior brother Chenzong was like this, then wouldn't it be worse for ordinary disciples like them to continue to stay in the sect? For a moment, people's hearts were scattered. The sect must have its difficulties, one of the disciples argued. A disciple explained, think about it. Why didn't the sect remove senior brother Chenzong's name before this? He must have been forced by someone. No matter what, the sect didn't give us a reasonable explanation. I'm disheartened and determined to leave. Everyone, don't stop me. Otherwise, we'll be enemies. The disciples were about to draw their swords and fight. Stop, let them go. A voice rang out, and a figure appeared. Eldest senior brother. One by one, they hurriedly stood up. The person who came was Lin Yuya. Lin Yuya's face did not have the usual smile. Instead, it was cold and solemn, and there was a trace of imperceptible exhaustion. Lin Yuya naturally knew why Chenzong was expelled from the sect. However, he could not say it. Otherwise, the other sects might take advantage of the time when Elder Yuan Lingzi was incapacitated to attack the unhindered sword sect. They would weaken the unhindered sword sect from all aspects. Eldest senior brother, please tell us. Why did the sect remove senior brother Chenzong from the list? Eldest senior brother, are you jealous of senior brother Chenzong? Are you worried that senior brother Chenzong will replace you as the sect leader in the future? This kind of questioning made Lin Yuya's expression change slightly. His heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a sword. It ached faintly, but he could not explain the real reason. The sect naturally has its reasons for doing so. Lin Yuya took a deep breath and said calmly, Chenzong did something wrong and seriously damaged the sect's interests. That's why he was removed from the list. What did senior brother Chenzong do wrong? Tell us. Faced with the crowd's questioning, Lin Yuya felt both gratified and uncomfortable. He was gratified because Chenzong had a lot of prestige among the disciples. He was uncomfortable because he could not explain the misunderstanding. There are some things that won't benefit you if you know. Lin Yuya could only say so. Humph, I think you're jealous of senior brother Chenzong, so you're trying to remove him from the list. Someone said angrily and left without looking back. When the first person left, a second person followed. Soon, a group of disciples left. The disciples who stayed looked at Lin Yuya with a bit of surprise and suspicion. Lin Yuya had a headache about this. He felt that it was very troublesome, so he could only turn around and leave. The three major sects of Tianjiang Prefecture, as well as many unranked sects, also took action. They investigated everywhere to find out the reason why the unhindered swordsmanship sect had publicly announced the removal of Chenzong from the list. If they could figure out the reason, they might be able to make a big deal out of it. There was no such thing as an eternally friendly sect, nor was there an eternally hostile sect. As long as there were enough benefits, everything could change. The entire Tianjiang Prefecture knew that a large number of unhindered swordsmanship sect disciples had left, especially the smaller sects. They clapped their hands and cheered. In this way, the unhindered swordsmanship sect's reputation would be damaged even more. Their strength would slowly decline because of this, and it would be even more difficult for geniuses to enter the sect in the future. The Baoshan Prefecture also knew of this news, but the reaction was relatively small. After all, the unhindered swordsmanship sect wasn't located in the Baoshan Prefecture, so there were no interests involved. As for the Pure Grace House, no one would have paid attention to Chenzong if he hadn't won first place in the matchless sword battle and turned down the offers of 2 Earth Spirit Realm cultivators 3 times in a row. Chenzong was even more famous in the Wanluo Prefecture. Because the Wanluo sect was fanning the flames behind the scenes, the news had spread like wildfire. In the past, Chenzong's fame was good, but this time, it was bad. Chenzong, who was focused on his journey, didn't know about this. But the news spread too fast, and under the intentional fanning of the Wanluo sect, it finally reached Chenzong's ears. When Chenzong heard the news, his first reaction was shock. I've been expelled from the sect? Chenzong's face was full of surprise. he didn't believe it at all and thought it was just a rumor. Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi had given him wholeheartedly, and the sect master Lin Zhonghan and the other elders valued him greatly. Moreover, he hadn't done anything wrong to the sect, so how could he have been expelled? But as he heard more and more news, Chen Zong's face couldn't help but become serious. This was because all of the news was unfavorable to him. There were all kinds of bad news, including bad news about the unhindered swordsmanship sect. There were all kinds of rumors, but it was enough to prove that it wasn't a coincidence, but someone had deliberately done it. The quaint golden color formed a vast expanse, as if a majestic giant beast was prostrating on the ground. It exuded an unparalleled solemnity and majesty. Despite the vicissitudes of time, it remained majestic and domineering. It even contained a hint of nobility. Looking from afar, it looked like a sleeping dragon. This was the imperial city. Looking at the imperial city in front of him, Chen Zong was indescribably shocked. The Cloud Dragon dynasty was not small, and its imperial city was also quite majestic. However, compared to the imperial city of the Longtu dynasty, it was like a kitten compared to a tiger. Chen Zong had already confirmed that his name was removed from the Xingrong sword sect. He could not help but feel depressed. However, he did not blame or resent them because there must be a reason for the Xingrong sword sect to suddenly make such an announcement. As such, combined with all the bad news, Chen Zong could be sure that this was a conspiracy. Someone was adding fuel to the fire to deal with him or the Xingrong sword sect. The possibility of them targeting him was higher. Perhaps it was too big of a fanfare and unbelievable, but Chen Zong could not think of any other reason. Then, following this train of thought, he could slowly straighten things out. The only suspicious point was, who was the mastermind behind this? Who was the mastermind behind all this fanfare to deal with him? Originally, Chen Zong wanted to return to the Tianjiang prefecture and ask the Xingrong sword sect about it. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. If his speculation was true, and someone was secretly plotting against him and the Xingrong sword sect, then it would be useless for him to return to the Xingrong sword sect now. At the end of the day, he was too weak. If he was strong enough, then all the plots and schemes would be a joke. However, Chen Zong was also very clear that cultivation and strength could not be achieved overnight. It required time and energy. Even if he could advance by leaps and bounds, it was the result of a long period of accumulation. His cultivation was not low among his peers, and his strength was not weak either. However, compared to those experts who had cultivated for tens or even hundreds of years, there was still a huge gap. Time was an unfathomable and mysterious force that could make all living things wither and flourish. He only hoped that stepping into the imperial city this time would make him stronger. Only by becoming stronger would he have the ability to calmly deal with all the difficulties and dangers. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong got rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind and strode toward the open gate of the imperial city. His gait was like a dragon's gait and a tiger's gait was like a sharp sword pointing straight ahead, pressing forward courageously. In front of the open gate of the imperial city, there were 6 guards wearing silver-gray dragon claw armor. They had long sabers at their waists and their expressions were cold. Their eyes were as sharp as blades, sweeping across the faces of the people who wanted to enter the city. It was enough to make people with bad intentions tremble in fear. 6 pairs of eyes fell on Chen Zong at the same time. Their eyes were as sharp as blades, as if they were going to tear Chen Zong apart. Chen Zong defended himself spontaneously, and he could clearly feel the cultivation of these 6 guards. LV9 of the true martial realm, these 6 people gave Chen Zong a feeling that they were not ordinary 9th layer true martial realm cultivators, but rather peak 9th layer true martial realm cultivators. Their combat strength was definitely not ordinary. Looking at the 2 unhindered sword sect disciples guarding the main gate, and their cultivation was only at the 4th or 5th layer of the true martial realm, the gap between them was obvious. These 6 people were the famous Dragon Claw Guards who guarded the imperial city. Under the cold gazes of the 6 Dragon Claw Guards, Chen Zong strode into the imperial city without any fear, because there was nothing to be afraid of. The imperial city was not as crowded as he had imagined, but the streets were very wide, enough for several carriages to pass through at the same time without being crowded. Every person walking on the streets exuded a strong aura. True martial realm cultivators were everywhere, and even pseudo-transcendents could be seen. Along the way, Qinzong even saw several transcendents. One had to know that transcendents were lofty existences, and it was very difficult to see them on a normal day. In some sect, unless one was a core disciple, it was impossible to see a transcendence in the sect under normal circumstances. But in the imperial city, transcendents would appear on the streets, which was really surprising, and even more shocking for the prosperity of the imperial city. But thinking about it from another perspective, Qinzong's mouth curled into a smile. This also meant that there were more masters and more geniuses in the imperial city. Perhaps he could obtain better tempering and become stronger. For Qinzong, the imperial city was a strange place, and for the imperial city, Qinzong was a stranger. For the first time, Qinzong did not know where to find an opponent. He could not just aimlessly attack everywhere, that could violate the laws of the imperial city. With his current ability, if he violated the laws of the imperial city, the consequences would be very serious. First, he needed to find a place to stay and learn more about the situation in the imperial city. Although the imperial city was not densely populated, the people who came and went were quite wealthy. Therefore, there were many restaurants in the imperial city, and one could see one just by walking a few steps. The Grand Harmony restaurant, an elegant name, was also a famous restaurant in the imperial city, ranked in the top 3 of all restaurants. Qinzong stepped into the restaurant. "Sir, would you like to stay or eat?" A well-dressed waiter quickly ran over to greet him warmly. "Both," Qinzong said calmly. "We have 3 levels of guest rooms, heaven, earth, and human, as well as a small courtyard. Which one would you like to stay in?" The waiter's attitude became even more enthusiastic. Small courtyard, Qinzong did not ask about the price and directly decided. The prices in the imperial city might be higher than in other places, but so what? Qinzong, who had killed many strong enemies, had also obtained a lot of spoils. Among them, there were some spirit shells and substandard spirit sources. In total, there were tens of thousands of spirit shells. In addition, there were many substandard spirit sources in the void ring, so his wealth was even greater. The poor studied while the rich practiced martial arts. Without money, how could one pursue martial arts? Just the qi and blood realm alone required a lot of medicine to nourish qi and blood. Otherwise, it would only leave one's body with hidden injuries. The training force realm and the higher real martial arts realm all had requirements for external strength. Without the help of external strength, one could only rely on hard work and progress very slowly. Therefore, martial artists would try their best to make money, and when they made money, they would use it to exchange it for things beneficial to their own cultivation. A better environment was also beneficial to oneself. Subconsciously, people always yearned for better things, unless they had no conditions and could only make do. Qinzong could adapt to all kinds of environments, no matter good or bad. However, if he had enough conditions and ability, naturally he would want to live in a better place. The 3 levels of guest rooms, heaven, earth, and human, were just rooms. The difference might be in size or decoration. Small courtyards were different because they were independent. If one wanted to cultivate well, small courtyards were undoubtedly better. "Okay, sir, please follow me." The waiter's face was full of smiles. The price of small courtyards was not low. Moreover, he would be able to get some benefits from the small courtyards he was in charge of. The small courtyards of the Grand Ulai restaurant were located behind the restaurant. There were a total of 10 of them. Although they were not very big, they were very elegant and independent. Qinzong took a few glances and was very satisfied with this exquisite antique courtyard. The decoration seemed simple, but it gave people a kind of grand and unadorned feeling. It was very pleasing to the eye and very comfortable. Obviously, it was the work of a famous master. Not everyone was determined to pursue martial arts, and not everyone had the talent to pursue martial arts. Everything in the world had its existence and its necessity. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation were all part of everything in the world. Common man in the marketplace, skilled craftsman. A day's stay in this small courtyard cost 100 spirit shells. The price was indeed frighteningly high, but Qinzong did not care. Soon, the waiter brought the meal. It was made with the flesh and bones of 6th-level demonic beasts and some precious medicines that were beneficial to the real martial realm. It was worth the 100 spirit shells a day. After the meal, Chenzong cultivated for a while. Then he walked out of the courtyard and the Grand Ulai restaurant. He came to the main street of the imperial city and walked straight along the street. At this time, it was already sunset. The sun was setting in the west, and the residual red light reflected on the horizon like a burning fire. There was a kind of soul-stirring magnificence. Under the setting sun, the simple golden color of the imperial city was covered with a layer of evening red. The sleeping dragon looked even more peaceful. Inside the imperial city, on the wide and flat streets, the pedestrians were as calm as usual. It seemed that everyone did not have to rush about for a living. The imperial city was very big. There were many distinctive buildings and many scenic spots. However, Chenzong did not go deep. He just passed by and had a preliminary look, so that he could have a more intuitive understanding of the imperial city. As night fell, Chenzong walked nearly half of the imperial city. His speed was not fast, and it could be said that he deliberately slowed down. The imperial city was brightly lit everywhere. Red lights filled the air, and there were also specks of deep blue, light purple, or bright yellow, adding even more brilliance to the night. It was magnificent and magnificent. This was also the imperial city's rather famous 10,000 lantern night view, famous far and wide. Young men and women walked on the streets, and it was even more lively than during the day. Chenzong took a detour back to enjoy the unique night view of the imperial city, but his eyes were calm and deep, like a deep pool. Walking back to the Grand Ulai restaurant and back to the small courtyard, Chenzong closed his eyes and cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts before cultivating again. Inside the 10,000 sifting sect. Reporting to Third Elder, Chenzong has stepped into the imperial city. A 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator who was ordered to track down Chenzong knelt in front of the gloomy Third Elder and reported respectfully. Very good, spread the news to the imperial city and make it difficult for Chenzong to move around. Third Elder grinned sinisterly. The Third Elder laughed sinisterly. The purpose of entering the imperial city was to gain experience, to borrow some of the imperial city's power to make oneself stronger. However, he was not going to do as he wished. In the end, if it were not for the imperial court's laws, Third Elder would not have gone through so much trouble and directly killed Chenzong. Yes. The mastermind behind the scenes took action again. The people who belonged to the 10,000 sifting sect in the imperial city also immediately took action, spreading the news as quickly as possible to tarnish Chenzong's reputation. To the royal capital, Chenzong was an insignificant stranger, but in a single night, many people, whether directly or indirectly, heard this name, learned of this person's identity and origins, and even learned of the terrible things this person had done. The imperial city was ablaze with lights, not going out until dawn. Chenzong opened his eyes. A sharp light tore through the dusk of dawn. It was as bright as the sun in the day. After a night of cultivation, Chenzong naturally couldn't make any significant progress in his cultivation, but cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall back. Persevering in cultivation was a good habit, slowly accumulating and settling down until the conditions were right. Standing up, leaping forward, drawing his sword, Chenzong practiced his sword skills in this small courtyard. Although it seemed chaotic, it actually contained profound mysteries. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk a dull sound rang out as the heavy wooden door of the courtyard shook. Chenzong casually waved his sword and used his strength to open the door, revealing two people standing outside. One of them was the restaurant waiter who had brought Chenzong here yesterday, while the other was a middle-aged fat man with a round belly. Although he was trying his best to restrain his aura, Chenzong was still keenly aware that he was a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. In an instant, Chenzong became vigilant, but on the surface he remained calm. I am the shopkeeper of the Grand Harmony restaurant. The fat man introduced himself. Chenzong was even more surprised. The shopkeeper of a restaurant turned out to be a pseudo-transcendent realm master, unexpected. However, in the imperial city, this was nothing out of the ordinary, because the Grand Harmony restaurant was the property of a transcendent realm master. The Grand Harmony restaurant does not welcome you, leave immediately. As for the 100 spirit shells for your room, we will return them to you. The shopkeeper's tone was slightly cold, and Chenzong could even see a trace of disgust in his small eyes. Puzzled, Chenzong was very puzzled. Logically speaking, this was his first time entering the Imperial City, and also his first time visiting the Grand Harmony restaurant, so there shouldn't be any conflict between them. However, the fat shopkeeper obviously didn't have any intention of explaining, turning around and leaving after speaking. "Sir, please come out." The waiter was no longer as enthusiastic as he had been the day before. Instead, he was cold and impatient. If there was no place for him here, there would be another place for him. Chenzong didn't shamelessly walk away. He walked out of the Grand Pleasure restaurant under several disdainful gazes. Having just arrived at the Imperial City, Chenzong didn't want to leave just like that. It was necessary to find another place to stay, so he went to the next restaurant. "Your name is Chenzong, and you came from Tianjiang Prefecture? Get out. Get out. Our restaurant doesn't welcome traitors like you." While pushing and shoving, Chenzong left the second restaurant. His expression remained unchanged, but his mind was working quickly. With just a few words, Chenzong quickly sorted out his thoughts. Deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors, this was a serious crime. It was enough to make one a target of scorn. In other words, the mastermind behind the scenes had once again started a conspiracy against him. Although he didn't know why the mastermind was doing this, it was definitely not good for him. Perhaps leaving the Imperial City now was the best way, but Chenzong didn't want to leave. Since the mastermind behind the scenes didn't directly take action, but added fuel to the fire behind the scenes, then he would deal with it. Chenzong walked to the third restaurant. However, the shopkeeper also asked for his name. After learning that it was Chenzong, he asked where he came from. When he heard that he came from Tianjiang Prefecture, he also drove Chenzong away with a face full of disgust. "You're worse than a beast. Don't tarnish this place." Chenzong didn't feel angry. His heart was as calm as the ice sea. "Traitors. Worse than a beast. How many more crimes are there?" Chenzong murmured to himself. They were trying to accuse him of more crimes. They found 7 restaurants and 3 inns in a row. After learning Chenzong's name and background, they drove him away. They weren't afraid that Chenzong would lose his temper and beat him. After all, this was the Imperial City. If anyone dared to make a move without permission, the Dragon Claw guards would immediately come to arrest him. Those who dared to resist would be beheaded directly. Chenzong also heard all kinds of unpleasant words, such as beasts who betray their masters and ancestors are worse than ungrateful beasts, despicable and shameless, and so on. It almost made Chenzong become a heinous person. Moreover, Chenzong also knew that no restaurant or inn would let him stay. It was useless no matter how much money he spent. However, in such a large imperial city, not everything was like those restaurants and inns. In the end, Chenzong still found a place to stay. It was a small, dilapidated inn in a relatively remote alley. This kind of small inn run by people without any power did not care about your identity or background. As long as you paid the money, they would accept you. Of course, the environment of this kind of small inn couldn't be compared to those big inns and restaurants. An old wooden bed, a broken wooden table, and a bumpy chair were all the furnishings in the room. The remaining space was very small, and he could only turn around. Chenzong sat on the hard wooden bed. He wasn't cultivating, but was thinking. From all the clues he knew, he was trying to deduce who was plotting against him. However, without enough information, Chenzong couldn't deduce at the moment. Suddenly, the old door was rudely pushed open and fell down. A few figures appeared outside the door. Their cold gazes swept into the room and landed on Chenzong. Chenzong also looked over and was slightly startled. Among those people, he saw a familiar face. Ding Xian. Chenzong was a little uncertain because this was the imperial city of the Longtu dynasty. It was very far away from the Cloud Dragon dynasty. How could Ding Xian appear here? Hearing Chenzong's 2 words, Ding Xian's face darkened. "My name is Long Pozong," he said, his voice cold and stiff. He was indeed Ding Xian. After being defeated by Chenzong, he left the imperial city of the Cloud Dragon dynasty in search of a breakthrough. In the end, he cultivated to the level of half a step into the great perfection of the Qi refining realm. After crossing the sinking Feather River, he coincidentally met an expert from the imperial family. His cultivation level of half a step into the great perfection of the qi refining realm was quite extraordinary. Even if there were many geniuses in the imperial family, few could reach this level. Naturally, Ding Xian was brought into the imperial city and accepted as a member of the imperial family. He changed his surname to Long Xian. However, Ding Xian was very obsessed. He wanted to defeat Chenzong and even kill Chenzong. Therefore, not only did he change his surname, but he also changed his name. Pozong, the meaning of these two words was profound and direct. Chenzong was surprised to find that Ding Xian, or rather, Long Pozong's cultivation level had reached the early stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm. To reach this level, he had put in a lot of effort and went through a lot of hardships. He had even walked the line between life and death a few times. Relying on the imperial family was indeed very beneficial. Chenzong sighed, but he was not the least bit envious. If he could rely on himself, he would rely on himself. The path he walked would be even more exciting. Chenzong, I heard that you are the most outstanding sword son in the history of the unhindered sword sect. How could you live in such a shabby place? It's a disgrace to your status, Long Pozong said with a sneer. From the moment he saw Ding Xian, Chenzong knew that Ding Xian didn't come with good intentions. Therefore, Chenzong didn't find it strange at all what Ding Xian said. As for the people standing behind Long Pozong, they all had cold expressions on their faces. The silver armor they wore was imprinted with the image of a dragon's tooth. They were the Dragon Teeth Guard. Chenzong also discovered that Ding Xian was also wearing silver armor with the image of a dragon's tooth. However, the color was different. Oh, I almost forgot. You've already been expelled from the unhindered sword sect. You betrayed your master, destroyed your ancestors, and are ungrateful. I didn't think that you would be such a person. Ding Xian spoke with a face of sudden realization. He looked very pained, but his eyes were full of mockery. However, Chenzong's expression was still calm. He didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation because of Ding Xian's mockery. That kind of calm gaze actually made Ding Xian feel uncomfortable and even angrier. Ding Xian, you didn't come looking for me just to say these words, did you? Chenzong opened his mouth and spoke in a calm tone. Ding Xian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Of course, he hadn't come looking for Chenzong to mock him, but because he had a mission. It was just that the grudge between him and Chenzong was too deep. It was to the point that anger surged in his heart whenever he saw Chenzong, so he had to mock him. Chenzong, although you've done many disgraceful things, you do have some talent. It just so happens that the third prince admires talented people the most and has decided to give you a chance. If you perform well, you may be able to be put in an important position by the third prince. Ding Xian was very unwilling, but he had no choice. He had to rely on the third prince and was used by the third prince. Whatever the third prince ordered, he would carry it out accordingly. The third prince. Chenzong repeated silently, but he was a little confused. The third prince should be referring to the third prince of the Longtu dynasty. Why did he send someone to look for him at this time? Chenzong couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, no matter what kind of person the third prince was, Chenzong wasn't interested in him at all. This was because Ding Xian, whether it was Ding Xian's expression or his words, revealed his hostility towards him. That's right, the third prince of the dynasty. He's the most capable one among the 9 princes. It's your good fortune to be chosen by the third prince, Ding Xian said with a cold smile. Thank you, third prince, for thinking highly of me. I'm afraid I don't have that good fortune. Chenzong smiled slightly and responded to Ding Xian in a calm tone. So you're saying that you're rejecting? Ding Xian was secretly delighted. He smiled coldly and said, I'm rejecting the third prince's invitation. Chenzong really didn't want to talk to Ding Xian anymore. When they were in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, although Ding Xian was hostile towards him, at that time, Chenzong felt that Ding Xian was a person with integrity. He didn't expect that Ding Xian would change so much in just a few years. Of course, it was also possible that his impression of Ding Xian back then was wrong. Good, good, good. Not only did you reject the third prince's invitation, I heard that you also rejected the Jinghong Mansion's master's offer to take you in as a disciple. The reason was that you didn't want to change your surname. It seems that you look down on the surname Long too. Ding Xian didn't hesitate to slander Chen Zong. Ding Xian, don't speak carelessly. I've never looked down on any surname, Chen Zong said solemnly. To be able to establish a dynasty, the ancestor of the Dragonta dynasty was undoubtedly worthy of respect. What reason did Chen Zong have to look down on the surname Long to? Besides, wasn't looking down on the surname Long to just making trouble for himself for no reason? Humph. Ding Xian smiled coldly and swept his eyes over Chen Zong with a trace of undetectable viciousness. As if he hadn't heard Chen Zong's words, he turned around and strode away with a few dragon teeth guards, disappearing before Chen Zong's eyes. There were 3 famous guards within the capital: the Dragon Claw Guard, the Dragon Teeth Guard, and the Dragon Eye Guard. The Dragon Claw Guard's duty was to maintain order within the capital and prevent all crimes. Within the headquarters of the Dragon Teeth Guard, a tall and strong commander wearing dragon teeth armor sat at the head. His gaze was cold as he stared down at Long Pozong, who was kneeling on one knee. Another person sat on the other side. He looked cultured and refined, wearing a golden robe embroidered with dragons emerging from the water. He had a playful smile on his face as he played with a dark red ball in his hand. The ball emitted a faint but unique fragrance that seeped into one's heart, calming one's mind and clearing one's mind. Third Prince, Commander, Chen Zong has rejected the Third Prince's offer. Ding Xian, Long Pozong, immediately added, although he didn't say it explicitly. Chen Zong's words indicated that he was against changing his surname to Long. Third Prince, what do you think? The Dragon Teeth Guard commander ignored Long Pozong and looked at the Third Prince. The Dragon Teeth Guard belonged to the Third Prince's faction. Public order within the capital has been good recently. The Dragon Claw Guard's deterrence is a bit lacking, the Third Prince said ambiguously with a smile on his face. The Dragon Teeth Guard commander and Long Pozong both revealed smiles of understanding. The owner of the shabby inn was sitting comfortably on an old recliner, fanning himself with a fan in one hand and holding a teapot in the other. He took a sip from time to time, appearing indescribably relaxed. This inn might not be able to make him rich, but basic necessities were no problem at all. He didn't have much ambition and was content with a small fortune. Suddenly, a series of orderly footsteps sounded. They were short and forceful, startling the owner of the inn. He hastily stood up to take a look, and his face immediately paled. He saw 10 people in silver armor approaching quickly. There was a dragon claw pattern on their armor. Dragon Claw Guard. Why have you come to my shabby place? The owner hastily stood up, his entire body trembling. He couldn't help but be afraid. Something was about to happen when the Dragon Claw Guard was on the move. Is there anyone called Chen Zong here? The leader of the Dragon Claw Guard asked, his tone sharp and unyielding. Sir, there are many people living in my shabby place, but I've never asked for their names. The owner hastily bowed and replied. Is there such a person? One of the Dragon Claw Guards took out a scroll and unfurled it. On it was a portrait of a person's head. It was Chen Zong. Yes, he lives. The owner glanced at the Dragon Claw Guard commander, nodding his head, with certainty. The 10 Dragon Claw Guards didn't pay any more attention to the innkeeper. They directly rushed into the inn and went straight to the second floor. When they arrived in front of room 3, they kicked open the door without saying a word. Powerful auras immediately locked onto Chen Zong. Chen Zong, we suspect that you are involved in a murder and robbery case. Surrender now and follow us back for investigation. If you didn't do it, we will prove your innocence, the leader of the Dragon Claw Guard shouted. In an instant, Chen Zong's mind raced. His intuition told him that this matter had something to do with Ding Xian. No, it had something to do with the Third Prince. Logically speaking, he could not go against the Dragon Claw Guards, because the Dragon Claw Guards were the guards of the Imperial City. They had great power and many masters. Moreover, the Dragon Claw Guards represented the face of the royal family. However, Chen Zong also understood that the so-called murder and robbery case had nothing to do with him. Since the Dragon Claw Guards suddenly came to him and named him, it was obvious that they were plotting something. If he really allowed himself to be captured and taken away, he would be in a hopeless situation. After all, he had just arrived and had no foundation in the Imperial City. He was just a warrior of the genuine martial arts realm. Even if he was a genius, if he lacked a strong enough backer, he would be like a rootless duckweed. Even if he was killed, there would be no justice. In an instant, Chenzong's mind raced. Many thoughts flashed through his mind and he made a decision. Getting up, Chenzong walked toward the dragon claw guards without any breath. He looked calm, but the 10 dragon claw guards were extremely vigilant. Their sharp eyes fell on Chenzong, as if they wanted to tear him apart. The cultivation of the 10 dragon claw guards had reached the 9th level of the genuine martial arts realm. Their breath was fierce and not easy to deal with. The position they stood in seemed to be random, but there was a hidden mystery. They could burst out the most powerful attack in an instant and form an encirclement, making it impossible for the enemy to escape. Directly taking the full blow of 10 warriors of the 9th level of the genuine martial arts realm was definitely not a good feeling, especially since none of the 10 warriors was weak. Chenzong approached the opponents. His expression still didn't change, and his body didn't emit any breath fluctuation. It looked like he was really going to be captured without putting up a fight. The moment Chenzong approached the dragon claw guards, all of a sudden, his tyrannical true power broke out and bombarded in all directions. The terrible power directly made it difficult for the dragon claw guards to stand still. Their encirclement was broken by Chenzong as their bodies swayed. Using the floating swan body technique to the extreme, Chenzong's body was extremely flexible. Combined with the sweeping 8 directions body technique, he quickly rushed into the middle of the 10 dragon claw guards. The 10 dragon claw guards were experienced in hundreds of battles. Their reaction was extremely fast. They immediately used the dragon claw hand to grab Chenzong. It was as if 10 dragon claws were grabbing from all directions. It was impossible to go up to the sky or down to the ground. It sealed off the surroundings and eliminated all of Chenzong's escape routes. If it were other warriors in the real martial arts realm, it would be very difficult to deal with such a counterattack. However, with his high realm, Chenzong could clearly feel the trajectory of the 10 dragon claw guards' attacks. He knew exactly where each claw would grab him. With a high degree of control over his body, Chenzong could easily make all kinds of incredible movements. Twisting, he was more flexible than a snake. He avoided the dragon claw hands one by one. He was more slippery than a loach. Every attack of the 10 dragon claw guards missed. However, Chenzong didn't escape. Instead, he counterattacked. Chenzong's idea was very simple. It wasn't difficult to escape, but then he would have to face the pursuit of the 10 dragon claw guards. At that time, it would definitely attract more trouble. At that time, he would attract more powerful warriors. He might be captured alive, or even killed on the spot. It was also inappropriate to kill the 10 dragon claw guards. It was tantamount to going against the royal family. The plan now was to defeat the 10 dragon claw guards and make them lose their ability to move for a certain period of time. Then he would take the opportunity to escape and leave the imperial city. Once the decision was made, Chenzong didn't hesitate. However, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he stretched out his hands and pointed his sword at the bodies of the 10 dragon claw guards. The tyrannical pure yang qi and great true force rushed into the bodies of the 10 dragon claw guards. The dragon claw guards' qi, blood, and true force were defeated. They instantly lost the ability to move and fell to the ground. Then, Chenzong defeated the owner of the inn and rushed out of the inn without looking back. He quickly went to the gate of the imperial city. His expression was calm, but his steps were fast, like a gust of wind. Chenzong knew that his attack just now was enough to make the 10 dragon claw guards lie down for a few hours. As for the owner of the inn, he would lie down for even longer. A few hours was enough for Chenzong to rush out of the imperial city. As for after leaving the city, he would take it one step at a time. Just as Chenzong quickly left the inn and arrived at the main street, a person in the distance showed a smile. Chenzong, you really didn't give up without a fight. Now that's interesting. Ding Xian secretly smiled, but didn't pursue because there was no need to. Chenzong couldn't escape at all. This imperial city had already been set up. Even if Chenzong was a transcendent realm master, he couldn't leave safely. Resist. Struggle. The more violent you are, the more serious the consequences will be. Ding Xian muttered to himself, a grin appearing on his face. Moving as fast as the wind, Chenzong's face gradually became dignified because he felt like he was being watched. It was as if there were sharp gazes locked onto him from all directions. Moving even faster, like a bolt of lightning, Chenzong flew towards the city gate. Gradually, Chenzong also saw the city gate. As long as he rushed out of the city, he might be able to leave this place. Immediately, at the city gate, a group of dragon claw guards appeared, intercepting Chenzong at the gate, waiting for him to approach so he could walk right into their trap. These 10 dragon claw guards were different from the previous dragon claw guards. Each of them exuded a tyrannical aura. Chenzong estimated that this kind of aura was at least 3-star. Immediately after, another figure flashed and appeared in front of the 10 dragon claw guards, his hands crossed behind his back, a calm expression on his face as he stared at Chenzong indifferently. Pseudo-transcendent realm, Chenzong paused. If it were 10 3-star cultivators, he was confident he could deal with them, but a pseudo-transcendent realm master was beyond his ability to deal with. Without hesitation, Chenzong immediately turned around, only to see another pseudo-transcendent realm master a few hundred meters away, also wearing dragon claw guard armor, staring at him indifferently. Chenzong's heart sank. Not only were there pseudo-transcendent realm dragon claw guards in front and behind him, but there were also pseudo-transcendent realm dragon claw guards on his left and right. He wasn't a match for any one of them, let alone 4. The encirclement formed by 4 pseudo-transcendent realm masters eliminated any possibility of Chenzong escaping, unless he used the Red Thunder Sword. However, Chenzong was also very clear that if he really used the Red Thunder Sword, the consequences would be even more serious. At that time, the ones chasing after him wouldn't be pseudo-transcendents, but real transcendents. Perhaps even Earth Spirit Realm Masters would be dispatched. How should I deal with the current predicament? A sense of helplessness filled his heart, but Chenzong didn't give up, constantly trying to think of a way to escape. This trip to the Imperial City absolutely couldn't become his own grave. The 4 pseudo-transcendent realm dragon claw guards didn't approach, instead just standing in place with indifferent looks on their faces. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Chenzong like a bolt of lightning. It was a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe and carrying a long sword on his back. The scabbard was simple and somewhat old. His hair was white and the corners of his eyes were covered with crow's feet. He didn't seem to be young. The blue tiles and blue bricks were like gold and jade. Stepping through the open door, a spacious courtyard greeted his eyes. The ground was paved with broken stone slabs, creating a unique scenery. In the corner of the courtyard, there was a small pavilion with a man sitting in it, his back facing Chenzong. Chenzong couldn't see his face, but from his back, he seemed a little thin. Looking at his clothes, it was clear his identity wasn't ordinary. The gray-robed middle-aged man didn't pay attention to Chenzong and walked towards the pavilion. "Ninth Prince, I brought him." The gray-robed middle-aged man stood outside the pavilion and bowed slightly. The man in the pavilion turned around, his eyes first falling on the gray-robed middle-aged man, a smile appearing on his handsome face. Without any pretense, he said in a clear voice, "Teacher, I'll have to trouble you. It's my duty." The middle-aged man seemed to be a man of few words. After speaking, he retreated to the side and stood upright like a sword. Chenzong stood at the entrance of the courtyard. The conversation between the two was not concealed, so he could hear it clearly. The 9th prince, belonged to dynasty had 9 princes, and the man in front of him was one of them. Chenzong remained calm on the surface, but his heart sank slightly. The previous incident was most likely related to the 3rd prince, and now the 9th prince had appeared. Previously, when he was surrounded by the dragon claw guards, he wanted to rush out of the imperial city, but it was as if he had fallen into a trap. The people who surrounded him were 4 pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators of the dragon claw guards. He wasn't a match for any one of them. Just when Chenzong was at his wit's end, the gray-robed middle-aged man with a sword on his back appeared. Without saying a word, he directly asked him to follow him. The 4 pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators of the dragon claw guards hesitated, but didn't stop him, as if they didn't dare. It seemed that they also knew that this middle-aged man was one of the 9th prince's men. At this point, he could only act according to the situation. Chenzong greets the 9th prince. Chenzong calmly saluted. "No need for formalities, Brother Chen. The ninth prince looked at Chenzong and smiled slightly. The way he addressed him made Chenzong slightly startled. There didn't seem to be any malicious intent. "Brother Chen, please take a seat." The ninth prince gestured at the empty seat within the gazebo. Chenzong wasn't afraid. He strode into the gazebo and sat down across from the ninth prince. His calmness made the ninth prince's eyes flash. The gray-robed middle-aged man also glanced at Chenzong. "Chenzong would like to thank the ninth prince and this senior for helping me out," Chenzong said seriously. "It's nothing. Besides, all the accusations are groundless." The ninth prince smiled coldly. Doing such a thing is smearing the reputation of the imperial family. There are 3 guards within the imperial city: the Dragon Eye Guard, the Dragon Teeth Guard, and the Dragon Claw Guard. The ninth prince changed the topic. The 3 guards each have their own duties. The Dragon Claw Guard's duty is to maintain order in the capital and put an end to all crimes. The Dragon Eye Guard's duty is to monitor everything and gather information. As for the Dragon Teeth Guard, they are responsible for arresting criminals. Chenzong nodded when he heard this. He didn't know much about these things. "My third brother is the supervisor of the Dragon Teeth Guard, and I am the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard," the ninth prince said, surprising Chenzong. "The supervision of the Dragon Eye Guard has given me a better understanding of Brother Chen." The ninth prince smiled, as if trying to attract Chenzong's interest. Chenzong's heart shook when he heard this. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. The ninth prince spoke again, his voice clear and bright. "Brother Chen's talent is outstanding, and I value it greatly. I have specially invited Brother Chen to help me. I can also promise that Brother Chen will not change his surname. If there comes a day when Brother Chen has a higher goal, you can leave at any time. As long as Brother Chen is willing to help me, I will do my best to obtain whatever Brother Chen needs." The ninth prince promised again. As a prince of the imperial family, he wouldn't easily make promises, especially as the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard. He had only obtained this position after a fierce competition with the other princes. How could he do it without sufficient ability? Thus, it was clear that the ninth prince was sincerely inviting Chenzong. Chenzong didn't immediately respond, but began to think. The ninth prince didn't seem to want to rush him either. To put it bluntly, the ninth prince's so-called invitation was to work for him. Chenzong wasn't opposed to this. On the contrary, Chenzong's concept was that only by experiencing all sorts of things could one better temper oneself. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. Nothing in this world was truly perfect. There would always be flaws. The important thing was what one needed. Understanding this point would allow one to make the right choice. Moreover, compared to the third prince, the ninth prince's methods were undoubtedly more open and aboveboard. At the very least, Chenzong wouldn't be disgusted by it. As his thoughts turned, Chenzong made his choice. He rose and bowed. "Chenzong greets the ninth prince." Chenzong said seriously. Good, good, good." The ninth prince laughed from the bottom of his heart. As the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard, the ninth prince was able to collect all sorts of information about the Dragon Diagram region. He paid close attention to the geniuses. Ever since Chenzong became famous in the Pure Grace House, the ninth prince had paid close attention to Chenzong. After some understanding, he had the intention to recruit Chenzong. The ninth prince's style was different from the third prince's. He didn't use any coercive methods. Moreover, if the ninth prince made a promise, he would do his best to fulfill it. He and the third prince were the two most capable of the ninth prince. Their personalities and methods were different, and they were often compared to each other. "Brother Chen, let me introduce you." The ninth prince gestured to the middle-aged man in gray robes with a sword on his back. "This is the Black Sword Sect Xianxia. He is also my sword teacher." "Greetings, senior. Thank you for helping me out." Chenzong bowed. "No need to be so polite," Yu said lightly. "My teacher is the #1 master under the Transcendent Realm in the Imperial City. His sword skills are unparalleled and mysterious, so he is called the Black Sword Sect." The ninth prince smiled. Chenzong was surprised. There were many pseudo-transcendent realm masters in the imperial city. To be the #1 master among them was definitely amazing. Those who were invincible in the extreme mortal realm were kings, so those who were invincible in the pseudo-transcendent realm were called sect masters. I heard that Brother Chen has extraordinary talent in sword skills. You can ask my teacher for advice. Perhaps you will gain some benefits. The ninth prince smiled. In the ninth prince's opinion, Chenzong's talent was indeed amazing, but he still couldn't compare with the Black Sword sect Xu Wuya. One had to know that not only had Xu Wuya reached the peak of the pseudo-transcendent realm in terms of cultivation, his sword skills were also extremely high, surpassing many extreme mortal realm sword cultivators. Please enlighten me, senior. Chenzong bowed again to Xu Wuya. Only by humbly asking for advice would one be able to progress further. Good. Xu Wuya nodded. As the ninth prince's follower and sword teacher, Xu Wuya naturally knew many things. Therefore, he was very interested in Chenzong's talent, especially his talent in sword skills. However, now was not the time to exchange pointers. Brother Chen, do you know why you were expelled from the unhindered sword sect? The ninth prince changed the topic again, but this time it hit Chenzong's heart, causing Chenzong's pupils to shrink. Why, this was what Chenzong wanted to know the most. That day, Brother Chen killed the Thousand Sifting Sect's third core disciple, Underworldya, then was attacked by the Scorching Sun Hand. The ninth prince said as if he had seen it with his own eyes, causing Chenzong's heart to tremble. This Dragon Eye Guard was really terrifying, they could penetrate through any opening. Then, the rogue cultivator Zishan arrived and forced the Scorching Sun Hand to retreat. The Scorching Sun Hand was intercepted by the rogue cultivator Zishan twice and was unable to kill Brother Chen, so he sent a message to the Thousand Sifting Sect about Brother Chen killing Underworldya and said that Brother Chen used a despicable method to kill Underworldya, trying to use the Thousand Sifting Sect to deal with you. Chenzong listened carefully and confirmed his previous speculations one by one. His train of thought quickly became clear. When the ninth prince finished talking about the Thousand Sifting Sect's third elder going to the unhindered sword sect alone, Chenzong finally understood. It turned out that the mastermind behind the scenes was the Thousand Sifting Sect, or more accurately, it was the Thousand Sifting Sect's third elder who directed it. The imperial law has a rule to protect geniuses. Transcendents are not allowed to personally deal with geniuses below the transcendents. Perhaps there are other reasons that led the Thousand Sifting Sect's third elder to use this method. The ninth prince said. Ninth prince, how is Senior Yuan Lingzi? Chenzong quickly asked anxiously. The Thousand Sifting Sect's Heavenly Yin Cold Finger is an outstanding low-rank spirit-level martial skill. To cultivate it, one needs to comprehend and master the true meaning of Yin Cold Finger. To cultivate it, one also needs the corresponding Yin Cold Qi. Those who are hit by it will be eroded by the Yin Cold Qi and have to endure pain at all times. They will constantly consume their vitality until their vitality is exhausted and they die. The ninth prince said seriously, with Senior Yuan Lingzi's cultivation, it will take him at most 3 years. 3 years? Chenzong's face suddenly changed. 3 years was actually very short, and within these 3 years, one would have to endure the pain of being eroded by the Yin Cold Qi. Chenzong didn't know how painful it would be, but it definitely wouldn't be pleasant. Ninth prince, is there a solution? Chenzong hurriedly asked. He expected that with the ninth prince's status, there should be a solution. There are 3 methods. The first method is to use a Heavenly Sun Vast Essence pill. Not only can it remove the threat of the Heavenly Yin Cold Finger, but it can also replenish the vitality consumed. The ninth prince's answer was quick and decisive, and he immediately revealed a bitter smile. Refining the Heavenly Sun Vast Essence pill requires 2 main spirit herbs. They are very rare, and even I am not sure if I can get them. In addition, even if I do get the spirit herbs, I don't have a suitable person to refine it. Ever since the Elixir King went out to travel a few years ago, no one in the Longtu region has the confidence to refine the Heavenly Sun Vast Essence pill. Chenzong's heart sank. The second method is to ask the Thousand Sifting Sect for the antidote, but as far as I know, the Thousand Sifting Sect's antidote can't completely eradicate it. There will be some sequelae. The ninth prince said, the second method is to temporarily take a pill that replenishes vitality and has positive yang qi to resist the erosion of the heavenly yin cold finger. May I ask, ninth prince, if we use the second method, how long can we delay it? Chenzong thought and asked. 10 years. The ninth prince paused before answering, if we don't do it, we won't have to worry for 10 years, but it's hard to say after 10 years. 10 years. Chenzong was silent. 10 years, and it was 10 years when he couldn't do anything. How far could he cultivate in 10 years, Chenzong didn't know. It was full of unknowns. The ninth prince's solution was 3 methods, the first method, the second method, and the second method. The first method was the best, but there were no conditions to implement it now. The second method would leave sequelae, and the third method had a time limit. In the end, Chenzong accepted the ninth prince's proposal. First, as the ninth prince said, what if the elixir king returned within 10 years? At that time, with the ninth prince's status, asking the elixir king to refine a heavenly sun vast vitality pill wouldn't be too much of a problem. Second, if the elixir king didn't return within 10 years, Chenzong also had 10 years to cultivate. Perhaps he could reach a certain level and solve the problem of Yuan Lingzi's heavenly yin cold finger. Brother Chen, don't worry. I'll have someone send a year's worth of righteous yang pills and vitality augmenting pills to the Zhongjing sword sect. The ninth prince smiled. Righteous yang pills contained a wisp of righteous yang power, which could resist the erosion of yin energy to a certain extent. Vitality augmenting pills were refined from various life-replenishing medicines, which could replenish the body's life force consumption to a certain extent. Both righteous yang pills and vitality augmenting pills weren't cheap. Ordinary real martial realm cultivators had no hope of obtaining them. 1 righteous yang pill and 1 vitality augmenting pill was enough for Yuan Lingzi to use for a month. After 10 years, there would be a total of 240 pills. Ninth Prince, Chenzong is deeply grateful. Chenzong stood up and bowed gratefully. Yuan Lingzi was the only elder of the Zhongjing sword sect. He was very good to Chenzong, giving him guidance wholeheartedly. Even though they weren't master and disciple, they were more than master and disciple. Yuan Lingzi was injured and dying. Chenzong was very uncomfortable, but he couldn't do anything. He felt even worse. He accepted the ninth prince's invitation, but he didn't contribute much. The ninth prince took the initiative to help him. This was a great favor. Chenzong had always been clear about gratitude and grudges. It's nothing. Brother Chen, you don't have to worry about it. The ninth prince said with a smile. Paying some external items for a genius with limitless potential to wholeheartedly assist him was undoubtedly worth it. Chenzong didn't keep expressing his gratitude verbally. There was no need for that. Brother Chen, what else do you want to know? The ninth prince asked with a smile. Scorching Sun Hand and Purple Mountain's identity. Chenzong's thoughts changed. Ardent Sun Hand's external identity is that of a loose cultivator, but his actual identity is that of a spy for the True Yang sect. However, very few people know about this. The ninth prince smiled. As for Zishan, he is indeed a loose cultivator. A spy from the True Yang sect, no wonder. Chenzong suddenly understood. Then there was a reason why the other party wanted to kill him. However, the True Yang sect was his enemy again and again. Sooner or later, they would return the favor. Ninth Prince, I've only been in the Imperial City for 1 night, and my bad reputation has been spread everywhere. Is it all because of the Wanluo sect? Chenzong asked a second question. Yes, and no. The ninth prince said, the 10,000 sifting sect is closer to my third brother. He didn't say it explicitly, but Chenzong suddenly understood. To be able to spread his bad reputation overnight, other than the 10,000 sifting sect, there was also an external force helping. And that external force was obviously the third prince. It had to be said that the third prince had a good plan. While cooperating with the 10,000 sifting sect to deal with him, he also wanted to recruit him to work for him. A hint of anger rose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. Ninth Prince, I don't have any more questions for now. Chenzong said. He had basically understood the cause and effect. The reason the Unhindered Sword sect removed his name was because of the threat of the 10,000 sifting sect's third elder. In order to protect the sect, they had to do this. Chenzong could understand and accept it. Good. Brother Chen, do you need anything? The ninth prince asked again. As the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard, he naturally paid close attention to Chenzong after noticing him. He collected information from many sources and had a deeper understanding of Chenzong's talent and personality. Therefore, the ninth prince valued Chenzong very much and naturally wanted to make Chenzong stronger. The stronger Chenzong was, the more help he would be to the ninth prince. I need to quickly improve my cultivation, Chenzong said. His cultivation was currently his biggest shortcoming. Brother Chen, what is your cultivation now? As the ninth prince asked, he felt the fluctuation of energy coming from Chenzong. It was the early stage of LV9 genuine martial realm. As a prince of the imperial family, the ninth prince was also in his 20s. His cultivation was at the peak of LV9 genuine martial realm. However, from all the information he collected, the ninth prince was not confident that he could suppress Chenzong. The ninth prince knew that Chenzong had relied on his true strength to kill the underworld ravens, not a so-called sneak attack. Therefore, if Chenzong's cultivation could reach the peak of LV9 genuine martial realm, his battle strength would definitely become even stronger. Brother Chen, don't worry. I will send someone to deliver the true alchemy pill to help you improve your cultivation. The ninth prince smiled. The true alchemy pill was the most suitable pill for genuine martial realm cultivators to improve their cultivation in the Longtu region. As for the great alchemy pill, it was not only difficult to concoct, but also required more high-end medicinal ingredients. When the Dan King was away, no one else could concoct it. This was because even if they had the corresponding medicinal ingredients and skills, they lacked the pill recipe. Any kind of pill could only be successfully concocted after countless experiments. The slightest mistake would not only cause the concoction to fail, but it could also cause the furnace to explode. If the explosion was light, it would damage the medicinal ingredients in the furnace. If it was heavy, even the alchemist would be injured or killed. Thank you, ninth prince, Chenzong said. Brother Chen, do you have any other requests? The ninth prince asked again. However, Chenzong shook his head. Was there really nothing else? No, there was more. It was just that Chenzong had just joined the ninth prince's camp and had not made any contributions yet. If he repeatedly asked for something, then he would be asking for a yard after taking an inch. Brother Chen, this is one of the properties under my name. Now, I will give it to Brother Chen as a greeting gift. It will also save Brother Chen the trouble of finding a place to stay. The ninth prince smiled and pointed at the quaint and elegant courtyard. Thank you, ninth prince. Chenzong did not decline. Compared to other things, a courtyard was nothing. However, if Brother Chen wants to ask teacher for advice on sword techniques, then you have to follow teacher's wishes. I cannot make the decision for teacher. The ninth prince smiled and said, giving Xianxia sect Shi Wuya enough respect. If senior does not object, can you teach me a thing or two now? Chenzong looked at Xianxia sect Shi Wuya and bowed. Okay. Yu Wuya's answer was simple and direct. The ninth prince sat in the pavilion, while Chenzong and Yu Wuya stood in the courtyard. Pay attention. Yu Wuya spoke directly. His figure didn't move, yet his gaze suddenly became fierce, and it was like two rays of sword light tore through the sky. Its shocking sharpness caused Chenzong's expression to change, and his entire body unconsciously felt cold and faintly hurt. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a wisp of an illusory white sword light tear through the sky and slash down. Without any hesitation, the cross-shaped sword light swept through the air, as if it had split the heaven and earth in front of it into four. It also shattered the white sword light that was coming at him. Looking carefully, Xianxia sect Shi Wuya did not move at all. His sword was still on his back, and his hands were hanging naturally. Chenzong was shocked. He was sure that Xianxia sect Shi Wuya did not draw his sword. Just the gaze of his eyes made him feel like he was being slashed by a sword. It was indeed terrifying. I am going to draw my sword. Xianxia sect said the second sentence. The moment his voice sounded, Chenzong's strength increased to the maximum. His whole body's blood and qi surged, and his muscles tightened. He could explode with the strongest power in an instant. The moment the last word fell, Xianxia's sect pulled out his sword. Chenzong seemed to be able to clearly see Xianxia's sect's right hand lifting up and grabbing the simple and ancient sword hilt. A melodious sound rang out, accompanied by a cold light that shot into the sky, as if it had split the 9 heavens. Then, all the brilliance was retracted and transformed into an ordinary sword strike that slashed down. Chenzong felt that he could clearly see the trajectory of the sword strike, but he could not dodge it. He could not even think about it. It was as if he had turned into a wooden man. He could only stare blankly at the sword strike. As if it was an illusion, the sword under his gaze disappeared. Chenzong was in a trance. He saw Xianjian Sek Shi Wuya slowly put his sword back into the scabbard on his back. Then, a strand of hair fell from his forehead. Under his clear gaze, it gently swayed and fell in the air. "Experience it well," Xianjian Sect said. Chenzong was still in a daze. There was no doubt that Xianjian Sect had made his move, but what puzzled Chenzong was why he could clearly see the entire process of Xianjian Sect's sword strike. Why could he clearly see the trajectory of the sword strike, but was unable to dodge it? He did not even have the thought of dodging it. Xianjian Sect looked deeply at Chenzong. The 9th prince walked out of the pavilion and silently walked past Chenzong. He stood beside Xianjian Sect with a look of envy on his face. "Teacher, Chenzong's talent in swordsmanship is extraordinary, very high. Very high, rarely seen in my life," Xianjian Sect said concisely. Hearing this, the 9th prince was immediately surprised. Although his swordsmanship teacher, Xianjian Sect, was not a transcendent realm expert, he was very extraordinary. He was even more amazing than many extreme mortal realm experts. His swordsmanship was superb, even surpassing many extreme mortal realm experts. To be able to get Xianjian Sect to give an evaluation that he had never seen before in his life, the 9th prince could not help but be surprised. This was enough to show that Chenzong's talent in swordsmanship was astonishing. "Above me," Xianjian Sect added at the end. The 9th prince was shocked again, his eyes blazing. As if he was possessed, Chenzong fell into deep thought. His eyes flickered, and he did not hear Xianjian Sect's words at all. He also ignored Xianjian Sect and the 9th prince, these two living people. Time slowly passed, the bewitched Chenzong was still stuck in Xianjian Sect's sword. He tried his best to comprehend its mysteries, but found it very difficult. It was as if he could clearly see the scorching sun on the side of the mountain, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. It was so far away. Half an hour, 2 hours, 3.5 hours, 4 hours, the 9th prince and Xianjian Sect stood without saying a word, waiting for Chenzong to wake up. 3 hours. Chenzong's expression changed. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura changed, and he woke up. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chenzong's face showed a wry smile. "Brother Chen, did you gain anything?" the 9th prince quickly asked. "Nothing," Chenzong once again replied with a wry smile. Although he tried his best to comprehend, he really did not comprehend anything. "Take your time, don't worry," the 9th prince said. This was very normal. It meant that Chenzong's swordsmanship was very different from Xianjian Sect's. Every prince had many properties under their name, including houses, restaurants, and many others. The Saran house was one of the properties gifted to Chenzong by the 9th prince and was famous for its natural simplicity and elegance. In the imperial city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the Saran house wasn't very big, but it was quaint and unique. The decoration inside seemed simple, but it had been carefully arranged by a transcendent realm grandmaster, giving it an invisible aura that was beneficial to the human body. If an ordinary person lived here, they would be able to strengthen their body and prolong their life. Even if a true martial realm or pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator lived here, they would be able to cultivate in peace. Today was the 3rd day since Chenzong joined the 9th prince's service. In a simple pavilion, Chenzong was sitting with his eyes closed, his mind constantly replaying the sword strike from the Black Sword sect. It was a simple, direct, and clear sword strike, but it gave Chenzong a feeling that the Tao was simple. I wonder how high the Black Sword sect Shiwuya's sword skills are. Although he had not clearly comprehended anything, Chenzong felt that his sword skills seemed to have loosened, and he could vaguely see a higher level. As for his cultivation, thanks to the true refined pills sent by the ninth prince, he had reached the mid-stage of the true martial realm, and his combat strength had also become stronger. The sun was setting, and the afterglow of the sunset was illuminated. Qianzong finished his cultivation, put on a new sword robe, and walked out of the Saran house with his star twin swords. Now that his combat strength had reached the 5-star level, and as his cultivation grew stronger, his second-order pseudo-spirit artifact was gradually unable to keep up, giving Qianzong a feeling that he could not enjoy himself to the fullest. Tonight, the ninth prince would host a banquet in the royal garden to welcome Qianzong and introduce him to the other members of the ninth prince's faction. Since Qianzong was indebted to the ninth prince, he would have to serve the ninth prince for a period of time. Qianzong did not refuse and accepted. The Emperor Garden was a palace built by the imperial family to receive guests or various gatherings. It covered a large area, with flowers and trees providing shade, rockery, and flowing water. The scenery was picturesque, and the atmosphere was fresh. The Emperor Garden was a general name, and there were a total of 10 small palaces, each with a different name. The banquet held by the ninth prince for Qianzong was held in the Nine Emperors' Palace. Outside the Nine Emperors' Palace was brightly lit and bustling. Qianzong took large strides into the Nine Emperors' Palace. Instantly, numerous gazes swept over to him. "Brother Chen, you're here." Clear laughter rang out as the ninth prince strode over. He was very enthusiastic. Everyone was surprised. As people who followed or were close to the ninth prince's faction, they naturally knew the ninth prince's habits, but they felt that the ninth prince seemed to be more enthusiastic towards this person. Those who knew Qianzong better began to think. Their gazes landed on Qianzong's face as if they wanted to see through him. Qianzong greets the ninth prince. Qianzong bowed solemnly. Although the ninth prince was amiable and approachable, and he never put on the airs of a prince when interacting with him, talking normally was one thing. Now, in front of so many people, Qianzong had to show enough respect. "Brother Chen, you don't have to be so courteous." The ninth prince's face was full of smiles. He was very happy in his heart. He had been a little worried that Qianzong would behave like he usually did in this kind of situation. He didn't expect Qianzong to be so reasonable. It was so convenient to interact with smart people. "Brother Chen, let me introduce you." The ninth prince led Qianzong into the Nine Emperors' Palace and started to introduce everyone. Those who came to the Nine Emperors' Palace to attend the welcoming banquet were either from the ninth prince's faction or had the intention to get close to the ninth prince. However, most of them were relatively ordinary. Of course, ordinary was only relative. To many people outside the imperial city, they were unreachable. After a round of introductions, there were only a few people who were of high status. Long Pijuan, the son of the imperial dynasty's great general Long Wei, was a tall and burly young man who looked extremely fierce. When he greeted Qianzong, he acted as if he was very familiar with him and directly put his arm around Qianzong's shoulder. He even asked Qianzong to go to some fun place after the banquet. Just thinking about it made it obvious what kind of fun place it would be. "Long Pijuan, if you want to play, go play by yourself," the ninth prince scolded. Long Pijuan was also a direct descendant of the imperial family. However, in terms of seniority, he was one generation lower than the ninth prince. His father, Great General Long Wei, was the ninth prince's peer. Moreover, the ninth prince was a prince, while Long Pijuan was the son of a general. There was a huge difference in status. However, Long Pijuan and the ninth prince were very close. They had been playmates since they were young, so sometimes Long Pijuan didn't speak so politely. However, due to seniority and status, Long Pijuan didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of the ninth prince. The second was the son of the minister of the left. His name was Long Zhonghong. He wasn't very tall and wasn't very strong. He was a bit thin and small, but he had a cold personality. He only nodded at Qianzong as a greeting. The third was the genius alchemist Chu Zihao. It was said that he was the Elixir King's disciple. The Xianxia elixir and the vitality-augmenting elixir that Qianzong had taken to the unhindered sword sect had all been made by him. Chu Zihao looked to be in his 30s. His cultivation wasn't low, either. He was at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. As for his battle prowess, no one knew. He had his hands behind his back and a serious expression on his face. He was cultured and refined. Coupled with his handsome appearance and noble status, he was definitely the ideal man for countless girls in the imperial city. What he said next completely changed Qianzong's impression of Chu Zihao. "Let's go and have some fun later." This was Chu Zihao's sound transmission. When he said this, his face was serious and he didn't even look sideways. However, Qianzong could hear a hint of wretchedness in his tone. What a coquettish guy. What an interesting guy. As for the others, their status might be good as well, but they couldn't be compared to the other three. There's one more person who hasn't come. The second core disciple of the Jinghong sword sect, Lai Yunxiao. The ninth prince smiled. The second core disciple of the Jinghong sword sect. Chen Zong was slightly surprised. The Jinghong sword sect was a middle-ranked sect. Their overall strength was a bit higher than the Wanluo sect. The third core disciple of the Wanluo sect was Underworld Raven, who had the battle prowess of an early 5-star warrior. Therefore, the second and first core disciples would naturally be stronger. Their battle prowess might even reach the mid-5-star level. In other words, the second core disciple of the Jinghong sword sect was probably at the mid-5-star level. Qianzong was looking forward to it. "I heard that you've sullied a senior sister in the sect. Is that true?" A crisp and pleasant voice suddenly sounded. It was like the sound of a bell in the wind. However, the words that came out of her mouth stunned everyone. Everyone's gaze also fell on the owner of the voice. She had a baby face, skin that was fair like white jade, and her large eyes that seemed to be able to speak contained a wisp of craftiness. She blinked as she stared at Qianzong, and she was filled with innocence and curiosity like a naive child. "Greetings, 10th Princess." One by one, they quickly bowed. "Sister, those rumors are false." The ninth prince touched his forehead and explained with a bitter smile. The ninth prince didn't inform the 10th princess about the banquet that was held for Qianzong. As the only daughter of the current emperor, she was also the only princess of the Longtu Empire. She was the apple of the emperor's eye. He couldn't wait to spoil her. Who would dare to offend her? Although the 9 princes also schemed against each other, they all took good care of the 10th princess. This was because the throne of the emperor would only be born among the 9 princes. The 10th princess was no threat to them. Since that was the case, and they were blood-related, it was natural for them to treat her well. However, the 9 princes and many others also had a headache because their 10th princess looked as pure and innocent as a child. Anyone who believed her would be an idiot. Her pure and innocent appearance was just a cover. She was very black-bellied. If they offended her, the consequences would be terrible. The 9th prince, who had suffered greatly, knew very well. At the same time, because she was pampered and unrestrained, she didn't have any scruples when speaking. No one would criticize her for speaking wrongly. Therefore, every time she spoke, the 10th princess would not consider the feelings of others. If it was someone else who wasn't so broad-minded, even if they didn't fly into a rage on the spot, they would feel unhappy or even hold a grudge against the 10th princess. However, Qianzong just smiled and took in the reactions of the people around him. He also took in the 9th prince's eyes. Justice is in everyone's heart. Qianzong responded neither too quickly nor too slowly. Then did you defile your senior sister? The 10th princess tilted her head and asked innocently while blinking her big eyes. Qianzong didn't want to talk to such a person, because Qianzong could keenly see a hint of hidden cunning in her eyes, which showed that she said this on purpose. Qianzong was not narrow-minded, but he didn't like others to talk to him like this again and again. If it were another occasion, he would directly pull out his sword and kill her. Unfortunately, the 10th princess's identity was not trivial here. In addition, the 9th prince's eyes indicated that Qianzong knew that he couldn't offend her. However, it was impossible for Qianzong to deliberately cater to her. 10th princess is joking. Qianzong still responded neither too quickly nor too slowly. Enough, sister. Go play with Pijuan, the 9th prince hurriedly said. Long Pijuan's body trembled, and his face was full of bitterness. The 9th prince had a rough understanding of Qianzong's personality from the information he had gathered and personal contact with him. He also knew the habits of those who practiced the sword. The 10th princess's words were enough to anger anyone, but Chenzong not being angry in the slightest was already giving her a lot of face. Based on the 10th princess's personality, she would definitely continue to ask questions and wouldn't stop until she got a direct answer. The consequences were very likely to anger Chenzong. Even if he didn't express it directly, it could still affect their relationship in the future. There was no doubt that the 9th prince valued Chenzong very much. After being scolded by the 9th prince, the 10th princess appeared to be very reluctant. She looked back at Chenzong with every step she took, as if Chenzong had abandoned her. Long Pajuan's tall and strong body curled up into a ball as he watched the 10th princess approach. He looked like an injured quail, shivering in the cold wind. The 9th prince walked over to Chenzong and said in a low voice, "Brother Chen, my sister has been doted on since she was a child. She doesn't have any scruples when speaking or doing things. If she offends you in any way, please don't take offense." "The 10th princess is so innocent that it's hard to get angry at her," Chenzong said with a smile. Even though he knew that Chenzong's words weren't true, the 9th prince didn't pursue the matter. After all, if the 10th princess wasn't related to him by blood, he wouldn't like her personality either. Sometimes she didn't hold back and easily offended others. If it weren't for her status, she would have already caused a lot of trouble. The news about Chenzong had spread like wildfire that night. Many people knew about it and believed it at first, but when they saw Chenzong here today, they immediately realized that it was just a rumor. Someone was deliberately trying to tarnish Chenzong's reputation. When they thought about the Dragonclaw Guard's appearance not long ago, they all understood. However, because of the 10th princess's arrival, the entire atmosphere of the banquet was greatly affected. This was something that couldn't be helped. They couldn't let loose and even had to pay attention to their conversations. Otherwise, if they were targeted by the 10th princess, it would be a huge headache. The 9th prince was also helpless about this. "Little pig, do you have any more delicious jelly beans?" Chu Zihao couldn't hide from the 10th princess no matter how hard he tried. Of course, it was also because of Long Pajuan's betrayal. Chu Zihao bitterly took out some pills from his mustard seed bag and gave them to the 10th princess. These pills weren't very nutritious, but they were still beneficial to the human body. They also tasted very good. Just as it seemed that the banquet would be difficult to continue, a few uninvited guests barged in. "Old 9th, I heard that you recruited an amazing genius and held this welcome banquet. Why didn't you tell third brother about it? Let third brother come over and check for you, lest you recruit some despicable person and damage the reputation of the imperial family." One of the uninvited guests had one hand behind his back and the other fiddling with a dark red bead. He had a half-smile on his face. "Greetings, third prince." Everyone at the banquet bowed. Although they belonged to or were close to the 9th prince's faction, under normal circumstances, when they met other princes, they had to bow to show their respect. This respect was not directed at the other princes, but at the imperial family. To a certain extent, the princes could represent the face of the royal family. The 3rd prince's gaze swept across the crowd. He did not pay attention to the crowd. Instead, his gaze fell directly on Chenzong's face. A meaningful smile flashed across his eyes. Chenzong did not hesitate to meet the 3rd prince's gaze. The 3rd prince's appearance could be described as cultured and refined, but also somewhat feminine. When the 3rd prince's eyes stared at Chenzong, Chenzong suddenly felt a chill, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Chenzong greets the 3rd prince. Chenzong also bowed. Even though Chenzong knew that the 3rd prince was going to attack him, he could not pull out his sword and kill him out of anger. Therefore, he could only bury his anger and killing intent deep in his heart and act according to the rules. He would not leave any evidence that could be used against him. "Greetings, 9th prince." The people who came with the 3rd prince bowed. "Third brother, thank you for your concern. But I have always had a good eye." The 9th prince smiled and said, "On this point, I think third brother should learn from me." The 3rd prince's expression did not change, but a trace of gloominess flashed across his eyes. In his early years, the 3rd prince had once made a mistake and recruited the wrong person. He had suffered some losses, and most importantly, he had lost face. The 3rd prince chuckled and did not answer the 9th prince's words. His gaze moved back to Chenzong's face. "Chenzong, you have become famous in the imperial city overnight. Many people can only look up to you in the dust. The third prince said meaningfully. Thank you. Chenzong cupped his hands and said. These two words, however, were a counterattack. The third prince's heart trembled slightly. His thoughts turned quickly. Perhaps this meant that Chenzong already knew who was going to attack him. But so what if he knew? He was just a small warrior. Chenzong, I have heard that you have openly despised the Long family. There were two people who came with the third prince. One of them was Ding Xian, Long Pozong. He stepped out and scolded sternly. His words immediately made everyone's expression change. Despising the Long family was a serious crime. Who would dare to do so? Even if someone dared to despise the Long family, they would not dare to show it openly. They would not dare to let others know. As for openly despising the Long family, that was asking for death. The Long family has established such a great dynasty. It is a great family. I only admire it. How can I despise it? Chenzong's expression did not change. He did not panic either. He was as calm as ever. His words were short but powerful. You, on the other hand, say that I despise the Long family. You have ulterior motives, don't you? Long Pejuan's expression suddenly changed. He had not expected Chenzong to counter him like this. Chenzong, what despicable method did you use to kill my junior brother, Underworld Raven? The other person who came with the third prince took a step forward. He was wearing a long black robe that covered his entire body. His face seemed to be bathed in darkness, bringing with it a gloomy pressure. Tell me your name. Chenzong said coldly. The person who called Underworld Raven a junior brother was most likely a disciple of the Wanluo sect. He was probably the first or second core disciple. My name is Su Xing. The young man in the black robe raised his head slightly, revealing his pale face under the shadow of the black robe. His eyes were dark and deep, making people's hearts palpitate. As soon as the name came out, many people's expressions changed. Chenzong was also slightly surprised. Su Xing, that was a well-known name. When Chenzong was in Tianjiang Prefecture, he had not heard of this name. However, after leaving Tianjiang Prefecture and meeting Underworld Raven, Chenzong had deliberately tried to find out more about the geniuses of the Wanluo sect. Su Xing was one of them. The Wanluo sect had 3 core disciples with 5-star combat abilities. One of them was Underworld Raven, who was ranked 3rd. The second was Su Xing, known as He Luo Tian, who was the 2nd core disciple of the Wanluo sect. The first core disciple was Yin Wuqing, the Little Yama. Underworld Raven's combat ability was at the beginning stage of the 5-star level. He Luo Tian could only be stronger than Underworld Raven. When Su Xing announced his name, a tense atmosphere spread out. It was so cold that people felt as if they had drawn their swords. Su Xing's energy spread out like an invisible dark sky curtain, as if it would cover everything and form an independent world. Chenzong's energy also spread out. It was invisible but extremely sharp, tearing everything apart. Third brother, I'm the host of this banquet. I don't think it's appropriate to do this. The 9th prince ignored Su Xing. Instead, he spoke to the third prince in a cold and impolite tone. Third brother, I'm just concerned about you. The third prince smiled and glanced at Su Xing instantly. The energy that was like an invisible and gloomy sky curtain disappeared. Third brother, don't mess up 9th brother's banquet, said the 10th princess. 10th sister, 9th brother, and I are blood brothers. How could I? The corners of the third prince's mouth twitched. He smiled and then gazed deeply at Chenzong, as if he wanted to see through everything about Chenzong. He put one hand behind his back and played with the dark red ball in the other. Then he turned around and walked out of the door leisurely. Ding Xian glared at Chenzong, turned around, and strode after the third prince. Su Xing's deep and dark eyes also lingered on Chenzong for a moment, then he also left. As the third prince and other uninvited guests left, the atmosphere of the banquet gradually returned to normal. However, because the 10th princess was still here, the banquet couldn't be completely livelier. 9th brother, I need a guard. Why don't you give Chenzong to me? When the banquet was about to end, the 10th princess went to the 9th prince and asked him directly without any hesitation. Hearing this, Chenzong's expression didn't change, but he became vigilant in his heart. Zhenzong wouldn't want to get close to a person like the 10th princess. It would be best if he didn't have any contact with her. The corners of the 9th prince's eyes twitched. Royal sister, Brother Chen is my friend. I have no right to decide who he belongs to, the 9th prince said seriously. 9th brother. The 10th princess was about to act coquettishly. Stop, royal sister. Don't mention this again, the 9th prince hurriedly stopped her. 9th brother, you don't love me anymore. The 10th princess stomped her foot angrily, glared at the 9th prince, and left in a huff. At the end, she specially glanced at Zhenzong, which made Zhenzong's heart skip a beat. When the banquet ended, everyone bid farewell and left. Brother Chen, do you want to go and have some fun? Long Pijuan, who had been cowering a moment ago, strode over and rubbed his shoulder against Zhenzong's shoulder, winking as he said this. Take me with you, Long Zhonghong suddenly said with a cold expression. Chu Zihao also walked over and said seriously, recently, I've been developing a new kind of elixir. I need inspiration. Brother Chen, it's important to relax a bit, the 9th prince said with a mocking smile. No need. Zhenzong shook his head. 9th prince, everyone, farewell. Zhenzong wasn't interested in going to that romantic place. Compared to that, it was better to go back and meditate on the mysteries of sword techniques. Zhenzong was about to leave, and no one stopped him. They all said their goodbyes and left. Another cultivation maniac, Long Zhonghong suddenly said. Only this kind of person can go far, Chu Zihao said with a deep gaze. Are you guys coming or not? If not, I'll leave first. Long Pijuan withdrew his gaze and chuckled. He didn't wait for anyone else to leave. Let's go. Long Zhonghong's words were decisive. My new elixir needs inspiration, Chu Zihao said as he quickly walked away. The 9th prince shook his head. These three people had different personalities. Sometimes, he felt that they were unreliable, but they were good helpers. He withdrew his gaze and returned to the 9 Emperor's palace. Sometimes, he would just stay there. After leaving Emperor Linhuang Park, Zhenzong walked in the direction of the Saran residence. The imperial city was brightly lit at night. True martial realm cultivators were able to see in the dark, and for cultivators like Zhenzong, night was no different from day. The Saran residence wasn't far from Emperor Linhuang Park. It didn't take long for Zhenzong to enter the Saran residence. Young master, you've returned. The old servant and housekeeper hurriedly bowed in greeting. Reeks, 3rd prince, are we just going to let Zhenzong do whatever he wants? Ding Xian said angrily. Are you telling me what to do? The 3rd prince asked in a neutral tone. I wouldn't dare. Ding Xian's body trembled imperceptibly and his face turned pale. He was afraid of being punished. Although he had benefited a lot from following the 3rd prince, the 3rd prince's temper wasn't that good. He was temperamental and didn't show his emotions. Su Xing of the Black Sky didn't say a word, but a cold aura gathered around him, making it difficult for people to approach him. Su Xing, how confident are you? The 3rd prince asked. 100%. Su Xing's answer was decisive. He calculated based on the strength of Zhenzong and the underworld raven. Don't worry. The opportunity will come soon. The 3rd prince smiled slightly. He had never been interested in playing a game of cat and mouse. When dealing with an enemy, he either didn't move, or he would kill them if he moved. Now that Zhenzong had joined the 9th prince's side, the 9th prince's overall strength wasn't inferior to his. He was also the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard. In terms of strength, the Dragon Teeth Guard was the strongest, followed by the Dragon Claw Guard and the Dragon Eye Guard. But in terms of gathering and monitoring information, the Dragon Eye Guard was the best. The Dragon Teeth Guard and the Dragon Claw Guard were far inferior. Every movement in the Imperial City was under the Dragon Eye Guard's control. Especially now that Zhenzong was on the 9th prince's side, and the 9th prince was the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard. Naturally, he would pay more attention to Zhenzong's safety. It would be difficult to touch Zhenzong in the Imperial City in secret. As for the surface, they couldn't kill him. At most, they could teach him a lesson, but it wouldn't help. But it didn't matter. The opportunity would come soon. In the Saran residence, Zhenzong stood quietly with a sword in his hand. He looked forward and his eyes seemed to wander, spreading around. His mind was wandering, mysterious. The Xianxia's sword-like gaze, as well as the clearly visible sword slash, clearly replayed in Chen Zong's mind over and over again. The floating specks of dust in the air were clear. Combining them, a kind of inspiration was about to burst out, but it seemed to be blocked by something. Only by breaking that layer of shackles could he see the truth. Following the mysterious throbbing, Chen Zong raised his sword and swung it forward. The sword light was casual and natural, like a fish breaking out of the water or a bird flying out of the forest and soaring into the sky. She was quick-witted, lively, natural, and unrestrained. Yu won. A feeling of breaking through his shackles arose spontaneously, but he still couldn't truly break through it. He was still missing something. There was a short and rhythmic knocking sound outside the door. Chen Zong waved his hand and opened the door. Outside the door stood a young man in a white robe with a sword on his back. His long hair hung down, his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were sharp. The young man in a white robe with a sword on his back stepped into the Saran residence. He didn't say a word, but he was like an unsheathed sword. Wherever his feet passed, straight marks were left on the ground, as if an invisible sword had slashed across. An astonishing sharpness suddenly shot out from the young man in a white robe, as if a sword had broken through the clouds. It was tyrannical, sharp, and indestructible, causing Chen Zong's expression to change slightly. Step by step, the sharpness that soared into the sky became increasingly shocking. Immediately, the white-robed young man pulled out his sword with a flip of his hand. A sword that seemed like it was made by nature was thrust out. It carried a slashing power, causing the sword that was thrust out to become even more powerful. Even if there was a large mountain in front of him, it would be penetrated. This sword made Chen Zong feel an enormous pressure, an extremely terrifying pressure. Before the sword arrived, he already felt as if he had been pierced through. The sword light was extremely fast, and there was no way to dodge it. Inexplicably, Chen Zong seemed to have entered into a mysterious state. The movement of the dust particles was clearly presented in his perception, and the trajectory and angle of the sword were all within his grasp. Without dodging, Chen Zong swung his sword. It seemed slow and light, but it was completely natural and contained a sense of dominance. It seemed like a coincidence, but it also seemed like the tacit cooperation of the two who had practiced thousands of times. Chen Zong's sword accurately hit the tip of the young man in a white robe's sword. It was like hitting the weak spot of a snake, directly causing the power of the sword to dissipate. The sword bounced back, and a melodious sound rang out. The body of the sword reflected the sunlight, emitting a dazzling brilliance that rippled out like water. Xianxia. Only then did the young man in a white robe speak. His voice was sharp and metallic. Chen Zong. Chen Zong also responded, and his gaze swept across the young man. Xianxia was the second core disciple of the Fleeting Sword sect. His title was Soaring Sword, and he was part of the 9th Prince's faction. Now, Chen Zong was in the same faction as him. Xianxia had joined the 9th Prince's faction earlier than Chen Zong, but he had returned to the Fleeting Sword sect for some matters. He had only just returned to the Imperial City when he heard about Chen Zong. Xianxia already knew about Chen Zong, and he also knew that he had rejected Ancestor Tianhong's invitation to take him in as a disciple twice. This made Xianxia very angry, because Xianxia really wanted to take Ancestor Tianhong as his master. Unfortunately, Ancestor Tianhong had no intention of taking him in as a disciple. Because of this, the first thing Xianxia did when he returned to the Imperial City was to find Chen Zong. He wanted to see how Chen Zong was able to make Ancestor Tianhong personally accept him as a disciple, and how Chen Zong had rejected him twice in a row. Xianxia attacked with his sword, but it was blocked by Chen Zong. This was enough to prove that Chen Zong's attainments in swordsmanship were shocking. You too, both of you are geniuses in swordsmanship. You should interact more. A voice with a smile sounded out as the 9th Prince walked in from outside, followed by Black Sword Sec Xianxia. Yu was the 9th Prince's swordsmanship teacher, and also the 9th Prince's personal bodyguard. Unless it was a special situation, he would follow the 9th Prince to protect his safety. With Yuya's strength, unless it was a transcendent realm master, no one in the Long-Tu dynasty could threaten him. When the 9th Prince arrived, Xianxia knew that this test had come to an end. He smoothly sheathed his sword, and the sharp aura around him also disappeared. "Greetings, Ninth Prince." Chenzong and Lai Yunxiao bowed at the same time. "Both of you may dispense with the formalities." The Ninth Prince smiled, then looked at Lai Yunxiao. "Brother Lai, did you gain anything from your return to the Startling Sword sect?" "I gained something from comprehending the Startling Sword Wall." Lai Yunxiao smiled and replied. "Startling Sword Wall." Chenzong's eyes flashed with a trace of light. The Startling Sword Wall is indeed a rare treasure. The Ninth Prince smiled and said, "I once comprehended it, and it allowed my swordsmanship to improve significantly." "Brother Chen, I heard that you want to comprehend the Startling Sword Wall." The Ninth Prince asked. With the strength of the dragon I guard, of course he would know, not to mention that it wasn't a secret. Chenzong nodded his head. "Make your preparations, we'll set off in 3 days." The Ninth Prince smiled, but this made Chenzong startled. If he didn't misunderstand, the Ninth Prince's meaning was for him to make his preparations and head to the Startling Sword sect in 3 days. His goal was naturally to comprehend the Startling Sword Wall. "Many thanks, Ninth Prince." Chenzong didn't know how to express his gratitude. "With your talent, I trust that you'll gain a great deal." The Ninth Prince smiled. Lai Yunxiao stood to the side, not saying anything. Very quickly, the Ninth Prince, Yu Wuya, and Lai Yunxiao left. Chenzong took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. However, Chenzong still had great expectations for the Startling Sword Wall. The Startling Sword sect's supreme treasure. He didn't know how much he would gain from comprehending it. Yu 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chenzong also left the Imperial City, heading to the Startling Sword sect. However, it wasn't Chenzong who went alone. The Mystic Sword sect Xi Wuya was accompanying him. Ninth Prince really thinks highly of this Chenzong. The Third Prince was a little surprised. Originally, when he learned that Chenzong was going to the Startling Sword sect, he planned to arrange for people to kill Chenzong on the way to eliminate some trouble. He didn't expect that the Mystic Sword sect Xi Wuya would accompany him. The Mystic Sword sect Xi Wuya was known as the #1 master under the Transcendent Realm in the Imperial City. It could even be said that the Mystic Sword sect Xi Wuya was the #1 master under the Transcendent Realm in the Dragon Diagram region. Unless they sent a Transcendent Realm master, it would be very difficult to kill Chenzong under the protection of the Mystic Sword sect Xi Wuya. However, as a prince, even though his status was much higher, he couldn't do whatever he wanted. There were still some laws that he had to abide by. The Transcendent Realm Masters were the foundation of the dynasty. They couldn't be used as they wished, especially in the competition between the princes. This was a kind of restriction. If they wanted to kill Chenzong, they would have to send a large group of pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators. Most of them would have to delay Yu Wuya, then send a pseudo-transcendent realm master to kill Chenzong. Making a big fuss was too obvious, and the consequences were unpredictable. This was not in line with the Third Prince's style. However, was there really no other way? A huge black gold dragon hawk spread its metallic wings and soared several thousand meters into the sky. Its long and narrow wings were sharp like blades, cutting through the sky, leaving 2 straight lines. This was a black gold dragon hawk, a Class 9 mid-rank monster beast. It was equivalent to a cultivator in the 4th to 6th layer of the mortal realm. Its claws and beak were extremely hard and sharp. Its wings were like blades that could easily cut through many hard objects. It was very terrifying. Its long and narrow body and powerful wings gave it an even faster flying speed. The black gold dragon hawk was basically a prince's equipment. Only the Third Prince and the Ninth Prince had Class 9 mid-rank black gold dragon hawks. Riding the black gold dragon hawk and being escorted by the Mystic Sword sect Xi Wuya, it was enough to show how important Chenzong was to the Ninth Prince. The Mystic Sword sect Xi Wuya was a man of few words. He sat cross-legged on the black gold dragon hawk's broad back and closed his eyes to rest. Although Chenzong really wanted to ask the other party for guidance on sword techniques, but looking at the Xianxia sect, he could only endure and not disturb him. He himself also sat cross-legged, eliminating all distracting thoughts and comprehending the mysteries of the sword technique. From the Imperial City to the Pure Grace House, there was no astral wind in the sky, so they would not encounter any red thunder. Otherwise, the two of them would not be able to withstand it. The black gold dragon hawk's flying speed was extremely fast. It did not take long for them to fly out of the imperial city. The pure grace house was adjacent to the imperial city. Soon, Chenzong and Yu Wuyao entered the pure grace house on the black gold dragon hawk's back. Without slowing down, they flew towards the pure grace house. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The one who received Yu Wuya and Chenzong was an extreme mortal realm elder. Love go little say Nechu please come in. The extreme mortal realm elder smiled. His attitude was quite good, but Chenzong knew that he was only being polite to Yu Wuya. Chenzong had a feeling that this extreme mortal realm elder knew Yu Wuya very well. Under normal circumstances, the transcendent realm and those below it were two different levels, like two different worlds. Transcendents would often treat those below the transcendent realm as ants. Unless there was a huge gap in status, it would be difficult to treat them as equals. But this extreme mortal realm elder of the fleeting sword sect treated Yu Wuya differently, as if he was treating an extreme mortal realm elder like him. Along the way, Chenzong was stared at by many sharp eyes. Following the extreme mortal realm elder, they finally stopped in front of a narrow mountain path. The fleeting sword wall is up there. If you want to comprehend it, you have to prove your qualifications with your sword. The extreme mortal realm elder didn't even look at Chenzong. He just looked up the narrow path with his hands behind his back and said unhurriedly. The fleeting sword sect had its own rules. Even if the 9th prince asked for it, he couldn't avoid those rules. If he failed, he wouldn't be qualified to comprehend the fleeting sword wall. Chenzong looked up the narrow path. He could only see a narrow and winding path. Further up, there was a vast expanse of white fog. He didn't know where it led. There is one thing you must be clear about. Going up this path will be dangerous and you may lose your life. Whether you want to go up or not is up to you. Finally, the extreme mortal realm elder added. Yes. Chenzong didn't hesitate. Comprehending the fleeting sword wall was one of his wishes. He had to do it. Not to mention, he was already here. There was no reason to back down. Yu Wuya of the Black Sword sect did not say a word. This was Chenzong's matter, and he would not interfere. The choice was entirely up to Chenzong. If Chenzong died here, it would only mean that he was too weak, and the 9th prince's efforts would be in vain. With a calm expression, Chenzong stepped onto the long, narrow, and winding road. A completely different feeling arose spontaneously. His feet seemed to be attracted to the long, narrow road, and the white fog in front of him seemed to recede quickly, allowing Chenzong to see further. This was a long and narrow path that curved like a long snake, and it was extremely irregular. The wide path was as thick as a person's waist, and the narrow path was only as thick as a finger. The left and right sides were like bottomless abysses, dark and deep. A strange wind faintly blew past, making a woo-woo sound, as if a terrifying ferocious beast was hiding within. For an ordinary person, this was a dead end, and they would definitely die. But for a true martial realm martial artist, it was not difficult, if there were no other accidents. The pure and unrestrained true chi circulated and filled his feet. When Chenzong was about to use his body technique to leap, the suction force under his feet suddenly increased, causing Chenzong's body technique to be interrupted. He had no choice but to increase the output of his true chi in order to leap up. Moreover, he could only leap up a few meters, and lightly flew forward for more than 10 meters. Compared to the outside world where he could travel thousands of meters in a breath, the difference was like heaven and earth. Focusing on maintaining his own strength, Chenzong flew forward. When his body landed, the tip of his feet lightly touched the narrow road, and in an instant, an astonishing power burst out. The power that was enough to shatter steel into pieces was unable to shake the road at all, not even leaving a trace. The long and narrow road continued to twist and extend upwards. About halfway, Chenzong's body once again leaped up. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. When he was a few meters in the air, a fierce wind suddenly blew. The wind was so sudden that it appeared without any warning. It completely violated the laws of nature and caught Chenzong off guard. Moreover, it was so violent that it could move a hill. The violent wind directly hit Chenzong, but Chenzong happened to be in the air and had no place to borrow strength. Unsurprisingly, under the bombardment of the violent wind, Qinzong deviated from the long and narrow road, and then fell into the endless abyss. Qinzong did not know what was below, but he could feel a trace of danger. In the face of danger, Qinzong did not panic. His feet repeatedly stepped on the air, and layers of ripples spread out. Qinzong borrowed strength to step on the long and narrow road, but the wind was still blowing violently, as if it would not stop until it blew Qinzong into the abyss, which brought great difficulty to Qinzong. Qinzong used his fingers like a sword to cut forward. Between the surging great true force, his sword finger was sharp and unparalleled, and it was indestructible, cutting a strand of the violent wind. His body was extremely flexible. Following the gap that was cut open, Qinzong took a step forward, and flew down like an arrow from a bow. The moment his feet touched the road again, the violent wind disappeared without any warning. Standing still, Qinzong was not in a hurry to continue forward. The fight with the violent wind just now seemed simple, but it consumed a lot of Qinzong's true force. He was not sure if he would encounter other dangers later, so Qinzong had to restore his cultivation first. After his cultivation was fully restored, Qinzong continued forward. However, due to the sudden attack of the violent wind, Qinzong was even more vigilant, and constantly paid attention to everything around him. Not long after, another violent wind blew. Even though Qinzong was extremely vigilant, he did not feel the slightest sign. However, with the experience of the previous fight, Qinzong's reaction was even faster this time. His sword finger cut through the violent wind in all directions, and he was not blown off the road. After being attacked by the violent wind 3 times in a row, Qinzong passed through it safely. Finally, he reached the end of the narrow road, but the end was still not where the fleeting sword wall was. Qinzong stopped in his tracks. In front of him was darkness, like a deep and boundless void. No matter how hard Qinzong looked, he could not see the end. This was the method of an earthly spirit realm master. Even an extreme mortal realm master would find it difficult to see anything, let alone someone below the extreme mortal realm. In the dark void, there were irregular circular platforms floating, like lotus leaves on the surface of a lake. The distance between each platform was different, and some were close, and some were far, and some were close. They were distributed all the way forward. After observing for a moment, Qinzong leaped up and landed on the platform closest to him. The platform seemed to be very light as it swayed, like a lotus leaf in the water. There were even ripples on the edge of the platform that were like water ripples spreading out, full of vitality. Qinzong's feet stepped on the platform, and his body swayed with the platform. After the platform stopped swaying, he jumped up again and went to the second platform. Over and over again, Qinzong kept moving forward. There were no other people or things around him. It was silent and dark. It was okay for a short period of time, but for a long time, it would affect his mind and make him irritable. Qinzong's mind was very strong, and he was not affected at all. Once again, he leaped off a platform and leaped towards another platform that was dozens of meters away. Halfway there, he leaped again. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Without the slightest warning, an incomparably sharp sword light condensed from below, and then pierced through the air and shot towards Qinzong. The sword was as fast as lightning, and its momentum was as powerful as thunder. It carried a terrible power, and its power was no less than the full power attack of an early 4-star warrior. The full power attack of an early 4-star warrior was nothing to Qinzong, but it appeared without any warning, which was a big problem. Fortunately, Qinzong was very vigilant when he was attacked by the violent wind on the previous road. At the moment when the sharp sword light condensed and shot towards him, Qinzong also condensed his sword finger and pointed it out. Qinzong didn't even need to pull out his sword. Qinzong's sword finger was already extremely powerful. With a pop sound, that sword light was shattered. The white light spots mixed with the ripples and spread out before disappearing. Qinzong landed safely on the next platform. With a light tap of his foot, he leaped to the next platform. He did not encounter any attacks. After jumping over a few more platforms, Qinzong jumped up again, and was attacked again. This time, there were 2 sword lights. 2 sword lights with the full power attack of an early 4-star warrior shot towards Qinzong from the left and right. The sword lights were very fast, and they were the sword lights created by the Jinghong sword technique. Chenzong did not panic in the face of danger. He pointed his sword finger quickly and calmly, and the two sword lights were shattered. They turned into ripples and spread out, and then disappeared. This level of interference could not cause any trouble for Chenzong at all. In fact, it was not enough for the disciples of the Jinghong sword sect to comprehend the Jinghong sword wall. They also needed to have enough contributions to the sect, and so on. If the test was too difficult, who could comprehend it? It would be the end of the path for the disciples of the Jinghong sword sect. Basically, as long as one's combat power reached the 4-star level, there was a chance to pass the test and comprehend the Jinghong sword wall. Of course, it was not absolute. Some people would succeed, and some would fail. The third attack was 4 streaks of sword light that shot out from 4 different directions. However, they were all shattered by Chenzong's sword finger. The fourth attack was 8 beams of sword light. The 8 beams of sword light shot out from different directions, giving Chenzong a certain amount of pressure. However, they were all shattered by Chenzong's sword fingers. They posed no threat at all. However, the fifth attack turned into 16 sword lights, which were distributed in different directions. It actually brought Chenzong a lot of pressure. Chenzong had no choice but to draw his sword and shatter all 16 sword lights. It should be known that each sword light was like a full force attack of a 4-star warrior. 16 sword lights were equal to 16 5-star warriors. If they worked together reasonably, they could kill a 5-star warrior. The sixth attack was also the last one that Chenzong encountered. There were a total of 32 sword lights. They were densely distributed in all directions, and there were no blind spots. This kind of encirclement was like a full force attack of 32 4-star warriors. It was very scary. If one was hit, even a 5-star warrior would be killed on the spot. Chenzong's face suddenly changed. He pushed his 2 swords to the extreme, and also performed the 39th move of the horizontal sword art. He shattered 1 sword light first and broke the balance between the 32 sword lights, which led to a flaw in the encirclement. Then, he used the flaw to attack again with his superb sword art realm. In the end, after shattering 32 sword lights, Chenzong did not have it easy. His robe was cut a lot. If it was not for the protection of the 3rd-level pseudo-spiritual armor, he would have suffered a lot of sword wounds. End of chapter. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Inside the main hall of the Jinghong sword sect. That Chenzong should have passed the path of hurricane and entered the void of 10,000 platforms. An extreme human realm elder said with a smile. With his battle strength, passing the path of hurricane shouldn't be a problem. Another elder said with a mysterious smile. However, I don't think he will be able to pass the void of 10,000 platforms. Until now, there are only a few people who can pass the void of 10,000 platforms. Don't underestimate him. He is a genius that Forefather Tianhong thinks highly of. He might be able to pass the void of 10,000 platforms. The void of 10,000 platforms was the so-called 32 sword light attack. It was rarely seen, and there were only a few people who could pass the void of 10,000 platforms in the history of the Jinghong sword sect. This time, the people of the Jinghong sword sect had influenced Chenzong to a certain extent and forced him to face the test of difficulty. It doesn't matter. Even if he is lucky enough to pass the void of 10,000 platforms, the rest of the test will only be harder. If he had accepted Forefather Tianhong's invitation, he would have finished comprehending the Jinghong sword wall. Chenzong was not a member of the Jinghong sword sect. Therefore, his test was much more difficult than the disciples of the Jinghong sword sect. He had to pass the void of 10,000 platforms. Normally, the disciples of the Jinghong sword sect would be attacked by 8 sword lights at the same time. Sometimes, they would be attacked by 16 sword lights at the same time. As for 32 sword lights at the same time, there had not been many cases in the past thousands of years. For the sake of the 9th prince, they would not refuse. However, they had set the test of difficulty for Chenzong. Their goal was to make Chenzong fail. After all, Chenzong had rejected Forefather Tianhong's invitation twice in a row. He had humiliated the Jinghong sword sect greatly. Forefather Tianhong was high and mighty, but the people of the Jinghong sword sect were not willing to do so. Chenzong landed on the last platform and leaped up again. He had passed the void of 10,000 platforms. The scenery in front of him changed rapidly. It was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. It was as if 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. When everything settled down, a picturesque scene appeared before his eyes. The setting sun was setting in the west. The grass and trees were sparse. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and the thatched cottage stood still. For a moment, Chenzong felt a little intoxicated. Would it be comfortable and leisurely to live in seclusion in such a place? The thought flashed through his mind. He hadn't reached the peak yet, so how could he stop moving forward? Stay here. There's no need to scheme against each other, no need to fight for supremacy. Do as you please, and you won't be threatened or oppressed. Live freely. A sigh filled with the vicissitudes of life seemed to sound from the deepest part of his heart. In an instant, it actually strengthened Chenzong's thoughts by several times, and it seemed to affect Chenzong's spirit and willpower. He saw a straight figure walking out of the thatched cottage. He was calm and leisurely, as if he was leisurely watching the clouds. He was free and unrestrained. At first, Chenzong couldn't see the person's face clearly. He only felt that it was a little blurry, as if he was in the clouds. Gradually, he saw that it was a very ordinary face. It was a middle-aged man with obvious crow's feet at the corner of his eyes. He looked like he had been through a lot, but his eyes were incomparably deep, like the starry sky. I'm still young. Chenzong answered simply. You don't want to stay? Then use your sword to prove yourself. Hearing this, the middle-aged man sighed slightly. No one knew what he was sighing about, but when they heard his sigh, they couldn't help but feel a throbbing sensation. In the end, he still needed to prove himself with his strength. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Chenzong couldn't feel the vibration of the middle-aged man's qi, and the movement of the dust was also very weak. He couldn't tell how powerful that man was. He pulled out the Star Scar double swords, which were covered in a deep blue light, and attacked in a flash. The natural sword light pierced through the air, which made the middle-aged man's eyes light up slightly. He seemed to be a little surprised. This was the test set up by the graceful sword martial school. This middle-aged man was obviously a sword user. His right hand grabbed in the air, as if he had grabbed the hilt of the sword. With a little bit of force, he pulled the sword out of the air. A strong wind blew, and the branches rustled. Traces of sharpness spread out. The two sword lights Chenzong had thrown out were shattered in an instant. Chenzong's pupil shrank. What kind of power was this? He could use the air as a scabbard. He felt that as his opponent pulled out the sword, the world in front of him was twisting, as if it was about to collapse into a single point. That kind of power was irresistible. Defeat him? Chenzong couldn't help but ask himself, can I do it? Just the power of the sword was not something he could compete with. Don't worry. The middle-aged man seemed to have seen through Chenzong's thoughts. You have shown that you are at the late stage of the 5-star realm. I will fight with you at the late stage of the 5-star realm. Chenzong's cultivation improved rapidly after taking the Lianjin elixir. In a short time, he went from the early stage of the LV9 true martial realm to the late stage of the LV9 true martial realm. At the same time, the art of traversing increased from the 37th stage to the 39th stage, which made his great true force purer and stronger. Late stage of the 5-star realm, it was not that he couldn't refine the Lianjin elixir, but that it had lost its effect. Chenzong's cultivation had reached the late stage of the LV9 true martial realm, and his great true force had reached the 39th stage. The purity of his great true force was unparalleled. The efficacy of the Lianjin elixir could no longer keep up. In addition, Chenzong had refined a large amount of Lianjin elixir in order to improve his cultivation. As a result, his body had adapted to the efficacy of the Lianjin elixir. If he wanted to improve his cultivation faster, he had to take a higher level elixir than the Lianjin elixir. The 9th prince didn't have any elixirs, so he could only rely on himself to cultivate slowly. Senior, please enlighten me. Chenzong said seriously. He calmed his mind and concentrated. In an instant, he mobilized all the power in his body and poured it into the two swords. At the same time, he also stimulated the power of the Star Scar dual swords. The 39th move of the art of traversing, the two swords pierced through the air, and a domineering aura suddenly spread out. The cross-shaped sword light seemed to divide the heaven and earth into 4 flat pieces. The sharp and domineering cross-shaped sword light also had a natural and untraceable feeling. The middle-aged man nodded imperceptibly. He was surprised by Qianzong's swordsmanship. Immediately, the middle-aged man waved his sword casually. It was an ordinary sword move, like a child waving a tree branch. However, it directly broke Qianzong's 39th move of the art of traversing. Qianzong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. That sword move was so ordinary that even he, who was at the 3rd stage of the body and sword union and was at the 2nd stage of the Xiaoxian realm, couldn't see anything special about it. Despite the shock, Qianzong didn't feel scared. Instead, he felt excited. There was no doubt that this man's swordsmanship was above his. Then, if he fought with this man, it might be helpful for him to comprehend his swordsmanship. Qianzong quickly calmed down. He quickly approached the middle-aged man and performed the 39th move of the art of traversing with his 2 swords. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He attacked from different angles and performed his swordsmanship to the extreme. Good. The middle-aged man thought to himself. Ever since he had taken charge of the assessment, he had never seen a candidate with such a high level of swordsmanship. This was already a level that many of the extreme mortal realm elders in the sect could reach. Suddenly, he felt a sense of appreciation for talent. Even though he knew that his opponent wasn't a disciple of the graceful sword sect, the middle-aged man had been around for too long. He gradually became indifferent to the concept of sections. Forget about the examination, forget about everything. Qianzong had no distracting thoughts. He focused his mind and performed all his abilities. The art of traversing was activated to the extreme. The art of traversing surged like a river, mighty and endless. His body constantly emitted roaring sounds. He held nothing back, fight, 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 but the middle-aged man's feet didn't move. No matter how Qianzong attacked, he only blocked with his sword. The middle-aged man was surrounded by Qianzong's silhouettes. Countless sword lights covered the sky, and there was no blind spot. However, they were all blocked and neutralized. They were like smoke blown by the wind, unable to cause the slightest threat. They had the same combat strength, but under the suppression of their realms, the gap was infinitely huge. There was no obsession, no victory or defeat. He just attacked again and again. He attacked with all his strength. In Qianzong's eyes, there was only the middle-aged man. Gradually, his mind was attracted by the sword in the middle-aged man's hand. He felt that the sword seemed to have an inexplicable charm. It had a unique charm. When it moved, it seemed simple. The trajectory was clear, but it was unpredictable. It contained the Tao. Unknowingly, Qianzong thought back to the sword strike that Xianxia sect Xiwuya had unleashed. Faintly, there was a sense of similarity. During this period of time in the Saranin, Qianzong would occasionally try to understand the sword move that Xiwuya used. Gradually, he gained something. But he still couldn't understand it. It was like looking at a flower through a fog. It was not clear enough. But today, he was enlightened. It was like wiping away the dust, and he could see more clearly. In an instant, the first inspiration appeared in his mind. It gradually spread out, followed by the second and third. More and more inspiration appeared, entangling in his mind. It became more and more obvious. Explosion, inspiration exploded, in an instant, his understanding of the sword skyrocketed. He didn't know why, but he seemed to have grasped something. So that's how it is. The moment a trace of enlightenment appeared, the inspiration broke through the shackles. Qianzong felt that everything around him became clearer. The movement of the dust particles was especially obvious. Even each dust particle became more independent. Looking with his eyes, he seemed to see the fine particles floating in the air. Body and sword as one. Third level of the divine mystery realm, at the second level, the naked eye was still unable to see the particles floating in the air. However, at the third level, there was a huge breakthrough. Not only did he have a clearer grasp of the particles in his perception, he could even determine the trajectory of the particles in advance. His eyes seemed to have been transformed, and he could see the existence of the particles to a certain extent. Just as Chenzong made a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, a look of surprise flashed across the middle-aged man's face. Then, it turned into joy. Body and sword as one. Third level of the divine mystery realm. This was the highest level of the body and sword as one. End of chapter. Genius remembers love in 1 second. Go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At the third level of the Xiaoxian realm, one could see the trajectory of the floating dust and judge the opponent's attack in advance. But Chenzong found that he couldn't deduce the middle-aged man's swordsmanship trajectory. When the sword stabbed out, it covered the whole world. There was no room to dodge. It was as if the sword carried the power of the world. Unable to breathe, unable to move, his entire body's bones and muscles were completely bound and suppressed. He could only watch as the sword stabbed towards him. It was the suppression of the realm again. The same combat power, but the realm determined the outcome. Even if the opponent's combat power was lower, he could still win with his superior realm. The sword was majestic and unparalleled. Chenzong was defeated. There was no luck in his defeat. It seemed that he had no fate with the fleeting sword wall. But he could treat it as a training. At least he had broken through the realm of his swordsmanship. Go. Comprehend it well. The closer you are, the better. The middle-aged man smiled, which surprised Chenzong. Thank you, senior. Chenzong quickly thanked him. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. The middle-aged man didn't respond. He inserted the sword into the void and walked leisurely to the cottage with his hands behind his back. When the middle-aged man's figure disappeared from the cottage, the world in front of him began to distort. It became blurry and disappeared in a trance. In front of him was a seemingly ordinary mountain road. It was neither narrow nor wide. There were gravel scattered on both sides. Looking up the mountain road, Chenzong was slightly startled. He saw a huge stone tablet that looked like a sword 100 meters away. The surface of the tablet was as smooth as a mirror. Fleeting sword wall. A thought suddenly appeared in Chenzong's mind. Taking a step forward, Chenzong approached the fleeting sword wall step by step. He immediately noticed that the fleeting sword wall emitted traces of shocking sharpness and profundity, and it brought along a terrifying pressure that seemed as if it wanted to tear him apart. Chenzong used the great true force to resist the sharp pressure from the fleeting sword wall. He kept getting closer because the mysterious middle-aged man had said, "The closer you are, the better." Didn't that mean that the closer he was to the fleeting sword wall, the better the effect would be? However, the closer he got, the greater the pressure he felt. He felt as if he was about to be torn apart by the sharpness. 10 meters, when he was 10 meters away from the Jinghong sword wall, Chenzong knew that he had reached his limit. Maybe he could get closer if he tried, but that would distract most of his attention to fight against the wall, which would not help him in his comprehension. 10 meters away, Chenzong sat down cross-legged, resisting the pressure of the fleeting sword wall while concentrating on the fleeting sword wall. Upon closer inspection, the seemingly smooth mirror-like startling swan sword wall was covered with patterns, as if there were sword marks hidden deep within. Every sword mark was like a natural weathered pattern. There were thick and thin, long and short, straight and curved, and none of the sword marks were connected. Chenzong had only heard of the mystery of the Jinghong sword wall, but he didn't know what it was exactly. He lacked sufficient information, so he could only try to comprehend it on his own. In the main palace of the Jinghong sword sect, the head elder waved his hand, and the air in the center of the palace rippled like water. Amidst the layers of ripples, an image appeared. It was a very tall sword-shaped stone tablet, with one side as smooth as a mirror. It was indeed the Jinghong sword wall. Everyone present was very familiar with it, but they all looked surprised and even shocked, because not far from the Jinghong sword wall, they saw a figure. It was not a disciple of the Jinghong sword sect. Chenzong. How can this be? This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Yes. A few elders exclaimed one after another. He actually passed the most difficult test. Unbelievable. The elders looked at each other. They couldn't refuse the ninth prince's request, but they didn't want Chenzong to comprehend the Jinghong sword wall as he wished, so they could only adjust the difficulty of the test to the highest level, making it impossible for Chenzong to pass. This way, they wouldn't embarrass the ninth prince, and they wouldn't allow Qianzong to comprehend the Jinghong sword wall. It was the best of both worlds. Even if the ninth prince wanted to investigate, he could completely blame it on Qianzong's luck. After all, only the transcendent realm masters of the Jinghong sword sect knew that the difficulty of the test could be adjusted. But who would have thought that after all the calculations, Qianzong would still pass the most difficult test? The meaning behind this was horrifying. Immediately, the elder smiled bitterly. No wonder old ancestor Tianhong took the initiative to take in a disciple twice in a row. It meant that old ancestor Tianhong had already seen through this person's extraordinariness. 10 meters, this boy is 10 meters away from the Jinghong sword wall. An elder exclaimed again when he noticed the distance between Qianzong and the Jinghong sword wall. What? 10 meters? The other elders also took a closer look and were even more surprised. In the current generation of the Jinghong sword sect, even the number 1 core disciple couldn't get close to 10 meters. The best result was 20 meters. Under normal circumstances, a distance of 10 meters was no different from 1 meter to a true martial realm cultivator. Even a distance of 100 meters was no different from 1 meter. They could cross it in an instant. But at the Jinghong sword wall, every meter was obvious. A 10-meter gap was like a natural chasm. For a moment, the elders of the Jinghong sword sect were speechless. Their hearts were only filled with shock. Mysterious and mysterious, unknown to the world. There were sword marks all around him. It was as if sword lights were floating in the air. Qianzong was wandering in a sea of sword lights. He was like a small boat drifting with the waves. When one of the sword lights closest to him passed by, Qianzong personally came into contact with it. He felt an extreme sharpness, as if his body was being torn apart. After the tearing pain subsided, Qianzong came into contact with the second sword light. This time, it wasn't the feeling of sharpness. Instead, it was a sharpness that could pierce through everything. It also brought him intense pain. Qianzong came into contact with the sword lights one after another. Different sword lights brought about different feelings. Sharpness, sharpness, speed, power, thousands of sword marks, thousands of sword lights, thousands of mysteries. But gradually, Qianzong understood something. He categorized them into a few categories. Sharpness, sharpness, speed, strength, aura. Vaguely, Qianzong felt that the 5 mysteries could be merged into one. But he was limited by his knowledge and realm. He couldn't understand it yet. The Jinghong sword wall was undoubtedly an opportunity, a great opportunity. Therefore, Qianzong didn't dare to have any distracting thoughts. Instead, he seized the time to comprehend. After all, the Jinghong sword wall constantly released an amazing pressure, which would constantly consume his mind. When he couldn't resist the pressure of the Jinghong sword wall, he would have to retreat. That would mean the end of his comprehension. There was only one chance. He couldn't waste it. The third level of the body and sword is one realm. The third level of the Xiaoxian realm. Qianzong's comprehension. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Following that, even the mysterious sword tip that had been silent for a long time in the space between his eyebrows trembled. With a buzzing sound, it released a godlike silver radiance. Following that, the slumbering azure dragons woke up and danced in the air. The dragon's roar was like the sound of heaven. It blended with the godlike silver light and spread throughout his body. Qianzong's potential was stimulated, and his comprehension was higher. I've comprehended all 5 mysteries. Qianzong thought to himself. Using this superb state of mind, he continued to comprehend. Gradually, he felt that his strength was insufficient and he felt very tired. It's too difficult to comprehend all 5 mysteries at the same time. If it's too exhausting, I'm afraid that I won't be able to comprehend anything in the end. Since that's the case, I might as well comprehend one of them first. Qianzong changed his mind. Without any hesitation or time to hesitate, Qianzong chose to comprehend the mysteries of the Xiaoxian sword wall and focused on comprehending it. Comprehending only one of the mysteries was indeed much easier. Vaguely, Qianzong felt that he had comprehended something. Yu Wuya from the Black Sword sect was still waiting in the same place. He stood still like a sword pointing at the sky. His eyes were wandering, but he was actually comprehending. Inside the main palace of the Jinghong Sword sect, the elders were still watching Chen Zong. I wonder what he can comprehend. The Jinghong Sword Wall is full of mysteries. Some people can comprehend it to improve their sword arts, some can comprehend new sword arts, and some can comprehend secret sword arts. Even so, the greatest mystery contained in the Jinghong Sword Wall is the true meaning. The true meaning of the sword. If it's the pseudo-transcendent realm, it may be possible to comprehend the true meaning of the sword from the Jinghong Sword Wall. I've never heard of a cultivator in the true martial realm being able to comprehend the true meaning of the sword. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The great elder suddenly said, his eyes deep, as if he had thought of something. Great elder, could it be that there is someone in the true martial realm who can comprehend the true meaning of the sword? An elder hesitated for a moment before asking. The world is so big, and there are countless geniuses. Our Longtu region has never produced such a peerless genius, but that doesn't mean there aren't any in other places. The great elder sighed and then said, however, this Chen Zong shouldn't be one of those peerless geniuses. Hearing the great elder say this, the inexplicable pressure in the hearts of the elders lessened. A sword's edge can cut through all things. A sword's edge can cut through anything, whether it's hard or soft, whether it's tangible or intangible, it can still tear it apart. Comprehending, a trace of the mysteries of the sword's edge emerged and was comprehended by Chen Zong, allowing him to grasp it. The more he comprehended, the more Chen Zong felt as if he could cut through everything with his sword's edge, truly invincible. In the void, with a casual grasp of his hand, sword light flickered, and with a slash of his sword, tens of thousands of mountains were cut apart, mountains and rivers were split into two, and even the sky was torn open. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a sword god. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. In a trance, everything around him distorted and disappeared, as if he had just experienced a dream. Chen Zong felt dizzy, and a deep sense of exhaustion emerged. Unable to resist the pressure from the Jinghong Sword Wall, he had no choice but to quickly retreat. As he retreated, the pressure rapidly weakened. When Chen Zong retreated 100 meters away, the pressure from the Jinghong Sword Wall seemed to have completely disappeared, and he could no longer feel it. Because he was too tired, Chen Zong wasn't sure if he had comprehended anything from the Jinghong Sword Wall, so he didn't rush back. He sat cross-legged on the ground, calmed his heart, and focused to recover his mental strength and mental energy. End of chapter. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Sorry for the delay. Something came up at the last minute. Goodbye. The elder who brought Chen Zong and the Xianxia sect to the examination area of the graceful sword wall said. These 2 words, however, contained a myriad of thoughts, and had an indescribable feeling. It was extremely complicated. Chen Zong had actually passed the test and comprehended the Jinghong Sword Wall. Although no one knew what he had gained from the Jinghong Sword Wall, but judging from his ability to pass the test, it should not be low. If they knew what Chen Zong had gained, they would be shocked beyond words. Goodbye. Yu Wuya from the Black Sword sect did not ask Chen Zong what he had comprehended. After bowing slightly to the elder of the Fleeting Sword sect, he summoned the Black Gold Dragonhawk and landed on the back of the Black Gold Dragonhawk with Chen Zong. A sharp and resounding cry tore through the clouds. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a streak of black light and shot into the sky. Yu Wuya and Chen Zong sat on the back of the Black Gold Dragon Eagle tightly. They felt as if they were about to be thrown out. It was very exciting. The elder of the Jinghong Sword sect watched until the Black Gold Dragon Eagle disappeared. Only then did he retract his gaze and let out a sigh. Without a doubt, Chen Zong was a rare genius. He might even be better than all the disciples of the Jinghong Sword sect. If such a person could become a disciple of the Jinghong Sword sect, it would be very beneficial for the sect. But unfortunately, he had rejected the elder's invitation twice in a row. Although the Zhonghong Sword sect had already announced that Chen Zong would be removed from the list, which made the people of the Jinghong Sword sect very tempted. They had thought about taking Chen Zong as a disciple again, but they were still hesitating. What if Chen Zong rejected again? Wouldn't the Jinghong Sword sect lose even more face, go down? Yu Wuya from the Black Sword sect shouted. The Black Gold Dragon Eagle dived down and landed on a barren mountain. Chen Zong did not know what was going on, but he still followed Yu Wuya and jumped off the back of the black gold dragon eagle. Attack me with your sword. Use what you have comprehended, Yu Wuya said directly to Chenzong. The moment he calmed his mind and held his breath, Chen's eyes shot out a sharp light that made one's heart palpitate, causing Yu Wuya of the Black Sword sect to be slightly moved. Then, a star-marked sword was taken out of its scabbard, turning into a dark blue starlight trace and shooting down from the sky. It had been infused with the profound sharpness that he had learned from the graceful sword wall. The star-scar sword's edge suddenly shone with an even more shocking sharpness. The sky was torn apart as a deep blue sword mark descended from above. It was as if the sky and the earth had been split into two. Yu Wuya's expression changed. The power of this sword was nothing to him, but the sharpness contained in this sword made him feel shocked. It was a terrifying sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through everything. This kind of sharpness carried a trace of indescribable profoundness. Could it be? Yu Wuya was so shocked that he could not hide it no matter what. In order to verify his guess, Yu Wuya attacked with his sword, taking on Chenzong's sword attack head-on. Moreover, this sword attack did not contain too much power, it was just enough to block out Chenzong's sword attack. Chenzong's battling power was at the late stage of the 5-star level, but this sword attack did not perform the horizontal sword art. Therefore, its power was only at the mid-stage of the 5-star level. However, when he had infused the profound sharpness that he had learned from the graceful sword wall into this sword attack, the sharpness was extremely threatening, it had the power of the late stage of the 5-star level. Yu Wuya did not move at all, but his expression kept changing. From Chenzong's sword attack, he personally felt a kind of shocking sharpness. This kind of sharpness was like the sharpness of a sword, but it also seemed to be the embodiment of a kind of spiritual will. Chenzong did not attack a second time, because he had noticed that Yu Wuya's expression was a bit weird. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, Senior. This kind of sharpness is what I comprehended from the graceful sword wall, but I don't know what it is. Chenzong took the initiative to say, perhaps Yu Wuya knew. If I'm not mistaken, that is a kind of true meaning. After a while, Yu Wuya finally spoke, his tone somewhat different from usual, somewhat complex. True meaning. Chenzong was dumbfounded. Long ago, Chief Elder Yuan Lingzi had said that true meaning was the power of a transcendent realm master. In other words, one of the conditions to become a true transcendent realm master was to comprehend and master true meaning. Regarding true meaning, Chenzong knew very little, because his level was not high enough. He only knew that this kind of power existed, but he did not know what it was like. Now that he heard Yu Wuya's words, he was completely dumbfounded. He had actually comprehended true meaning? He had grasped the power of a transcendent realm master. Too shocking, Chenzong was unable to react for a moment. Tell me about your comprehension. Yu Wuya spoke again. Chenzong came back to his senses and quickly recounted the process of his comprehension in the fleeting sword wall, mentioning the 5 kinds of mysteries. Yu Wuya listened attentively, and as Chenzong spoke, his expression changed slightly. After speaking, Chenzong stared at Yu Wuya. Whether he had comprehended true meaning or not, he lacked sufficient knowledge and experience, so he could only place his hopes on Yu Wuya. Originally, with your cultivation level, you weren't qualified to understand this. Yu Wuya stared deeply at Chenzong, and immediately said, but since you have comprehended it, you are qualified to understand it. Chenzong showed an expression of listening attentively. True meaning is myriad, and its mysteries exist naturally. Yu Wuya leisurely said, true meaning is not a physical power, but a kind of power that is inclined towards nothingness. It is a unique kind of will, and all things have traces of true meaning. This was the first time Chenzong had understood true meaning in depth, so he listened very carefully. The true meaning of sword is one of the myriad. The sword master is sharp and has both power and speed. Therefore, the sword intent can be divided into 5 different mysteries. Chenzong's eyes suddenly lit up. What he had comprehended in the graceful sword wall was one of the 5 mysteries. The true meaning of sword edge, true meaning of sword sharpness, true meaning of sword speed, true meaning of sword force, and true meaning of sword force. Only by comprehending all 5 mysteries can one combine them into a complete true meaning of sword. Senior, what I have comprehended should be the true meaning of sword edge. Chenzong said. Yes, the sword intent is only a small part of the sword intent. It can't be considered the true sword intent, but since ancient times, very few people have been able to comprehend it in the true martial realm. Yu Wuya's voice was somewhat low. This part of the true meaning is also called the minor true meaning. To break through to the transcendent realm, there are two conditions: one is to open one's aperture, and the other is to comprehend and master the complete true meaning. The difficulty of comprehending the true meaning of sword edge is above opening one's aperture. You being able to comprehend the minor true meaning is enough to show that your talent is amazing, and also enough to show that your opportunities are extraordinary. If the graceful sword sect knew that you had comprehended the minor true meaning from the graceful sword wall, they would definitely do everything in their power to keep you here. Chen Zong did not answer, instead digesting the information Yu Wuya had just given him. It did not seem like much, but it contained a lot. Senior, I don't know if you... Chen Zong came back to his senses. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. He was very curious about the Black Sword sect Yu Wuya's current level. After all, to be called the number one master under the transcendent realm, he must be extraordinary. Perhaps he had also comprehended the minor true meaning. I have opened my aperture and comprehended the minor true meaning of 3 different sword true meanings, as well as 2 other minor true meanings. Yu Wuya had no intention of concealing this. Perhaps before, Chen Zong was not qualified, but now that he had comprehended a minor true meaning, Chen Zong was worthy of Yu Wuya's attention and was even placed on the same level as him. After all, when he was in the 9th layer of the true martial realm, Yu Wuya had not been able to comprehend a minor true meaning. Chen Zong was surprised, but after thinking about it, it was only natural. The number one master under the transcendent realm in the imperial city had opened his aperture and comprehended 5 minor true meanings. There was nothing strange about that. True meaning belongs to the power of the transcendent realm, because a transcendent realm master not only transforms their body, but also their spirit, allowing them to support the burden of their true meaning. Just now, you should have clearly felt the burden and exhaustion on your spiritual level. Yes. Chen Zong nodded. Just using his sword true meaning once had consumed 90% of his spirit. This kind of consumption was indeed astonishing. True meaning is the embodiment of one's will. Releasing its power requires one's spirit to guide it. The spirit of the true martial realm is not strong enough, so the consumption is great. Only after breaking through to the transcendent realm will one be able to freely release and control their spirit. Your spirit is stronger than an ordinary master in the 9th layer of the true martial realm, but remember, do not use your minor true meaning casually, it is best to use it as a trump card. Yu Wuya advised. Even if his spirit was much stronger than Chen Zong's, he did not dare use his minor true meaning lightly. After all, it was still in the process of evolving. Chen Zong nodded solemnly. Using it once consumed 90% of his spirit. This kind of consumption was astonishing. He could only use it once in a short period of time. Chen Zong also understood that this kind of power could only be used as a trump card, like a secret sword. Let's go. Yu Wuya did not continue, he had basically said everything he needed to say. The 2 of them landed on the back of the black gold dragonhawk once again. They spread their wings and stirred up a mighty gust of wind that blew in all directions. The sand and stones within a radius of several hundred meters were blown into the air, and the plants were all destroyed. Soaring into the sky, Yu Wuya once again returned to his previous calm state, while Chen Zong was still a little excited. Comprehending the graceful sword rampart was indeed the right choice. He had instantly grasped one of the 5 minor true intents of the sword intent. Not only did this give him another trump card, it also meant that he was once again ahead of his peers. 1 step ahead meant 1 step ahead. There are 2 conditions for breaking through to the transcendent realm. One is to open one's aperture, and the other is to grasp the true meaning of the sword true meaning. Chen Zong thought to himself. Chief Elder once said that I have opened the heaven's peak and the earth abyss, which are 2 apertures. This means that of the 2 conditions for breaking through to the transcendent realm, I have already completed one. All that is left is to grasp the true meaning of the sword true meaning. And now, I have comprehended one of the 5 minor true meanings of the sword true meaning. Thinking so, Chen Zong's heart was filled with a fiery passion. Opening one's aperture was very difficult, and comprehending the true meaning of the sword true meaning was even more difficult. Many cultivators had been stuck between these 2 obstacles for their entire lives, unable to break through until death, only able to die with regret. But Zong was only in the true martial realm. There was still room for improvement, but he had already broken through the first obstacle and was in the process of breaking through to the second. This meant that Zong would have an easier time breaking through to the extreme mortal realm than many cultivators. It could even be said that the extreme mortal realm was a huge chasm that was enough to make countless people despair, but for Zong, it was not difficult at all. End of chapter. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Black Gold Dragonhawk safely arrived at the Imperial City. Once it returned, Zong followed Yu Wuya to visit the Ninth Prince. Brother Chen, how much did you gain? The Ninth Prince asked with a face full of smiles. Xianxia was also present and stared at Zong curiously. Not everyone had the qualifications to comprehend the Fleeting Sword Wall. Even within the Fleeting Sword sect, there were very few people who could do so. Every person who could comprehend the Fleeting Sword Wall had extraordinary talent and was definitely a top tier. Genius. Thus, anyone who comprehended the Fleeting Sword Wall would gain something. It would either increase the realm of their sword arts, perfect their own sword arts, or comprehend a new sword art. However, no one knew what Zong's gain was. I gained something. Zong replied, but did not say it out loud. Comprehending the little true meaning was too shocking. It was a kind of trump card, so naturally, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. However, Zong guessed that Yu Wuya would tell the Ninth Prince about it, but not now. As expected, the Ninth Prince's expression slightly changed, but quickly returned to normal. However, the shock in that instant could not be concealed. However, Xianxia and Xianxia were standing to the left of the Ninth Prince, so they could not see the Ninth Prince's expression. Ninth Prince, comprehending the Fleeting Sword Wall is very tiring. I will take my leave first. Zong nodded towards Xianxia, then bowed towards Yu Wuya of the Mystic Sword sect, turned around and left, returning to the Saran residence. Zong knew that Yu Wuya and the Ninth Prince would discuss the matter of him comprehending the little true meaning. Perhaps there were some things that were not suitable to be said in front of him, so he tactfully took his leave. Xianxia also took his leave. Teacher, please tell me. The Ninth Prince impatiently urged. Yu Wuya smiled faintly and began to explain. A heaven-sent genius, a peerless monster. The Ninth Prince could not help but sigh. Originally, he thought that although Zong's talent was very high, it should be about the same as his own. Now that he knew that Zong had comprehended a minor true intent from the graceful sword rampart, the Ninth Prince's thoughts completely changed. Such talent was definitely above his own. However, the Ninth Prince was not jealous. On the contrary, he was very happy because now Zong belonged to his camp. The more outstanding he was, the more help he would be to him. With such amazing talent, reaching the transcendent realm in the future was a certainty, and perhaps it wouldn't take too long. In this world, there were many talented people, but not many were able to cultivate to the transcendent realm, only a small portion of them. Some cultivators performed extremely well in the Qi and blood boundary, the true martial realm, or even the true martial realm, but in the end, they were stuck at the pseudo-transcendent realm, unable to break through. Some were able to break through in the end, but they also spent a lot of time and fell behind their peers. Moreover, the higher one's talent, the more difficult it was for them to break through to the transcendent realm because their foundation was often more solid, so naturally it was not easy for them to be reborn. I wonder if Zong can break through to the transcendent realm before the age of 50? The Ninth Prince seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be asking Yu Wuya. Yu Wuya's lips moved, but in the end, he did not say anything. Breaking through to the transcendent realm before the age of 50, very difficult, at least in the current Dragon Chart territory, no one had managed to do so. Most transcendents only broke through to the transcendent realm after the age of 100, with a few even reaching the transcendent realm in their 70s, 80s, or 90s. The most amazing person in the past 100 years had only broken through to the transcendent realm at the age of 60. Zong had comprehended a minor true intent at such an early age, so there was a good chance he would break through to the transcendent realm before the age of 50, but that was only a possibility. No one could guarantee it was 100% certain. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Even someone as amazing as Yu Wuya was now over 60 years old, but had yet to break through. The ninth prince did not expect to obtain an answer. As the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard, he knew far more about this and was well aware of the difficulty of breaking through to the transcendent realm before the age of 50. However, regardless of whether Chen Zong could break through to the transcendent realm before the age of 50, there was no doubt he had comprehended a minor true intent. Such talent was unparalleled in this world, at least in the Dragon Chart territory. Such a genius was worthy of the ninth prince's attention. The ninth prince couldn't help thinking, how could he show such importance? Now, Chen Zong's cultivation had risen to the late stage of the ninth layer of the true martial realm, so the true refining pill had lost its effectiveness. No matter how many he took, it would be useless, but there was no way he could obtain a pill better than the true refining pill, unless the Pill King returned. As for using spirit medicines, that was something that belonged to the transcendent realm. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to obtain such a thing. On top of that, spirit medicines were not suitable for those below the transcendent realm, as they would directly kill them. As for the opportunity to comprehend the fleeting sword wall, the ninth prince had obtained it for Chen Zong. Chen Zong had also passed the assessment and successfully comprehended the fleeting sword wall, thus demonstrating his amazing talent. To be honest, the ninth prince had done a lot for Chen Zong, but Chen Zong's talent was truly amazing, and the ninth prince greatly appreciated it. First out of admiration, second out of training, and third out of kindness. Thinking about it, and combining all the information he had collected about Chen Zong, the ninth prince suddenly thought of something and smiled. Inside the Saram Pavilion, Chen Zong was not practicing his sword, instead sitting quietly with his eyes closed in a small pavilion, as if he was meditating, but in reality, he was comprehending a minor true intent. The sword had a sharp edge that could cut through gold and jade, split mountains, and split the heavens and earth. Comprehending the fleeting sword wall had only allowed Chen Zong to grasp the basics of the true meaning of the sword. He still needed to spend time and energy to slowly deepen his understanding of the true meaning of the sword. For example, the mystic sword Xianxia Wuya had grasped two types of lesser true intent. But the difference between him and Chen Zong was that it wasn't the initial stage. Instead, he was already very familiar with it and had started to comprehend the third type of lesser true intent of the sword intent. Only by comprehending the complete true meaning could one reach the transcendent realm. The transcendent realm was still quite far from Chen Zong, but the minor true meaning was not far off. Chen Zong planned to first comprehend the true meaning of the sword, and after comprehending it to its limit, he would then begin to comprehend the second minor true intent. Chen Zong had only comprehended one of the 5 profundities of the sword intent contained within the fleeting sword rampart, but the other 4 profundities had left behind an impression on him. In the future, he would be able to comprehend them based on his impressions, making it easier for him to do so. Time flew by as Chen Zong meditated, and soon it was noon. The ninth prince and black sword Xianxia Wuya stepped into the Saram Pavilion. Chen Zong felt something and woke up. Greetings, ninth prince and senior Yu. Chen Zong got up and walked out of the pavilion, bowing respectfully. Brother Chen need not be so polite. The ninth prince smiled. Yu Wuya nodded in response. I came here today because I haven't seen Brother Chen for a few days and missed you, and also to deliver a pill to Brother Chen. The ninth prince smiled. Chen Zong is deeply honored by ninth prince's concern. Chen Zong smiled. I heard that Brother Chen is quite accomplished in the Tao of body tempering, so I brought Brother Chen a dragon soul blood refining pill, hoping it can help Brother Chen progress further in the Tao of body tempering. The ninth prince smiled and took out a dark red wooden box from his mustard seed bag. This wooden box had a unique pattern on it and exuded a faint fragrance that refreshed the mind. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Chen Zong felt refreshed. Dragon soul blood refining pill. Chen Zong's eyes lit up when he heard the name. Just hearing the name was very impactful. The Dragon Soul Blood Refining Pill is made by mixing a drop of blood essence from a level 9 flood dragon with dragon bone powder and the pseudo-elixir dragon soul fruit. It contains an astonishing amount of pure yang blood essence and has a strong tempering effect on the body. It is a rare body tempering pill. The ninth prince smiled and handed the dark red wooden box to Chen Zong. Chen Zong took the wooden box with both hands. A warm feeling spread through his hands, and even his blood essence flowed faster. This wooden box was made of dark blood ancient sunken wood, a unique item formed after a large amount of blood was soaked in it and buried underground for 10,000 years. It was very valuable and had a high collection value. It was also made into accessories to nourish one's blood essence and improve one's health. In addition, the dark blood ancient sunken wood could also be made into boxes and boxes to store items that contain qi blood force and prevent the loss of qi blood force. Brother Chen, cultivate well and do your best to improve your strength. Maybe it won't be long before I need your help. The ninth prince said solemnly. I will do my best. Chen Zong held the wooden box tightly and said solemnly. Chen Zong had received the ninth prince's favor many times, but he had never done anything for him. Good, the stronger the better. The ninth prince smiled. Then, the two talked about other topics, and finally, they compared notes on sword techniques. The ninth prince's sword technique realm was not low, reaching the third level of the Lingwu realm. His sword technique was also very strong, and every sword was grand and majestic, like a golden dragon descending to the world. Chen Zong's swordsmanship was unyielding and domineering. Ever since he had comprehended the sword edge true intent, even if he did not deliberately stimulate the power of the sword edge true intent, every strike would unknowingly become sharper. Black Sword Sekshi Wuya stood aside and watched. After an hour of fighting, the ninth prince retreated and sheathed his sword. Brother Chen, farewell. After the ninth prince and Yu Wuya left, Chen Zong rested for a while, then brought the dark blood ancient wooden box into his room. Taking a deep breath and calming his mind, Chen Zong opened the dark blood ancient wooden box. A dazzling blood-red brilliance seemed to shine out, like a blood-red sun, exuding an astonishing and pure hot blood vitality. This was the fluctuation of pure yang blood qi after the transcendent realm flood dragon's blood essence was refined. Very strong, under the illumination of the blood-red light, Chen Zong's pure yang blood vitality also surged, like a great river rushing through his body. His skin gradually turned red, and his whole body was filled with amazing power, making Chen Zong feel like he was going to explode. Even without taking the pill, just the aura emitted by the pill itself was already so strong. One could imagine, if he took and refined this pill, what kind of benefits it would bring to his physique. I should be able to reach the third level of the profound jade golden bone art. Chen Zong secretly thought. It had been a few years since he obtained the profound jade golden bone art. He had diligently practiced it, and even used a lot of treasures. Unfortunately, his progress was limited, and his arm strength was only around 90,000 jin, still far from 100,000 jin. Moreover, 100,000 jin was only necessary to reach the third level of the profound jade golden bone art. Only with 100,000 jin arm strength would he have enough physique to reach the third level of the profound jade golden bone art and cultivate the golden jade impenetrable body. If he succeeded in cultivating the golden jade impenetrable body, his physique would be even stronger, and his strength would rise another step. Most importantly, his defensive power would increase, and his survivability would increase. End of chapter. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. After instructing the steward to enter retreat, Chen Zong entered the Saran House's secluded cultivation room. When the Saran House was built, Chen Zong had a complete plan. Under the bedroom, there was a fairly spacious secret room that was extremely hard and could withstand attacks from a pseudo-transcendent realm master without breaking. The door to the secret room was also designed using mechanism theory, making it difficult to open from the outside. Chen Zong stood in the middle of the secret chamber and assumed a cultivation posture for the third layer of the mysterious jade golden bone technique. Once again, he opened the dark blood ancient wooden box, and an intense pure yang aura spread out. Taking a deep breath and clearing his mind of all distracting thoughts, Chen Zong pinched the dragon soul blood refining pill between his index finger and thumb and placed it directly into his mouth. The dragon soul blood refining pill was very hard, even harder than stone, but Chen Zong's teeth were even harder, capable of crushing steel. With just a little bit of force, the dragon soul blood refining pill crumbled into powder and was swallowed into his stomach. A cluster of searing heat spread within his stomach. Soon after, it was as though something had exploded within his stomach. While Chen Zong's stomach swelled and contracted, a myriad of thunderous sounds surged. The rumbling sound reverberated within the secret chamber. A terrifying blazing force spread out in all directions as his abdomen bulged and contracted, wreaking havoc throughout his body. Not even his limbs and bones were spared. In an instant, this terrifying explosive impact made Xianxia feel as if he was about to explode. The third level of the mysterious jade golden bone technique began to circulate, guiding this tyrannical and violent blazing energy to attack every part of his body. Then, like 100 rivers returning to the stream, it poured into the tyrannical pure yang qi and blood in his body, causing the pure yang qi and blood to churn and boil. The golden color contained within it also slowly increased. This golden color was the essence of his pure yang aura. Xianxia had even imagined that one day, his pure yang aura would transform into a golden color. At that time, he did not know how tyrannical his physique would become, but that was too difficult. Even now, the golden color in his pure yang aura was less than 1,000th. Xianxia's pure yang blood qi surged and rushed out, causing his limbs and bones to heat up rapidly. His body temperature rose rapidly, and his skin turned bright red, like a cooked prawn, emitting an astonishingly high temperature. If the egg was placed on Xianxia's skin, it would be cooked immediately. If it was left for a while longer, it would be burnt. The temperature was getting higher and higher, and he felt like he was burning from the inside out. Under such high temperatures, the impurities in his body were removed bit by bit, causing his body to become purer and purer, undergoing a fundamental change. Xianxia maintained the posture of the third level of the mystic jade golden bone skill. With the impact of the dragon's soul blood refining pill and his pure yang blood qi surging, he could clearly feel that his internal organs, bones, tendons, and muscles were all being refined. They were becoming stronger and stronger, and his strength was increasing rapidly. However, as his body was tempered and improved, his body temperature rose higher and higher. It was so high that it seemed to be able to melt steel. It made Xianxia feel uncomfortable, as if he was really going to burn and turn into ashes. Xianxia did not relax. He maintained the posture of the third level of the mystic jade golden bone skill, refining the power of the dragon's soul blood refining pill, and refining his body continuously. Xianxia's spiritual consciousness could clearly sense that his strength was increasing. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly, and his tendons and bones sounded together. The sound of thunder was vast and mighty. 100,000 jin, his arm strength had reached 100,000 jin. This was the limit of a genuine martial arts realm body. Martial arts cultivation, extreme mortal realm. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Below that was the mortal body. The mortal body had an upper limit. Normally, it was 100,000 jin. Of course, there were some people who were born with superhuman strength who could refine their mortal body to the extreme. This was because their mortal body's upper limit was already over 100,000 jin. However, there were very few people who could refine their strength to the mortal body's upper limit. This was because body refining had declined. Ordinary warriors did not have the resources to practice it. Those warriors who were born with better backgrounds would practice body refining on the side, but would not make it their main direction. Moreover, the resources needed to refine one's mortal body became harder and harder to obtain. Even in the royal family of Lontu, there were very few people who could refine their mortal body to the extreme. Of course, important and talented members of the royal family, such as the 3rd prince or the 9th prince, had already refined their mortal body to the extreme. His body had been refined, his arm strength had increased to 100,000 jin, and the first half of the 3rd level of the mystic jade golden bone skill had been completed. The second half was the real completion of the mystic jade golden bone skill, the golden jade unbreakable body. There was still a lot of energy from the dragon's soul blood refining pill raging in Xianxia's body. Every part of his bones and muscles was slowly transforming under the impact of this energy, becoming denser and denser. Gradually, under the high temperature, Xianxia's internal organs and bones emitted a faint halo that was almost undetectable. The halo seemed to be golden, but also seemed to be jade white. When the first level of the mystic jade golden bone skill was completed, the body would emit a jade white halo once it was activated. When the second level of the diamond bone skill was completed, the body would emit a golden halo. Based on this, the halo emitted when the third level of the golden jade unbreakable body was activated should be a mixture of gold and jade white. If Xianxia relied on his own efforts, He did not know how many years it would take him to complete the third level of the mystic jade golden bone skill. However, the dragon's soul blood refining pill had shortened this process. As the energy of the dragon's soul blood refining pill was consumed and absorbed, the changes in Qianzong's body became more and more obvious. The platinum light that began to diffuse from his internal organs became clearer. His qi and blood surged, his internal organs trembled, and his internal organs let out thunderous roars. Qianzong's body trembled unconsciously. As he swayed, the platinum halo emitted from his body became more and more obvious. The redness on his skin slowly faded, and the terrifying heat that was enough to melt steel also gradually subsided. Qianzong's consciousness was very clear, and all changes were under his control. When the last trace of the dragon's soul blood refining pill's efficacy was exhausted, Qianzong's body trembled uncontrollably. A buzzing sound was heard, and the tyrannical pure yang qi and blood surged like waves. The gold contained in it had increased by a lot compared to before, at least twice as much. The platinum light spread out along with Qianzong's body. It penetrated 3 inches, making Qianzong look like a platinum god. Qianzong could clearly feel that his skin and muscles had become tougher, filled with astonishing defensive power. The profound jade golden bone art's third layer has finally been cultivated. Qianzong looked at the platinum halo on his body and smiled, muttering to himself, looking at this 3 inches halo, it's the golden jade unbreakable body's minor accomplishment stage. According to the information on the profound jade golden bone art, completely cultivating the profound jade golden bone art will allow one to survive against a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Coupled with a powerful body-tempering martial art, one can even contend against them. The so-called complete cultivation of the profound jade golden bone art should refer to cultivating the golden jade unbreakable body to the perfection stage. Qianzong's thoughts turned sharply, becoming extremely clear. The combat strength of a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator is between 7-star and 9-star. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. A 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, then my golden jade unbreakable body's minor accomplishment stage is now. With insufficient information, Qianzong couldn't speculate for a while, so he could only try. The sword finger on his right hand carried an astonishing power and pointed at his left arm. This attack was at the early 4-star level. His left arm was not damaged at all, the platinum halo had completely resisted the sword finger attack. Qianzong's expression remained unchanged, and he pointed again. This time, the attack was at the middle 4-star level, but it was still blocked without any damage. The third finger was at the late 4-star level, but it was still blocked. The fourth finger was at the peak of the 4-star level, but it was still blocked. The power of the fifth finger increased again, reaching the limit of 4-star. This finger broke through the platinum halo, but its power was weakened by a lot. It directly touched the skin of Qianzong's left arm. Qianzong could feel the toughness and elasticity of his skin. It instantly blocked the power of this finger. In other words, after activating the golden jade unbreakable body, I can completely block the attack of a peak 4-star level without any damage. Qianzong was surprised. This level of defensive power was extremely shocking. Moreover, this was still not the limit. Qianzong calmed himself down and continued to try. The sixth finger was at the early 5-star level, which was very different from the 4-star level. The finger easily broke through the platinum halo, but it also weakened a lot of its power. Then, it hit the skin of Qianzong's left arm. The tough skin deflected the weakened power, but Qianzong felt a piercing pain. He couldn't completely block the sixth finger attack, and his left arm was injured, but it was very light. With the help of the 1,000-year tree heart and the self-healing ability, the injury was healed in a short while. Basically, Qianzong had also tested the strength of the golden jade unbreakable body. It could resist the attack of an early 5-star level, but he would be slightly injured. However, this kind of injury was not enough to affect his body. If it was an attack of a mid 5-star level, the injury would be more serious. If it was an attack of a late 5-star level, he would definitely be severely injured. However, the experiment just now was purely to test the defensive power of the golden jade unbreakable body. He didn't use his protective true force and the defensive power of the level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon. Qianzong pulled out his sword and activated the power of a late 5-star level. He slashed his left arm, and the platinum halo was torn apart. Then, the defensive power of the level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor was torn apart as well. Finally, his protective true force was torn apart as well. However, the power of this attack had been weakened a lot. When it finally hit the skin, he could clearly feel the weakening and rebound power. Complete defense, in other words, if Chen Zong activated all of his defensive power, he could resist the attack of a late 5-star level. However, this was the limit. The attack of a peak 5-star level was enough to hurt him, but this kind of defensive power was already amazing. Without a doubt, it would greatly increase Chen Zong's survival ability. After all, in a battle, Chen Zong wouldn't just stand there stupidly and let his opponent attack him. People who practiced the sword were best at attacking, and defense was just a bonus. The most direct reflection of one's combat power was the attacking power. Because only a powerful attacking power could kill a strong opponent. Therefore, the Golden Jade Unbreakable Body didn't make Chen Zong's combat power increase by leaps and bounds. Instead, it increased his survival ability imperceptibly. If Chen Zong could only fight against 2 late 5-star level opponents before, now he could fight against 3 or even 4. End of chapter. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The comprehension of the minor true intent was much more difficult than imagined. Chen Zong's comprehension had completely reached a bottleneck, and after a month, his progress was very shallow. His cultivation also seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and it was difficult for him to break through to the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm. Needless to say, his body refining did not make any progress. Chen Zong had an idea. Perhaps he should leave this place and go out to gain experience. Brother Chen, make some preparations. We are heading to Dragon Shadow Island. The 9th prince came over and said directly. From his expression and tone, there was a kind of excitement and anticipation. Dragon Shadow Island. Chen Zong was curious. Judging from the name, it should be an island. Other than that, he knew nothing about it. The Dragon Shadow Island is a floating island located at the edge of the Dragon Chart region, 10,000 meters in the air. The innermost layer is surrounded by the Black Annihilation Lightning, the second layer is surrounded by the Purple Spirit Slaughter Lightning, the third layer is surrounded by the Red Break Lightning, and the outermost layer is the bone-eroding Astral Wind layer, the 9th prince said. Chen Zong was astonished. The bone-eroding astral wind was a terrifying kind of astral wind that no one below the transcendent realm could resist. Even a Grandmaster pseudo-transcendent could not resist it. The extreme shattering red thunder was a terrifying kind of thunder that could kill or injure extreme realm cultivators, while the spirit-devouring purple thunder could kill or injure earth spirit realm cultivators. As for the profound extinguishing black thunder, it could kill or injure heavenly profound realm cultivators. Every once in a while, perhaps 10, 20, or 30 years, there will be a tide of wind and lightning. Whether it's the bone-corroding astral wind, the extreme shattering red lightning, the spirit slaughter purple lightning, or the profound annihilation black lightning, their powers will all temporarily recede. During this time, we'll be able to enter Dragon Shadow Island, the 9th prince continued. 9th prince, could there be some kind of treasure on this Dragon Shadow Island? Chen Zong asked. It was definitely extraordinary to be surrounded by such a terrifying power. The origin of Dragon Shadow Island is unknown. It is said that it was left behind by an ancient expert. It is the place where that expert comprehended the Tao. The 9th prince said, there are many fake spiritual medicines and even real spiritual medicines on Dragon Shadow Island. It is also possible to find real spiritual weapons and obtain the inheritance of powerful warriors. It has been 30 years since the last storm. This is a good opportunity for us to enter Dragon Shadow Island, the 9th prince said with a smile. If so, how can we compete with those transcendent realm masters? Chen Zong asked rhetorically. Don't worry, brother Chen. Perhaps this is a method left behind by that master, so transcendents are unable to enter Dragon Shadow Island, the 9th prince said with a smile. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. If one were to compete with a group of transcendents, not only would it be extremely difficult, but it would also be extremely dangerous. However, if one was below the transcendent realm, there was a great chance. But we can't let our guard down, because there are many people who have entered Dragon Shadow Island. They are the top geniuses of various sects and forces, and there are even many veteran pseudo-transcendents and grandmasters, the ninth prince said in a solemn tone. Whether it was the ninth prince or Chenzong, both of them had a fighting strength of 5 stars. Within the true martial realm of the Longtu region, they were already at the peak of fighting strength. After all, there were too few people in the true martial realm who could raise their fighting strength to 6 stars. Even the Longtu royal family, which had such a deep and powerful background, could not nurture more than a few people. However, there were quite a few 7-star pseudo-transcendents, 8-star pseudo-transcendents, and even 9-star martial ancestor realm masters. Brother Chen, this time, besides you and me, my master, Master Blacksword Sect, Lai Yunxiao, Long Pijuan, and their guards will also go. My 8 brothers and their followers will also enter. In addition, the people from the 4 mid-rank sects will also enter. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. There's no time to lose. Let's go now, the 9th prince said. Because the 4 mid-rank sects had earthly spirit realm cultivators, they were qualified to talk to the Dragon Chart royal family. As for the low-rank sects, they were much weaker and did not have the qualifications. The resources were limited. The fewer people there were, the greater the chances. Therefore, opportunities like the Dragon's Shadow Island had excluded most of the people from the lower rank sections. If Chenzong had not joined the 9th prince's side, he would not have been able to get such an opportunity. When he felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, he planned to inform the 9th prince before going out to train. He did not expect to come to an opportunity like Dragon's Shadow Island. It felt like a pillow being sent to him when he was sleepy. How could he let go of a piece of meat that was sent to his mouth? After the 9th prince left the Saran residence, he met up with Lai Yunxiao, Long Pijuan, Long Zhongheng, Chu Zihao, and the others. They were accompanied by a few pseudo-transcendents. Love Go Xiaosei W, Chu. After that, Chenzong saw the other princes. The 1st prince, 2nd prince, 3rd prince, and the 8th prince. Every prince's cultivation was at least at the peak of true martial realm LV9. As for the 1st prince, he was a pseudo-transcendence. Every prince was accompanied by a few people, and each of them had extraordinary combat strength. Among the 9 princes of the imperial family, the 3rd prince and the 9th prince were the most outstanding. However, this did not mean that the other 7 princes were mediocre. On the contrary, they were all very outstanding and could not be underestimated. The 9 princes had different temperaments, but their goal was the same, which was to become the crown prince of the imperial family. As long as they were crowned as the crown prince, they would be the heir to the imperial throne. For the crown prince's position and the imperial throne, the 9 princes fought openly and secretly. However, at this moment, they all seemed to be very harmonious. Greetings, 1st brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother. The 9th prince greeted them one by one. The other princes also greeted each other happily. 9th brother, I heard that you recruited a top genius. It must be him. The 8th prince glanced at Chenzong with his hands behind his back and said to the 9th prince with a smile. Brother Chen's talent is indeed extraordinary, the 9th prince said with a smile. A dead genius is nothing, the 3rd prince suddenly said, which immediately changed the atmosphere. Ding Xian and Su Xing, who were standing beside the 3rd prince, both looked at Chenzong with undisguised coldness in their eyes. In addition, the middle-aged man standing beside the 3rd prince had an overbearing look in his eyes. The pressure he brought was as heavy as a mountain, which made Chenzong feel a little difficult to breathe. You're right, 3rd brother, the 9th prince responded with a smile. A dead genius was nothing. Many people knew that. The 3rd prince's words were obviously directed at Chenzong, while the 9th prince's answer was directed at the 3rd prince's followers. Entering Dragon's Shadow Island was undoubtedly a good opportunity to weaken the overall strength of the others. The other 7 princes did not say anything. This was a battle between the 3rd prince and the 9th prince. At least on the surface, they would not interfere. At this moment, a huge shadow appeared. Chenzong and the others looked up. The shadow was like a large dark cloud. If they looked carefully, they would find that it was a ship. This ship was completely black. The bow of the ship looked like a dragon's head. It was magnificent and gave off shocking energy waves. The Black Dragon Giant Spirit Ship is here, the 9th prince said with a smile. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. As if he was talking to Qianzong and the others, he said, "The Black Dragon Giant Spirit Ship is a flying spiritual weapon of the royal family. It is rarely used, but it is a rare opportunity to come across on Dragon Shadow Island." A flying spiritual weapon. Qianzong was secretly shocked when he heard this. He had also heard of the reputation of a flying spirit tool. Among the same grade, the value of a flying spirit tool was often much higher. Generally speaking, the bigger the spiritual weapon, the harder it was to forge, and the more valuable it would be. This Black Dragon Giant Spirit Ship was 20 meters long and 8 meters wide. The cabin was 6 meters high, which was enough to accommodate many people. The Black Dragon Giant Spirit Ship landed and stopped about 10 meters above the ground. "Let's go." Immediately, one by one, they launched their movement skills and rushed up to the deck of the Black Dragon Giant Spirit Ship. Then, they arranged their rooms. With a long cry like a dragon's roar, the Black Dragon Giant Spirit Ship began to move. It rose to about 5,000 meters in the air, and a transparent protective shield covered the entire ship. Dragon Shadow Island was located at the edge of the Dragon Diagram region. They would pass through 4 prefectures, which was a long journey. The Black Dragon Giant Spirit Ship's protective shield can withstand the attacks of extreme mortal realm cultivators without breaking. The Ninth Prince explained, if the shield is activated to the maximum, it can withstand the attacks of Earth Spirit Realm cultivators. However, it will consume a large amount of spiritual energy. A flying spiritual weapon like the Black Dragon Giant Spirit Ship required spiritual energy to move. Ninth Prince, could that middle-aged man beside the Third Prince be the Conqueror Martial Sect? Qianzong asked as they chatted. That's right, he is the Conqueror Sect. The Ninth Prince said with a grave expression, the Conqueror Martial Sect is also very powerful. He's only slightly weaker than my teacher. If you meet him alone on Dragon Shadow Island, you must escape as quickly as possible. The Third Prince and the Ninth Prince had the most intense conflict. The Third Prince had schemed against Qianzong before. Without a doubt, if the Third Prince had the chance, he would definitely kill Qianzong to weaken the Ninth Prince's strength. After entering Dragon Shadow Island, it was obviously unrealistic for a group to move together. They might be separated due to some circumstances, and it was inevitable that they would be left alone. The Black Dragon Giant Spirit Ship's flying speed was not very fast, but it was many times faster than a true martial realm cultivator. It was comparable to an ordinary extreme mortal realm cultivator. Although the boundaries of the 4 prefectures were vast, at this speed, it would only take a few days to cross it. The people of the Wanluo sect are on good terms with my third brother. Moreover, the underworld crow died under your sword, so the people of the Wanluo sect will not let go of any chance to kill you. The Ninth Prince said again, telling him all the possible dangers. Another thing worth paying attention to is the disciples of the ancient mountain. The Ninth Prince's expression was somewhat serious. What do you mean? Qianzong was surprised. The Dragon Diagram region was known as the 4 Great Middle Rank Sect. The Ancient Mountain was one of them, and also the leader. However, unlike the other 3 Middle Rank Sect, the Ancient Mountain was more low-key and mysterious. Rumor has it that many years ago, the Ancient Mountain was once a high-rank sect, but for some unknown reason, it declined to a middle-rank sect. However, its foundation is even deeper than the Fleeting Sword sect. There is also another rumor that the Ancient Mountain is a branch of a huge power. The Ninth Prince said, and the disciples of the Ancient Mountain are very few. Almost every generation, there is only one successor. The entire sect only has a few dozen people, but every one of them is a top genius with astonishing fighting strength. According to what I know, in the current generation of true martial realm, there are disciples of the Ancient Mountain whose fighting strength has reached 6-star. End of chapter. There was a huge valley at the border between the Dragon Diagram region and the Ancient Ink region. However, this valley was completely barren, with not a single trace of vegetation. 10,000 meters above the desolate valley, a layer of black windstorm swept out, covering 10,000 kilometers. It formed a circle, blowing mightily, whistling incessantly. The black storm contained an astonishing power. If one looked carefully, they would discover that it was as if countless black wind needles had gathered together to form this astonishing storm. This was the bone-eroding astral wind that caused all cultivators below the transcendent realm to tremble in fear. If a true martial realm cultivator were to be caught in this astral wind, their true chi would be directly torn apart and their skin and bones would be completely corroded, disappearing from the world. Further in, there were red thunderbolts as thick as an arm swimming around, like countless dancing dragons and snakes, emitting an astonishing aura. This was the extreme breaking red thunder that could injure or even kill a peak realm cultivator. Further inside were purple lightning that was devilish to the point of seeming even more berserk as they danced about. They were filled with a terrifying power, as if they were savage dragons. This was the spirit-devouring purple lightning that could injure and kill an earth spirit realm practitioner. The innermost layer was different from the first three. It was very calm, and the naked eye could see finger-sized black thunderbolts flowing like water, forming a circle. It had a beginning and an end, and was as serene as the clouds. However, under this serenity, there was a destructive power that could destroy everything. Profound extinguishing black thunder, at the center of the bone-eroding astral wind, extreme breaking red thunder, spirit-murdering purple thunder, and profound extinguishing black thunder, there was a circular island floating in the air, and one could vaguely see the towering vegetation on the island. The huge black dragon head ship came from afar, and finally stopped 1,000 meters above the barren valley. Streams of light flashed in the distance, emitting tyrannical auras. They brought about an astonishing storm as they rapidly approached, and then stopped above the barren valley. The violent storm blew, and as it raged, a layer of the barren valley was forcibly scraped up, destroying it once again. This was also the reason why this valley was barren all year round. Standing on the deck of the Black Dragon spirit ship, Chenzong looked at the streams of light that appeared one after another, each of them in different shapes. The 4 streams of light represented the 4 middle-rank sect in the Longtu region. Brother Chen, that is the flying spirit artifact of the 1,000 Ancient Mountain. The 9th prince pointed to a flying spirit artifact with a strange appearance. It was very strange. It looked like a small hill, about 5 meters tall and 6 meters wide. It was brown all over and emitted a heavy and steady aura. Soon after, the top of the small hill-shaped flying spirit artifact split open, and 2 figures rose up. On the right was an old man. His hair and beard were all white, but his complexion was ruddy. His skin was as smooth as a baby's, and his eyes were bright and full of spirit. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the void. The old man's attire was very simple. It was a sleeveless gray martial arts suit that covered his entire body. There was a black mound mark on his left chest. The muscles all over his body looked as if they were cast from iron. He looked very terrifying, as if he contained an astonishing power that could destroy a mountain. Beside the old man was a young man. His face was simple and unadorned, but his eyes were shining brightly. Other than being weaker than the old man, his charm was about the same. The young man was also wearing a gray sleeveless martial arts suit. There was also a black mound mark on his left chest. His exposed arms seemed to be cast from iron. His muscles swelled, as if they were about to burst open the martial arts suit. It felt as if his body contained a tyrannical power like a mountain. The cultivation of the 1,000 Ancient Mountain follows the ancient martial path. It is different from the current Qi cultivation, it is mainly body refinement. Their ancient war body has its own uniqueness and is extremely tyrannical. The 9th prince said. It could be said that the 1,000 Ancient Mountain belonged to the kind of body refinement martial artists that had almost disappeared, pure body refinement martial artists. For a moment, Chenzong's heart soared with fighting spirit, but he didn't know which was stronger between the so-called ancient war body and his own small success golden jade unbreakable body. As if sensing Chenzong's gaze, the disciple of the 1,000 Ancient Mountain looked over and greeted Chenzong with a grin. Chenzong also smiled and nodded in response. The fleeting sword sect's flying spirit weapon was a strange, broad, and long sword. It was 12 meters long and 4 meters wide. Quite a few people stood on top of the dazzling silver sword, and their leader was the Earth Spirit Realm practitioner who'd wanted to take Chenzong as his disciple twice in a row, Forefather Tianhong. In addition, there were 3 pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators. Next was the graceful sword sect's first core disciple, Feng Xingmia. He carried a long sword on his back and his eyebrows were like swords. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, as if there were 2 extremely sharp sword lights hidden in them. His whole body exuded an astonishing sharpness, like an unsheathed sword. Next were the third core disciple, Zhou Bai, and the fourth core disciple, Yi Jingfeng. Zhou Bai had a smile on his face, as if he had a smiling face, while Yi Jingfeng still had a cold and indifferent expression. Xianxia Palace's flying spirit artifact was also very special. It looked like a small palace, but this palace didn't have a roof, and several figures stood inside. The leader of Xianxia Palace was an old man in a white robe with countless circle patterns on his white robe. He was an Earth Spirit Realm ancestor of Xianxia Palace. In addition, there were 3 pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators and the first core disciple, second core disciple, third core disciple, and fourth core disciple. The fourth core disciple was also Qinzong's acquaintance, Qin Yi. Qin Yi also saw Qinzong and cupped his fists. Qinzong also cupped his fists in return. Noticing Qin Yi's actions, the other 3 core disciples of Xianxia Palace also glanced at Qinzong, as if they wanted to see who he was. Qin Yi also seemed to introduce him to them. Finally, there was the Wanluo sect. The Wanluo sect's flying spirit artifact was also very strange. It looked like a large black bat, and an Earth Spirit Realm elder of the Wanluo sect stood on the bat. He wore a black robe and his body was surrounded by black ripples. Then, there were still 3 pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators, followed by the Wanluo sect's first core disciple, Yin Wuqing. Yin Wuqing wore a dark red robe, and his face was abnormally pale. His eyes were slightly sunken, and his whole body was emitting a cold aura. Since his brother Yin Wuya died in the Tianyun secret realm, Yin Wuqing had become even colder. As for the Wanluo sect's second core disciple, Su Xing, he was now following the third prince on the black dragon giant spirit ship. The original third core disciple had died under Qinzong's sword. Now, the third core disciple was weaker, only having the combat strength of a peak 4-star. As for the fourth core disciple, his combat strength was even weaker. At this moment, a figure flew up from the black dragon giant spirit ship, exuding a vast and mighty aura, like the scorching sun shining on all things. A profound sky realm expert, the Guardian King. The town Guardian King raised his head and looked into the sky. He saw that the bone-corroding astral wind layer, extreme-breaking red lightning, spirit-murdering purple lightning, and mysterious annihilating black lightning were all undergoing rapid changes. They were surging like tides in the sea. Earth Spirit Realm experts, follow me. The Guardian King opened his mouth, and his voice was as mighty as the sound of the heavens, spreading in all directions. With a violent roar, the air violently rolled like the sea in a storm, blowing the flying spirit artifacts as if they were swaying on the sea. A white aura rose up in spirals, like a giant pillar reaching the sky. On the ancient mountain's flying spirit artifact, the elder had already disappeared, and rushed into the sky. Then, one figure after another broke through and soared into the sky. This time, the imperial family sent a profound sky realm expert as insurance, and an earth spirit realm expert. The 4 mid-ranked sect also sent an earth spirit realm expert each. 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts soared into the sky and stopped 10,000 meters in the sky. Although Earth Spirit Realm experts couldn't truly fly in the sky like profound Sky Realm experts, it wasn't difficult for them to stay in the sky for a short period of time. In front of the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts, the bone-corroding astral wind was gradually dispersing along with the fluctuations. In some places, the bone-corroding astral wind was incomparably strong, far stronger than usual. But in other places, the bone-corroding astral wind had become thin, like mist blown by the wind. Attack! The Guardian King's eyes flickered with golden light, calculating the trajectory and strength of the bone-corroding astral wind. Then, he opened his mouth, and the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts instantly attacked. The Ancient Mountains expert punched out, and the fist energy pierced through the void. The Fleeting Sword Sect's ancestor Tianhong drew his sword, and the sword light tore through the heaven and earth. The Profound Truth Palace's ancestor drew a circle in the air with his right hand, and then pointed at the center of the circle with his finger. The finger energy pierced through the air, and brought about heavy ripples as it pierced through the air. The Myriad Sifting Sect's elder opened his hands and grabbed at the air, and a black cold aura filled the air. He then pushed forward, and the black aura turned into a black bat and flew out. As for the Imperial family's Earth Spirit Realm expert, he continuously slapped out with both of his palms. In less than 100th of a second, he had slapped out hundreds of palms, and mixed them together to form a rumbling golden dragon. With the 5 experts working together, they immediately broke through the weak bone-corroding astral wind. Moreover, the remaining power formed a broad path, and directly penetrated the extreme breaking red lightning. It just so happened that the weakest layer of the extreme shattering red lightning had appeared under the changes of the wind and thunder tides. It was irresistibly pierced through by the strength of the 5 Earth Spirit Realm practitioners as it swiftly spread towards the Spirit Slaughter purple lightning. If it was under normal circumstances, it would be almost impossible for the 5 of them to break through the spirit-murdering purple lightning. However, under the changes of the wind and thunder tide, it had shown its weakest moment, and was even slightly weaker than the extreme breaking red lightning at its peak. Therefore, under the combined attack of the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts, it was directly broken through without the slightest bit of resistance. The last layer was the most tyrannical profound annihilating black lightning. Normally, even a Sky Profound Realm expert would find it difficult to break through, let alone 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts. Even if there were 10 times more of them, it would still be difficult to break through the layer of profound annihilating black lightning and pierce through it. But at this moment, the power of the profound annihilating black lightning had been reduced to the extreme, and was 3 times stronger than the spirit-murdering purple lightning under normal circumstances. Even so, the combined attack of the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts was unable to break through it as easily as before. When it reached the end and was about to completely break through the layer of profound annihilating black lightning, it was exhausted. 10,000 meters up in the sky, the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts looked solemn, but the Guardian King remained calm. He made his move and grabbed at the air with one hand. Amidst the howling wind and clouds, a huge golden dragon claw several hundred meters wide descended from the sky. It tore through the clouds and fiercely grabbed at the last layer of the profound extinguishing black lightning. A large patch of profound extinguishing black lightning was instantly shattered. Normally, the Guardian King would have a hard time doing this despite his strength. The last layer of profound annihilation black lightning was torn apart, and the broad path formed by the power of the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts successfully spread out, reaching the edge of the island. Immediately after, the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts stretched out their hands and began to pour out their strength to maintain the stability of the passage. After observing for a moment, the passage was stable and wouldn't be shaken no matter how strong the wind and thunder were. The Guardian King then flew down from the sky. "Get ready, it's time to go." The Town King's voice was transmitted into the ears of every warrior who was about to enter the Dragon Shadow Island. Immediately after, everyone felt that they were enveloped by an irresistible power. Their bodies rose into the air, and their speed was extremely fast. They were like meteors that shot into the sky one after another. This speed was several times faster than riding on a grade 9 monster beast. Everything around them couldn't be seen at all. They only felt like they were in a trance. Before they could savor the feeling, their bodies suddenly came to a stop 10,000 meters up in the sky. Looking at the scene before them, everyone was shocked. Even some of the more scheming people couldn't help but be shocked. Not to mention true martial realm cultivators, even pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators couldn't reach 10,000 meters up in the sky with their own strength. This was because the higher they went, the thinner the air would be and the more dangerous it would be. Even extreme mortal realm experts would have to be careful when they reached 10,000 meters up in the sky. But now, with the help of the profound heaven realm experts, everyone was able to reach this place that they couldn't reach normally and catch a glimpse of a different scenery. In front of them, the 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts were maintaining the passage. The passage was fluctuating with colorful lights, looking magnificent and magnificent. Around the passage, there were black bone-eroding astral winds blowing, followed by red extreme shattering red lightning. It was hard to see what was going on, but it gave people a feeling of great danger. "Don't waste time, quickly enter," the Guardian King said. After all, the longer they maintained the passage, the more energy they would consume. It was a heavy burden. But for a moment, no one moved. It was true that they had heard about the mysteries of the Dragon Shadow Island. However, they were just rumors. Whether or not the passage was safe, no one could be sure. What if a lightning bolt suddenly appeared? Wouldn't that be a dead end? Moreover, it would be a very unjust death. However, the Town King didn't have the time to wait for everyone to make a decision. He directly used his power to make everyone involuntarily rush towards the passage. Since they were already here, they had to enter no matter what, so they didn't resist too much. Of course, with their strength, they couldn't resist the power of the Guardian King. In the blink of an eye, a few people took the lead and passed through the tunnel at an astonishing speed. When they came into contact with the outermost layer of protection of Dragon's Shadow Island, they did not encounter any resistance, as if they had melted into water. Chenzong quickly approached Dragon's Shadow Island as well. This time, he was not as fast as when he was 10,000 meters in the air, so he could vaguely see the scenery around him. Countless bolts of lightning wreaked havoc, bringing with them an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. It was as if they existed for the sole purpose of destruction. In front of him, it was originally a blur, but as he got closer, Chenzong saw tall mountains, flowing rivers, and towering plants. It was as if a dragon was swimming among them. Could this be the origin of Dragon's Shadow Island's name? The moment this question arose in his mind, Chenzong also approached the outermost layer of protection of Dragon's Shadow Island. The moment he came into contact with the outermost layer of protection of Dragon's Shadow Island, Chenzong could clearly feel that the power of the Town King on him was repelled. It was repelled irresistibly. Even though profound Sky Realm experts were extremely powerful, they still couldn't resist such power. Profound Sky Realm, is it not the end of a warrior? There should be a higher realm above the Profound Sky Realm, right? Two thoughts popped up one after another. His body passed through the protective layer of Dragon's Shadow Island completely and entered it. As his body fell from the sky, an extremely refreshing aura hit him in the face. It was lively and lively, seeping into his body through his pores, making Chenzong feel extremely comfortable. It was as if all his exhaustion had been removed and the deepest part of his body was nourished. He felt refreshed and his spirit lifted. Even his body was adjusted to its best condition. Spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was terrifyingly rich. It was several times, even 10 times richer than any place Chenzong had been to. For Transcendent Realm Masters, this was undoubtedly an excellent place to cultivate. Unfortunately, Transcendents were unable to enter this place, and those below the Transcendent Realm were still unable to directly absorb world energy to cultivate. At most, they could only absorb the power of a substandard spirit source to assist their cultivation. However, being in such a place was also quite nourishing for one's body. One could only imagine how amazing the natural treasures born here would be. Chenzong believed the Ninth Prince's words even more now. There were many fake spiritual herbs on Dragon's Shadow Island, and there were even quite a few real spiritual herbs. Thousands of meters up in the sky, Chenzong quickly fell. Using his movement skill, Chenzong slowed down his fall. In the last 100 meters, Chenzong pushed his floating swan movement skill to the limit. His body floated down like a feather and finally landed safely. However, there was no one else around. If Chenzong had entered by himself, he might have been able to enter together with the Ninth Prince and the others. Unfortunately, he was pushed in by the Town King's power. If the Town King wanted to, he could naturally control the order of entry and let everyone land at the same place. However, the Town King was a member of the royal family, so he didn't care about the others. He only took special care of the Ninth Prince, letting their guards enter and land at the same time. The others could only pray for themselves. All of a sudden, Chenzong quickly moved his feet, moving 1 meter away. He turned around and threw out a sword attack. The sound of metal clashing was heard, and sparks flew everywhere. Chenzong could feel a powerful power vibrating his Star Scar sword, which was transmitted to his palm and arm. Chenzong also saw it clearly. It was a python as thick as an arm. Its whole body was golden, and it looked like it was made of metal. The sword attack just now also made Chenzong realize that this python's skin was very tough, and could even resist the sharpness of a rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon. The golden snake was blown away and landed on the ground. The snake's body quickly rolled on the ground, and then fiercely bounced up like an arrow, shooting towards Chenzong at lightning speed. A golden light flashed, and the golden snake was already in front of Chenzong. Its speed was so fast that it almost exceeded Chenzong's reaction time. Both of his swords were thrown out. One of them blocked the attack of the golden snake, while the other went straight for the snake's weak spot. For all snakes, the weak spot was their weak spot. The golden snake's body flipped and rolled, dodging Chenzong's sword attack at its weak spot. Amidst the sound of metal clashing, its body reverberated, and the snake's tail fiercely attacked towards Chenzong with the power of thousands of pounds. If this attack was able to shatter a mountain, it would be able to shatter a mountain. Putting away his star-scar sword, Chenzong gathered his power and grabbed the tail of the golden snake with one hand, fighting against it with the 100,000 pounds of distance between them. The moment he grabbed the tail, he felt a tearing pain in his palm. An extremely horrifying power rushed towards him, as if it was going to shatter all the bones in his left arm. Such a horrifying power! Chenzong was secretly shocked. The sword in his right hand was thrown out fiercely, shaking the body of the golden snake. As the power vibrated, the power of the golden snake was also shattered. Then, Chenzong put more power into his left hand. Ignoring the tearing pain, he tightly grabbed the tail of the golden snake and shook it again, shattering the reorganized power of the golden snake. He then threw it up fiercely, and smashed it down fiercely with the sound of wind and thunder. With a boom, a crack appeared on the ground below, spreading out. Again and again, Chenzong kept swinging and smashing the ground. The ground within a radius of 1,000 meters was completely destroyed. Every time he smashed the ground, Chenzong would use his skills to let the power penetrate the extremely tough skin of the golden snake and blast into its body. The skin of the golden snake was frighteningly tough. Even a rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon could not cut through it. However, Chenzong did not believe that the flesh of the golden snake was as tough as its skin. Plus, with such tough skin, if it was refined, it could be made into some protective gear. After hundreds of attacks, the golden snake was finally killed. It was lifted up by Chenzong in the air. Large amounts of blood flowed out of its mouth and eyes, and it was no longer breathing. Chenzong was sure that if his or her battling power was below 5-star, he or she would not be able to fight against such a golden snake, let alone defeat it. Even a normal early-stage 5-star warrior would not be able to do anything to it. He did not know if such a monster was rare or common on Dragon Shadow Island. If it was the former, it would be fine. If it was the latter, then Dragon Shadow Island was too scary. Perhaps there were some extremely terrifying monsters residing here. However, on second thought, the spirit energy on Dragon Shadow Island was so rich. There must be a lot of treasures here, so it was reasonable for some powerful monsters to be born here. Such a powerful monster was dangerous, but at the same time, it was also an opportunity. For example, if the skin of the golden snake was made into an arm guard, it would be able to protect the arm better. Putting the dead golden snake into the virtual ring would ensure that the snake would not rot and would always be in a fresh state. When he skinned it in the future, the skin would not become dry. If the snake's flesh and blood had not been smashed into minced meat by Chenzong's skillful collision with the ground, it would have been an excellent dish. Of course, even if the flesh and blood of such a demonic beast had been turned into minced meat, it still contained rich energy and had a great effect on ordinary warriors. After putting away the golden snake, Chenzong looked around and made his decision based on the aura in the air. In the end, he headed north. Chenzong felt that the spirit energy there seemed to be richer. Not long after, Chenzong saw a blade of grass growing on a rock. The blade of grass was blood red and very conspicuous. It emitted a majestic aura. With a flash, Chenzong appeared next to the blood-red blade of grass and observed it carefully. After identifying it, Chenzong was sure that it was a pseudo-spiritual medicine. Moreover, it was a pseudo-spiritual medicine that contained a pure and majestic aura. It was very suitable for refining one's body. The 9th Prince and Blacksword sect Xianxia had landed together. As the 9th Prince's bodyguard, Blacksword sect would naturally follow him to protect him. This was also the arrangement of the garrison king. After all, the current crown prince position was likely to be decided between the 3rd prince and the 9th prince, so it was necessary to provide a certain degree of protection. Therefore, the 3rd prince was accompanied by Blacksword sect. As for the other 7 princes, their abilities weren't bad either. Even if they couldn't become the crown prince or the emperor in the future, they could still become the pillars of the dynasty. What a great place! The 9th prince was amazed. Even though he was the supervisor of the Dragon Eye Guard and knew more detailed information, it was still his first time entering Dragon Shadow Island. The world energy here is abundant. Even the fluctuations of true intent are more obvious than the outside world. Yuwuya was also surprised. For an expert like him who had comprehended 5 minor true intents, he could vaguely feel the intensity of the true intent fluctuations in the air. If he was at the transcendent realm, he could feel it even more clearly. If possible, Yuwuya of Blacksword sect really wanted to stay here and carefully comprehend the minor true intent before reaching the transcendent realm. In fact, there were many people who didn't want to leave after entering Dragon's Shadow Island and stayed here to cultivate. As expected, it didn't take long for them to comprehend the complete true intent and break through to the transcendent realm. However, the moment he reached the transcendent realm, he was repelled by the power of Dragon's Shadow Island and could no longer remain inside. Unfortunately, the wind and thunder tide had already passed, and it was unknown when the next wind and thunder tide would appear. As such, that person fell into the profound extinguishing black thunder and was instantly blasted into nothingness by it. Therefore, even though they knew that there were countless opportunities on Dragon's Shadow Island and that it was extremely beneficial for cultivation, no one dared to stay here for long. They could only treat it as a short-term opportunity and try their best to obtain the benefits. On the other hand, after Qianzong obtained a blood-red pseudo-spirit medicine, although he didn't know its name, he was sure that it was a precious medicine for body refining. Perhaps it would be best to give it to someone else to refine into a pill, such as Chuziheo. However, on this Dragon's Shadow Island, who knew what dangers he would encounter? It was more important to raise his strength first. Thus, Qianzong chewed and swallowed the blood-red blade of grass in a few bites. Majestic and pure qi energy fluctuations exploded and rushed through his entire body. It was very powerful. Directly ingesting treasured medicines or even fake spiritual medicines would usually require one to bear the impact of the instantaneous explosion of power. If one's body was not strong enough, it would be damaged or even explode, resulting in death. However, Qianzong had already mastered the Golden Jade Unbreakable Body. Even when it was not activated, it was still very strong, enough to withstand this kind of internal explosion. Under the operation of the mysterious Jade Golden Bone skill, the pure and majestic blood qi energy contained within the blood-red grass was quickly refined. The golden color of the pure yang blood qi increased by a few more strands, and although his strength did not increase again, Chen Zongfeng could feel that his body had become even more tyrannical, as if it could withstand even greater blows. The Golden Jade Unbreakable Body was divided into minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. Qianzong had already mastered minor accomplishment, but if he wanted to upgrade it to great accomplishment or perfection, he would need a lot of time, energy, and resources. After refining this blade of blood-red grass, Qianzong's Golden Jade Unbreakable Body improved a little, closer to great accomplishment. Of course, there was still a big gap to great accomplishment. Qianzong estimated that at this level of progress, he would need at least 10 blades of blood-red grass to have a chance of great accomplishment. It was only a chance. He might need 12 blades or even more. If it was in the outside world, it might be very difficult. However, on Dragon's Shadow Island, it was not impossible. With a heart full of expectations, Qianzong continued to move forward. When Dingxian landed, he happened to be separated from the third prince. Coincidentally, he landed at the same place as the third prince's follower, less than 100 meters away. They were colleagues, so they naturally moved together. The two were moving in the opposite direction from Qianzong. In other words, they were moving in opposite directions. It was destined that they would meet. Dingxian. From afar, Qianzong saw two people appear in front of him. One of them was Dingxian, the so-called Long Pozong. The other person was the third prince's follower. Qianzong. The moment he saw Qianzong, Dingxian was slightly startled. Then, he clenched his teeth, and his eyes emitted a cold murderous intent. Qianzong had always been a big problem for him. As time passed, Dingxian changed his name to Long Pozong. "Brother Xiao, please help me kill this bastard," Dingxian said to his companion. "My pleasure." Long Xiao grinned. He knew Qianzong, and he also knew that Qianzong was the ninth prince's follower. Killing Qianzong could weaken the ninth prince's overall strength to a certain extent, which was beneficial to the third prince. For the two of them, it was also a merit. Dingxian wanted to kill Qianzong, and so did Qianzong. His footsteps did not stop, and he did not change his direction. He rushed toward Ding Xian and Long Xiao, faster and faster. Ding Xian and Long Xiao quickly separated. They quickly approached Qinzong, one on the left and one on the right. Their murderous intent was strong, and they locked on to Qinzong. They had the determination to kill Qinzong even if he ran to the ends of the earth. Ding Xian held the long blade in his hand, and the blade flashed with a sharp murderous intent. As he raised his feet, he became one with the blade, and his aura became stronger and stronger. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the LV9 true martial realm, and his fighting ability was even stronger. With all of his power activated, he was already at the early stage of the 5-star realm. This blade contained all of Ding Xian's wishes and murderous intent since he was born. He had put all of his power into this blade, and he would not stop until he killed Qinzong. This was a fatal blade, a blade that could cut off all means of retreat. Sharp claws appeared on Long Xiao's hands. They were like the claws of a dragon, and the cold light was dazzling. He opened his left and right hands, one above the other, and pointed his claws at Qinzong, as if he wanted to cut Qinzong in half. Both of them attacked with ferocious killing moves. Their strong aura spread out, and they showed no mercy. Qinzong's expression did not change. He took out his star scar dual swords and slashed through the air, leaving two bright deep blue lights. They were like the traces of a meteor shooting through the sky. It was so beautiful that it could shake people's souls. All of a sudden, Qinzong and Ding Xian and Long Xiao passed by each other. Ding Xian's long blade chopped down fiercely. Qinzong's body twisted, and the moment he moved his feet, Ding Xian's long blade missed. When Ding Xian quickly changed his movement and chopped down, the star scar sword in his left hand had already been thrown out, chopping towards Ding Xian. Long Xiao's two claws had also arrived. The star scar sword in his right hand twisted and turned, blowing away the two claws and going straight for Long Xiao's throat. Qinzong's battling power was at the late stage of 5-star. Whether compared to Ding Xian or Long Xiao, he was much more powerful. Of course, a normal late-stage 5-star warrior might not be able to dodge and break the full power attack of two early-stage 5-star warriors within one movement. Moreover, he was able to counterattack. The reason why Qinzong could do it was because of his realm. The third level of the body and sword is one realm, the third level of the Zhaoxian realm. This was enough to leave Ding Xian and Long Xiao in the dust. It was the suppression of the realm again. Whether it was Ding Xian's blade or Long Xiao's claws, their trajectories and final landing points were all under Qinzong's control. The feeling of being controlled and controlled by someone who was much more powerful than yourself was undoubtedly very scary. Especially in a life-and-death situation, the price to pay was death. There was no way to dodge. Qinzong's sword sliced through Ding Xian's and Long Xiao's throats almost at the same time. The moment the extremely sharp sword slit their throats, the terrifying sword qi also invaded their bodies. The impact wreaked havoc. The two of them were unable to dodge or react in time. They were killed by Qinzong's two swords. Without a single drop of blood on them, Qinzong put his sword back into the scabbard and quickly took the two's weapons and mustard seed bags. These were his spoils of war. Unfortunately, these two did not seem to have gained anything. However, killing these two could be counted as cutting off the third prince's wings to a certain extent. As he continued to move forward, there were loud booming sounds in front of him. The ground was also shaking, as if there was a huge beast hammering the ground. A horrifying qi spread out from afar. He was sure that there was an intense battle ahead. With a thought, Qinzong approached and saw two figures from a few thousand meters away. One of the figures was a ferocious bear. Its entire body was golden, and it was more than 10 meters tall. Its entire body was majestic as if it was cast from steel. At a glance, one would feel that its body contained an extremely violent power that could destroy mountains and mountains. The opponent of this shining golden bear was a young man. He was wearing a gray sleeveless martial arts suit. There seemed to be a layer of dark brown light flashing around his body. It also seemed like it was flowing like water. The muscles all over his body were swollen, as if they were about to burst the martial arts suit. The young man's back was facing Qinzong. Qinzong could clearly see two words written in blood on the martial arts suit's back, Ancient. This young man was the only disciple of the ancient mountain that entered the Dragon's Shadow Island. According to the ninth prince, this ancient mountain disciple's fighting strength had most likely reached the rare 6-star level. It was extremely terrifying. Chen Zong's thoughts moved, and he stopped to watch the battle. The golden violent bear opened its mouth and roared. Layers of sound waves raged like a destructive storm. The roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the ground to shatter. The ancient mountain disciple crossed his arms in front of him and stomped on the ground with force. Under the impact of the terrifying sound waves, his feet caved in and he continuously slid back, leaving 2 marks on the hard ground. After the sound wave attack, the golden violent bear also raised its huge bear paw. As it flashed with golden light, it fiercely slammed down from the sky. It was as if a mountain was pressing down, and it could cause the ground to collapse. With a boom, Chen Zong, who was thousands of meters away, once again felt a violent tremor. Countless dust flew into the air, and the ground around the ancient mountain disciple collapsed. Many broken stones also flew into the air, and were swept by the ripples, turning into powder. After the countless clouds of dust fell, Chen Zong was shocked to see that the ferocious attack of the golden violent bear had been blocked by the disciples of the ancient mountain. The attack of a huge beast that was over 10 meters long was blocked by a person who was not even 2 meters tall. Just that slap alone was bigger than the disciples of the ancient mountain. This scene was undoubtedly very impactful, but what was even more impactful was the strength of the golden violent bear and the disciples of the ancient mountain. Regardless of whether it was the golden violent bear or the 1,000 ancient mountain disciple, they both possessed the fighting strength of a 6-star level, which gave Chen Zong a great shock. This kind of battle was rare, and Chen Zong was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed where he was and continued to watch the battle. The golden violent bear's strength was extremely frightening. Its strength was astonishing, and it was extremely brutal. Chen Zong knew that if he were to fight against it, he would have no chance of winning. Even if he used his sword intent and secret sword technique point star, it would still be the same. He did not even know if he could break through that layer of golden skin. However, the 1,000 ancient mountain disciple was extremely excited that he could meet such an opponent. The brown halo around his body became more and more intense. It flowed like water, but it also seemed like a mountain was moving. An astonishing sound rang out, causing the air to surge. The layer of brown halo seemed to be about to condense into a solid form, like a set of armor. An astonishing battle intent soared into the sky, rolling as if it was about to shatter the clouds. Ancient war body, Chen Zong thought to himself, his eyes shining. The ancient mountain's ancient war body was famous far and wide. It was a top body refining technique. Chen Zong could feel an extremely powerful qi and blood fluctuation and an astonishing physical strength fluctuation from the ancient mountain disciple's body, but this fluctuation did not have the slightest bit of true power fluctuation. In other words, the ancient mountain disciple only cultivated a body refining technique. Both of his fists continuously punched out. After activating the ancient war body, the ancient mountain disciple gave up on defense and turned into offense. Using offense against offense, he ruthlessly attacked, as if he never knew what retreating was. Boom! Boom, boom! Countless ripples surged and spread thousands of meters away, lifting up layers of soil and flying into the air like a sandstorm. Chen Zong squinted his eyes and stared. He could tell that the fists of the 1,000 ancient mountain disciples contained an extremely berserk power, and every fist was like a reddish-brown comet that carried raging flames as it fiercely smashed out. It was obviously a type of body-refining martial art. Ancient War Fist. The inheritance of the ancient mountain seemed to be relatively simple, not as complicated as the other sect. In terms of the number of cultivation methods and martial arts, they were not even comparable to the low-rank sect. The biggest inheritance was the ancient war body and the ancient war fist that went with it. The true power of the ancient war fist could only be unleashed by cultivating the ancient war body. Under the attack of the ancient war fist, the golden violent bear gradually changed from attacking to defending. It kept retreating as if the other party was the violent bear. It was furious and let out a series of angry roars. 100 blows, 1,000 punches. The 1,000 ancient mountain disciples seemed to not know fatigue or pain as they crazily punched out, and in the end, even their figures disappeared, like a reddish-brown comet storm. Although the golden violent bear was tyrannical, under such a terrifying bombardment, it was still bombarded until its entire body swayed, and a large amount of blood flowed out from its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Following that, it fell down, lying limply like a layer of rotten meat, and even the extremely tough skin on its body was broken in all directions. Ha 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 ha. The Eternal Mountain Disciple let out an incomparably carefree laugh. Qianzong could feel that his fighting spirit was growing stronger, but his aura was constantly weakening. It should be because he had consumed too much of his strength in the battle with the Golden Bear. As if sensing Qianzong's gaze, the Eternal Mountain Disciple turned his head and looked over, then grinned. Qianzong immediately felt a fighting spirit rush towards him. In all fairness, Qianzong knew that he was not the Eternal Mountain Disciple's opponent at his peak, but in this state, Qianzong was 80% confident that he could kill him. However, there was no grudge between the two of them, and there was no conflict of interest at the moment, so Qianzong did not need to do this. Smiling at the other party as a greeting, Qianzong retreated a bit to show his attitude of not being enemies, then turned around and left. The Eternal Mountain Disciple also withdrew his gaze and stood in place, circulating his secret art to restore his strength. Qianzong. A pseudo-transcendent from the 10,000 Sifting sect discovered Qianzong from afar and immediately used his movement skill to quickly approach. Feeling the cold murderous intent, Qianzong did not hesitate and hurriedly pushed his movement skill to the limit, quickly retreating. With the strength of a late-stage 5-star, coupled with his hidden sword intent, secret sword, and superb sword technique, even if it was a peak 5-star, Qianzong was confident that he would not be defeated. However, if it was against a 6-star, his strength would not be enough. As for the pseudo-transcendent above 6-star, they were at least 7-star, and unless he used the Red Thunder Sword, he would not be their opponent. The Red Thunder Sword was a transcendent level power, so Qianzong would not use it if he could. Underworld Crow had died to Qianzong's sword. Regardless of whether it was a direct confrontation or a sneak attack, there was an irreconcilable enmity between Qianzong and the 10,000 Sifting sect. Not just Underworld Crow, 2 core disciples of the 10,000 Sifting sect had already died to Qianzong's sword. After that, the 10,000 Sifting sect targeted Qianzong, but it was ruined by the 9th prince, but that did not mean that the 10,000 Sifting sect would let go of this grievance. If they had the slightest chance, they would kill Qianzong. The opportunity was right in front of him. Qianzong madly pursued with all his strength. It had to be said that Qianzong's speed was very fast, especially after activating the power of his pseudo-spirit artifact battle shoes, which increased his speed by 30%, making him faster than most 6-star cultivators. There was a certain distance between the two sides, so it would be difficult to catch up in a short time. Leaving behind a trail of dust, crossing mountains and rivers, the 10,000 Sifting sect pseudo-transcendent chased after him like a mad dog, constantly closing in. The absolute gap in their combat strength made it impossible for Qianzong to let his opponent close in on him. Striking out with his palm, he used the 10,000 Sifting returning palm. A huge black palm condensed out of thin air and fiercely slammed down, like a black mountain, bringing with it an astonishing pressure. The palm lines on the palm were clear and a powerful sharpness filled the air, enveloping everything within a radius of several hundred meters and sucking it in. The sand and stones shattered and turned into dust. Qianzong felt as if his body was being pulled up into the air, rushing towards the 10-meter-wide black palm before being smashed to pieces. Exerting all his strength, Qianzong's blood qi surged and his 2 swords slashed out in a mysterious trajectory, temporarily cutting apart the pulling force and rushing out. With a bang, the ground shook and a 10-meter-wide, 3-meter-deep palm print appeared, its edges covered in fine black cracks. A terrifying aura swept out like a storm. Qianzong borrowed the aftermath of this force to increase his speed, but the 10,000 Sifting sect pseudo-transcendent realm continued to pursue him, attacking once more. Raising his left hand, Qianzong rubbed his thumb and index finger together, summoning a mass of black light that quickly condensed into an arc of lightning, filling the air with an astonishing destructive aura. Grating demonic finger. With a low shout, the 10,000 Sifting sect pseudo-transcendent realm master's face became solemn, his index finger rubbing together as he thrust it forward. With a pop, his index finger trembled and a jet of black lightning shot out. Its speed was astonishing, more than twice as fast as the 10,000 Sifting sect pseudo-transcendent realm master's full speed. In the blink of an eye, it crossed 1,000 meters and closed in on Qianzong. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Qianzong felt his blood run cold as a deadly crisis loomed over him. The grading demonic finger was one of the 10,000 sifting sect's secret techniques, a kind of pseudo-linguo. It was similar to the unhindered sword sect's two great secret swords, but it was much stronger. When displayed by a pseudo-transcendent realm master, its power was even more terrifying. Cultivating the grading demonic finger was not easy. It required one to withstand the corrosion of the eviling qi and then refine it. Its power was also very astonishing. Its speed was too fast, and Qianzong's finger moved with him, making it difficult for him to dodge. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong turned around and faced it head-on. With a sword in hand, he activated his power. As his sword finger swept across the sword's spine, a deep blue light gathered, and 80% of his power was condensed into the Star Scar sword. When Qianzong's cultivation reached the late 9th level of the true martial realm and the 39th layer of the unhindered true force, 80% of his true force was also very shocking. Secret sword point stare as the sword shot out. It was like a falling star, but also like a star being shattered. The second the secret sword made contact with the grading demonic finger, it paused for a second and then collapsed. The power of the grading demonic finger was also reduced by half, and the remaining half was still attacking towards Qianzong's chest. At that moment, Qianzong fully activated the remaining 20% of his unhindered true force, stacking it on his chest layer by layer. The power of the rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor was also fully activated, without any reservation. Following that, his gold jade unbreakable body was fully activated, as a 3-inch white gold halo appeared around his body. The remaining half of the grading demonic finger's power first touched the 3-inch white halo of the gold jade unbreakable body, breaking it like a hot knife through butter. Then, it touched the defensive power of the rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor, which was also shattered. Following that, the layers of great true force on his body were also shattered. The last defense was Qianzong's own body. Direct hit, Qianzong felt as if his chest had been pierced through, the terrifying evil yin qi rapidly invading his body and wreaking havoc, but Qianzong did not panic in the face of danger, instead using the impact of the grading demonic finger's attack to quickly retreat. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong fell several thousand meters away, crashing into a mountain wall. Under the terrifying evil yin qi, his true force was almost completely exhausted, causing his injuries to worsen. Qianzong fell to the ground and struggled to get up, his back pressed against the mountain wall. "You've been hit by the grading demonic finger, only death awaits you," the 10,000 sifting sect's pseudo-transcendent realm master sneered, accelerating his pursuit. Qianzong's face was pale, quickly sweeping his eyes around, looking for any chance of survival, even if it was only a sliver, he had to grasp it. On the other hand, he was also preparing to use his red thunder sword. Puppet Cave. Qianzong's eyes caught a glimpse of the cave entrance not far away and also saw the 3 large characters above it. These 3 characters were very ancient and were not written in the language of the Dragon Diagram dynasty, but there were some similarities between them, only that they were more complex. Qianzong read a lot of books, so he was somewhat familiar with some of the characters, so he was just barely able to recognize them. After bidding farewell to the ancient mountain disciple, Qianzong continued forward, not finding any treasures, but he did find this puppet cave. The 3 large characters were blood red, as if there was a red light circulating within them, giving them a strange feeling. Perhaps this is where my chance of survival lies. Without hesitation, the moment this thought appeared in his mind, Qianzong pushed his blood qi, bursting out with the last of his strength, and rushed towards the cave entrance. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed into the puppet cave. As soon as the 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent entered the puppet cave, Qianzong had already disappeared. Taking a few steps forward, as if he had stepped over something, a cold and harsh voice suddenly rang out, startling the 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent. "Test or withdraw?" "What?" The 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent was startled and asked. "Test or withdraw? Puppet cave test?" Many thoughts flashed through the 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent's mind. Realizing that this might be an opportunity, if he missed it, he wouldn't have another chance, so he quickly responded. "Test." Suddenly, the darkness in front of him disappeared and was replaced by light. 2 light gates appeared in front of him, one of which had a simple heaven character written on it while the other had a simple earth character written on it. Immediately after, the light gate with the heaven character written on it dimmed, as if it was about to disappear. The 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent tried and found that the light gate with the heaven character written on it was impossible to enter, so he could only choose the one with the earth character written on it. Chenzong should have chosen the heaven character door. He thought to himself as he stepped into the earth character door, but he didn't know what the heaven and earth character doors represented. Indeed, Chenzong had entered the puppet cave one step ahead of him and was faced with the same problem and choice, but Chenzong didn't hesitate and directly chose the heaven character door. After entering, a straight passage appeared before him. The passage was made of black steel, cold and hard, and the walls on both sides were lit with inextinguishable candle flames, illuminating the passage. Chenzong didn't rush forward because he was still seriously injured. He wanted to wait until his injuries were healed before acting, lest he encounter an accident or fail the test. The power of the Great Een demonic finger was too tyrannical, and even though most of its power had been offset, a small portion still managed to invade Chenzong's body and wreak havoc. Chenzong quickly took a true returning pill and circulated his secret art, using his tyrannical great true force to resist and expel the Een demonic chi bit by bit. Although the Zongheng great true power was not the purest and purest yang energy, it was still domineering and sharp. Combined with the purest and purest yang energy in his body, the eviline energy in his body was being expelled bit by bit. At the same time, the boundless vitality of the thousand-year tree heart and his tyrannical self-healing ability took effect. About half an hour later, Chenzong finally expelled all of the evil energy that had invaded his body. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, which emitted traces of coldness. His injuries were soon healed, and his strength was completely restored. It was fortunate that he had mastered the golden jade impenetrable body. Otherwise, even if he did not die from such an attack, his injuries would be extremely severe. It would take a long time for him to fully recover, and he might even lose his ability to move and be killed by the other party. The golden jade unbreakable body was indeed unable to directly increase his fighting strength, but it could allow him to possess a stronger defense and survivability. After all, he was not a disciple of the ancient mountain, and did not focus on the path of body refinement. After recovering from his injuries, Chenzong got up and walked toward the passage. The passage was about 300 meters long. Along the way, Chenzong maintained a high level of vigilance, but did not encounter any danger. What was the test? Soon, Chenzong found out. After walking through the 300-meter-long passage, there was a spacious stone room. The stone room was empty, and then, the wall in front of him suddenly cracked open to reveal a door. Kacha 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 sounds were heard, and a figure stepped out. Chenzong was slightly startled, and his eyes narrowed. It was a monster beast. No, it should be a puppet beast. Its appearance was similar to a black cheetah, but it did not have the slightest aura of flesh and blood. Looking at its appearance, although it was similar to a real black cheetah, one could still see the differences. It was made up of many mechanical components, and it emitted a cold aura. The black cheetah was more than 2 meters long, with strong limbs, sharp claws, and sharp teeth. Its eyes emitted a scarlet light. Step by step, it approached Chenzong, and let out a low and cold roar, which gave Chenzong a sense of danger. Is this the test? Chenzong thought, and he unsheathed his 2 swords. The black cheetah puppet suddenly pounced on Chenzong like a black lightning, and the sharp wind seemed to tear him apart. With a flash of dark blue sword light, the 2 swords pierced through the air. The 2 swords accurately chopped on the black cheetah puppet. As the sound of metal clashing resounded, countless sparks flew. The black cheetah puppet flew to one side. Chenzong found that there were only 2 white sword marks on its body, and it was damaged. It was very hard. It landed on the ground and pounced on Chenzong again. After several rounds of fighting, Chenzong knew that the black cheetah puppet had amazing strength and speed. Its claws were very sharp, but it did not have any skills to speak of. Using one's strength to attack the enemy's weakness. In terms of strength and speed, Chenzong was not inferior to the black cheetah puppet. With superb skills and realm, Chenzong soon suppressed the black cheetah puppet, but its body was too hard to break down in a short time. Since it's a puppet, it can't really move like a living creature. There must be a core inside to support it. Chenzong thought. Now, he needed to find the core of the black cheetah puppet, and then cut it off or destroy it. After repeated probing and searching, he finally found the core of the black cheetah puppet. His sword struck. After breaking the core, the scarlet light in the black cheetah puppet's eyes suddenly disappeared, and it lost its power. It became motionless like a statue. After careful observation, Qianzong felt a slight heartache because the core of the black cheetah puppet turned out to be the spirit source. Fortunately, it was only a substandard spirit source. If it was a low-rank spirit source, even a transcendent realm master would feel heartache. However, the low-rank spirit source was very hard, and even with Qianzong's current attack power, it was difficult to destroy it. Immediately, the stone room's walls cracked again, and this time, a puppet beast walked out from the left and right. The one on the left was a black ape puppet. Its thick arms were pressed against the ground, and it walked out in coordination with its legs. Every step it took was like a war drum. The one on the right was a black lion puppet. It was majestic and mighty, like an overlord of beasts. The pressure that the two puppet beasts brought to Qianzong was no less than that of the black cheetah puppet. Qianzong was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was a little excited. Glancing around, he directly rushed to the black ape puppet on the left. His sword struck. The black ape puppet roared. Under the impact of the sound wave, its thick arms beat its chest, making a sound like a war drum. It then rushed fiercely at Qianzong, raising its arms like a giant hammer and smashing down. The attack missed, and the ground shook. Qianzong's body stayed close to the ground like an arrow, avoiding the attack of the black ape puppet. He circled to the side and attacked with his sword, looking for the core of the black ape puppet. Fortunately, the core of the black ape puppet was in the same position as the black cheetah puppet. However, the moment Qianzong attacked the core of the black ape puppet, the black lion puppet directly rushed over, opening its mouth to bite Qianzong, trying to bite off Qianzong's head. Qianzong moved his feet, easily avoiding the attack of the black lion puppet, and stabbed the core of the black ape puppet with his sword. This time, he did not break it, but used a skillful vibration to cut off the connection between the core and the black ape puppet. The black ape puppet suddenly froze, motionless. The other sword was aimed at the core of the black lion puppet. With a vibration of the sword, the connection between the black lion puppet and the core was also cut off. Qianzong moved very quickly, and directly put the two puppets into the virtual ring. The internal space of the virtual ring was large enough, and the combat strength of these puppets was not weak at all. They might come in handy in the future. Qianzong did not let go of the paralyzed black cheetah puppet on the ground, and directly put it away. Just as he put it away, the wall cracked again. This time, there were 4 doors, and 4 figures walked out from them. There was a black tiger puppet, a black bear puppet, a black wolf puppet, and a black eagle puppet. Tiger Lord's aura, Bear Lord's strength, Wolf Lord's speed, and Eagle Lord's sharpness. The 4 puppet beasts immediately attacked Qianzong as soon as they appeared, and the pressure on Qianzong suddenly increased. Facing the encirclement of the 4 powerful puppet beasts, Qianzong seemed to be at ease as he moved his feet and dodged swiftly. Then, he drew his sword and attacked the core of the black tiger puppet. However, with the cooperation of the 4 beasts, Qianzong was unable to succeed. A fierce battle ensued. On the other side, the 10,000 sifting sect disciple who chose the earth door was attacked by several puppet beasts. He seemed to be shrouded in an invisible shield, and could only rely on his own strength and martial arts to constantly resist the attacks of the puppet beasts around him. What made him feel very frustrated was that he could not fight back. Even if he used martial arts to fight back, they would disappear. In other words, he had to withstand the attacks of the puppet beasts. At first, there was only 1 puppet beast, and he easily resisted it. Then there were 2, and now there were 4. Damn Qianzong, damn puppet cave. He cursed angrily as he constantly blocked the attacks of the puppet beasts. He had to do it accurately, or he might be hit by the puppet beasts and be injured. Not only would that mean he lost face, but it might also mean that he failed the assessment and lost the opportunity here. The 10,000 sifting sect's pseudo-transcendent realm master didn't know when this kind of passive defense would come to an end, causing him to feel quite aggrieved. As a cultivator, what he was best at was attacking rather than passively defending, but now, He was being forced to defend, which was undoubtedly a violation of his principles. How could he possibly feel happy about this? This was the difference between the heaven door and the earth door. The heaven door fought with the puppet beasts and defeated them, while the earth door endured the attacks of the puppet beasts until the time was up. The assessment method was different, but the difficulty was relative. After all, the strength of the puppet beasts was the same, but the strength of the examinee was different. If Xianxia had chosen the earth door, the difficulty might have been similar to choosing the heaven door, but if the 10,000 sifting sect pseudo-transcendent chose the heaven door, the difficulty would be relatively lower. But who told Xianxia to enter the puppet cave first and choose the heaven door first? Everything seemed to have been predestined by fate. The battle between Xianxia and the 4 puppet beasts was very intense. Seeing the coordination of the 4 puppet beasts, Xianxia was very shocked. It was difficult for him to find an opportunity in a short period of time. He could only slowly circle around the 4 puppet beasts and create openings to defeat them one by one. A rich medicinal fragrance filled the air, intoxicating those who took a whiff of it would feel their true qi surging and their blood boiling, giving them a feeling of being on cloud 9. A 10-meter-tall black stone tablet stood in the center of the courtyard with 3 simple navy blue characters written on it. Spirit Medicine Garden, isn't it filled with spirit herbs? A pseudo-transcendent realm master who discovered the Spirit Medicine Garden stared in surprise. Spirit herbs were transcendent-level treasures, he hadn't expected to have a chance to obtain one. Without hesitation, this pseudo-transcendent realm master immediately stepped forward to enter the Spirit Medicine Garden but was blocked by an invisible barrier. Watch how I break it, with a shout, this pseudo-transcendent realm master immediately attacked. After a few consecutive attacks, that layer of invisible protection was incomparably tough, blocking all of his attacks without breaking at all. As time passed, more and more people arrived, and after discovering the Spirit Medicine Garden, all of them became excited. Let's join forces, otherwise no one will be able to enter. Yes, let's join forces and break this barrier first. What we can obtain after entering will depend on our own ability. Good. Immediately, everyone agreed and began attacking the invisible barrier, trying to break it. One sword slashed down, the other slashed down like a grain of fire. Xianxia finally cut off the connection between the Black Wolf puppet's core and the pressure it faced suddenly lessened. The remaining 3 puppet beasts didn't have any sentience and couldn't immediately adjust themselves, so when the pressure on them was reduced, Xianxia broke through them one by one, cutting off their connection to their cores. Without a supply of energy, the 4 puppet beasts became motionless. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia collected all 4 puppet beasts. There's nothing else, Xianxia swept his eyes around, but there didn't seem to be any new puppet beasts or anything else. While he was feeling surprised, the wall in front of him cracked again, this time only one. A figure strode out from the crack, surprising Xianxia because this figure was different from the previous ones. It was in human form. This was a humanoid puppet. He was 2 meters tall and carried a long saber on his back. He looked like a general covered in black armor. Its eyes were scarlet, and the red light it emitted was shocking. The cold aura it emitted was even more powerful than any of the previous puppet beasts. It brought Xianxia obvious pressure. The puppet warrior rapidly approached Xianxia. Every step it took caused an astonishing momentum to reverberate in the surroundings. Every step seemed to be stepping on Xianxia's heart, causing the rhythm of his heartbeat to become chaotic, affecting his qi and blood, which in turn affected the circulation of his strength. However, Xianxia calmed down in an instant and got rid of this negative effect. However, the puppet general pulled out the long black saber on its back. The long and narrow saber was like a bolt of black lightning, carrying the force of a thunderbolt as it slashed down fiercely. The saber could split rivers and split mountains, cutting everything into pieces. The horrifying strike sent chills down Xianxia's spine. It was obviously a strike that had reached the level of a 6-star warrior. He hurriedly used the floating swan movement technique to quickly move away, narrowly avoiding the puppet general's saber strike. A crack appeared on the ground, spreading out like lightning. Xianxia circled to the side and attacked with his 2 swords. The core of this puppet general and the core of the puppet beast were located at about the same position. However, before Xianxia's 2 swords could strike, the long saber swept over like a sweeping army. The whistling sound was filled with an awe-inspiring killing intent, and the terrifying chill caused Chenzong's hair to stand on end. The afterimage was cut off. Chenzong appeared in the air and attacked directly. The puppet general's body was extremely hard. Chenzong's two swords could not break it. He had to hit the core directly. However, the puppet general's strength was too shocking. Even if it only relied on its strength and speed without much skill, its power was infinitely close to a 6-star warrior. It was extremely terrifying. In terms of combat strength, Chenzong was only a late-stage 5-star warrior. It would be difficult to defeat it if he fought it head-on. He could only fully utilize his advantage. The two swords blocked the puppet general's saber strike. Under the horrifying power, Chenzong felt his two swords vibrate. The horrifying impact numbed his hands and arms, and his chi and blood vibrated so violently that they almost collapsed. Chenzong took the opportunity to quickly retreat and dodge. He adjusted his chi, blood, and true power. His sharp gaze locked onto the puppet general's core. There was no doubt that the puppet general was very strong. However, without enough skill, its limitations were obvious. The drawback was within Chenzong's control. Otherwise, if it was a 6-star warrior, Chenzong might not be a match for him. The core is there, but the puppet general will actively defend. If I want to cut off the connection between the core and the puppet general, I have to break its defense first. Chenzong's thoughts turned quickly. In this way, he only had one attack, the strongest attack with all his strength. However, he still had to reserve some strength for the second attack. After making up his mind, Chenzong focused all his spirit and will to activate the sword intent. A sword pierced through the air. 80% of the unhindered true power, the Star Scar sword's own power, and the sword intent combined into one, performing the Point Star secret sword. It was an extremely powerful sword attack. Its power had already surpassed the peak of 5-star, approaching the peak of 5-star. This sword attack went straight for the core. As expected, the puppet general immediately waved its saber to block. It was a powerful saber attack. Its power was infinitely close to the 6-star level. However, it was not a real 6-star level warrior after all. Being unprepared, Chenzong's sword attack was shattered, but the long saber was also slightly pushed away. All of a sudden, the other Star Scar sword sliced through the air with the last 20% of the unhindered true power. It was like a deep blue shooting star. The long saber was coincidentally pushed away. Although the puppet general was powerful, it did not violate some rules. It was unable to wave its saber to block in time. This sword attack went straight for the core. Under the impact of the skillful power, the connection between the core and the puppet general was suddenly cut off. The saber that the puppet general had just waved also stopped above Chenzong's head. It blew Chenzong's black hair into the air, and his scalp went numb. The shocking sharpness of the saber felt like it was going to cut his head open. It was extremely horrifying. Almost, just a little bit. He might have been killed. Luckily, he was a little bit faster. Waving his hand, Chenzong put the puppet general into his void ring. Taking out the Zhen pellet, he quickly recovered his unhindered true power. Chenzong did not know if there would be other puppet beasts or puppet generals. A cracking sound was heard. The wall in front of him cracked open again. However, nothing else came out. Instead, it seemed to be welcoming Chenzong. Calming his mind, Chenzong walked towards the door and stepped inside. His muscles tensed and his fingers relaxed, ready to erupt with astonishing power at any time, but he did not encounter any attack. A light suddenly appeared in front of him. Another secret room, different from the previous one, was smaller and had two balls of light suspended in the middle, one black and the other white. Choose one of the rewards. The cold and stiff voice sounded again. Chenzong's eyes fell on the two different colored balls of light. Just like the previous heaven and earth doors, they should be different. Which one should he choose as the reward? While he was thinking, another aura suddenly appeared. In the next breath, it became fierce and filled with murderous intent. Chenzong was shocked. It was the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent. He had not expected him to also come here. The 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent coughed up blood in anger, but he finally passed the earth door's assessment and successfully entered this place. Seeing the two balls of light and hearing the voice to make a choice, he immediately saw Qinzong's figure. However, in front of the reward, the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent did not attack Qinzong first. Although his murderous intent had already locked on to Qinzong, he took the initiative to rush towards the two balls of light. Qinzong also moved. The reward was right in front of him and he was closer to it. Whether it was the black or white balls of light, Qinzong did not know what they were, so he chose the one closest to him. Black ball of light. When Qinzong's palm touched the black ball of light, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light that rushed towards Qinzong. At the same time, the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent also touched the white ball of light. The white ball of light then exploded, turning into countless specks of light that sank into the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent's body. Whether it was Qinzong or the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent realm master, the two of them stood motionless in place, as if they had become two wooden statues. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but that they couldn't. The black and white balls of light had turned into extremely dense light spots, and all of them had fused into their bodies. Countless information also surged into their minds, making them seem like puppets. Although the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent realm master was unable to move, his eyes could not hide the changes in his emotions. First, they were stunned, then shocked, and finally ecstatic. He had never imagined that what he had obtained would actually be an inheritance of puppetry technique. The information contained in this puppetry technique was extremely complex and profound. After learning it, not only would one be able to create puppets with their own hands, but they would also be able to control puppets. There was even hope that one could use this as a foundation to embark on a path not inferior to the transcendent realm. This was a great opportunity. Qinzong's expression remained unchanged, his eyes as calm as a deep pool, as if he was brewing something. The black balls of light on his body began to flow naturally, like water ripples, seemingly flowing in and out of Qinzong's body before covering the surface of his body, gradually thickening until they completely enveloped Qinzong's body. This was obviously a different reward from the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent realm master. The two of them did not know what the other party's reward was, but one thing was certain, and that was that they had to completely accept the reward in order to restore their mobility, which meant death. Whoever received the reward first would be able to restore their mobility first and would be able to attack the other. Even if Qinzong's combat power was not as good as his opponent's, if he could restore his mobility first, he would be able to kill the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent realm master. After all, both of them were currently in a defenseless state. It was a race against time, and both of them took the initiative to cooperate, doing their best to absorb and digest the reward. Ha 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 ha, Qinzong, it's time for you to die. Suddenly, the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent realm master moved because he had successfully received all the rewards. All that was left was for him to slowly study and cultivate in the future. Without hesitation, the 10,000 sifting sex pseudo-transcendent realm master restored his mobility and immediately sent out a palm strike, wanting to strangle Qinzong. Obtaining such a great opportunity and being able to kill an enemy with great potential, what could be more exciting than this? Sending out a palm strike, he vowed to kill Qinzong. With a bang, the 10,000 gathering origin hand struck Qinzong, and Qinzong, who was wrapped in black light, was sent flying without the slightest ability to resist. However, he did not seem to have died. Again, the 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent sent out a second palm strike. This palm strike hit Qinzong again and sent him flying like a rubber ball, crashing into the wall before bouncing back up and slamming into the 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent. This blow will surely kill you. With a low shout, the 10,000 gathering sect pseudo-transcendent rubbed his fingers again, displaying the great demonic finger. At the same time, Qinzong's hair, which was covered in a thick layer of black light, began to change. There seemed to be a cracking sound as the thick black light on his body rapidly changed, condensing into pieces of armor and sticking to his body. The process of transformation was so clear and so fast. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact, in the blink of an eye, the black light had transformed into pieces of armor that covered Qinzong's entire body. Qinzong seemed to be wearing a full-body black battle armor, from his head to his neck, all four limbs, and even the soles of his feet were completely covered. His joints were also extremely flexible, not hindering his movements in the slightest. This black battle armor had a slender and vigorous appearance, as if it had been shaped according to Chen Zong's body. It was truly a sword master's battle armor, similar to the sword robes worn by sword masters. Floating mid-air, the sword master's battle armor finished forming. Then, Chen Zong spread out his arms and a black light flowed from his body, spreading along his arms and condensing into two long black swords. The tips of these swords were dark and profound, as if they could absorb all the light in their surroundings. At the same time, the 10,000 Gathering Sect Pseudo-Transcendent's Great Een demonic finger arrived. A sword slashed through the air, transforming into a black thunderbolt, swift and fierce to the extreme. The tyrannical Great Een demonic finger did not have the slightest ability to resist and was instantly defeated. As the black sword light closed in, the 10,000 Gathering Sect Pseudo-Transcendent's complexion changed dramatically. It shouldn't be like this, shouldn't I be the one to defeat him? How could my Great Een demonic finger be defeated? There was no time for him to think about it, like maggots on his bones. 1000 Gathering Sect Pseudo-Transcendent's hand to retreat. Transcendent, Sect Pseudo-Transcendent Sect Pseudo-Transcendent Sect Pseudo-Transcendent's body. His agility skill was unleashed to its limit. Countless afterimages swam within the secret chamber. However, as the black thunderbolt-like sword glow shot past, the afterimages were all shattered and destroyed. Only where the sword glow passed did a rumbling sound appear. It was vast and mighty, overlapping one another, reverberating endlessly within this secret chamber. The more it accumulated, the more intense it became. It was as though the world was about to be destroyed. To sect pseudo so transcendent to escape to transcendent to is transcendent attack in him. Sect transcendent to transcenary? Transcendent to? It must be related to that transcendent black armor. That transcendent black armor is the opportunity he chose, it must be the power of that transcendent black armor. Considering all this, the 10,000 Gathering Sect Pseudo-Transcendent's heart burned with excitement. Now that he had obtained the puppet technique inheritance, if he could also obtain Chen Zong's transcendent black armor, wouldn't his strength be even greater? Perhaps, if he obtained both opportunities, there would be other benefits. Thinking so, he could not help feeling excited, but at this moment, he needed to first escape from Chen Zong's pursuit, then find an opportunity to counterattack and kill him. He continued to use his movement skill in an attempt to stall for time, allowing Chen Zong to exhaust his strength. Crisscross. A deep voice boomed like thunder, like the sound of the heavens, followed by two swords slashing out. The crisscross sword art's 40th form, the two swords crisscrossed, looking down upon the world. The sword light was even more dazzling than a bolt of black lightning, and wherever it passed, the entire room seemed to be split in two. This kind of power was even more terrifying than when Chen Zong had used his secret sword technique, point star. When the two swords appeared, the 10,000 Gathering Sect Pseudo-Transcendent felt his blood run cold. He tried his best to dodge, but found that no matter what he did, he could not avoid this sword, as if the sky and earth were covered by it. Up and down as vertical, left and right as horizontal, the two swords covered all directions. It was impossible to resist. 10,000 Gathering Heaven Covering. With a loud roar, the 10,000 Gathering Sect Pseudo-Transcendent Realm Master displayed his strongest defensive martial skill, waving his palms to cover the sky, protecting every part of his body. Even if an opponent of the same strength used all their strength, they would not be able to break through this move. But at this moment, Chen Zong was not so simple, and the power of his two swords was astonishing. The 10,000 Gathering Heaven Covering was directly broken, and as the two swords slashed out, the black sword light flickered and disappeared. Landing on the ground, the two swords transformed into a mist of light and dissipated, merging into the battle armor. The 10,000 Gathering Sect Pseudo-Transcendent Realm Master stood motionless in place, his eyes filled with horror and unwillingness as he stared at Chen Zong, his mouth opening as if he wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his whole body shattered into 4 pieces, blood spraying everywhere. With the death of the 10,000 Gathering Sect Pseudo-Transcendent Realm Master, a white light rose from his dismembered body and flew back to his original place, reforming into a white ball of light. With a single thought, Chen Zong caused the black light covering his body to rapidly recede, eventually disappearing into his chest. Chen Zong also felt that a great deal of his strength had been consumed, at least 50%. The reward he had chosen was called the puppet battle armor. It was a special kind of puppet that could manifest itself according to his will, forming a battle armor that covered every part of his body, without any blind spots. It was also extremely hard and had amazing defensive power. If that was all, it could only be regarded as a life-saving means of defense, but it was not that simple. The complex structure allowed one to circulate their strength through it, absorbing the world energy drifting in the air to reinforce it, superimposing it with one's own strength to form an even more powerful force. It was because of this that Chen Zong was able to easily kill the 7-star pseudo-transcendent realm master from the 10,000 Gathering sect, but his own strength had also been consumed more than usual. After using the puppet battle armor, my combat strength is estimated to be comparable to an 8-star. This will be of great help to my actions on Dragon Shadow Island, Chen Zong thought to himself, overjoyed. Even if his cultivation was raised to the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, his combat strength would only reach the peak of the 5-star realm. There would still be a gap between him and a 6-star realm master, and an even bigger gap between him and a 7-star realm master. Obtaining this puppet battle armor was equivalent to taking a huge step forward. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Zong looked at the white ball of light, pondering for a moment, then walked over and reached out to touch it. Although it was said that he could only choose one of the two rewards, it had already been chosen. The 10,000 Gathering sect's pseudo-transcendent realm master had died, and the white ball of light had reappeared. Perhaps he could choose it? The moment his hand came into contact with the white ball of light, a numb feeling spread out. Immediately after, before Chen Zong could react, a vast and irresistible force burst forth, directly knocking Chen Zong's hand away. Then it struck Chen Zong's body, causing him to fly backwards without any resistance. Fortunately, this force was only an impact and did not carry any destructive power, otherwise, Chen Zong would have been seriously injured, instead of just feeling his qi and blood tumbling and his muscles going numb. From the looks of it, he could only obtain a single reward. Yang Kai didn't know what the reward contained in that white ball of light was, but he was certain it wasn't a reward that directly increased his combat strength. Otherwise, the 10,000 Sifting sect's pseudo-transcendent realm master wouldn't have been killed by Yang Kai, perhaps he would have been the one to die instead. Taking a step forward, Chen Zong appeared next to the corpse of the 10,000 Gathering sect's pseudo-transcendent realm master, quickly picking up his mustard seed bag and inspecting it. Chen Zong found a blue fruit with a hint of gold that exuded a fragrant aroma. Taking a whiff, Chen Zong felt his true qi surge. Blue gold yuan condensing fruit. Chen Zong was delighted. This was another kind of pseudo-spirit medicine, one that belonged to the qi refinement realm and could be used to improve his cultivation. Maybe I can raise my cultivation to the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm here and reach the 40th stage of the art of traversing. Thinking to himself, Chen Zong immediately threw the blue gold yuan condensing fruit into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. It had a slightly sour taste, but its fragrance was very rich. As it poured into his body, it turned into a cold current that rushed out. As he circulated his secret art, it was constantly absorbed and refined, and the great true qi was also purified. About half an hour later, Chen Zong had completely refined and absorbed the power of the blue gold yuan condensing fruit. The aura around his body rose and fell like a tide, suddenly becoming more tyrannical, and an invisible storm blew out. Peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, the 40th stage of the great true qi of traversing. At this point, Chen Zong's cultivation had basically reached the highest level of the true martial realm. Even if his cultivation was at the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, it was only a little bit more accumulation than the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, and it had no significant effect on his combat strength. Naturally, his cultivation of the art of traversing had also reached the peak. However, there are great perfection realms in the blood force realm, great perfection realms in the strength refining realm, and great perfection realms in the true martial realm. Chen Zong thought to himself, and his eyes flashed. It was a coincidence that I reached the great perfection realm in the blood force realm. It was also a coincidence that I reached the great perfection realm in the strength refining realm. Next, I will pursue the great perfection realm in the true martial realm. The great perfection realm was a symbol of foundation. The reason why Ding Xian was valued and even qualified to enter Dragon Shadow Island was because he was half a step to the great perfection realm in the strength refining realm. It was also quite rare, and it meant that he had potential. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Either he did not do it, or he did it to the best of his ability. Since he already had two great perfection realms as his foundation, he naturally could not let go of the third one. Only by doing so could he establish a supreme foundation. When he reached the Transcendence realm in the future, he would be qualified to ascend to the throne of kings and emperors, and stand above all others. Thinking of this, Qianzong felt his spirit become more active. His aura spread out, and it became more and more harmonious. Qianzong took a deep breath and exhaled. His breath was as wide as a sword. Qianzong's state of mind calmed down, and he took a step forward, intending to leave this place. The wall naturally split open, revealing a door, allowing Qianzong to exit. Bow. His voice seemed very soft, but it resounded in everyone's ears like thunder. It broke. It finally broke. The dozen or so 5-star cultivators and some pseudo-transcendents were overjoyed. More than a dozen people joined forces to continuously attack, expending a considerable amount of energy before they finally broke through the protective barrier outside the spiritual herbal garden. Immediately, waves of extremely rich and pure aura fluctuations mixed with various pleasant smells permeated the air. Everyone took a breath and felt the energy in their bodies surging, recovering faster than usual. There are spirit medicines inside. Let's go. These spirit medicines are mine, no one can take them away. One by one, they burst forth with their fastest speed and rushed into the spirit medicine garden. The medicinal aura became even richer and the world energy aura became even purer. Haha, heavenly note dazzling golden flower. Blue luo inch root. As soon as they rushed into the spirit medicine garden, they were pleasantly surprised to find more than a dozen spirit medicines scattered all over the place. For pseudo-transcendence, the value of these spirit medicines was quite extraordinary. One by one, they quickly picked up these spirit medicines, each of them corresponding to a dozen or so people, so it was unlikely that a fight would break out. Of course, the pseudo-transcendents couldn't wait to collect all the spirit medicines for themselves, but each of the 5-star cultivators was accompanied by a pseudo-transcendent, so they were protected by their respective pseudo-transcendents, making it difficult for others to take action, otherwise, it would lead to a chaotic battle. Being able to find more than a dozen spirit medicines at once meant that there might be real spirit medicines in the spirit medicine garden. Spirit medicines, these were spirit medicines that belonged to the transcendents. If they could obtain these spirit medicines, even if they couldn't use them themselves, they could sell them in exchange for an opportunity to break through to the transcendent realm. Who wouldn't be tempted? In this world, there were countless cultivators, and with the exception of a few chosen ones, who could guarantee they would be able to step into the transcendent realm. For a time, everyone's eyes lit up and their breathing became rapid as they stared into the depths of the spirit medicine garden. The spirit medicine garden wasn't small, so everyone split up in 2s and 3s to avoid unnecessary fighting and allowing others to take advantage of them. Spirit medicine garden, third prince, a good opportunity has come, tyrant martial sect laughed, his voice vigorous and overbearing. All the spirit medicines are mine. The third prince stared at the spiritual herbal garden and smelled the fragrance in the air. The third prince smiled and was in high spirits. Even for the princes of the imperial family, it was not an easy task to obtain the elixir. All living things are nurtured by the heavens and the earth, and only the virtuous live in them. Third brother, you are being too decisive. A voice came from behind, it was the 9th prince and Xianxia sect Xianxia. The third prince didn't need to turn around to know who it was. His expression didn't change, but the depths of his eyes were slightly gloomy. What the 9th prince meant was that he was mocking him for being an immoral person. Whatever I say is what it is, the third prince replied. His tone was sharp, decisive, and extremely resolute. The 9th prince only smiled and did not refute. It was pointless to argue here and now. The conqueror martial sect's domineering gaze landed on the black sword sect's face, and a trace of battle intent was hidden within. The black sword sect Xianxia was known as the #1 master under the transcendent realm in the imperial city. However, the conqueror martial sect didn't accept this because he felt that he was the strongest under the transcendent realm. However, he didn't have a suitable opportunity to fight Xianxia. Secondly, the black sword sect Xianxia's reputation wasn't just for show. He indeed had tyrannical strength. The Conqueror martial sect didn't have absolute confidence and still needed to wait for the right opportunity. Sensing the trace of battle intent in the depths of the Conqueror martial sect's eyes, the Black Sword sect Xianxia glanced at him and a trace of sharpness flashed across his eyes. There was no doubt that the Conqueror martial sect's strength was also very strong. Moreover, one of them served the third prince while the other served the ninth prince. In the end, the position of crown prince could be decided by one of them. This meant that the two of them had a hostile relationship. Now that they were at peace, it was because the time wasn't right. The third prince and the Conqueror martial sect Xianxia quickly stepped into the spirit medicine garden. The ninth prince and the Black Sword sect Xianxia also quickly stepped in. The spirit medicine garden meant that there might be spirit herbs growing there. No matter what, they had to obtain it. Even if they couldn't use it, it would still be a great merit. After the third prince, the ninth prince, and the others stepped into the spiritual herbal garden, another figure came from afar about half an hour later. Spirit medicine garden. These three words instantly made the newcomer's eyes light up. The newcomer was Xianxia, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the ninth stage of the true martial realm. After obtaining the puppet battle armor, although it consumed a lot of energy, it could greatly increase one's combat strength. This gave Xianxia more capital to explore Dragon's Shadow Island and obtain opportunities. Coming to the spirit medicine garden was also where the opportunities were. As soon as Xianxia stepped into the spirit medicine garden, he smelled a rich medicinal fragrance in the air. He scanned the surroundings and found traces of herbs growing there. Looking at the traces, it was obvious that they had just been picked. The residual medicinal fragrance is strong. Could it be a fake spirit herb? Xianxia sniffed and thought to himself. Ever since Xianxia knew about fake spirit herbs, he went back to the unhindered sword sect to investigate them. His five senses were extremely sharp, so he could distinguish them. More than a dozen fake spirit herbs. Could there be real spirit herbs in this spirit medicine garden? Xianxia was even more excited. His figure flashed and he quickly rushed into the spirit medicine garden like a swallow. After really stepping into the spirit medicine garden, Xianxia could feel the slight difference in the aura. Observing the traces, he chose a path that no one had taken before. This way, he could avoid unnecessary conflicts. As expected, Xianxia soon found a fake spirit herb. Its appearance was very strange. It looked like a fist, and it was blood red with a hint of purple. Xianxia did not recognize what kind of fake spirit herb it was, but he was sure that it was a fake spirit herb suitable for body refining. He could not help but be overjoyed. Without hesitation, Xianxia directly swallowed it, refined, and absorbed it. As he refined it, Xianxia's body emitted a blurry platinum halo. It looked thicker and thicker. As his pure yang blood qi surged, there was more gold in it. When Xianxia completely refined and absorbed the fake spirit herb, the blurry platinum halo outside increased from the original 3 inches to more than 4 inches. This symbolized the improvement of the golden jade impenetrable body. The golden jade impenetrable body was divided into small success, large success, and perfection. The most direct manifestation was the platinum halo that was emitted after activating it. Small success became 3 inches, large success became 6 inches, and perfection became 9 inches. The effect of this fake spirit herb is better than the blood-red grass from before. Xianxia thought to himself. He was overjoyed. When the golden jade impenetrable body improved, the thicker the platinum halo it emitted, the stronger the defense. If the golden jade impenetrable body reached perfection, it might be able to resist the attack of a 7-star battle power. As he moved forward, Xianxia smelled the rich fragrance of flowers. He felt intoxicated just by smelling it. A buzzing sound came from all directions. The closer he got, the stronger it was. It made his scalp tingle. Xianxia saw a large garden with colorful clusters of flowers. There were golden figures the size of a fist flying around among the thousands of flowers. They were golden bees. Thousands of flowers formed a garden. These were not ordinary flowers, but a kind of precious herb. They were all precious herbs that were beneficial to cultivation. Perhaps 1 or 2 of them would not have much effect on a warrior of the genuine martial realm, but there were tens of thousands of them here. It was like a flower lake. In the middle of the flower lake, there was a tree that was hundreds of meters tall. A huge brown beehive that was more than 20 meters in size was hanging on the tree. Countless golden bees the size of a fist were going in and out of the beehive. They were working very hard. The honey brewed with the pollen of precious herbs may have a powerful effect. Chen Zong thought quickly and thought of Feng Mei. Honey was a kind of essence. Ordinary honey had the effect of nourishing the body for ordinary people. What about the effect of honey brewed with the pollen of countless precious herbs? Thinking of this, Chen Zong was a little tempted, but he did not immediately take action. Instead, he carefully observed to see if there were any potential threats. After observing for a while, Chen Zong took a golden bee from the edge of the flower lake and studied it. The golden bee was obviously a demonic beast. Chen Zong was sure that its energy fluctuation was at the lower grade of level 6. In other words, it was equivalent to the first level of the genuine martial realm. After confirming that there were no hidden threats, Chen Zong immediately took action. His figure flashed, and he approached the big tree in the center of the flower lake and the huge beehive on the big tree without the slightest trace of smoke or fire. Looking at it from a close distance, the impact was even greater. If it was a person with fear of crowds, he would definitely be trembling with fear. Fortunately, Chen Zong was not. As soon as he got close to the beehive, Chen Zong smelled the fragrance of the honey. The speed of the Zhonghuang true force in his body suddenly sped up. Chen Zong was a little surprised. Through this, he could be sure that the honey was useful to him. In this case, he would take some with him. With a stroke of his finger like a sword, he immediately cut open a part of the hard beehive. It was the place where the honey was stored. There was a large area of golden yellow. Some of the honey was still liquid, and some had already solidified. The liquid honey was full of flowing feeling. Obviously, it belonged to the newer honey, while the solidified honey belonged to the older honey. Its color was not so bright, but it had a sense of precipitation and was more charming. There was no doubt that the longer the honey was stored, the better the effect. It was estimated that the liquid honey was tens of thousands of pounds, like a pond, while the solid honey was denser and heavier, so it was estimated to be more than 100,000 pounds. Chen Zong would not drain the pond to catch all the fish. That was to cut off the escape route of this group of bees. However, he still cut half of the solid honey and stored it in the virtual ring. Then he took out a container to hold the new honey. It was about 10,000 pounds before he stopped. After finishing, Chen Zong glanced at the human-sized queen bee in the beehive. The queen bee's aura fluctuated at the 8th level, the upper grade of the 8th level, which was equivalent to about the 7th level of the genuine martial realm. To return the favor, Chen Zong took out some precious medicine and crushed it. He rolled it with his true force and sent it to the queen bee for its consumption. It could have a great effect on the queen bee. Flying out of the flower lake, Chen Zong did not attract the attack of the golden bees. With Chen Zong's strength, he was not afraid. If this group of golden bees did not fear death and launched an attack, the result would be that they would be annihilated, and all the honey would be taken away. It would not be like now, where a small part of the honey was taken away, and the queen bee even obtained a lot of medicinal supplements. Chen Zong took out the jade bottle, opened his mouth and sucked. A stream of golden liquid flowed into his mouth. The fragrance of 100 flowers mixed with a trace of medicinal fragrance diffused, overflowing his entire mouth, and then spread all over his body. As the honey entered his stomach, a cool aura diffused, making Chen Zong feel as if his whole body was soaked in it. It was very comfortable. The Zhonghuang true force was also rapidly circulating, replenishing a little bit of consumption, and seemed to be showing signs of purification. It's very sweet, but it's not just sweet, it's sweet and refreshing, and it can nourish the body to a certain extent, especially the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The effect is even better. Chen Zong closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. At this level of body refining, a mere mouthful of honey naturally could not really produce any benefits to Chen Zong's body. It just had a tendency. If it was the body of an ordinary warrior in the late stage of the true martial realm, the effect would be more obvious. Moreover, the power of the honey was very gentle. Even if an ordinary person took it, there would be no harm. On the contrary, the body would be nourished and become more excellent, making it easier for cultivation. In addition to the effect of nourishing the body, the effect of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels was even more obvious. It could purify the impurities in the viscera and enhance the vitality of the viscera, which meant that it could prolong life and strengthen the body. The third advantage was that it could restore the consumption of true force and physical strength. However, for Qianzong, the effect was relatively ordinary. It was only a little faster than self-recovery, but it had no side effects. But all elixirs, more or less, would have some impurities. If too many elixirs were taken, the impurities would settle in the body little by little, and it would also make the human body naturally develop a resistance, so that the same elixir would gradually lose its effect after taking too many. For example, Qianzong had taken Lianzhen Dan to improve his cultivation, but his limit was the late 9th level of the true martial realm. Even if he took hundreds of Lianzhen Dan, it would not have any effect, because his resistance had reached the limit. However, this honey was different. It was not a pill, but a treasure of nature. There were no impurities in it, and it could be digested no matter how much it was eaten. The fourth benefit was that it could purify one's own strength to a certain extent, whether it was true power or the strength of vitality. Of course, for someone at Qianzong's level, this kind of purification was insignificant and weak. The fifth benefit was that it could help improve one's cultivation. Similarly, the effect was very weak because of the difference in level. But no matter what, this kind of honey was still very shocking, and its value was no small matter. After trying the new piece of rice, Qianzong cut the old piece of rice the size of a thumb and ate it, savoring the changes. Old secret formula and new secret formula had the same effect. The only difference was the level of effect. Old secret formula was about 50% better than new secret formula, but for Qianzong, the effect was still a bit weak. Leaving the flower lake, Qianzong kept moving forward. Gradually, he approached the center of the spiritual herbal garden. Although this place was known as a spiritual herbal garden and there were many fake spirit herbs, there was not a single real spirit herb, because Dragon's Shadow Island itself limited one's strength. At this moment, at the center of the entire spiritual herbal garden, there was a strange fake spirit herb growing. It's not a spirit herb either. When the pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator arrived, he took a closer look and found that it was a tree about 10 meters tall. Its branches were dark brown and its bark was twisted in various ways, as if there were twisted faces embedded in its bark, giving it a strange appearance. However, there were some fruits on this strange tree. The fruits were about the size of a fist and were white with a tinge of green. What was shocking was that there were human faces imprinted on the fruits. Some of the faces had their eyes closed and were quiet and peaceful. Some of the faces had their eyes squinted and their faces were filled with joy. Some of the faces had their brows furrowed and their faces were filled with anger. Happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, sorrow, peace, this is the 7 lovers' face fruit. It's actually the 7 lovers' face fruit. One by one, they were extremely excited. Their eyes lit up as they stared at the strange 10-meter-tall fruit tree. Staring at the fist-sized white and green fruits with different human faces on the fruit tree, their breathing became rapid. Without a doubt, the fake spirit herbs they had obtained before were far inferior to the 7 lovers' face fruit in front of them, even though the aura of this 7 lovers' face fruit was also at the level of a fake spirit herb. However, this world was vast and had an astonishing variety of species. Some magical herbs were not spirit herbs, but they were better than spirit herbs. The 7 lovers' face fruit was one of them. This was a treasure that even extreme mortal realm cultivators would be tempted by. However, no one acted rashly. Instead, they stared at the 7 lovers' face tree with a hint of vigilance in their excited eyes. The 7 lovers' face tree was not a fake spirit herb that could be easily slaughtered. Third Prince, it's the 7 lovers' face fruit. The conqueror martial ancestor's voice sounded. His forceful and domineering voice contained a hint of excitement and joy, because the 7 lovers' face fruit had a great effect on him. Good. The third prince's eyes lit up. Previously, he had circled around the spiritual herbal garden but did not find any spirit herbs. This inevitably made the third prince feel disappointed. He did not expect that such a great treasure would be hidden in the heart of the spiritual herbal garden. If he could obtain a 7 lovers' face fruit and consume it, it would be of great benefit to his cultivation. Third brother, I can see you everywhere. The 9th prince had also arrived and smiled when he saw the third prince's figure. You will follow me wherever I go. The third prince turned his head and glanced at him, speaking in a neutral tone. The third prince and the ninth prince were famous far and wide. The conqueror martial ancestor and the Black Sword sect were also very intimidating. Their arrival immediately made the other cultivators feel pressured. There are a total of 49 seven lovers face fruits. 7 fruits form a group, so there are 7 groups in total. The conqueror martial ancestor spoke in a loud and domineering voice. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on everyone except the Black Sword sect and the ninth prince. You don't have the qualifications to obtain it. Scram as far as you can. Hearing the conqueror martial ancestor's words, all the cultivators were furious. Treasures have always belonged to those who are capable. Conqueror martial ancestor, although you are strong, I, Xianxia, am not afraid of you. The pseudo-transcendence of the Profound Truth Palace coldly retorted. On this trip to Dragon's Shadow Island, other than the ancient mountain, there was a 9-star martial ancestor in each of the 3 pseudo-transcendents of the other 3 middle-rank sect. Coincidentally, there were 3 martial ancestor-level experts gathered here. They were the Black Sword sect, the Conqueror martial ancestor, and the Lijiang sect of the Profound Truth Palace. Of course, there were differences in strength among the martial ancestor-level experts. After all, the 9-star martial ancestor level was a big grade. It was divided into early, middle, late, peak, and so on. There was a difference in strength between each small grade. However, everyone had only heard of the other party's reputation and had never actually fought with him. Therefore, they did not know how strong the other party was. Moreover, in front of a heavenly treasure like the 7 lovers face fruit, which was not a spirit medicine but was better than a spirit medicine, they would not easily retreat. Oh, very courageous. Then, who else is there besides you? The conqueror martial ancestor did not show any signs of anger. Instead, he revealed a smile that was not a smile. His gaze first paused on Lijiang sect Yan Yiming's face, then swept past him, giving the others an even stronger pressure. No one responded, but no one retreated either. Everyone wanted to obtain the 7 lovers face fruit. If they could obtain a whole batch and consume it, the effect would be the best. Their strength would definitely increase greatly. Even if they could not obtain a whole batch, obtaining one would still be good. It would more or less have some effect. If they could not sell it, they could still exchange it for a large sum of money to buy things that were useful to them. No one spoke, but no one had any intention of leaving. The conqueror martial ancestor's eyes narrowed as a trace of anger condensed in the depths of his eyes. Without any pretense, he raised his palm and instantly sent it out. A rumbling sound reverberated, the wind and clouds surged, and thunder raged. A huge illusory white palm print condensed in the air and fiercely blasted out. The tyrannical and terrifying aura directly enveloped the group of cultivators, making them feel as if the palm was aimed at them. Their expressions changed greatly, and they were extremely shocked. When they wanted to dodge, they found that their limbs were numb and their strength was scattered. This kind of tyrannical power was too tyrannical. Humph. Lijiang sect Yan Yiming's expression suddenly changed. He coldly snorted and raised both of his palms. First, he sent out his right palm. The fiery red palm print was incomparably blazing, fiercely colliding with the conqueror martial ancestor's palm. A shocking storm and high temperature surged out, blowing everyone away. Then, he also sent out his left palm with shocking heat towards the conqueror martial ancestor. Insignificant skill. Disdain flashed across the tyrant martial sect's eyes. This level of power was not weak and could defeat an 8-star battle force. However, it was nothing to him. He threw out a punch and the fist chi was condensed into a dragon. It was accompanied by an earth-shattering aura and instantly broke through Yan Yiming's palm attack. It was like a hot knife through butter as it rushed towards the tyrant martial sect. Lijiang sect Yan Yiming's expression changed greatly. The power of this punch was extremely strong, and it actually brought about a strong threat to him. He took a deep breath and suddenly gathered all of his spiritual will, activating the minor true intent. His eyes seemed to turn fiery red in an instant. Dark raging fire palm. A deep roar sounded, and a shocking heat spread out. A palm ruthlessly struck out. As soon as it came into contact with the conqueror martial ancestor's fist, it was destroyed. This palm was blazing red, and there seemed to be flames burning around it, as if it could burn everything into ashes. This palm was Xianxia Palace's pseudo-spirit grade martial art. Its power was tyrannical, and under the activation of the minor true intent, it was even more powerful. A trace of seriousness flashed in the conqueror martial ancestor's eyes. Even if he was a martial scholar, he would rarely activate the minor true intent. After all, his spiritual power hadn't undergone a transformation yet, and he couldn't bear the burden of using the minor true intent like a true transcendent realm master. However, if he could obtain a set of 7 lovers' face fruits and consume them, his spiritual will would be greatly improved. At that time it would be easier to activate the minor true intent, and the consumption would be greatly reduced. The reason why Yan Yiming was called Lai Zhongzong was because of the lesser true meaning and the martial arts he cultivated. Yan Yiming, who cultivated the mysterious inferno palm, had comprehended the true intent of fire. Currently, he had grasped 2 lesser true intents of the true intent of fire, the true intent of incinerating fire and the true intent of ardent fire. The 2 lesser true meanings were fully activated and integrated into the palm. Even if Lai Zhongzong was stronger than Lai Zhongzong, he couldn't underestimate this palm. With a heavy expression on his face, the overlord martial ancestor stretched out his palm and clenched it into a fist. His fist and palm transformed into a fist as he ruthlessly punched out. An extremely tyrannical aura permeated the air, as though there was nothing it couldn't destroy. It was as though with a single strike, everything before it would be smashed into smithereens. World domination? Tortoise snake strike. The strike was steady and heavy, but also agile and strange. Under the combination of the domineering intent, it burst out a shocking power. There seemed to be a huge tortoise shadow with a snake coiling around it. This strike contained the power of 3 lesser true meanings and was Lai Zhongzong's second strongest move. The dark raging fire palm was instantly destroyed. Lai Zhongzong couldn't dodge and could only use all his strength to defend. With a boom, he was sent flying and vomiting blood. Lai Zhongzong was sent flying a few thousand meters away. When he got up, his face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He glared at Lai Zhongzong fiercely. He knew that he wasn't Lai Zhongzong's match because he had used all his strength in that strike. He retreated and left in the blink of an eye. The other cultivators were also affected and were forced to retreat. Although they weren't injured, they still felt uncomfortable. All of them were frightened as they looked at the long trenches and deep pits on the ground, their faces pale and cold sweat dripping down their backs. If they had been struck by this attack, they would most likely have died. They didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to leave without any hesitation. Although the 7 lovers noodles fruit was good, one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Seeing that everyone was escaping, Lai Zhongzong didn't have any intention to chase. He smiled and stood still. Well done. 3rd Prince nodded and looked at 9th Prince. 9th Prince, 4 out of the 7 sets of 7 lovers noodles fruit should be fine, right? 3rd brother must be joking. I think I should get the 4th group. The 9th Prince said with a smile. If that's the case, then let's rely on our own abilities. As the 3rd Prince laughed coldly, the conqueror martial ancestor took the lead and rushed out, leaving a trail of white wind behind him as he shot towards the 7 lovers face tree like a comet. As soon as the conqueror martial sect moved, Yu Wuya from the mystic sword sect moved as well. The 2 of them rushed towards the 7 lovers face tree, one on the left and one on the right, wanting to pick the fruits. As for the 3rd Prince and the 9th Prince, they did not make a move. They were on guard against each other. When the conqueror martial sect and the black sword sect were within a certain range of the 7 lovers face tree, the distorted faces on the 7 lovers face tree seemed to come alive, as if they were about to fly out of the tree trunk. It was extremely terrifying, and a strange aura also spread out. Joy, anger, sorrow, joy, worry, and peace. Completely different auras rippled in the air, instantly attacking the minds of the conqueror martial sect and the black sword sect, causing their expressions to change slightly. However, the 2 of them were master-level experts. Their minds were firm and tenacious, and they did not waver. They guarded their minds and resisted the emotional attacks of the 7 lovers face tree as they approached once again. It was as if the 7 emotions human face tree had come to life. Its branches suddenly shot out like the sharp swords of a peerless swordsman, or like a long saber that could split a mountain. It was actually very methodical and profound. It separately attacked the Conqueror Martial Sect and the Black Sword Sect, preventing them from plucking the 7 emotions human face fruits. Although the attacks of the 7 lovers face tree were not weak, it was still lacking when compared to the Conqueror Martial Sect and the Black Sword Sect. The Conqueror Wu Zong was extremely tyrannical. He directly punched out, breaking apart the branches of the 7 lovers face tree. The terrifying tyrannical power of the punch even shattered the branches into pieces. The fragments flew everywhere, and the Black Sword Master slashed out with his finger like a sword. His finger was as sharp as a sword, and there was only a flash of dazzling light in the air, and the branches were cut apart. As they approached and reached out to grab the first fruit, the face on the fruit suddenly changed. It was as if there was a sharp cry, and also as if the eyes were flashing. A different kind of aura directly attacked, causing the Conqueror Martial Sect and the Black Sword Sect to pause for a moment. However, no matter if it was the Conqueror Martial Sect or the Black Sword Sect, they were not easy to deal with. They instantly broke free from the emotional attacks of the human-faced fruit and blocked the attacks of the branches. With a wave of their hands, they each plucked a human-faced fruit and directly put it into their mustard seed bags. The 2 of them acted very quickly, each exerting their strength. However, every time they got close to the human-faced fruit, they would suffer an emotional attack. Although they were prepared, the impact was different every time. Even so, the 2 of them were able to completely withstand it. Not long after, they each collected a set of 7 lovers' face fruits. There were still 5 sets of fruits on the 7 lovers' face tree. Collect, collect, collect. Not long after, the 2 of them each collected another set, leaving only 3 sets. It's the 9th prince and the senior of the Black Sword Sect. From afar, Qianzong saw a familiar figure. He also saw the 3rd prince and the Conqueror Martial Sect quickly approaching. 9th prince. After bowing, Qianzong looked at the 3rd prince and bowed slightly. It's brother Chen. Seeing Qianzong, the 9th prince revealed a face of joy. However, the 3rd prince's face darkened. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The current situation was that the Conqueror Martial Sect and the Black Sword Sect were each plucking the 7 lovers' face fruits. They were evenly matched, while the 3rd prince and 9th prince were restraining each other. Qianzong's arrival could undoubtedly break this balance. But then, he thought about it again. So what if he came? Emir Qianzong was far inferior to the Conqueror Martial Sect. If he wanted to get close to the 7 lovers' face tree, the Conqueror Martial Sect would be able to kill him with a casual move. Moreover, the emotional attacks of the 7 lovers' face tree were very frightening. Without master-level willpower, it was impossible to completely withstand it. The 3rd prince believed that no matter how strong Qianzong's willpower was, it could not be compared to that of a master. He could not even withstand the mental attacks of the human-faced fruit. Naturally, the 9th prince also thought of this, which was why he did not ask Qianzong to help. However, he still explained the effects of the 7 lovers' face fruit. Using the 7 emotions to temper one's willpower will instantly increase one's perception. After the effects of the fruit wear off, one's willpower will be significantly improved. There will also be a slight increase in perception. Qianzong's eyes lit up when he heard this. What were his advantages? There was no doubt that his willpower was stronger than other cultivators of the same level, and his perception was also superior. However, it was very difficult to improve them. Willpower was fine, as it could be improved with cultivation or many experiences. However, perception was very difficult to improve. Perhaps with more experience and more knowledge, it would be easier to comprehend the mysteries of the fruit. However, that was based on experience and accumulation, not an absolute increase in perception. This 7 lovers' face fruit had the effect of slightly increasing perception. Even transcendence would be tempted. As everyone knew, the higher one's perception, the easier it would be to comprehend and cultivate martial arts. Naturally, one's strength would also increase and become stronger. 9th prince, I'll go help senior. Qianzong said. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his movement skill and quickly moved forward. Brother Chen, wait. Hearing this, the 9th prince was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. The 3rd prince revealed a cold expression, secretly thinking that Qianzong was courting death. Although the Tyrant Martial Sect and the Black Sword Sect were at peace now, if someone were to disturb the situation, no one would be able to resist without the strength of a grandmaster. Chen Zong's speed was very fast. The ninth prince couldn't stop him in time, while the third prince's face was cold. The Black Sword Sect's face changed slightly, while the Tyrant Martial Sect's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity. If he had the chance, he would definitely cripple or even kill Chen Zong. The moment he dodged the branch attack, the Tyrant Martial Sect casually punched out. The fist energy was like a dragon breaking through the air. It seemed like a simple punch, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. This kind of attack was effortless for the Tyrant Martial Sect, but it was enough to kill a 6-star. Chen Zong's true strength was only at the peak of 5-star. In the face of danger, he didn't panic. In an instant, a black light flashed from his chest and quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it covered his entire body. The puppet sword armor was activated, and its strength soared. The two black swords spread out and slashed, directly shattering the Tyrant Martial Sect's attack. 2 black crescent moons broke through the air and shot out. The ninth prince was stunned, and so was the third prince. The Tyrant Martial Sect was also very surprised, and the Black Sword Sect's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Chen Zong's performance was completely unexpected. "You're courting death." The Tyrant Martial Sect was enraged and punched out again. This time, he used 100% of his strength. Apart from the minor true meaning, the fist energy was extremely terrifying, bringing with it the momentum of a tsunami. The enraged Tyrant Martial Sect swore to kill Chen Zong with his fist. However, the power of the minor true meaning couldn't be used easily. He also didn't think that Chen Zong had the qualifications to make him use the power of the minor true meaning. The black crescent moons were shattered, and so was the fist energy. Chen Zong was already close to the 7 Lovers face tree. The distorted faces on the tree screamed again and attacked Chen Zong. The puppet sword armor could not only increase Chen Zong's battle strength, but it could also set up a layer of defense against mental attacks. As a result, the emotional attacks of the 7 Lovers face tree were mostly blocked, and the remaining small portion couldn't affect Chen Zong at all. Chen Zong's goal wasn't to compete with the Tyrant Martial Sect, but to obtain the 7 Lovers face fruits. There were only 3 sets of them left, and no matter what, he had to obtain 1 set. The Black Sword Sect's sword slashed towards the Tyrant Martial Sect, forcing him to defend himself. At the same time, Chen Zong's sword slashed towards the first human-faced fruit. However, he was also affected by the mental attack of the fruit, but he was able to withstand it. After obtaining the first human-faced fruit, he directly put it into his mustard seed bag. However, he didn't dare to directly put it into his virtual ring, in case he was exposed. The consequences would be unpredictable. The Tyrant Martial Sect was both shocked and angry. He wanted to stop him, but he didn't dare. If he did, the Black Sword Sect would be able to seize the opportunity to obtain even more human-faced fruits. It was better to first obtain the human-faced fruits and then make a move on Chen Zong after obtaining them all. The 3 of them moved quickly. After wearing the puppet sword armor, Chen Zong's strength and speed had greatly increased. As they moved, 1 human-faced fruit after another entered his mustard seed bag. In the end, they didn't care what kind of human-faced fruit they obtained. As long as they could obtain it, it was fine. Not long after, all the human-faced fruits on the 7 Lovers face tree had been picked clean. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. There was a mistake in the chapter content. It was supposed to be 22 chapters. Now, it has been changed to 21 chapters. If you have already subscribed, you don't need to subscribe again. You can just read it again. The black sword light flashed like a crescent moon and a thunderbolt. The last 7 Lovers face fruit flew up. Chen Zong flicked the tip of his sword with astonishing dexterity. The 7 Lovers face fruit slid along the blade of his sword and fell into his mustard seed bag. The Conqueror Martial Ancestor's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. A group of 7 Lovers Noodles fruit had actually been snatched away by a junior who was like an ant in his eyes. How could he endure this? Suddenly, an incomparably strange sound rang out. It was extremely sharp, like the roar of a giant beast, like the wail of an evil spirit. The demonic sound filled the minds of the 2 people from the Conqueror sect and caused their expressions to change greatly. In an instant, they actually felt dizzy. Although Qianzong had the protection of the puppet sword armor, which weakened the impact of the will and emotions by more than half, the remaining small portion still made him feel dizzy, as if his head was being hit by an invisible hammer. This was the sound of the 7 lovers' faces tree. Every twisted face on the tree trunk became even more twisted, swaying as if they wanted to rush out of the tree trunk. There seemed to be vengeful spirits lingering around them. It has mutated. Ghost Face Tree. The Conqueror Sect and Black Sword Sect, who had just woken up, had a drastic change in their expressions. They hurriedly retreated. Black Sword Sect even took the opportunity to pull Qianzong. Qianzong instantly woke up. Following Black Sword Sect's strength, he used his movement technique and quickly distanced himself from the mutated Ghost Face Tree. Boom 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 boom. The mutated Ghost Face Tree waved its thick, arm-like trunk to support itself on the ground. It twisted its body and pulled its roots out. It was said that the 7 lovers' face tree absorbed the aura of the 7 emotions between heaven and earth to survive and grow. Over time, it would condense 49 fruits, which was the so-called 7 lovers' face fruit. If one wanted to pluck the 7 lovers' face fruit, they would have to face the 7 lovers' face tree's willpower assault and attack. They would also have to face the 7 lovers' face fruit's willpower assault. Only by withstanding it would one have the right to pluck it. It was like a test. After all the 7 lovers' face fruits were plucked, the 7 lovers' face tree might mutate and become a terrifying 7 lovers' face tree. The 7 lovers' face tree had a certain level of attack power, but only to a certain extent. If it mutated into a 7 emotions Ghost Face Tree, it would be different. Its attack power would be astonishing and extremely powerful. The 7 emotions Ghost Face Tree's roots, which had countless distorted faces on its black-red trunk, left the ground and stood up as if it had 2 legs. Roar, he raised his head to the sky and roared, but it sounded like the cries of 10,000 ghosts. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they had no choice but to quickly retreat. The twisted ghost face on the 7 emotions Ghost Face Tree became even more ferocious, as if it was struggling madly in the river of hell, suffering the ravages of endless pain. An astonishing malice spread out, covering an area of 1,000 meters. Qianzong, come and protect the 9th prince. Yu Wuya from the Xianxia clan spoke. His face was serious, but there was also a trace of excitement. At his level, he was still too weak compared to a transcendent. However, compared to a pseudo-transcendent, he was much stronger, and an opponent was hard to find. Even the Conqueror Sect did not give the Xianxia clan such a feeling. Now, the mutated 7 emotions Ghost Face Tree was obviously a powerful enemy, one that even he did not have the confidence to defeat. Fighting with such a powerful enemy was one of life's greatest joys. 3rd Prince, you should retreat. The Conqueror Sect also spoke, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. His thoughts were similar to the Xianxia clan's. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The 2 of them faced the 7 emotions Ghost Face Tree. Qianzong, who was wearing the puppet sword armor, quickly retreated with the 9th prince, putting a distance of 10,000 meters between them. The 3rd prince, on the other hand, was not stupid enough to stay where he was. He used his movement technique and flew away like a golden dragon. The branches and leaves of the 7 emotions Ghost Face Tree swayed without any wind, creating a rustling sound. 2 thick arms formed from many branches and long whips lashed towards the Conqueror Sect and Xianxia clan. Its momentum was astonishing, like thunder roaring, like a mountain moving horizontally. Every strike seemed to be able to shatter the heavens and earth. Even Qianzong and the others, who were 10,000 meters away, could clearly feel the power of this attack. It was very, very strong. Qianzong, who was wearing the puppet sword armor, could easily resist it. Moreover, without making a move, Qianzong's energy consumption was greatly reduced, so he could maintain it for a long time. It was rare for a Grandmaster-level master to make a move, especially powerful Grandmaster-level masters like the Conqueror Sect and Xianxia clan. Facing the 7 emotions Ghost Face Tree's whips, the Conqueror Sect's master punched out with both his fists. A powerful force as strong as a dragon broke through the air, as if it could destroy a mountain, and smashed the gale into pieces, ruthlessly smashing the thick branches and long whips, creating a shocking rumbling sound. The Xianxia clan's master struck out with his sword. An indescribably profound sword chi with a domineering sharpness shot out, deafening. It was as fast as lightning, and like a thunderbolt, it tore through the gale and the vast sky, pressing forward courageously. Chen Zong displayed a mysterious ability, as he stared at each of them with one eye, observing their moves. To be able to become a grandmaster-level master, each of their martial arts had been tempered thousands of times. Gradually, they had their own profoundness, and were more compatible with themselves. Their moves and battles contained profound mysteries and indescribable principle. As the saying goes, one can comprehend by observing. This was very useful to Chen Zong. The branches of the seven emotions ghost face tree were extremely tough, and even the tyrannical attacks of the Conqueror sect and the sharp slashes of the Xianxia clan were unable to damage them. At most, they would only shed some skin. Every attack of the seven emotions ghost mask tree contained a terrifying amount of power, as well as an astonishing impact on one's mental willpower. Every emotion was completely different, and they would affect one's emotions, which would then affect one's ability to unleash one's strength. If it was Yan Yiming, it would be difficult for him to withstand the impact of the seven emotions ghost face tree's willpower, and he would not be able to display much of his strength. He would then be defeated and killed, becoming nutrients for the seven emotions ghost face tree. However, regardless of whether it was the Conqueror sect or the Xianxia clan, both of their spiritual wills were extremely strong. If they were prepared, they would be able to withstand it. The battle became more and more intense. After the mutation, the seven emotions ghost face tree possessed superb techniques. Its arms were like long whips, and they were like giant swords that slashed the sky. At times, they would turn into sharp swords that pierced through the air. The Conqueror sect was like his name. He was an expert in fists, palms, and feet martial arts. Not only were his attacks unpredictable, but each of his attacks contained shocking power that could split mountains. On the other hand, the Xianxia clan had a sword in his hand. His sword seemed simple, but it was extremely mysterious. It seemed to be far away, and it seemed to be slow, but it was actually fast. It was very unpredictable. Chen Zong, the third prince, and the ninth prince were mesmerized by the battle. Not to mention Chen Zong, the third prince and the ninth prince were also top-notch geniuses. Naturally, there was no need to doubt their comprehension. Watching the Conqueror sect and the Xianxia clan fight, the two of them had comprehended something. However, they could not be compared to Chen Zong. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly. Countless rays of light circulated, as if countless mysteries were born and extinguished. The Conqueror sect and the Xianxia clan were both Grandmaster-level experts. However, without using the minor true meaning, their battle prowess was actually equivalent to 8 stars. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The reason why Grandmaster-level experts were called Grandmaster-level was because they would have 9 stars battle prowess after using their full strength. This usually required the use of the minor true meaning, and at least 2 of them. There were too few pseudo-transcendents who could have 9 stars battle prowess without using the minor true meaning. The prerequisite was that they had to have 6 stars battle prowess when they were in the true martial realm. There were too few true martial realm experts who could raise their battle prowess to 6 stars. Since ancient times, it was difficult to find more than a few in the entire Longtu region. Even someone as outstanding as the Xianxia clan could only raise their battle prowess to the limit of 5 stars. At this moment, the Conqueror sect and the Xianxia clan did not use the power of the minor true meaning. Because their mental strength had not yet transformed, they could not use it too many times. This kind of power could only be used at the best time. The most powerful part of the 7 emotions ghost face tree was its mental attack. It contained the impact of different emotions, which was enough to disturb a person's mind. In serious cases, it could even cause a person's mind to collapse. But if they could withstand it, it would be equivalent to reducing the difficulty by half. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters was destroyed and collapsed. There was almost no place to stand. After fighting for a long time, the ghost face tree seemed to be enraged. The countless distorted faces on its body converged into one. It opened its mouth like a demon wanting to devour everything. Now. The Xianxia clan's eyes flashed. His mind and will were highly concentrated. Activating his minor true meaning, his long sword emitted an astonishing brilliance and sharpness. The minor true meaning of the three sword intents converged into one in an instant. Profound sword path. Sky moon water moon. The sword slashed out. The extreme sharpness flashed. The front seemed to be in a trance. The sword light was like the bright moon, rippling in the water. It was like an illusion, but it was also real. It was full of unfathomable mysteries and contained an astonishing killing intent. Conqueror of the world. Tortoise snake strike. The conqueror sect raised his hands and blasted out. He also used the power of three minor true meanings. After cutting off a branch of the ghost face tree, the sword pierced towards the twisted ghost face that had gathered on the ghost face tree like a hot knife through butter. The conqueror sect's tortoise snake strike carried an extremely strong and tyrannical force as it blasted the branch into smithereens. Like a falling meteor, it blasted towards the gigantic ghost face. That was the strongest attack that the Seven Emotions ghost face tree was about to unleash. However, it needed some time to accumulate power. And that little time was the Seven Emotions ghost face tree's weakness. Every expert was well versed in the art of taking advantage of the enemy's weakness. The two attacks arrived at the same time. The light rays wreaked havoc and engulfed the Seven Emotions ghost face tree. Only the mournful cries of ghosts tore through the clouds. It was as if countless ghosts were being tortured. The final mental attack caused the Xianxia clan and the Conqueror sect to reveal a pained expression. It was as if their eardrums had been torn and their brains had been pierced. 10,000 meters away, Qianzong and the other two were also affected. Their eardrums were bleeding, and their brains were in extreme pain. It was as if they had been sawed open. Qianzong was protected by the puppet sword armor. The ninth prince and the third prince naturally had the corresponding treasures on them to resist such an attack. As the light rays dissipated, the sound also died down. The Seven Emotions ghost face tree stood still. The gigantic ghost face on the tree trunk was lifeless. There were no longer any signs of life. Good stuff. The Conqueror sect resisted the discomfort and wanted to take the Seven Emotions ghost face tree. However, the Xianxia clan also joined in. This was a rare treasure that couldn't be missed. End of chapter. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. This is only the content of the 22nd chapter. 6 Dao is confused. I'm sorry. The greatest value of the Seven Lovers Face tree was the Seven Lovers Face fruit. The tree itself was only a carrier. After the fruit was plucked, the tree's function was to nurture new fruits. When the Seven Lovers Face tree mutated and became a Seven Emotions ghost face tree, it would lose the ability to nurture the human face fruit. Its essence would be completely restrained, giving the ghost face tree the same value as the human face fruit. In short, a dead Seven Emotions ghost face tree was like a set of Seven Emotions ghost face fruits. If used properly, it would be even more valuable than a set of Seven Emotions ghost face fruits. Both the Conqueror sect and Mystic Sword sect wanted to fight. Both of them targeted the Seven Emotions ghost face tree. It would be best if the Seven Emotions ghost face tree's trunk was intact. They restrained each other. Mystic Sword sect, let's see who's better today. The Conqueror sect said directly. Not necessarily. Xianxia sect replied with 2 words at a moderate pace. Both of them did not hold back, but they avoided the Seven Emotions ghost face tree, afraid that they would damage it and reduce its effectiveness. The third prince and ninth prince woke up at the same time. Qianzong was 1 step ahead of them and watched the battle closely. Ninth prince, be careful. I'll go and help senior. Qianzong transmitted his voice to the ninth prince. Brother Chen, be careful. The ninth prince transmitted his voice back. A bad feeling rose in the third prince's heart. Qianzong had already turned into a black ray of light and rushed forward. Both the Conqueror sect and Mystic Sword sect sensed Qianzong's movement. The Conqueror sect naturally knew what Qianzong was here for. He could not help but be furious. They had already snatched 7 Seven Emotions ghost face fruits, and now they wanted to snatch the Seven Emotions ghost face tree. The Mystic Sword sect smiled. With a sword in hand, he blocked all of the Conqueror sect's attacks, preventing the Conqueror sect from diverting his attention to deal with Qianzong. The Conqueror martial sect was very angry, but also very sullen. Because he was restrained by the Black Sword sect, the Black Sword sect's strength was not inferior to his at all. Chenzong leaped past the two of them. Relying on the power of the puppet sword armor, he forcefully shattered the shockwaves created by the two of them. He appeared in front of the Seven Emotions ghost face tree. His two swords turned into black light that flowed into his arms. He opened his 5 fingers and instantly caught the Seven Emotions ghost face tree. The 10-meter-tall Seven Emotions ghost mask tree was shockingly heavy, weighing more than 100,000 kilograms. Normal martial artists would find it hard to move it, but Chenzong was accomplished in the body refinement Dao, and his physique was tyrannical. Coupled with his true power and the support of the puppet sword armor, his strength was boundless. With his strength, he was able to lift the Seven Emotions ghost mask tree. Put it down. The conqueror martial ancestor flew into a rage and punched out. A terrifying fist energy shot towards Chenzong, wanting to smash Chenzong into smithereens. However, the Black Sword sect would not let this happen. He slashed out with his sword, shattering the conqueror martial ancestor's fist energy. It was unable to cause any trouble for Chenzong. Carrying the Seven Emotions ghost face tree, Chenzong quickly retreated out of the battle. Suddenly, the third prince punched out, and a dragon's roar resounded. A golden flood dragon soared into the sky, roaring with shocking power as it charged towards Chenzong. I've long been on guard against you. The ninth prince was not surprised at all. He slashed out with his sword, and the golden sword light was like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. The collision dissipated, and Chenzong was unscathed. "Oh, ninth, it seems like you're determined to go against me." The third prince's gaze was cold, and it was filled with killing intent as it swept past Chenzong and landed on the ninth prince's face. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The drama shrank. Third brother, you're wrong. The ninth prince smiled faintly because Chenzong had already returned with the Seven Emotions ghost face tree. It was basically a foregone conclusion. The battle between the tyrannical martial sect and the mystic sword sect had also stopped. The tyrannical martial sect's eyes were filled with anger, and they landed on Chenzong's body as if they could pierce through a mountain. It was as if they wanted to crush Chenzong into pieces. You. Very good. The tyrannical martial sect gritted his teeth. I'm very good, Chenzong replied calmly, causing the tyrannical martial sect to be so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Third prince, let's go. The tyrannical martial sect forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice. He did not want to stay any longer, because if he did, he might even vomit blood. The current situation was very clear. The ninth prince's side had obtained a lot of benefits because of Chenzong's arrival, especially the Seven Emotions ghost face tree, which was even more valuable. However, with the mystic sword sect present, there was no way they could snatch it away. Since they could not snatch it away, they would feel like they were asking for humiliation if they continued to stay. The third prince naturally understood this logic. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he glanced at Chenzong and left. The battle between the Seven Emotions ghost face tree and the Seven Emotions ghost face fruit had come to an end. The mystic sword sect took out a pill and consumed it to recover his energy. Chenzong placed the Seven Emotions ghost face tree down and stopped using the puppet sword armor. With a wave of his hand, the ninth prince stored the Seven Emotions ghost face tree into his mustard seed bag. The space inside a mustard seed bag often varied in size, which was related to the grade of the mustard seed bag itself. As princes of the imperial family, the ninth prince and the third prince naturally possessed the highest grade mustard seed bags. Following that, Chenzong took out 7 Seven Emotions ghost face fruits from his mustard seed bag and gave them to the ninth prince. Although Chenzong was very tempted, he was able to obtain the Seven Emotions ghost face fruit because of the mystic sword sect's help. Otherwise, even if he used the puppet sword armor, he would not be a match for the tyrannical martial sect. Furthermore, he had received the ninth prince's favor many times. This could be considered as repayment. The mystic sword sect also took out 21 Seven Emotions ghost face fruits and gave them to the ninth prince. The ninth prince received them excitedly and separated them into 4 groups. This time I was able to obtain such a heavenly treasure because of Master and Brother Chen. After the ninth prince finished dividing, he raised his head and swept his gaze across Xianxia sect and Chenzong's faces. At the same time, he said with a sincere tone, and to be able to obtain the 7 emotions ghost face tree that is even more valuable, it is also due to teacher and brother Chen's efforts. As he spoke, the 9th prince placed a group of 7 emotions ghost face fruits in front of the Mystic Sword sect. Please accept it, master. Okay. The Mystic Sword sect looked at the 9th prince deeply and nodded. He then accepted the group of 7 emotions ghost face fruits. He also needed such a treasure. If he consumed it and refined it, it would be able to improve his spirit and will. It would also increase his comprehension ability greatly in a short period of time. From there, he would be able to comprehend more. He might even be able to comprehend 1 or 2 lesser true meanings. And if he could comprehend the other 2 lesser true meanings of the sword intent and fuse the 5 lesser true meanings into the complete sword intent, he would be able to transcend the mortal realm and reach the extreme mortal realm. Thinking about this, the Mystic Sword sect could not help but feel excited. He wanted to consume the 7 emotions ghost face fruits right now, but he quickly controlled himself. This was not a good place to comprehend in peace. If he really comprehended the other 2 lesser true meanings of the sword intent and broke through, he would be pushed out. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. If he was lucky, he would fall into the tunnel. If he was unlucky, he would fall outside the tunnel and be killed by the Black Thunder annihilation. Brother Chen, you deserve this group of 7 emotions ghost face fruits. The 9th prince took another group of 7 emotions ghost face fruits and gave it to Chenzong, which made Chenzong slightly startled. To be honest, the value of the 7 emotions ghost face fruits was extremely high. Although it was not a spiritual medicine, it was better than a spiritual medicine. Its value was much higher than the one the 9th prince gave Chenzong. Moreover, it could be consumed continuously. Logically speaking, the 9th prince could have kept it for himself to consume and refine. He did not expect that he would split it into 2 groups, one for Mystic Sword sect and one for Chenzong. But in the end, being able to obtain the 7 emotions ghost face fruits was inseparable from Mystic Sword sect's Chenzong. Especially the 7 emotions ghost face tree at the end. It was more effective and more valuable. Chenzong was able to obtain a group of 7 emotions ghost face fruits with a clear conscience. It could be said that the contribution Chenzong had made to the 9th prince today was enough to offset the various favors the 9th prince had given Chenzong. It was even more than that. However, the account was not calculated in this way. The 9th prince was able to lend a helping hand to Chenzong when he was in dire straits. This in itself was a great favor. If it were not for the 9th prince providing the pills, the sword sect's Doyen Yuan Lingzi would have to suffer day and night. The 9th prince obtained 2 groups of 7 emotions ghost face fruits and 1 7 emotions ghost face tree. Mystic Sword sect and Chenzong each obtained a group of 7 emotions ghost face fruits. It could be said that they had all gained something and everyone was happy. On the other hand, the 3rd prince and the Conqueror sect were somewhat unhappy. Even if the 3rd prince obtained 2 groups of 7 emotions ghost face fruits and gave 1 group to the Conqueror sect, he still could not be happy. According to the 3rd prince's thoughts, all of the 7 emotions ghost face fruits and the 7 emotions ghost face tree should be obtained by him. Of course, this was also the Conqueror sect's thoughts. Unfortunately, they had encountered the 9th prince's group. The most important thing was Chenzong's arrival. If it were not for Chenzong's appearance, the outcome would have been unknown. Even if the Black Sword sect obtained the fruits in the end, the Conqueror sect and the 3rd prince would not have felt so bad. It was because of Chenzong, whose status and strength could not be compared to them. Sullen, unspeakable sullen. Both of their hearts were filled with killing intent towards Chenzong. Conqueror sect, this prince commands you to eliminate Chenzong right here on Dragon Shadow Island. The 3rd prince said very solemnly. His tone was cold and filled with killing intent. 3rd prince, if I have to deal with Chenzong, I will not be able to protect you. The Conqueror sect was slightly startled. He was very tempted, but also hesitant. After all, his main responsibility was to protect the 3rd prince. It's fine. With my methods, even if I encounter a true Transcendence Realm expert, I will be able to survive. The 3rd prince said nonchalantly. He was completely determined to get rid of Chenzong, and the sooner the better. As for himself, as the 3rd prince and the supervisor of the Dragon Teeth Guard, Of course he had his own trump cards to protect his life. He would not use them normally, but if he did, even an extreme mortal realm expert would not be able to harm him. If the third prince was like this, then so was the ninth prince. Even the other 7 princes were like this. This was the protection given by the imperial family. Since that is the case, I will go and take Qianzong's life. Third prince, you must be careful. The conqueror Sek's eyes narrowed. His tone was firm and filled with killing intent. Go. The third prince placed his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed coldly, as if he had the power to kill. Nodding his head, the conqueror Sek's figure flashed and left, following Qianzong's direction. However, Qianzong was now with the ninth prince and the Black Sword sect. With the Black Sword sect present, the conqueror sect had no chance to kill Qianzong. Therefore, he could only wait. End of chapter. Brothers and sisters, the Dominator of 6 realms had lost his head when he was updating the new chapter. He had added chapter 22 to chapter 21. Although the Dominator of 6 realms noticed the change in time, there will be a delay. If the brothers and sisters who have subscribed to chapter 21 are reading chapter 22, please read it later. The Dominator of 6 realms apologizes for this. End of chapter. Genius. 1 second. Remember, love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. With a new cover, I feel awesome. Brother Chen, you can travel with us from now on. Love go little say net. Chu. The ninth prince smiled. Alright. Qianzong agreed after thinking for a while. Then I won't hide it from Brother Chen. My main purpose in coming to Dragon Shadow Island is the inheritance, the ninth prince said seriously. Under Qianzong's curious gaze, he explained, Dragon Shadow Island is a place where ancient experts cultivated and comprehended the Tao. They left behind many inheritances for the fated ones. Those inheritances are located in the Inheritance Palace. But when will the Inheritance Palace appear? I don't know where it will appear. Only when it appears will there be a strange phenomenon, the ninth prince said. Okay. Qianzong nodded. His interest was greatly piqued. The inheritance left behind by ancient experts sounded very attractive, didn't it? The Inheritance Palace existed on Dragon Shadow Island. Most of the members of the royal family knew about it. However, the location of the Inheritance Palace was unknown. According to the records, it had never appeared in the same place. However, the strange phenomenon before it appeared could let people know in advance and head there as soon as possible. If the ninth prince hadn't explained it, Qianzong wouldn't have known about it. Someone is following us. Master Xianxia suddenly spoke. A glint flashed in his eyes. Who? The ninth prince asked cautiously. He should be here for Qianzong. A smile hung on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Coming for Brother Chen, could it be? The ninth prince instantly thought of something, and a cold smile flashed across his face. Qianzong immediately understood who was following him. The biggest possibility was the third prince's personal bodyguard, the conqueror martial ancestor. However, with Master Xianxia around, Master Xianxia had no chance. Of course, Qianzong wouldn't place all his hopes on the Black Sword sect. In the end, his own strength was the most important. Luckily, he had the puppet sword armor with him, which gave Qianzong some confidence. However, he still raised his vigilance. It was just that he didn't discover the existence of the Conqueror Martial Sect. The Overlord Martial Sect had been following them secretly, looking for an opportunity to make a move. With the Black Sword Sect by his side, the Overlord Martial Sect knew that even if he suddenly made a move, he wouldn't be able to kill Qianzong. Instead, he would alert the enemy. Love go little say Chu. Although the Conqueror Martial Ancestor had a domineering personality, he was actually a very patient person. When he wasn't as strong as he was now, he had once stalked an enemy for several months in order to kill them. He would only make his move when he found the best opportunity to kill them. Being strong wasn't scary. Being strong and patient was what made people tremble in fear. With the Black Sword Sect accompanying them, not only did they avoid being ambushed by the Conqueror Martial Sect, the golden beasts they encountered along the way were all killed by the swords of Qianzong, the ninth prince, and the Black Sword Sect. As for the corpses of the golden beasts, they were all collected. The 3 of them continued to search for opportunities as they waited for the Hall of Inheritance to appear. Lush and verdant trees towered into the sky. This was an ancient forest. Every tree was at least as thick as several people hugging it. It was like a heavenly pillar propping up the sky, majestic and magnificent. The roars of beasts indicated that there were a large number of beasts residing in this forest. Qianzong and the other two did not stop and directly rushed into the forest, advancing courageously. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of golden light jumped around the forest. They were as fast as shooting stars and as ferocious as thunder. They brought with them a series of whistling sounds, like a storm sweeping over from all directions. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong and the other two were surrounded. They could only see tree trunks all around them. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. There were golden figures standing on all the branches. They were golden apes. They were either standing or hanging from the branches. Their scarlet eyes flashed with malevolence and bloodthirstiness. Chirp! Chirp! Strange and noisy noises kept ringing out, mixing into a sound wave that came from all directions, disturbing the minds of Qianzong and the other two. Qianzong and the other two had solemn expressions on their faces as they tried to stay calm. The gold-colored beasts in the Dragon Shadow Island all had the same characteristic, which was great strength. Moreover, their gold-colored skin was extremely tough, and their defensive power was shocking. Compared to the beasts in the outside world, they were at least 30% stronger. At a glance, he could see that there were at least 100 golden apes in the surroundings. Each of them was emitting a powerful aura. Ninth Prince, Qianzong, I'll let you guys make a move first. Xianxia said, I'll guard against the Conqueror martial sect. Okay. Qianzong and the Ninth Prince had no objections. Suddenly, the golden apes raised their arms, holding pieces of jet-black objects in their palms. They threw them fiercely like stones, and like meteors, they smashed towards Qianzong, the Ninth Prince and the three people from the Xianxia sect. Quick, fierce, the fist-sized stones smashed out, as if they weighed 10,000 kilograms. The momentum was shocking, and the power was tyrannical. It arrived in an instant. From all directions, there were at least 100 jet-black stones flying towards them like meteors. Swinging his sword, he shattered the black lights. The intense collision made Qianzong realize that the power contained within was enough to kill a 4-star warrior. Even a 5-star warrior would be affected by it. Fortunately, Qianzong and the Ninth Prince were not ordinary 5-star warriors. Their battle power was at least at the late stage of 5-star. Together with their superb physique refinement and ingenious techniques, they were able to withstand the attacks. As for Xianxia, it was even simpler. His longsword slashed in front of him, forming a half-arc. It looked simple, but it was actually very mysterious. It slashed across dozens of jet-black lights, and those jet-black lights all stopped for a moment before disappearing like smoke blown by the wind. It was an understatement, treating everything as if it was nothing. Qianzong caught a glimpse of it from the corner of his eyes. He was instantly moved. Combining it with the scene of Xianxia and Conqueror martial sect fighting against the 7 emotions ghost face tree, he was inspired. The heavenly Tao was mysterious, and it followed the trend. Qianzong was suddenly enlightened. He brandished both swords in his hands. What he displayed was still the unhindered sword technique, but it was less fiery and more ethereal. Not only did this ethereal aura not weaken the power of the sword technique, but it also made the trajectory of the two swords even more mysterious and unpredictable. What was others was still others. Only by using one's own body as the foundation, and combining the essence of others into one's own body, and turning it into one's own use, would one be at the top. When Qianzong swung both swords, the Ninth Prince felt the difference. It was a natural flow, like water and clouds. The two swords slashed through the air, and the black light shattered. The impact Qianzong received was obviously weakened, and Xianxia nodded slightly. In the distance, the Conqueror martial sect's pupils shrank, and alarm bells rang in his heart. With their excellent eyesight, they could naturally see that Qianzong's swordsmanship had improved, and his control over his strength had become more perfect. To a certain extent, he was not inferior to a martial scholar. Moreover, his opponent was only a 5-star martial scholar. If he reached the pseudo-transcendent realm one day, he would definitely become a martial scholar. This was a person with endless potential, and he was also an enemy. No matter what, he could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. However, the conqueror martial sex killing intent was endless. The hundreds of golden apes are not weak. If they can restrain Xianxia for a while, it will be the best time for me to kill Qianzong. The conqueror martial sect thought to himself. His eyes flickered, and intentionally or unintentionally, they fell on Qianzong, so as not to arouse Qianzong's vigilance. All masters had sharp senses, and Qianzong's were also very sensitive. If he focused his attention, it would be easy for him to sense it. Swinging both swords, Qianzong was immersed in this experience. It was natural, comfortable, and as if he was scribbling, he had grasped the essence of the unhindered sword style. Vaguely, Qianzong felt that his swordsmanship was transforming. The golden apes continuously threw out black fist-sized stones. Each stone was incomparably hard, many times harder than tempered steel. If hit directly, even a 4-star martial scholar would die. With both swords in hand, Qianzong relied on the unhindered sword style to intercept and shatter all the powerful black light. Qianzong's surroundings became a forbidden zone, and nothing could enter. The continuous attacks couldn't hurt these people at all. The golden apes were furious, and they all let out angry roars. Then, they jumped up from the tree branches one by one. Their bodies trembled, and golden light burst out. Their tyrannical power rushed into the void, and the explosion created a shocking shockwave. Their bodies were like golden comets, and they carried a shocking power as they bombarded. These golden apes actually smashed themselves like stones, and their power was shocking. One could see the white airflow madly rushing, and the wind whistled, sweeping in all directions. More than 10 golden lights bombarded with destructive power. They were several times more tyrannical than the stones from before, and were enough to turn a normal 5-star martial scholar into dust. Even the stronger 5-star martial scholar wouldn't dare to take it head-on. The 9th prince's face was serious, but Xianxia didn't care. This level of attack was not enough. As for Qianzong, his expression didn't change, but his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. They were like 2 small suns, and his mind was highly concentrated. It was as if he wanted to rush out of his mind and see the truth. The 2 swords slashed across, and faced a golden ape that was charging at him. As soon as they came into contact, the extremely tyrannical power caused the 2 swords to bend, and they went straight for Qianzong. It was as if Qianzong wanted to kill him. In the face of danger, Qianzong didn't panic. His inspiration was like a spring, and it burst out in an instant. In Qianzong's eyes, the power of the golden comet was so clear, and the 2 swords seemed to have come alive. A tremble, a slash, a circle, in the blink of an eye, the 2 swords in Qianzong's hands changed many times. A deeper level of connection arose spontaneously, and it was much stronger than before. It was as if something had been broken, and it was promoted to a higher level. The golden comet was immediately guided by Qianzong's 2 swords, and with tyrannical power, it fiercely bombarded the other golden comet. The 2 collided, and a loud sound was heard. The aftermath of the collision was turbulent, and it was accompanied by painful screams. He attacked again, and it was still the 40th style of the horizontal sword art. It still carried the will of the horizontal sword art, but it wasn't a straight sword light. Instead, it was an arc, and it went around the 2 golden comets. As it collided, not only did it dissolve the impact of the 2 golden comets, but it also guided them to the side. One sword after another, the sword light was continuous, and the power was endless. The sword art is as one, and the power is endless. A light flashed in Xianxia eyes. This was clearly the sign of the perfection of the body and sword as one. This also meant that Qianzong was qualified to break through to the next level of sword art. In the distance, Xuanwuzong's eyes were almost burning. End of chapter. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. When the sword technique reached the perfection stage of one with the sword, Qianzong's body trembled uncontrollably. His consciousness also entered an indescribable state in an instant, as if he was pulled into a profound time and space. His body was controlled by his subconscious. He continued to wield the 2 swords. Every sword seemed to be softer and softer, but it also contained tenacity. It also carried the tyrannical and sharp power of the unhindered sword technique. One sword after another, it was endless. The connection between the swords was so natural and casual. It was endless. There was no gap or flaw to be found. Epiphany. Xianxia was surprised again. The ninth prince was envious. Chenzong's talent in the sword technique was too outstanding. First, he raised the sword technique to the perfection stage of one with the sword. Then, he had an epiphany. Every sword seemed simple, but it was very mysterious. It was an indescribable feeling. It was very beautiful, but also very dangerous. Ninth prince, retreat first. Xianxia took the ninth prince and quickly retreated. He waved his sword and sent the golden apes flying. He could see that Chenzong was in a state of epiphany at this moment. He needed a certain amount of external pressure to better understand. Therefore, he let most of the golden apes attack Chenzong. Most of the golden apes rushed toward Chenzong and launched a crazy attack. Every attack was at the level of an early 5-star. One or two attacks were nothing, but dozens of attacks at the same time were very scary. Even a peak 5-star would not be able to withstand it. Chenzong's expression did not change. He did not know when he closed his eyes. He calmly moved his feet. His footsteps were like clouds, but he did not go far. Instead, he moved in a circle. With the two swords in his hands, he casually waved them. The mystery of the unhindered sword technique was integrated into it. It seemed slow, but it was as fast as lightning. There was a faint sound of rolling thunder, as if it came from the distant sky. The two swords circled and formed a sword circle. It covered his body and blocked all the attacks of the golden apes. What is Brother Chen comprehending? Why is he so powerful? The ninth prince felt ashamed. If he had been in Chenzong's shoes, he would have been defeated and killed if he hadn't relied on his trump card. How could he have been able to withstand the attacks as easily as Chenzong had been able to do so? The conqueror martial ancestor narrowed his eyes as he watched from afar. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent, giving Chenzong an invisible pressure. His consciousness seemed to be in a state of chaos, as if he was in a state of half-dreaming and half-awake. He couldn't differentiate between reality and illusion, but he was aware of his current state. It was very strange. Perfect swordsmanship, as you wish. Everything in the world is divided into yin and yang, as well as the change between hardness and softness. My unhindered sword technique uses yang as its foundation. My sword moves unhindered and disdainfully, and its overbearing and fierce might has already attained the limit. But yang is unparalleled in the world. Extreme yang gives birth to yin, extreme hardness and softness appear. Yin and yang intersect, hardness and softness combine. More and more epiphanies came to his mind, but he couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. As the two swords danced, Chenzong thought of water. The water of the river, the water of the sinking feather river, the water of the waterfall. The water flowed endlessly from one side to the other, as if there was no beginning and no end. In front of his eyes, it was as if a river had appeared out of thin air, and Chenzong felt as if he was in the middle of the river, allowing the water to continuously wash over him. An indescribable feeling pervaded his entire body. The flow of water is continuous and unending. If one's strength is like the flow of water, then it can flow endlessly. If one's sword is like the flow of water, then it can flow endlessly. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. As the epiphany came to his mind, a strange energy suddenly spread out from Chenzong's body. It was as if water vapor was rising and surrounding his body. That is. The conqueror martial ancestor's eyes narrowed, and a thought involuntarily appeared in his mind. It was a thought that made him feel extremely shocked. The conqueror martial ancestor, who was far away, didn't think much of it, because he still didn't know that Chenzong had already grasped a minor true meaning. The two swords were surrounded by water vapor and gradually condensed. The swords disappeared and turned into two deep blue streams of water. As the swords danced, they flowed endlessly and continuously coiled around Chenzong's body, without beginning and without end. All of the golden ape's attacks were blocked without missing a single bit, and it became even easier. As it was being guided, the golden ape's attacks were directed towards their other companions. The two deep blue streams of water gradually spread out, and the range became larger and larger. one after another, the golden apes were trapped within. As the power was dispersed, they were all bound, and then like silk threads, they wrapped around their necks. Circle after circle, one after another, endless and endless. Chen Zong's figure disappeared, as if he had been submerged. Only the deep blue streams of water flowed in all directions, covering an area of 100 meters. The conqueror martial ancestor stared in shock, but at the same time, he didn't forget to be vigilant of his surroundings, in case someone suddenly attacked, and also in case there was an accident that interrupted Chen Zong's comprehension. Epiphanies were hard to come by, and they were often unobtainable. If they were interrupted, they would lose an opportunity to gain epiphanies, and in the worst case, they might be injured. Although the conqueror martial ancestor didn't know what Chen Zong was comprehending, he could see that it was an epiphany. Logically speaking, he should take action and take the opportunity to kill Chen Zong. However, the conqueror martial ancestor was watching from the side, and it was very difficult to find an opportunity. If he couldn't successfully kill Chen Zong, he would be alerting the enemy. Until now, the conqueror martial ancestor still didn't know that he had been exposed. Water flows through all things, and can pass through all obstacles, whether it's grass, trees, stones, or mountains. Unknowingly, his spiritual power was rapidly depleted. Silently, one golden ape after another was cut open by the silk-like sword chi. The terrifying sword chi invaded their bodies and wreaked havoc, killing them one after another. Suddenly, his spiritual power was depleted, and a strong sense of dizziness woke Chen Zong up. His body swayed, and he no longer had the strength to swing his swords. His vision quickly fell into darkness, and he directly fell to the ground. At the same time, the 20 or so golden apes around him also fell to the ground, dead. They all died under Chen Zong's swords. The other golden apes madly rushed over, launching fearless attacks. The conqueror martial ancestor's face darkened. He swung his sword, and a mysterious sword light broke through the air, like a crescent moon hanging in the air. Everywhere it passed, a rain of blood flew. Even the golden apes with amazing defense couldn't withstand it at all, and their bodies were cut in half, dying one after another. He swung his sword again, and under the mysterious sword light, the remaining golden apes were all killed. Brother Chen. The 9th prince's figure flashed, and he helped Chen Zong up. The conqueror martial ancestor also appeared beside Chen Zong to check, and his eyebrows relaxed. 9th prince, Chen Zong just fainted from overexertion of his spiritual power. It's not a big deal. As he spoke, he took out a pill to recover his spiritual power and stuffed it into Chen Zong's mouth. With a light pat, the pill slipped into Chen Zong's body and turned into a clear stream that quickly flowed into Chen Zong's mind. Due to the exhaustion of his spiritual power, his dry brain was like a dry land that was moistened by the spring rain. With the consumption of the pill's power, his dry spiritual power recovered bit by bit. When he recovered about 10%, Chen Zong also woke up. He opened his eyes and quickly swept his gaze across, seeing the ground full of corpses. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Corpses. Chen Zong couldn't help but be stunned, but he quickly reacted. It should be the conqueror martial ancestor who made a move. He quickly took out a pill to recover his spiritual power and consumed it. In just a few breaths of time, he recovered 30%. Including the previous 10%, his spiritual power recovered to 40%, and the exhaustion in his eyes slowly disappeared. You comprehended another minor. True meaning, right? The conqueror martial ancestor asked in a very low voice, in order to avoid being heard by others. Yes. Chen Zong directly admitted. The 9th prince's face was filled with shock. Chen Zong had already comprehended a minor true meaning, and that was already something that made him extremely shocked. Now that he had comprehended a second minor true meaning, how was he going to let others live? What minor true meaning is it? The conqueror martial ancestor was curious, because he felt that it wasn't any true meaning of sword, nor was it the minor true meaning that he had comprehended. It should be a type of true meaning of water. Chen Zong said, but he wasn't sure what kind of minor true meaning it was. In this aspect, he still didn't have enough understanding. The true meaning of water is divided into 4 types of minor true meanings, which are the true meaning of water flow, the true meaning of water droplets, the true meaning of water ripples, and the true meaning of water storm. The 4 types of minor true meanings are all different. The conqueror martial ancestor explained simply. Chen Zong thought for a moment and was sure that what he had comprehended was the true meaning of water. It was flowing like water, continuous and unending. However, Chen Zong didn't directly say it out loud. The conqueror martial ancestor didn't ask again, and even though the ninth prince was curious, he didn't ask. To be able to comprehend two minor true meanings at the peak of the ninth level of the true martial realm, this was undoubtedly a very rare thing. Even the conqueror martial ancestor couldn't do it in the past. Remember, using the minor true meaning will consume a large amount of mental energy. Once it is used up too much, you will fall into a coma. In serious cases, it will directly damage your mind, and it will be difficult to heal. The conqueror martial ancestor said to Chen Zong very seriously, with your current mental energy, I estimate that you can only use one minor true meaning, and only one. If you combine both minor true meanings, the power will be even stronger, but it will be enough to cause serious damage to your mind. Chen Zong knew that the conqueror martial ancestor was warning him that he couldn't be complacent and couldn't casually use this kind of power. Thank you, senior, I will pay attention. Chen Zong replied seriously. A sharp roar sounded from afar. In the blink of an eye, it approached and became high-pitched and sharp. It also carried a mournful grief and indignation, causing Chen Zong and the ninth prince's expressions to change greatly. The conqueror martial ancestor also revealed a serious expression. A golden stream of light quickly leaped over from afar like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a tall and strong golden figure that appeared in front of the three of them, separated by a few hundred meters. It was a golden ape, but compared to the golden apes from before, it was much stronger and taller. Its muscles bulged, its arms were longer, and its scarlet eyes were filled with cold and violent killing intent. This was an extremely powerful demon beast, and also the king of the golden apes. When the golden ape's eyes focused, Chen Zong felt a bone-chilling feeling, as if he was about to be torn apart. The ninth prince's expression changed even more. The conqueror martial ancestor's figure flashed, blocking the golden ape's line of sight. Ninth prince, Chen Zong, you must be careful. The conqueror martial ancestor said in a serious tone. In the distance, the conqueror martial ancestor suddenly revealed a smile. From afar, he could feel the shocking aura of the golden ape. If the golden ape made a move, the conqueror martial ancestor would definitely make a move as well. At that time, it might be a good opportunity to kill Chen Zong. End of chapter. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by Go? Talk Network provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Golden Monkey King angrily attacked, like a golden meteor piercing through the air, bringing with it a tyrannical killing intent as it flew towards the Xianxia sect. As for Chen Zong and the ninth prince, they were like ants in the eyes of the Golden Monkey King, the kind that could be easily killed. Love Go Little Say W. Chu and the remnant aura of the corpses of the people lying on the ground also told the Golden Monkey King that the murderer was the powerful human in front of it. The fierce attack made the Xianxia sect have no choice but to treat it seriously. The Golden Monkey King was too strong. Chen Zong made a prompt decision to use the puppet sword armor, and a black light quickly spread out. The puppet sword armor covered his entire body, firmly protecting Chen Zong. Both of his hands opened, and a black light flowed and condensed into two swords. Boom! 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 The Golden Monkey King continuously punched out with both of its fists. It was as resplendent as a golden meteor shower, beautiful and filled with fatal danger. The Xianxia sect's expression became serious. He slashed forward with his sword, and as he contracted, the sword's body changed slightly, becoming more and more mysterious. He blocked every punch of the Golden Monkey King, and the sword light was like a crescent moon as it shot out. In terms of the exquisiteness of his moves, the Golden Monkey King was far inferior to the Xianxia sect. The sword directly slashed onto its body, but it produced a dull sound. The sword light shattered, and the Golden Monkey King's body swayed, but only a white scratch was left on its golden skin. The Golden Monkey King's defensive power was actually so tyrannical that even the Xianxia sect's sword was unable to break through it. However, the Golden Monkey King seemed to have been enraged. It let out a few loud and sharp cries that soared into the sky. Its entire body shone with a golden light, and its originally strong body swelled up once again, becoming even stronger. Amidst the strange sounds, the Golden Monkey King turned into a huge golden ape. It was even stronger than before, and the color of its skin was even purer and brighter. Its entire body was burning with golden flames. After transforming, the aura of the Golden Monkey King had increased by more than 30%. The air around it was directly repelled and rippled, causing Xianxia and the Ninth Prince's expressions to change greatly. They had no choice but to retreat again, and the Xianxia sect became even more serious. Roar! With a loud roar, he waved his thick arms and punched his chest with his fists that were as large as millstones. It was as if a war drum was beating, and the momentum was astonishing. Every time he struck, there would be a golden ripple that could be seen by the naked eye. It would spread out rapidly, and it carried a shocking amount of power. That momentum could even cause a 4-star martial artist's body to be severely injured or even explode. A normal 5-star martial artist would not be able to withstand it. Love go little Seiko, however, the Xianxia sect was not affected in the slightest, allowing the golden ripples to sweep past and disappear without a trace. With a sword in hand, he placed it horizontally in front of his chest. Xianxia sect's left hand sword finger gently slid across the sword's spine, and a sharp aura immediately spread out. As the sword trembled, its sharp light was dazzling. The Conqueror martial sect had been waiting for the best opportunity to attack. After transforming, the Golden Monkey King became even more tyrannical. When he punched out, it was like a falling meteor. The fist force caused the air to collapse, covering 100 meters. Before the fist even arrived, the ground around Xianxia sect started to crack. Xianxia sect felt that the fist was like a mountain pressing down on him. Attack! The sword light was extremely mysterious. It streaked across the sky, slicing apart the terrifying aura. Just as it was about to collide with the golden fist, it suddenly coiled around the golden fist like an agile snake and shot towards the Golden Monkey King's arm. Xianxia was once again enlightened by this extremely nimble sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the golden flames on the Golden Monkey King's arm would be cut open. However, the golden skin was even more durable and did not break at all. It still only left a small white scratch. That fist was like a hot knife through butter. With a bang, the ground shattered and dust flew everywhere. The Xianxia sect also seemed to have been shattered. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The sword light flashed from the sky and slashed down with the force of thousands of lightning bolts. This sword strike seemed to be able to split apart the heavens and earth, causing the Golden Monkey King to feel an immense sense of threat. With an explosive roar, it lifted its thick arms and ruthlessly punched out with its fists, wanting to shatter the heavens. The sword light shattered, and the Golden Monkey King's feet sank into the ground. Everything around it shattered. The second sword slashed down, the third sword slashed down. One sword followed by another, and the Golden Monkey King could only raise its arms and cross them above its head. It activated its strength, and the golden flames became more and more intense. It firmly resisted the Xianxia sect's sword light. Boom boom boom, the Golden Monkey King resisted with all its might. It continued to sink, and half of its body sank into the ground. Thousands of smoke and dust billowed like waves. However, no matter how Xianxia sect attacked, the Golden Monkey King continued to use its arms to resist until its entire body sank into the ground. Xianxia sect leaped up, and a shocking sharpness suddenly burst out from his body. It was as if there was a formless sword chi surrounding his body. Xianxia sect. Heavenly moon fall. There seemed to be a bright moon rising and falling in his eyes. The sword slashed down, bringing along layers of sword light like a bright moon hanging high in the sky. After that, it slashed down like a bright moon falling. An extremely powerful sword, an absolute killing sword. Within this sword, there were 3 types of lesser true meaning. The Golden Monkey King felt a great threat. This sword could threaten it, and it could not help but feel anxious. It ignored everything and burst out with a tyrannical force, transforming into a ball of golden sun and fiercely bombarding it. The sun and the moon collided. Now, Xianxia sect made his move. Like a thunderclap, he streaked across tens of thousands of meters, bringing with him a world-shaking momentum. An incomparably tyrannical aura spread out, and a deep trench was forcefully torn open in the ground. At this moment, the Black Sword sect simply couldn't spare any energy to block the Conqueror martial sect, and the Ninth Prince's reaction was also a bit slower. But even if he could react quickly, it was useless. His life-saving trump card was only to protect himself. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. Even if they were tens of thousands of meters apart, it was as if they were 10 meters apart. Qianzong only had time to react and was unable to dodge. He could only wave his two swords to block. Xianjian sect. Tortoise snake strike. It was fine if he did not attack, but once he attacked, it was an extremely terrifying attack. Xianjian sect's killing intent had been accumulating for a long time, and Qianzong was wearing the puppet sword armor, so his defense was very strong. If it was just a normal attack, it would not be able to kill him. Tortoise snake strike was the second-level killing move of Xianjian sect. Its power was tyrannical, and in the air, there were faint figures of a huge tortoise and a python entwined around each other. It was like the waves of the sea, destroying the heavens and the earth. This attack contained the power of 3 lesser true meanings. The momentum was shocking. Before the attack even arrived, the terrifying pressure already made Qianzong feel suffocated. This was even under the weakening of the puppet sword armor. If he did not use the puppet sword armor in advance, he would not be able to move at all under the pressure of this attack. Even his thoughts would be frozen. Xianjian sect and the 9th prince's expressions changed greatly. The Xianjian sects and the 9th prince's expressions changed. All of their powers were activated in an instant. The puppet sword armor's power, the golden jade impenetrable body's power, the unhindered true force's power, and the rank 3 pseudo-spiritual armor's power. Finally, Qianzong activated the power of the true meaning of water. His 2 swords trembled and turned into 2 streams of black water that surrounded his body, protecting him firmly. The power of the water was gentle, and it silently seeped through. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It could also weaken the external force layer by layer. When the turtle snake strike arrived, Qianzong immediately felt his 2 swords stop, and he felt that it was extremely difficult. After it was broken, the powerful and tyrannical power carried a bit of agility, and it quickly bombarded the puppet sword armor, penetrating it heavily. Layer after layer of defensive power was destroyed, and it finally bombarded Qianzong's body. He felt as if his body was about to be shattered. His entire body turned into a black light and flew back 10,000 meters in an instant. Along the way, he smashed through many trees, causing wood shavings to fly everywhere. Xianjian sect and the Golden Monkey King collided, and a loud boom shook the heavens and earth. Under Xianjian sect's terrifying sword attack, the Golden Monkey King once again fell into the ground, and it was tens of meters deep. Xianjian sect flew up into the sky, and with a tap of his left hand, sword chi shot towards Xianjian sect. Xianjian sect was about to chase after Qianzong and attack again, but he was faced with Xianjian sect's attack. He had no choice but to attack and shatter the sword chi. Immediately after, Xianjian sect's sword descended from the sky. The 9th prince quickly moved towards Qianzong's side. I hope Brother Chen is still alive. The 9th prince was extremely anxious. Qianzong's talent was extremely high, and it was shocking. With such a peerless genius assisting him, it would be very beneficial for him. Even if he took a step back, as a friend, he would be an extremely good friend. The 9th prince naturally hoped that he was still alive. At the same time, the 9th prince was also filled with killing intent towards Xianjian sect. Xianjian sect's face was filled with killing intent, and his eyes were incomparably cold. With a sword in his hand, his killing intent rampaged, causing Xianjian sect to faintly feel fear. Sky Moon. Xianjian sect's sword slashed out, and it was like a clear stream of water reflecting the bright moon in the sky. Xianjian sect's expression changed drastically. The enraged Xianjian sect became extremely terrifying. Tens of thousands of sword chi revolved around his body, and under his command, they were like fish swimming in water, killing their way towards Xianjian sect. After receiving the attack head-on, Xianjian sect was faced with hundreds of sword chi attacks. He had no choice but to defend himself, and was forced to retreat continuously. Xianjian sect's extremely profound sword technique made Xianjian sect feel exhausted. Only now did Xianjian sect realize that there was still a gap between his strength and Xianjian sect's. Although the gap wasn't huge, in a battle between experts, a single line of difference could cause a suppression. Xianjian Sect was both shocked and furious. Facing such a powerful sect, he could only choose to retreat. Although Xianxia sect was slightly stronger than Xianxia sect, if Xianxia sect wanted to leave, Xianxia sect couldn't stop him. Xianxia sect quickly left. He felt that his attack just now was enough to kill Chenzong. Even if Chenzong was lucky and didn't die, he would definitely be heavily injured. Furthermore, under the destruction of the 3 lesser true intents, his foundation would be greatly damaged, and his talent wouldn't be comparable to before. As soon as Xianxia sect left, the golden monkey king that was slashed into the ground by Xianxia sect once again rushed out. Its body was drenched in blood, and it was even more furious. Die. Xianxia sect's sword pierced through the air. Its trajectory was incomparably profound, and there was no way to find or defend against it. The sword directly pierced through the golden monkey king's eye, crushing its brain. The heavily injured golden monkey king frantically struggled, but it was powerless. It fell to the ground under Xianxia sect's sword, and its body shrunk back to its original state. Its 4 limbs were still trembling and twitching. After killing the golden monkey king, Xianxia sect stood on the spot with his sword in hand, and a shocking killing intent surrounded him. After a moment, Xianxia sect's killing intent was retracted, and he quickly took out a pill to consume. However, his face was pale, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. The battle just now had consumed a large amount of Xianxia sect's energy and mental energy. End of chapter. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Brother. Chen, brother. Chen, the voice was erratic, as if it came from the distant horizon, but also as if it was in a dream. Instantly awake, Chenzong opened his eyes with difficulty. He felt a splitting headache, as if someone had chopped his head with an axe and was about to split it open. Moving slightly, he immediately felt as if his body was being torn apart. The pain was unbearable. Brother Chen, you're awake. The 9th prince's face appeared in front of him, but it was a little blurry. You're heavily injured. Don't move for now. To be able to withstand the tortoise snake attack of the Conqueror sect without dying, it is indeed rare. The Black Sword Master smiled. You're heavily injured, but your self-healing ability is very strong. You'll be able to recover in a short period of time. As for your mental state, you're also slightly injured. Thank you, 9th Prince and Senior. Chenzong opened his mouth. His voice was weak, and another wave of pain came. While his entire body was in pain, Chenzong could clearly feel a clear stream of energy permeating his body, flowing through his organs, bones, and muscles. It eased his heavy injuries and slowly healed them. The mental state injury was more troublesome, but there was still a clear stream of energy flowing through it, reducing the pain. That was the power of the pill. The Conqueror sect's tortoise snake attack was done with full force in order to kill Chenzong in one blow. Fortunately, Chenzong was prepared. The puppet sword armor offset part of the attack, and his various defensive techniques offset part of the attack. In the end, only a small part of the attack entered his body. If not for the weakening of the puppet sword armor, that attack would have taken away Chenzong's life. 3 types of lesser true meanings attacked his mental state. Fortunately, Chenzong's mental state was strong, and he had mastered 2 types of lesser true meanings. Only then was he able to withstand it. He only suffered light injuries that would not leave any sequelae or damage his foundation. Without saying anything, Chenzong focused on guiding the clear stream of energy in his body to heal his injuries. The injury this time was more serious than any of the previous ones. It was enough to kill him. Fortunately, he had the boundless vitality of the 1,000-year tree heart. The Xianxia sect and the 9th prince stood at the side to protect Chenzong, preventing them from being disturbed. At this moment, Chenzong was extremely weak, a normal warrior could kill him. As time went by, Chenzong's injuries gradually healed, and his pain was also alleviated. This time, his injuries were too severe. It took him more than half a day to fully recover. Thank you, 9th Prince and Senior. Chenzong stood up and expressed his thanks once again. His face was still pale, the pain was unforgettable. As for the tyrant martial ancestor, who had almost killed him, Chenzong's heart was filled with killing intent. However, his current strength couldn't be compared to the tyrant martial ancestor. He could only remember him for now. It's fine, Xianxia said. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and the trembling became more intense. It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying, as if something huge was about to break out of the ground. The sky was filled with multicolored flowing lights, as if a rainbow-colored snow was falling from the sky. The inheritance palace is about to appear. The ninth prince was startled at first, then said excitedly, "Let's go." Xianxia was even more direct. The three of them immediately headed towards the direction of the trembling. The inheritance palace is finally about to appear. The third prince, who was alone, raised his head and looked over with a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with ambition. When the inheritance palace appears, I will meet up with the third prince there. The tyrant martial ancestor changed his direction and headed towards the direction of the trembling. The inheritance palace has finally appeared. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Everyone who was still alive was extremely excited. Why did they enter the Dragon's Shadow Island? Opportunities, pseudo-spiritual herbs were opportunities, treasures were opportunities, and inheritances were also opportunities. Among the various fortuitous encounters, the fortuitous encounter in the inheritance hall was undoubtedly the best because it was said that every one of the fortuitous encounters was very profound. Some of the outstanding inheritances in the current royal family came from the inheritance palace. A good inheritance could change a person's fate. Gathering from all directions, they headed towards the direction of the trembling. The trembling became more and more intense, causing everything on the ground to shake along with it. The flowing light became more and more dazzling, like a dream. After rushing out of the forest, Xianxia and the other two saw the source of the light in front of them. It was a huge ball of multicolored light, like a huge light source. It was slowly rising from the ground, like a multicolored sun rising into the sky. The majestic aura swept out in all directions, like a tidal wave, containing endless mysteries. Figures came from all directions. Some were vigorous, some were light, and some were fierce. But in the end, they all stopped in front of the multicolored light source, staring at it with their eyes wide open in shock. The multicolored light source was huge, encompassing a radius of tens of miles. The light was resplendent but not dazzling. The mysterious aura spread out, causing everyone to feel a sense of calmness and concentration. The multicolored light source rose a few hundred meters into the air before stopping. The light gradually retracted, revealing its true form. From its appearance, the inheritance palace was clearly very strange. It was black and white all over, like a feather that had been magnified countless times. Its surface was filled with broken patterns, gently swaying, like a boat in the water, or like a feather floating in the air. The inheritance palace has appeared. Let's go. Immediately, one by one, they used their movement techniques and quickly rushed to the inheritance palace hundreds of meters in the air. Xianxia and the other two were among them. Around the feather-shaped inheritance palace, there were hidden entrances under the broken patterns. Everyone found the hidden entrances and went in. They quickly moved forward along the straight path, and then appeared in a spacious hall. The shape of the hall was also like a feather. The surrounding walls were filled with veined patterns, as if they had been broken. It was very large, with a radius of dozens of miles. It was also very vast. In the center of the hall stood a 32-sided stone tablet. It was black and white, and on each side were countless feather-veined patterns. Each pattern was different from the other. Brother Chen, that is the inheritance palace's supreme treasure, the inheritance heavenly tablet. It is said to be a supreme treasure left behind by the master of Dragon's Shadow Island. There are many inheritances inside, and each of them is very profound. At the very least, they can become the sect's most precious scriptures. The ninth prince said to Xianxia. His eyes were filled with a blazing light as he stared at the gigantic 32-sided black and white stone tablet in the middle. As far as I know, the Unhindered Sword Codex of the Unhindered Sword sect was comprehended from this stone tablet. Master Blacksword said calmly, but Xianxia was very surprised. The Unhindered Sword Codex was actually obtained from this inheritance palace. Then, it was possible that the person who obtained the Unhindered Sword Codex eventually established the Unhindered Sword Sect and became the founder of the Unhindered Sword Sect. However, it was hard to verify whether it was true or not. At the very least, it showed that this inheritance palace was extraordinary. If the Unhindered Sword Codex was really inherited from here, it should be complete. I wonder how it differs from the unhindered true power that I perfected. Chen Zong thought to himself. As for whether it was strong or weak, Chen Zong was confident that the Unhindered Sword Codex that he perfected with the help of the ancient tablet's power was great. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. His true power was definitely not inferior to the original complete Unhindered Sword Codex. He actually didn't die. Master Conqueror's gaze fell on Chen Zong's face. He was slightly gloomy. His full strength toward a snake strike was actually not able to kill Chen Zong. He looked like he was not injured at all. How was this possible? The third prince's face was also gloomy. His cold gaze swept across the tyrant martial ancestor's face, as if he was asking a question. The tyrant martial ancestor had already told him that Chen Zong had been severely injured. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be severely injured, and his spirit and martial foundation would be damaged. But now, Chen Zong seemed to be unharmed. Sensing the gazes of Master Conqueror and the third prince, Chen Zong looked over. He did not have any special expression. It was as if he was looking at a stranger. Then, he naturally moved his gaze away and returned to the Heaven Inheritance Tablet. Chen Zong naturally had a strong killing intent towards Master Conqueror, but he was still not a match for him. As for the third prince, Chen Zong also had a strong killing intent. In the end, the reason why Master Conqueror had attacked him was because of the third prince. But fighting was not allowed here. This was the rule of the Hall of Inheritance. There was once someone who did not abide by this rule and wanted to kill someone. In the end, before he could do so, he was expelled by the power of the Hall of Inheritance and could not enter again. Other than the third prince and Master Conqueror, there were also a few people who looked at Chen Zong with killing intent. They were the disciples of the Wanluo sect, Yin Wuqing and Su Xing brother Chen. The disciple of the Xianxia palace, Qin Yi, cupped his fists and greeted Chen Zong. Brother Qin. Chen Zong returned the greeting. The disciple of the ancient mountain also grinned at Chen Zong, but he did not say anything. Chen Zong naturally returned the smile. Brother Chen, as far as I know, the inheritance within the divine tablet of inheritance is closely related to the person who comprehended it. Therefore, some people can obtain the inheritance from the divine tablet of inheritance, while others cannot. I do not know the specifics, but I do know one thing, the ninth prince said seriously. Follow your heart. Follow your heart. Okay. Chen Zong nodded. The ninth prince knew more than he did, so there was no harm in listening to his opinion. Of course, Chen Zong would not follow the script. Everything had to be done according to the actual situation. A mysterious fluctuation spread out from the divine tablet of inheritance. It was like an invisible ripple that swept across the crowd. They felt refreshed, and a mysterious feeling arose spontaneously. Everyone did the same thing and sat down cross-legged, their gazes focused on the divine tablet of inheritance. Chen Zong naturally sat down cross-legged, as if it was not his own intention, but also as if it was driven by the deepest part of his heart. His eyes focused on the divine tablet of inheritance. He removed all distracting thoughts and focused all of his mind. Gradually, the broken feather patterns on the divine tablet of inheritance became clearer and bigger, as if it had become a world. In an instant, everything around him disappeared. Chen Zong only felt that he was in an endless void, surrounded by darkness. When Chen Zong's consciousness entered the dark void style, his body that was sitting cross-legged also emitted a faint layer of light. The light was somewhat transparent, as weak as a candle in the wind. Looking at the others, there was no such thing. In fact, this was a sign that one had entered the state of comprehension. Only by entering the state of comprehension could one obtain the inheritance from the divine tablet of inheritance. However, it was only a possibility, not an absolute. If one could not even enter the state of comprehension, then they would definitely not be able to obtain the inheritance. As time passed, gradually, a second person's body emitted a trace of light. It was the disciple of the ancient mountain. End of chapter. The void was so vast that he couldn't see the end of it, let alone distinguish north from south. There seemed to be countless stars twinkling in the distance. Chenzong vaguely sensed a unique aura from the twinkling stars. Every star had a different aura. Scorching, icy cold, violent, gentle, fierce, cold, neutral. Could it be? Chenzong was surprised when an idea popped up in his mind. Did the starlight represent the inheritance? At first glance, there were hundreds and thousands of stars. Did this mean that there were thousands of inheritances here? According to the ninth prince, the worst inheritances in the inheritance palace could be used as the ultimate scripture of a sect. Thousands of inheritances were really amazing. Chenzong tried to calm himself down and carefully distinguished them. Under Chenzong's observation, the thousands of stars not only had different auras, but also had different colors. Generally speaking, they could be divided into 7 types of light: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. What do the lights represent? Chenzong thought and tried his best to sense the aura fluctuations of the different lights. He found that the aura fluctuations of the red lights were the weakest, while the aura fluctuations of the purple lights were the strongest. Could it be that the red light is the lowest level, and the purple light is the highest level? This speculation was reasonable, and it was the truth. The ninth prince didn't tell him this information, so he probably didn't know or couldn't tell him. The red stars were the most numerous, followed by the orange ones, followed by the yellow ones. As for the purple ones, which represented the highest level of inheritance, there were the least. There were only 3 of them, and they were distributed in different directions. As for the blue ones, there were more than 10 of them. There was no doubt that the inheritances were of the highest level. Chenzong focused on the first purple star and tried to sense it. The stars seemed to be surrounding him, but in fact, they were far away. It was impossible to get close to them. He had to use his heart to sense them and resonate with them to receive the inheritance. All distracting thoughts disappeared. Chenzong focused on communicating with the first purple star, but he found that it was very far away. His consciousness had to fly and get closer. Finally, his consciousness came into contact with the purple starlight, but the purple starlight was like a pool of stagnant water. It did not react to Chenzong's mental power at all. Chenzong controlled his spiritual power and tried to penetrate the purple starlight, but it was blocked by the invisible power of the purple starlight and could not penetrate it at all. After many attempts, Chenzong understood that this inheritance was not suitable for him. In other words, he was not fated with it. Although it was a pity, Chenzong was not discouraged. Instead, he withdrew his consciousness and spiritual power and quickly extended them toward the second purple starlight. Like the first purple starlight, this purple starlight had no reaction to his consciousness. No matter how hard Chenzong tried, it remained indifferent and continued to release its own light. Chenzong had no choice but to use his consciousness and spiritual energy to quickly fly toward the third purple starlight. As soon as they came into contact, the third purple starlight seemed to fluctuate slightly. It was very subtle. If it weren't for Chenzong's keen perception, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. It's working. Chenzong was secretly delighted. He focused his mind and tried to penetrate his spiritual power into the purple starlight to find out what kind of inheritance it was. Unlike the previous indifference, Chenzong felt a resistance. It was a very strong resistance that kept his consciousness from entering. After trying for a while, Chenzong only managed to penetrate a little. He felt that his spiritual power had been greatly depleted. He had to temporarily stop and let his spiritual power recover. In this endless dark void, his spiritual power recovered very quickly. It did not take long for him to fully recover. However, this time, Chenzong did not directly wrap his spiritual power around the third purple starlight. The reaction meant that there was hope for the inheritance. However, the strong resistance also meant that the inheritance was not compatible with him. If he forcefully accepted the inheritance, it was very likely that he would fail. It seemed that everyone could only accept one type of inheritance here. If they failed, they would be expelled from the divine inheritance monument. Chenzong looked at the blue starlights. He carefully distinguished them. Some blue starlights were lighter, while others were darker. Perhaps this meant that there were differences between inheritances of the same level. His spiritual consciousness quickly went to the deepest blue starlight. When he came into contact with it, Chenzong could clearly feel the power of resistance. This meant that the inheritance was not suitable for him. Moving to the second deep blue starlight, Chenzong felt the fluctuation and resistance. However, the resistance was not very strong. His spiritual consciousness penetrated it bit by bit to feel the mystery of the inheritance. Vaguely, Chenzong felt that it was a palm technique inheritance. He could not help but feel disappointed. He hoped to get an inheritance related to swords the most. A palm technique inheritance would not be of much help to him. He withdrew his spiritual consciousness and moved to the third blue starlight. He carefully sensed them one by one. Soon, Chenzong came into contact with all 10 blue starlights. Among them, 7 blue starlights were not suitable for him. 3 blue starlights had a 50 to 60% chance of getting the inheritance. However, they were not to his liking. Following one's heart and following one's feelings was obviously against the inheritance. Involuntarily, Chenzong glanced at the blue starlights. There were more blue starlights. There were more than 30 of them. The colors were also different. Chenzong naturally started with the darkest blue starlight. As soon as he came into contact with it, he felt like a fish in water. This surprised Chenzong. Could this be an inheritance that was suitable for him? Chenzong did not know that there were thousands of inheritances in the inheritance sky steel, and not everyone could sense them. This was related to the individual. For example, Chenzong could sense the inheritances of purple starlight, but some warriors could only sense the inheritances of cyan starlight. Some were even weaker, and could only sense the inheritances of yellow starlight. The higher the level of the inheritance, the harder it was to get it. Since ancient times, many warriors had entered here. Many of them could sense the inheritance. However, very few of them could receive the inheritance of the blue starlight. Most of them could only receive the inheritance of the red starlight or the orange starlight. Only a few could receive the inheritance of the yellow starlight. As for the inheritance of the green starlight, it was extremely rare. There were less than 3 people on the Dragon Shadow Island who could receive the inheritance of the green starlight. An extremely cold aura spread out. It was as if it was going to corrode Chenzong's consciousness. Chenzong was shocked. He quickly controlled his consciousness to retreat. This inheritance seemed to be suitable for him, but it was not what Chenzong wanted. Every martial artist's temperament was different. Only then would there be all-encompassing cultivation techniques and martial arts. The compatibility between the divine inheritance steel and the martial artist was very strange. Even Chenzong did not know what the pattern was. However, it was obvious that he did not want this inheritance. That kind of coldness was against his path. His consciousness shifted to the second blue starlight. In the outside world, around the inheritance divine steel, there were already 8 people emitting a faint halo. This meant that they had all entered a state of comprehension. These 8 people were the third prince, the 9th prince, the conqueror martial sect, and the black sword sect. In addition, there were also the disciples of the ancient mountain, the core disciples of the mysterious truth palace, the core disciples of the Wanluo sect, and the core disciples of the graceful sword sect. I mainly practice the sword. The most suitable inheritance for me is a sword-type inheritance. The 9th prince looked around. He could see hundreds of stars twinkling. Most of them were red, then orange, then yellow. As for green, there were very few, and there were only 2 blue starlights. The inheritance contained in the red starlight was enough to become a low-rank sect's core scripture. The inheritance contained in the orange starlight could become a middle-rank sect's core scripture. As for the inheritance contained in the yellow starlight, it could become a high-rank sect's core scripture. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. Some of the stronger low-rank sect's core scriptures would not be inferior to the core scriptures of a middle-rank sect's core scripture. Blue starlight, I hope there is one suitable for me. The 9th prince's eyes flashed. His consciousness quickly spread out and came into contact with the first blue starlight. The 3rd prince's dark space was similar to the 9th prince's. He also had 2 blue starlights. He was the first to come into contact with the blue starlight, hoping that it would be suitable for him. The Xianxia sect stood quietly in the dark void. The starlight was of different colors, dazzling and resplendent. red, orange, yellow, green, and 7 cyan starlight could be seen. Faintly, one could also see a faint, undetectable blue starlight flashing. However, the blue starlight was too weak and hard to notice. After observing for a while, the mystic sword sect chose a blue starlight. His consciousness quickly approached and came into contact with it. In the dark space of the conqueror martial sect, the red, orange, and yellow starlights were very obvious. There were dozens of green starlights, but only 5 blue starlights. As for the blue starlight, there was no trace of it. The conqueror martial sect's gaze swept across the 5 blue starlights. Then, the conqueror martial sect chose a blue starlight based on his intuition and spread out his consciousness. The ancient mountain disciple stood in the air, the energy around his body condensed. His gaze swept past, and a sharp light shot out, as if he wanted to compete with the resplendent starlight around him. There were red starlight, orange starlight, yellow starlight, green starlight, and cyan starlight. There were more than 30 cyan starlight, and 8 blue starlight that were 1 level higher. As for the purple starlight that was 1 level higher, there was also one, but it looked relatively weak. It flickered like a candle in the wind, which meant that the talent of the disciples of the Eternal Mountain was even above that of the 3rd prince, the 9th prince, the Xianxia sect, and the others. Purple starlight, huh? What kind of inheritance is it? The ancient mountain disciple's deep voice reverberated around his body. A tyrannical and tenacious consciousness instantly spread out, sweeping out like a storm, instantly sweeping towards the seemingly weak purple starlight. The starlight flickered, as if countless small eyes were blinking at the distant end of the void, staring at everyone in the void. The warriors all tried their best to focus their minds to come into contact with the starlight, to sense and find the most suitable inheritance for themselves. As time passed, more and more people had a faint light on their bodies, and more than half of them had already appeared. After a while, the light on the Eternal Mountain's disciple's body suddenly changed. Traces of blue spread out and gradually became clear. In the end, it turned into a blue halo that surrounded his body. This meant that the Eternal Mountain's disciple had already found a suitable inheritance for himself, and it was the inheritance of the blue starlight. After a while, the 3rd prince and the 9th prince's bodies both emitted a deep yellow light. The Xianxia sect's body emitted a green light, while the conqueror martial sect's body emitted a deep yellow light. More and more people emitted light from their bodies, but the highest was the blue light from the Eternal Mountain's disciple, followed by the green light, a few yellow light, and most of them red and orange light. Qianzong's body was the first to emit light, but there was not the slightest change. Inside the inheritance heavenly steel, Qianzong was still searching. He started from the highest purple starlight, then the blue starlight, then the cyan starlight, then the green starlight, and now the yellow starlight. As soon as his consciousness came into contact with it, some resisted, some did not react, and some welcomed it. From this point of view, there were quite a few inheritances that were suitable for him, but unfortunately, none of them were as good as Qianzong's intentions. If Qianzong's picky method was known by those who wanted the inheritance but had no chance of obtaining it, they would probably gnash their teeth in hatred and tear Qianzong into pieces. The inheritance within the red starlight was the lowest level. Qianzong reckoned that even if he obtained it, it wouldn't be of much help to him, or rather, it wouldn't be of much use to him. As for the inheritance within the orange starlight, it was a bit more brilliant, but it would probably be of limited help to him. At least the inheritance of the yellow starlight. After coming into contact with all the yellow starlight, Qianzong stopped. He was not very interested in the inheritance of the orange starlight and the red starlight. Right now, the problem was in front of Qianzong. From the yellow starlight to the purple starlight, there were hundreds of inheritances that were suitable for him, but not all of them had a 100% success rate, not to mention that he could only accept one. Qianzong was choosing. The best one was undoubtedly the purple starlight inheritance, but if he really wanted to accept the purple starlight inheritance, the success rate would be very low, and the possibility of failure was very high. The second was the blue starlight inheritance, the success rate would be higher, and the second was the cyan starlight inheritance, the success rate would be even higher. The ideal inheritance was naturally one of these three. If it didn't work, he could naturally go to the green starlight and yellow starlight. Qianzong's inheritance, he felt that it was a good inheritance. Qianzong's inheritance, Qianzong. After thinking about it, Chenzong could only choose one of the starlights to receive the inheritance. It was a green starlight, and it should be a sword-type inheritance. Among all the inheritances, it was the one that suited him the most, and it had the highest success rate. His spiritual consciousness spread out and wrapped around the dark green starlight. It quickly penetrated into it and came into contact with it to accept the inheritance. The dark green starlight suddenly shone brightly, and the surging light spread out, forming layers of halos like ripples in water. It became the most dazzling in the void, as if it had become the center of the void. As the dark green starlight shone brightly, the other starlights slowly dimmed. As the light spread out, the dark green starlight almost covered the entire void, and pieces of information flowed into Chenzong's consciousness. Suddenly, the mysterious sword tip in the center of the spiritual space trembled slightly as if it had been awakened. In an imperceptible buzzing sound, the silver divine light spread out quickly and came into contact with the dark green starlight. However, it did not accept the inheritance, but shattered the dark green starlight with a mighty force, and the information was interrupted. Chenzong could not help but be stunned. The inheritance that he had chosen was interrupted. What was this? Before he could react, a silver divine light seemed to pierce through layers of time and space, and blasted into the endless dark void. It exploded at the highest point, and the silver divine light swept out like a wave, covering the entire dark void. Specks of starlight also appeared. As they flickered, the light became incomparably resplendent. The stars were resplendent and colorful. It was extremely gorgeous. Chenzong looked at it in a daze. He had no idea what was going on. The silver divine light disappeared, and soon, the bright stars also slowly quieted down. Everything returned to its original appearance of endless darkness. Failed? Chenzong muttered to himself, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He did not even get an inheritance, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was a sudden change. In the center of the endless void, a celestial body seemed to come out of nothingness. It gradually appeared, and a vast and ancient aura spread out, attracting Chenzong's attention. As Chenzong stared at it, the celestial body appeared to be black and white. It slowly rotated and emitted a black and white glow. It slowly descended and an astonishing pressure descended. It was as vast as divine might, but it didn't make Chenzong feel uncomfortable. The huge black and white celestial body fell in front of Chenzong like a planet that had shrunk countless times. It was almost as tall as a person, and it rotated slowly. The black and white on it were clearly separated, but they blended together, and it looked very harmonious. Traces of mysterious aura spread out, and it actually touched Chenzong, and then wrapped Chenzong up. He did not feel the slightest danger. In fact, Chenzong could not stop the aura of the black and white celestial body from seeping into him. When the aura seeped into his body and came into contact with his spiritual consciousness, many pictures appeared. In the vast and boundless void of the universe, millions of stars twinkled. It was deep, boundless, and mysterious. Chenzong felt as if he was being carried by an invisible force as he constantly flew forward. He passed by numerous rotating celestial bodies, passed by numerous chaotic meteorite zones, and saw numerous gigantic beasts that were as large as mountains and continents, especially those gigantic beasts. When Chenzong passed by them, they didn't react at all, but Chenzong's heart skipped a beat. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying, it was simply indescribable. If one had to compare, then even the incomparably powerful Sky Profound Realm King he had seen that day couldn't be compared to them, they were like ants. What is this place? Chenzong could not help but think. It did not stop. The invisible and mysterious force was still carrying Chenzong's spiritual consciousness forward, as if it was going to fly into the endless void. In addition to the meteorites and giant beasts in the void, Chenzong also saw many bubbles. The bubbles were of different sizes. The small ones looked like stars, and the big ones were endless. Each bubble had a different color, white, black, red, and blue, and they all emitted different auras. Some were full of vitality, and some were lifeless. Flying, 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 and flying, he flew toward an incomparably huge bubble in front of him. That bubble was extremely huge, many times larger than the thousands of bubbles he had seen along the way. It seemed that there was no end to it, and this bubble was also very strange. It was a huge sphere, milky white in color, and exuded the aura of the Great Hall of Light. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that right below this huge milky white sphere, there was a huge pitch-black sphere. The two spheres, one black and one white, were like conjoined twins that were dependent on each other. Different from the huge white sphere, the aura emitted by the huge black sphere was overbearing, evil, and gloomy. If the aura of the white sphere represented all positive forces, then the aura of the black sphere represented all negative forces. White and black, positive and negative. With a popping sound, Chenzong's consciousness rushed into the huge white sphere. In front of him was a vast expanse of white, like a dense white fog. He did not know how long he had been flying, but he suddenly rushed out of the white fog. Chenzong was immediately stunned. Green mountains, clear water, blue sky, and white clouds. No matter what kind of scenery it was so pure and beautiful, emitting a charming halo, just like a fairyland. Chenzong was sure that he had never seen such beautiful scenery since he was a child. It was obviously a tree, but it had a charm that the trees in the past did not have. Even a blade of grass seemed to be full of unique spirituality and indescribable charm. However, the speed of flying was too fast, so fast that Chenzong could only catch a glimpse and feel a little. He flew over the mountains, over the rivers, over the endless forests, over the abyss, and kept flying forward. Gradually, Chenzong saw a mountain. He did not know how tall the mountain was, but it was like a pillar holding up the sky. Thousands of clouds and mist lingered around it, and the sound of gods was faint. Numerous palaces were scattered around the divine mountain in picturesque disorder. They were majestic, extending for tens of thousands of miles. Among them, the largest and most magnificent palace stood at the highest point in the center of all the palaces. It was as majestic and sacred as a divine temple. Milky white cranes flew among the palaces on the sacred mountain. Figures came and went on different colored lights, and there was an indescribable elegance and calmness. Chenzong could vaguely feel that the aura emitted by each figure was very shocking. It was even stronger than the king of the dragon diagram imperial family. What is this place? Chenzong was even more shocked. Everyone he saw was stronger than the profound sky realm. Fortunately, no one discovered him. He continued to fly forward and finally stopped in front of a black and white palace. There were hundreds of people sitting on the ground of this training ground. All of them sat upright and still with solemn expressions. Right in front of them sat an old man with a sage-like demeanor. He was talking about something. Change of will, also known as the 33 heavens of will, is the foundation of the heavenly palace of will. All the techniques of the heavenly palace of will are based on the will of the heavenly palace of will. The sage-like old man said a few words in a neither fast nor slow tone. It was so clear that it entered everyone's ears, as if it was branded. You are all new disciples of the heavenly palace, and you must first cultivate the change of will. Only when you reach the fourth change can you be qualified to cultivate other techniques of the heavenly palace of will. I am going to explain the first change of will. You must listen carefully. The heart is the root, the will is the foundation, and the will exists together. The sky is limitless, and the earth is boundless, the heavenly voice was vast, and every word was a sentence, and every sentence was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Chenzong remembered every word. This is the third change of mind. The vast heavenly voice gradually became blurry. Chenzong felt that his consciousness was rapidly leaving. Everything in front of him was distorted like an illusion. The last voice also became intermittent. It was hundreds or thousands of times faster than when it came. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong's consciousness left this world and returned to the endless void. Whoosh! Like a dream, Chenzong's consciousness returned. He stared at the black and white celestial body that was still rotating in front of him. He was inexplicably shocked. As if it had completed its mission, the black and white celestial body slowly rose. When it reached a high altitude, it gradually dimmed and disappeared. Finally, it disappeared from Chenzong's eyes without a trace. It felt like a dream. It was very unreal, but Chenzong clearly remembered the contents of the first three changes of mind. The heart is the root, the mind is the foundation, the mind exists together. The sky is limitless, the earth is boundless, the change of mind. This is definitely a top-level inheritance. After recalling it, Chenzong found that he remembered the contents of the first three changes very clearly. He also remembered the explanation of the sage-like old man, which helped him understand the mysteries of the change of mind. Qianzong felt that even the inheritance contained in the purple starlight couldn't be compared with the change of mind. Thinking back to the terrifying beasts that roamed the endless void, any one of them had the power to crush a profound heaven realm expert. Then thinking back to the world filled with spirituality, the people flying around in the heavenly palace, every one of them was stronger than a profound heaven realm expert. And the old man who taught the change of mind gave Qianzong a feeling of boundless vastness. He seemed to be even stronger than those people who flew around. Such a sect must be very powerful. As the foundation of a sect, the change of mind must be no small matter. Thinking and thinking, Qianzong felt that his mind was a little confused. There was too much information. Straighten it out, Qianzong said to himself. He tried to calm himself down, then straightened out the information one by one and summarized it. Number 1, the sky profound realm was not the end of a martial artist's journey. There were even higher realms above the sky profound realm. Secondly, the world was very big, or rather, the world he was in was just one of the worlds in the endless void, and those bubbles in the endless void should be one world after another. Qianzong was not surprised by the first point because he had at least imagined it. However, the second point directly overturned Qianzong's worldview. He was born in the eastern continent and had no way of knowing that there were other continents in the eastern continent. However, after he obtained the mysterious sword tip, he was reborn and stepped onto the path of martial arts. Only then did he know more secrets. He crossed the 100 Beasts Mountain and entered the territory of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. After that, he found out about the Longtu region and the other regions. Unexpectedly, the world constructed by these domains was not the only one. Outside of this so-called Kanglan world, there were actually other worlds. Qianzong believed that even the 9th prince did not know such information. Perhaps even many transcendents did not know such information. Then, Qianzong thought of the mysterious sword tip. The appearance of the black and white celestial body, the leap of his consciousness into the endless void, the acquisition of the first 3 transformations of the change of will, and so on were all inseparable from the mysterious sword tip. What exactly was the mysterious sword tip? Qianzong could not figure it out. He gradually collected his thoughts. Those were still too far away from him. If he wanted to go to other worlds, he would have to pass through the endless void. However, there were giant beasts even more terrifying than the sky profound realm living in the endless void. Even if a sky profound realm master entered, he would most likely die. The gap between him and the sky profound realm was still too big. Qianzong focused on the change of will. According to the sage-like old man, the change of will was also known as the will 33 heavens. It had 33 layers, or in other words, the 33 transformations. When Qianzong finally left, he heard intermittent words. After sorting them out, he should be saying that the first 3 transformations of the change of will were the foundation. Only by cultivating the first 3 transformations and then cultivating the 4th would one be able to truly join the will heavenly palace and become a true disciple. Perhaps in that powerful world, the first 3 transformations of the change of will were at a relatively ordinary level, but Qianzong felt that on the Kanglan continent, the first 3 transformations of the change of will were extremely high-end. According to the first transformations of the change of will, combined with the sage-like old man's explanation, Qianzong began to comprehend. The change of will was not a sword technique, saber technique, palm technique, etc. Simply put, the change of will was very strange and did not belong to the category of martial arts. To some extent, it should be a kind of secret art, but it was different from the secret arts Qianzong knew. The change of will was a unique secret art that developed and strengthened one's potential. For the time being, Qianzong found it difficult to understand the so-called strengthening and development of one's potential. After all, it was the first time he had encountered such a secret art. In short, it sounded very powerful. Not long after, Qianzong finally finished comprehending the first 3 transformations of the change of will and grasped all the mysteries. The only thing left was to cultivate. Qianzong did not know how to cultivate the 4th transformation, but the first 3 transformations were to integrate one's strength into one. The so-called strength of the whole body referred to the true force, the strength of the physique, and the strength of the spirit. In other words, it was the essence, qi, and spirit. Cultivate the strength of the whole body into one. Guide with the heart, control with the mind. Strength is one, mind is one. The more Qianzong thought about it, the more profound and mysterious the change of will became. With a thought, the darkness in front of him quickly blurred, and the black and white light on Qianzong's body in the outside world also quickly disappeared. When his consciousness returned to his body, he instantly woke up and found that many people were staring at him. "Brother Chen, what inheritance did you get?" the ninth prince asked curiously. "A secret art," Qianzong said, and then he was shocked to find that other than the contents of the change of will and the memory of the endless void, all other memories of the divine inheritance stele seemed to have disappeared. It did not seem abrupt. Qianzong felt that there was something mysterious about the divine inheritance stele, but why couldn't he remember anything? Although they were surprised that the light on Qianzong's body was black and white, when they heard that Qianzong had inherited a secret art, they did not continue to investigate. Among the inheritances, there were either cultivation methods or martial arts. A few of them were secret techniques, which were very rare. Among those who entered the Hall of Inheritance, only a few succeeded in inheriting the secret art, while some failed and were even more distressed because they could not even find the secret art. The Hall of Inheritance trembled slightly, and an invincible power descended, directly enveloping everyone. Each of them emitted a strong light, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if they were compressed into a point and quickly shot out. Charging out of the Hall of Inheritance, they flew over mountains, rivers, and forests. Qianzong looked around blankly. One breath ago, he was still inside the Hall of Inheritance, and the next breath, he was halfway up the mountain. The Hall of Inheritance was nowhere to be seen. As for the ninth prince, Mystic Sword Sect and the others, they were nowhere to be found. "Maybe, I can try to cultivate the first change of will." Qianzong looked around, but did not see anyone else, nor did he see any Yao beasts. The idea popped up in his mind. When he obtained the 7 lovers' fruit, Qianzong had thought of consuming and refining it. However, the timing was not right, so he kept it first and refined it after leaving. Now that he had obtained the first change of will and comprehended the profoundness within it, Qianzong really wanted to cultivate it. Swinging his sword, he opened up a temporary cave and entered it, then sealed the entrance. Qianzong sat down cross-legged, recalling the contents of the first change of will. Eliminating all distracting thoughts, he silently chanted the chant for the first change of will and began cultivating. The first change of will was the foundation of the will 33 heavens, step by step. Only after mastering all 3 changes would one have the qualifications to become a true disciple of the will heavenly palace. With Qianzong's comprehension, if he did not have the detailed explanation from the sage-like old man, it would take him at least 1,000 times more time to comprehend the profoundness of the first change of will. Moreover, he could not be 100% sure that he would comprehend it. As the saying went, 10,000 fake scriptures, and a single sentence from the true scriptures. Sometimes, it was so strange. It was clearly something that he could not comprehend even after going through untold hardships, but as long as someone powerful pointed it out, he would be able to immediately dispel the clouds and see the moon. After all, the first change of will was something that Qianzong had never come into contact with before. Without the detailed guidance of an expert, not only would it take more time and effort, it would also require sufficient accumulation. To be able to comprehend the profoundness of the first change of will in a short period of time, this was Qianzong's opportunity, and he also had the invisible help of the mysterious sword point. Inside the small cave, Qianzong sat in a strange posture. One hand was above, as if holding up the sky, and the other hand was below, as if pressing down on the earth. At the same time, he silently chanted the chant for the first change of will, gradually eliminating all distracting thoughts and entering a strange state. It was mysterious, as if he was half asleep and half awake. He could feel his own body, and he could also feel the earth and sky. Gradually, Qianzong felt that his body seemed to have established an indescribable connection with the earth and sky. It was as if he was becoming one with them, and also as if he was becoming a bridge between the two. Traces of mysterious power from the earth and the sky appeared in Qianzong's body, as if they were communicating with Qianzong's body as a conductor. They flowed up and down, and under the chant of the first change of will, they moved along Qianzong's body, one cycle after another. A light, heavy, warm and comfortable feeling spread out, making Qianzong forget everything. It was as if he had returned to his mother's womb, just like a fetus. Breathing deeply, Chenzong closed his eyes and became extremely peaceful, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. There was a trace of a smile on his face, just like a baby sleeping in the warm embrace of his mother. Gradually, Chenzong's body emitted traces of light. The light was warm, and it wrapped Chenzong's entire body. Like Chenzong, many people who had received the inheritance could not help but enter a small closed-door training after finding a relatively safe place to practice the cultivation method or martial arts that they had received from the inheritance. As for those who failed to receive the inheritance or did not receive the inheritance, they would search everywhere for those who had received the inheritance. It was said that it was possible to steal the inheritance. For the sake of the inheritance, even rational people would become crazy. Chenzong did not know how long this training lasted. The entire Dragon Shadow Island gently shook, and then there was a rumbling sound. Immediately after, those who were still awake began to feel a repulsive force. Outside of the Dragon Shadow Island, the profound annihilation black lightning fluctuated like a tide. As it rose and fell, it washed away the colorful passage. 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts floated in the air with the help of the profound Sky Realm experts, replenishing the passage's energy from time to time and maintaining its stability. Just like that, more than a month had passed. The 6 great sovereigns stared at Dragon Shadow Island. To them, who had lived for at least a few hundred years, a month or so was nothing. Suddenly, a wave of energy spread out from Dragon Shadow Island, affecting the profound annihilation black lightning, the spirit-devouring purple lightning, and the extreme shattering red lightning. Finally, the bone-eroding astral wind became even more violent, causing the passage to flicker as if it was about to collapse. Dragon Shadow Island is about to close. They should be coming out soon. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures quickly appeared on the unstable passage, still in a daze. It was too sudden to be expelled by Dragon Shadow Island's energy. Come back quickly. The Dragon Shadow Imperial Family's Sky Profound Realm expert, the Garrison King, roared. His voice was like rolling thunder, exploding in everyone's ears, instantly waking them up. Their expressions changed greatly when they saw the passage's situation. They hurriedly used their movement techniques and quickly advanced along the passage. Black lightning that made one's heart palpitate wildly surged around the passage. It was as if a black demonic dragon was roaring within, wanting to destroy the world. The passage was on the verge of collapsing under the impact of the black demonic dragon, as if it could shatter at any time. It made everyone's hearts turn cold. At this moment, they wished they could grow a pair of wings. In Chenzong's opinion, the profound annihilation black lightning was many times weaker than the giant beasts he saw in the endless void. However, Chenzong didn't feel the slightest bit of disdain. On the contrary, he was trembling with fear as he unleashed his full strength. No matter how weak the profound annihilation black lightning was compared to those giant beasts, a trace of it was enough to destroy his body and soul. It was a race against time, a race against death. The 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts were naturally channeling their energy to maintain the passage's stability as much as possible. However, the flow of wind and lightning was unstoppable. Gradually, the passage began to shake under the constant impact. At this moment, everyone had already passed the profound annihilation black lightning and charged into the spirit-devouring purple lightning. There was a faint cracking sound, but it caused everyone's expression to change drastically and their hairs to stand on end. There was a small opening in the tunnel. It was very small, but a hair-like purple arc of lightning shot in through the small opening. Although this attack seemed slow, it was actually incredibly fast. A pseudo-transcendent from the Imperial family was struck before he could even react, his body trembling violently before he was charred black. Witnessing a pseudo-transcendent realm being scorched black by a hair-like bolt of purple lightning at such a close distance was an indescribable feeling. All in all, everyone present couldn't help shivering uncontrollably as a chill spread from the depths of their souls, causing their hair to stand on end. That spirit-murdering purple lightning's speed was too fast, and the distance was too close. Even the Sky Profound Realm experts in the distance were unable to react in time. Let's go. I can't die here. None of them were ordinary people. Their willpower was firm, and they quickly adjusted themselves. They did their best to burst forth with all their abilities and speed up. As for those who died, they had already been reduced to dust. Qianzong pushed his movement skill to the extreme, his body becoming lighter and more agile than before, his speed also increasing by about 30%. Coupled with the power of his pseudo-spirit artifact battle shoes, his speed was further increased, not losing out to most pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Charge! 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 After passing through the spirit-murdering purple lightning stage, they rushed into the extreme-breaking red lightning stage. Although the extreme-breaking red lightning was much weaker than the spirit-murdering purple lightning, it was still a terrifying force. Any cultivator below the extreme mortal realm who was struck by it would only end up dead. The tunnel was broken again, and another extreme-breaking red lightning shot in. Fortunately, no one was hit. While everyone was on edge, they passed through the extreme-breaking red lightning stage, but none of them dared to relax. Although the bone-eroding astral wind was the weakest of the four forces, that was only relatively speaking. For anyone below the transcendent realm, the bone-eroding astral wind was still fatal. The 5 Earth Spirit Realm Masters grit their teeth and continued to pour out their strength to maintain the stability of the tunnel. However, as the wind and thunder currents flowed back, they were constantly being impacted, causing the tunnel to fluctuate more and more, as if it would collapse at any moment. Rush! Rush, rush! Like an arrow leaving a bow, they shot out, leaving the tunnel behind them. The moment the last person rushed out of the tunnel, the 5 Earth Spirit Realm Masters also withdrew their strength and quickly retreated. After losing the support of the 5 Earth Spirit Realm Masters, the tunnel became even more difficult to maintain. Under the impact of the wind and thunder currents, it began to shatter inch by inch. Continuous cracking sounds rang out, causing everyone who turned around to look to feel their scalps go numb. Seeing the colorful tunnel shatter inch by inch under the impact of the bone-eroding astral wind, extreme-breaking red lightning, spirit-murdering purple lightning, and profound extinguishing black lightning, everyone rejoiced. Fortunately, they had made it out in time. If they had been a bit slower, the 5 Earth Spirit Realm Masters would likely not have been able to maintain their strength. What was interesting was that the wind and thunder currents that flowed back didn't spread out, but were instead limited to a fixed range. The wind and thunder surged endlessly, like a surging tide, incomparably violent. All of you go down. The Sky-Profound Realm Guardian King waved his hand, and the power brought everyone down quickly. Like falling meteors, they all landed on their respective flying spirit artifacts. Qianzong naturally landed on the deck of the Black Dragon Giant spirit ship with the 9th Prince, Xianxia, and the others. The Black Dragon Giant spirit ship started up, turned around, and quickly flew towards the Imperial City. The 3rd Prince's face was very ugly, because he discovered that not all of his subordinates had followed him out. 2 of them had died. One of them was Long Pozong, who had considerable potential and was worth nurturing. As for the other one, his potential had been exhausted, so he died. There was nothing to regret. Since ancient times, the probability of dying in Dragon's Shadow Island was very low. Dying in there could only be said to be bad luck. This was also the reason why every time Dragon's Shadow Island opened, every prince of the imperial family would enter. Otherwise, if the probability of death was too high, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. In the end, Dragon's Shadow Island was a place for ancient masters to cultivate, and not some dangerous place. The 3rd Prince and Xuan Wuzong's eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent as they swept past Qianzong's face. Immediately after, they left the deck and walked into the room. "Brother Chen, I'm going to rest." The 9th Prince smiled. In reality, he was going to organize his harvest from Dragon's Shadow Island. "Okay," Qianzong said. He also needed a relatively quiet environment and time to organize his harvest. After entering the room and closing the door, Qianzong was about to sit down cross-legged and organize his harvest. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw the 3rd Prince standing at the door with a gloomy expression. His eyes flickered with a sharp light, as if he wanted to pierce through Qianzong. "3rd Prince, what can I do for you?" Qianzong spoke neither slowly nor quickly. No matter how fierce the 3rd Prince's gaze was, it couldn't affect him at all. Moreover, they were on the Black Dragon Giant spirit ship, and fighting was not allowed. Even if they fought, with Qianzong's strength, he wasn't afraid of the 3rd Prince. Chenzong, you have the 7 lovers noodles fruit on you, right? The third prince said very directly. You don't have to deny it. With the 9th prince's way of doing things, he will definitely give you a set of 7 lovers noodles fruit. And then? Chenzong didn't admit or deny it. Instead, he asked back. Give them to me, and I won't argue with you about what happened in the past, the third prince said in a low voice. Hearing this, Chenzong suddenly smiled. If he gave him the 7 lovers noodles fruit, which was so precious that it could tempt even the ultimate mortal realm warriors, Chenzong wouldn't argue with him about what happened in the past, and even if the third prince didn't argue with him, Chenzong still wanted to find a chance to settle the score. Third prince, you've changed my opinion of you. Chenzong said with a smile. At first, I thought you were just sinister. I didn't expect you to be shameless in addition to being sinister. You. The third prince was furious. His eyes shone with a terrifying light, like an evil spirit that wanted to tear and devour Chenzong. As the third prince, no one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Forcefully suppressing his anger, the third prince's chest heaved up and down rapidly. After a while, he slowly calmed down, but his eyes were still filled with anger. Chenzong, you are indeed very talented. Your future path is very broad, and it is very likely that you will become a transcendent realm warrior. The third prince took a deep breath and said word by word, if you give me the 7 lovers noodles fruit, I will give you a chance to follow me. What the 9th prince can give you, I can also give you. Compared to the 9th prince, you are still far behind, Chenzong said and closed the door directly. The third prince clenched his fists so hard that his veins bulged. He was so furious that he almost vomited blood. He wanted to smash the door with his palm, but in the end, he put down his hand. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't damage the door at all. He stared fiercely at the door, as if he wanted to see through it. His red eyes were filled with murderous intent that came from the depths of his heart. I have already given you a chance. After saying this, the third prince turned and left. For Chenzong, this was just a small episode that he didn't need to pay much attention to. After sitting down cross-legged again, Chenzong first checked his body. First, Chenzong couldn't feel the puppet sword armor, as if it had disappeared. After carefully sensing it, the puppet sword armor was indeed gone. It had left his body. Thinking back, Chenzong felt that when he was sent out of Dragon's Shadow Island, something seemed to have left him, but he didn't notice it at that time. In fact, Chenzong didn't know that the puppet sword armor could only exist on Dragon's Shadow Island. It was an opportunity for cultivators who entered Dragon's Shadow Island and could only be used within the range of Dragon's Shadow Island. Once they left Dragon's Shadow Island, the puppet sword armor would be stripped off and returned to its original place. If he had chosen the other reward, the puppet technique inheritance, he could naturally take it away from Dragon's Shadow Island, but it wouldn't be of much help to him in the short term. Moreover, the puppet technique inheritance was only the most basic inheritance. What a pity. Chenzong couldn't help but sigh softly. If he still had the puppet sword armor, he would have one more trump card. But since he didn't have it, he couldn't force it. After checking, he found that the puppet beasts were still in his virtual ring. Thinking about it, if he wasn't wrong, he should have mastered the first change of mind change. There was a feeling of being reborn. His body became lighter, as if a heavy burden had been removed. He was relaxed and agile. His muscles, bones, muscles, blood, and even his internal organs seemed to have been nourished and had a unique vitality. After a little test, Chenzong found that the strength of his single arm was still 100,000 jin, and there was no improvement. Golden Jade impenetrable body was still at the minor completion realm, but his body was more flexible. When he exerted force, he could feel that the transmission and eruption of his power was 20% faster than before. It could be said that where his will was, his strength would be. Such a change was enough to improve Chenzong's strength imperceptibly. In addition, his power seemed to have become purer and more condensed, whether it was the power of the physique or the great true force. In other words, he could erupt with more power with less consumption. Unexpected call from delivery guy. 6 Paths was very surprised. He hadn't bought anything recently, so why would there be a delivery? When he came back, it turned out to be a mooncake sent from the internet. 6 Paths was very excited. After writing for so many years, this was the first time he had received such a mooncake. The first 3 transformations of the mind transformations are the foundation, focusing on integrating one's strength. The first transformation is the most basic of the basics, changing one's body to a certain extent, allowing one's strength to gradually become purer, more refined, and more condensed, allowing one's body to directly communicate with the world, laying the foundation for the second transformation. Therefore, the first transformation of the mind transformations is also called the mind-body. Although I have comprehended the mysteries of the first 3 transformations of the mind transformations and have begun to cultivate them, I have only just stepped into the first transformation and have yet to truly cultivate the mind-body. The mind-body was not a kind of physique, unlike the immemorial Yuan body and the golden jade impenetrable body. It was a kind of change from the inside to the outside, similar to the evolution of one's life essence. For example, the immemorial Yuan body and the golden jade impenetrable body were brought about by one's secret art, but the mind-body was permanent. Just after stepping into the first transformation, Chenzong could clearly feel the changes in his body, as if he had put down a heavy burden, and whether it was the speed at which he condensed his strength or the speed at which he could erupt, both had significantly increased. The first transformation is the mind-body, the second is the integration of one's physique and true qi, and the third is the integration of one's spiritual force, physique, and true qi. After thinking about it, Chenzong began cultivating again, but inside the black dragon giant spirit ship, far from the surface, the effect of his cultivation seemed to be very poor and his progress was very slow. The black dragon giant spirit ship speed was very fast, and it only took a few days to return to the imperial city. Everyone disembarked from the black dragon giant spirit ship, and as they were leaving, Chenzong noticed the third prince's malicious gaze. Together with the 9th prince and the others, they returned to the Saran residence. Chenzong ordered his subordinates to enter retreat, but before he could do so, an uninvited guest arrived. The middle-aged man wore a silver robe with dragon claws, and his hands were clasped behind his back. He had a faint smile on his face, and there seemed to be a sense of superiority in his eyes as he appeared in front of Chenzong. A transcendent realm master. Senior, what can I do for you? Chenzong saluted and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. His expression did not change, but he had a bad feeling about this. I am the Marquis of Mighty Mountain. Let's not beat around the bush. I want your 7 lovers' noodles. The middle-aged man said directly, of course, I won't take it for free. Whatever you need, just tell me. I'll give it to you as long as I can. What he meant was that he wanted Chenzong's 7 lovers' noodles fruit, but he didn't want to pay a high price for it. It was as if he was trying to gain something without risking anything. Senior Marquis of Mighty Mountain, I have the 7 lovers' face fruit, but it is very useful to me. Chenzong tactfully rejected the other party. So, you don't want to hand it over to me? Marquis Wei Shan's eyes flashed as a terrifying aura spread out from his body. It was as if an invisible mountain had descended and pressed down on Chenzong. It made Chenzong suffocate and felt like he was about to be crushed. Marquis Wei Shan wanted Chenzong to submit and hand over the 7 lovers' noodles fruit. The aura of an extreme mortal stage fighter was simply too powerful. Even though Chenzong's strength was constantly increasing, there was still a huge gap between them. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. Under this terrifying aura, Chenzong felt that he couldn't even move his fingers. However, it was impossible for him to give in. Chenzong's stubborn resistance made Marquis Wei Shan furious. His eyes became colder and colder. Due to the laws of the empire and some other reasons, Marquis Wei Shan couldn't directly attack Chenzong. This kind of pressure was also not allowed. However, the time was short. If he could obtain the 7 lovers' noodles fruit, he could still bear some of the consequences. The pressure seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Chenzong's consciousness gradually blurred, but he still stubbornly resisted. Marquis Wei Shan, how dare you openly violate the laws of the empire? A loud shout with a myriad of majesty caused Marquis Wei Shan's expression to change abruptly. He quickly retracted his aura. Chenzong only felt the terrifying pressure that almost crushed him disappear in an instant. He staggered and almost fell forward. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and steadied himself. However, his body was weak and powerless. 9th Prince. Marquis Wei Shan had no choice but to turn around. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Marquis Wei Shan, I will report this matter to the punishment hall and let them decide. As soon as the ninth prince spoke, Marquis Wei Shan's expression changed again. The punishment hall was responsible for the laws and punishments of the empire. If the punishment hall interfered, even a small matter would become a big matter. If he was taken away by the punishment hall, the consequences would be severe. Ninth prince, you must be joking. I just heard that there was a talented junior. My love for talent was aroused, so I came to take a look. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Marquis Wei Shan quickly smiled and said. No need to say more. Wait for the punishment hall summons. The ninth prince's expression was cold. He didn't care about Marquis Wei Shan's compromise. Since ninth prince doesn't believe me, I have nothing else to say. Farewell. Marquis Wei Shan was filled with anger. If it was someone else, they would have been slapped to death by him. He wouldn't have to suffer such grievances. However, he had no choice. This was the ninth prince of the empire, one of the strongest candidates for the crown prince position. In the end, he was just a collateral descendant of the imperial family. If he showed the slightest intention to attack the ninth prince, he would be intercepted before he could do anything. Brother Chen, are you all right? As soon as Marquis Wei Shan left, the ninth prince rushed to Chenzong and asked with concern. Thank you, ninth prince. I'm fine. Chenzong smiled. However, his face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. He was weak and powerless. He had used up too much energy to resist Marquis Wei Shan's aura, but he wasn't injured. Sit down and rest first. The ninth prince said. His expression immediately turned cold. This matter is related to my third brother. Marquis Wei Shan and my third brother are close. Chenzong nodded and did not say anything. That day on the Black Dragon giant spirit ship, the third prince had used a high and mighty attitude to ask for the seven lovers' noodles fruit and failed. Chenzong already knew that the third prince would not let the matter rest. However, he did not expect the third prince to come so quickly, and even send a limitless mortal realm warrior. Fortunately, this was within the imperial city. If it was somewhere else, such as a more remote place, even with the empire's laws, it would be difficult to stop the third prince's killing intent. When the benefits reached a certain level, it was enough to make people ignore everything and take risks. It was also fortunate that the ninth prince came. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he could hold on. After a while, Chenzong had basically recovered. However, he still hadn't fully recovered his energy. Brother Chen, don't worry. I will give you an explanation for this matter. The ninth prince said. He got up and left. Chenzong also gave the order. He entered the underground secret room and began his closed-door cultivation. First, he used his cultivation method to recover his energy. When his energy was fully recovered, Chenzong took out the seven lovers' noodles fruit. There was a set of 7 fruits. Each fruit had a different expression. Happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, bitterness, and peace. The 7 completely different expressions looked very strange. The best way to consume the 7 lovers' noodles fruit was naturally to refine it into the 7 lovers' noodles pill. It was said that refining a set of 7 lovers' noodles fruit into a pill would allow the power of the 7 emotions to be gathered in one pill. It would become purer and its effect would also be significantly improved. It could increase the effect by at least 30%. However, the pill king wasn't here. His disciple Chu Zihao didn't have the ability to refine the 7 lovers' noodles pill. No alchemist in the imperial city could do it. Of course, he could also temporarily keep the 7 lovers' noodles fruit and wait for the pill king to return. However, no one knew when the pill king would return. It could be a few months, a few years, or more than 10 years. It was possible that he wouldn't return. A treasure like the 7 lovers' noodles fruit was naturally better to use it as soon as possible. It was the best way to improve his strength. Let's start. Chenzong took a deep breath. He picked up the first 7 lovers' noodles fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed it. Then he picked up the second one and chewed and swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, all 7 Lovers Noodles fruits were swallowed by Xianxia. The best way to consume the 7 Lovers Noodles fruit was naturally to refine it into a pill. However, whether it was eaten directly or refined into a pill, it required 7 Lovers Noodles fruit. If there was one less, the effect would be greatly reduced. As the power of a set of 7 Lovers Noodles fruit erupted in his body, it instantly turned into 7 different forces that rushed from the bottom to the top. It went straight to Xianxia's mind. He didn't resist it, and he couldn't resist it. In an instant, the power of 7 Lovers Noodles fruit poured into his mind. As if struck by lightning, Xianxia couldn't help but tremble. His vision began to change. There was a burst of joy for no reason. He couldn't control his joy, and then he was ecstatic. He was ecstatic and couldn't control himself. In addition to ecstasy, there was also an indescribable anger that emerged from the deepest part of his heart. It roared uncontrollably like the fire of magma and exploded in an instant. His anger reached the extreme, making Xianxia have an impulse to destroy everything. Anger was the original sin. It would make people lose their minds and do things that they wouldn't normally do. Later, people often regretted it because of it. The double impact of ecstasy and anger was followed by the emergence of the third emotion, which was grief. It was like the grief of losing one's beloved thing. The grief was in the deepest part of one's heart. It was so sad that one lost hope in life. Then came the explosion of the fourth emotion, which was joy. It was a feeling of joy from the bottom of one's heart. It was different from joy. Joy was like a torrent, while joy was like a trickle. Some people could resist the explosion of a torrent, but they couldn't resist the erosion of a trickle. Joy, anger, sorrow, and joy appeared at the same time. Bursts of worry also spread, as if one had encountered some unsolvable trouble. It made one very worried and didn't know how to deal with it. In the end, one would feel depressed, which affected the state of one's body and mind. Then came bitterness. It was a very bitter feeling. It was as if one had suffered a great injustice but couldn't say it out loud, and no one could understand it. The last emotion was peace. It was peaceful and serene, which made one calm down. Joy, anger, sorrow, joy, sorrow, bitterness, and peace. 7 different emotions exploded in Xianxia's body and kept attacking his mind. Xianxia fell into the 7 emotions and couldn't extricate himself. Any one of them was so deep and powerful that it was enough to make people with a relatively ordinary mind collapse. They were so deeply trapped that they couldn't extricate themselves and eventually fell into depravity. Xianxia's spiritual will was very strong, but under the impact of the 7 emotions, he also felt lost for a moment. His facial expression kept changing, which looked very strange. End of chapter 510. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.